The emperor decrees by the will of heaven. King Su Changge of Beiyuan secretly communicated with the bandits and intended to rebel. He should be executed. Considering that he has been guarding the border for 10 years, he will be spared the death penalty. From now on, you will be deprived of your status as king of Beiyuan and sent to Beiyun Palace to reflect on your mistakes. You must not leave for the rest of your life. I decree this memories were withdrawn like a tide. Su Changge opened his eyes blank. I have traveled through time. Now I am Su Changge, the abolished prince of the great Yin dynasty of Jinwu continent. After absorbing the vast memories, Su Changge had to accept this reality. Suddenly, he, who inherited the memories and emotions of King Beiyuan, felt a sharp pain in his heart. The memories came again, letting him know the truth. King Beiyuan did not rebel. The real reason why he was sent to the cold palace was the emperor's suspicion. The current emperor is King Beiyuan's elder brother, who was once the crown prince of the great Yin dynasty. 3 years ago, the previous emperor passed away and the crown prince ascended the throne. Because he was afraid of the powerful King Beiyuan, he designed to lure King Beiyuan into the palace and framed him for treason, abolished King Beiyuan's title, and imprisoned him in this cold palace. The cold palace was lonely. Even though King Beiyuan had killed countless enemies and had a heart as hard as stone, he still couldn't escape a depressed and crazy ending. In ancient times, many princes died because of fighting for the throne. Even princes who had no intention of the throne would suffer because of their brother's suspicion. It's really sad to be born in an imperial family. Now that I've traveled through time, I'm afraid I can't last long. Su Changge smiled bitterly. Even King Beiyuan couldn't survive 3 years. So how long could he live in this lonely, deep courtyard? He looked at the direction of the palace gate. Leaving the cold palace? Not very realistic. There were heavy soldiers and masters guarding outside the cold palace. If he dared to take a step, his body would be separated from his head. As for the 100,000 cavalrymen of King Beiyuan who were far away in the border, they didn't know that King Beiyuan was dead. They only knew that King Beiyuan fell into the hands of the emperor. How dare they act rashly? Besides, the great Yin dynasty had more than just the tiger and wolf division in Beijing. There is no way to heaven, no door to the earth. Although I inherited King Beiyuan's body, I will not use his true energy and martial arts. I'm afraid I can't get out of this cold palace. Su Changge's eyes dimmed. At this moment, a voice sounded from his mind. The Peerless Sword Immortal System has detected the host. Do you want to bind? Tip: once the system is bound, this place will be regarded as the initial place, and the host cannot leave within 300 years. The system is here. Su Changge was suddenly happy. As an old online bookworm, he naturally knew what this was. This is the golden finger that helps the traverser get out of adversity and reach the peak of life. However, once bound, you cannot leave here within 300 years. Does it mean that I can live for at least 300 years? There is such a good thing? Bind. Of course. Anyway, I can't get out anyway. Su Changge tried to answer the system in his mind. Ding! System binding is successful. An illusory panel appeared in Su Changge's mind. Host: Su Changge cultivation. Uncultivated sword. National spirit sword. Kendo mileage. 0 cumulative number of sword draws. 0. Host: please actively draw the sword. Each time you draw the sword, you can get a random sword ability 1. After the cumulative number reaches the milestone point, you can trigger an additional reward. You can get points randomly every time you draw the sword. There are also achievement rewards. Doesn't this mean that I can become stronger by drawing the sword? Su Changge showed a happy expression, and he looked down at the sword on his waist. This is the national spirit sword, the favorite of King Beiyuan, and he has never left it for 3 years. Su Changge drew the sword without saying a word. Clang! The sword body rang lightly, and the cold light flashed. Ding! Draw the sword 1 time. Sword intention: 1 sword skill, 1 sword body, 1 sword heart 1. After a series of sword attribute additions, Su Changge felt a slight improvement, and his mind also had some more enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the milestone of drawing the sword 1 time. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of cultivation. God-level swordsmanship. Draw the sword and cut the sky. Sword-bearing creatures. As the system prompt sounded again, Su Changge's mind exploded. The god-level swordsmanship turned into a vast amount of information pouring into his mind, and at the same time, 10 years of cultivation also poured into his body like a revelation. After a while, Su Changge finished absorbing, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of joy. My strength has increased more than tenfold. In the past, the king of Beiyuan could fight 10 warriors on the battlefield. Now I can fight 100 at least. Su Changge showed an incredible look. In just a short moment, his strength increased dramatically, and he also learned a god-level sword technique. At the same time, he examined the soul sword of the nation, and he could feel that there was a dormant sword spirit in the sword. The sword spirit is to catalyze the soul sword of the nation to produce spiritual wisdom. I believe that the sword spirit will wake up soon. By then, with the sword spirit as a companion, he will not be so lonely in this cold palace. Su Changge was even more happy. He closed his eyes and checked the system panel, and the data changed. Host, Su Changge Cultivation. First Heaven of Qi Training Sword. Soul Sword of the Nation. Sword Mileage. Little Sword Cultivator Cumulative Number of Sword Drawings. 1 host. Please actively draw the sword and become stronger. I can understand everything else, but why is the cultivation level the first level of Qi training? Jinwu Continent should be a low-level martial arts world, where only the depth of the inner strength of the true Qi is considered. And there is no specific division of cultivation. And the Qi training stage is obviously the level of immortal cultivation, right? Su Changge looked puzzled. At this time, he saw a yellow question mark on the system panel and tried to click it with his mind. An explanation box popped up on the panel. 300 years later, the spiritual energy descended on Jinwu Continent, and the low-level martial arts world will turn into a prosperous era of immortal cultivation overnight. Host, please draw your sword carefully and work hard to become stronger. 300 years later, lead the human race to stand out among the rising of all races and gain a firm foothold. Note, within 300 years, Jinwu Continent will occasionally have a small-scale spiritual energy revival, and the sun of luck will rise accordingly. 300 years later, the spiritual energy descended, and the low-level martial arts turned into immortal cultivation. Oh my god, so exciting! Su Changge was shocked. I thought he would rely on the system to reach the top of the continent in this low-level martial arts world, and return to the martial arts world and the battlefield with top swordsmanship after 300 years. I didn't expect that the world would change drastically after 300 years. I'm afraid he would come to the world as a peerless swordsman by then. White clothes fluttering, immortal style. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But it's still early to 300 years later, so I'd better draw the sword diligently first. Su Changge restrained the corners of his mouth and then drew the sword again. A year passed quickly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of drawing and sheathing swords kept ringing in the cold palace. In the past year, Su Changge has undergone earth-shaking changes. He took off his yellowed iron armor and put on a white robe rewarded by the system. White clothes fluttering, immortal style, exactly what he expected. Sheathing the sword once again, Su Changge stood straight, his whole body as sharp as a sword that soars into the sky. Host, Su Changge Cultivation. 4th Heaven of Qi Training Sword. National Spirit Sword. Sword Mileage. Entry-level sword cultivator cumulative number of sword drawings. 364999 Host, please actively draw the sword and become stronger. After checking the data, Su Changge nodded with satisfaction. After a year of diligent sword drawing, he has drawn the sword nearly 365,000 times. Of course, if the system had not set a daily limit of 1,000 sword drawing, he could have drawn more times. Even so, he still gained a lot. He completed several sword drawing milestones and obtained God level Sword Heart God, Sword Embryo God Sword, Intention God level, Sword Body White, Snow Sword Fairy, Clothes Life Extending, Soul Restoring Pill, and many other rewards. In his spare time, he would also practice some other magical secrets obtained from the system to improve himself. In just 1 year, he has been reborn. If he walks out of the cold palace now, he will at least be the best in the world. I should be able to draw it again today. Su Changge drew the sword again while muttering. Clang! The national spiritual sword was unsheathed, and the awakened sword spirit gave out a happy thought. Ding! Draw the sword once. Sword Heart 1, Sword Intention 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 1,000 times a day for 1 year. Trigger special reward. Sword cuts the space. Lead the Son of Destiny. The system prompt sounded, and Su Changge suddenly felt a surging breath appearing above his head. He looked up suddenly. He He saw that the space above seemed to be cracked by a sharp sword, and a figure fell powerlessly from the gap. In the dim light, a figure tumbled through a crevice, letting out a pained cry as he collapsed before Su Changge, unconscious. Su Changge approached the fallen youth. Surveying him closely, he appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, his hair disheveled, his body caked in mud, and his tattered clothing slashed by blades, bearing numerous injuries. Is this truly the fated child? In such a disheveled state, he resembles a protagonist from a web novel before their rise to glory. Su Changge frowned, bending down to place 2 fingers beneath the boy's nose, relieved to detect his breath. He lifted the lad and laid him upon a bed in the cold palace. Devoid of bedding, the boy was in a state of qi deficiency. If left unattended, it could take him an indeterminate time to awaken. Since I have triggered a special reward to bring him here, and he is indeed the fated child, I shall bestow upon him a measure of fortune. With that thought, Su Changge retrieved a pill from his sleeve. This was a blood qi pill, capable of restoring vitality. Among the myriad treasures awarded by the system for drawing his sword 100 times, this was the most unassuming, yet he possessed thousands of them. He placed the blood qi pill into the boy's mouth, and soon, the youth's pallid complexion transformed, regaining color and strength in his breath. Now, all that remained was for him to recover at his own pace. Su Changge withdrew his gaze, no longer focusing on the boy. He seated himself cross-legged on his own bed and unsheathed his sword, gently polishing it. The national spirit sword vibrated lightly, emitting a sound of joy. Truly, my master is both gifted and diligent. Practicing swordplay for such an extended period each day, the progress is remarkable. The sword, now capable of independent movement, floated before Su Changge, the sword spirit, akin to a child of 3, managing to engage in rudimentary conversation. Thanks to you, without your assistance, I would not have grown so strong. Su Changge smiled, stroking the sword's hilt. Without drawing the sword, one cannot grow stronger. Upon hearing the praise, the sword spirit trembled with excitement. A day swiftly passed. The following morning, Su Changge awoke with the rising sun. The boy remained in slumber, yet to regain consciousness. As per his routine, Su Changge began drawing his sword. Clang, clang, clang. With each draw, he experienced slight improvements. Accumulating these small gains, 1,000 draws each day would yield significant advancements for a qi refining practitioner. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the chamber, and the boy's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening. Where am I? An immortal? An immortal? The boy propped himself up, scanning his surroundings. Upon catching sight of Su Changge's silhouette, he was momentarily taken aback. In the boy's vision, Su Changge, clad in white, exuded an ethereal presence, his sword-drawing posture both graceful and handsome, as if he were one with the heavens. Is this not an immortal? It dawned on him that he had been pulled to this place by an invisible force during a life-threatening pursuit by the Zhou family. Could it be that an immortal saved me? As the boy pondered, he suddenly noticed the changes within his own vitality. Oddly enough, despite having exhausted all his energy fighting off his pursuers, why was he now brimming with vitality? Had the immortal enhanced my blood qi? The boy's eyes shone with gratitude. Su Changge, having heard the murmurs behind him, sheathed his sword and turned around. You have awakened? He smiled as he approached the boy. An immortal so young? And so handsome and refined? The boy was astonished, quickly dismounting from the bed, kneeling on one knee before Su Changge, clasping his fist in gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for saving me. I shall never forget this immense grace. Immortal? The boy must have mistaken me for one who brought him here. Su Changge did not clarify, but smiled nonchalantly. Rise. What is your name? The boy stood. My name is Yuchen. Yuchen? Indeed. The names of protagonists in web novels often bear such simplicity. Names like Yu Liangchen or Long Aoyan are typically reserved for side characters, often subject to humiliation. You have been unconscious for a day. You must be hungry. I have no food here, but please take this satiety pill. Su Changge offered Yuchen a pill the size of a fingernail. Ever since being confined to the cold palace, he had only received course meals delivered by eunuchs every 7 days. Su Changge had relied on the satiety pills awarded by the system for sustenance. Yuchen accepted the pill, astonished. The pill bestowed by the immortal exuded a fragrance that uplifted his spirits. Upon swallowing it, the pill dissolved within him, releasing a torrent of medicinal power. How potent this energy is! It flows through me like a vast ocean. Given time to digest this power, I shall surely see a surge in my true qi and enhance my strength. Yuchen was elated. Yet, as he had never consumed a pill before, his eyes grew misty. I have never met this immortal, yet he treats me with such profound kindness. Ah, stop. A man must not shed tears lightly. Su Changge raised his hand to halt the sentiment. Indeed, as the immortal says. Yichen quickly suppressed his tears of emotion. Which dynasty do you hail from? You seem to have endured quite a bit of hardship on your arrival. Please, share your story with me. Su Changge seated himself on the edge of the bed. For the past year, he had only conversed with the sword spirit, and thus felt a sense of loneliness. Now that he had met someone from the outside world, he was naturally eager to learn about it and the background of this fated child. I come from the Great Yin dynasty. Yichen began to recount his tale. 2 full hours later, he concluded his convoluted story. Ah, I see. Su Changge nodded slowly, gaining a clearer understanding of Yichen's circumstances. In brief, Yichen was indeed from the Great Yin dynasty. Born in a remote city and was the eldest son of the Yi family, one of the city's 3 prominent families. Not long ago, the Yi family voiced their grievances against the heavy taxes imposed by the city lord, seeking relief for the common people. This, however, incited the city lord's wrath, who, along with 2 other families, launched a night raid on the Yi family. The Yi family's experts fought valiantly, but the disparity in power was overwhelming, leading to their gradual defeat. By dawn, nearly all of the Yi family's experts had perished, and the ordinary members were ruthlessly eliminated. With only a handful of core members and some women being saved by the head of the Yi family at great cost. As the eldest son, Yichen found himself relentlessly pursued by the 3 major powers. It was only at the brink of death that he was saved by Su Changge and brought to this place. With such a background, it is indeed the hallmark of a fated child. My father was captured by the city lord while covering the escape of the women in our family. I fear he may have already. Yichen's head hung low, his hands clenched tightly on his trousers, veins bulging at his temples, tears of anguish streaming from his eyes. So you intend to return and seek vengeance? Su Changge observed the hatred radiating from Yichen. I must avenge my family. The city lord, the Zhou family. The Qi family, none shall escape. Once I attain power, I will ensure they pay in blood for their debts. Yet, they possess profound strength. When will you be ready to exact your revenge? Su Changge's words fell like a cold splash of water upon Yichen. Indeed, the city lord and others were formidable. Backed by abundant resources, he was but a drifting leaf, wondering when he could surpass them. Despair crept into Yichen's heart. But just then, he caught sight of Su Changge's calm, almost amused expression, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Previously, when my life hung in the balance, it was the immortal who intervened to save me. With determination, Yichen dropped to his knees before Su Changge, bowing deeply. Please, guide me, immortal. Ha ha. Su Changge laughed heartily. The system has bestowed upon him the child of destiny, presenting him with an opportunity to forge a benevolent connection with this fated individual. Excellent. Today, fate has brought us together. I shall impart to you a sword technique. As Su Changge spoke, he rose and drew his sword from its sheath. In an instant, a fierce and commanding sword aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The noble hero fights for the country and the people. The immortal wants to teach me swordsmanship. Yichen was beside himself with joy. He looked up to see Su Changge approaching with a sword in hand, and an overwhelming thrill surged within him. The immortal touches my crown, bestowing longevity. This is a well-known saying among the people, yet who could have imagined that such fortune would fall upon him one day? Before he could temper his excitement, Su Changge had already reached the center of the vast palace. Since your Yi family has suffered the calamity of extermination for the sake of the people, I shall teach you a sword technique capable of enacting heavenly justice, the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique. This technique comprises 18 forms. Pay close attention, Su Changge declared. With that, he wielded the sword with one hand, dancing gracefully in the palace. His movements were elusive, and the swordplay was unfathomable. After completing the sequence, Su Changge stood still, sheathing his sword. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the air, as if the wrath of heaven had descended. The immortal's speed was so swift that the sound of the blade slicing through the air could not keep pace with his actions. Yichen was left in awe. Did you understand? Su Changge inquired, looking at Yichen. No, I am dim-witted and cannot memorize it in one go, Yichen admitted. Open your eyes wide. Watch closely and learn well. Su Changge's tone turned stern. Yes, Yichen replied respectfully, straining to focus. Su Changge began to dance with the sword again. The blade moved like a startled swan, its momentum like a rainbow. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Su Changge slowed down, and the explosive sounds followed each swing of the sword. Yichen diligently recorded each move. How is it? Have you memorized it? Su Changge asked after finishing. Yes. I have memorized it, Yichen replied eagerly. Take it and demonstrate it for me. Su Changge tossed the National Guardian Spirit Sword to Yichen. Yichen hurriedly caught the sword. You, little one, are the first to wield this sword besides its master. Consider yourself fortunate. A proud voice emanated from within the sword, startling Yichen so much that he nearly lost his grip. What do you mean by ghost? I am the spirit of the sword. The National Guardian Spirit Sword floated before Yichen, vibrating slightly in indignation. A sword spirit? A sword possesses intelligence. Unbelievable. Is this truly the immortal's sword? Yichen was overwhelmed with astonishment. He cautiously reached for the hilt of the spirit sword. Forgive my intrusion, esteemed sword spirit. Seeing that the sword spirit in the blade showed no signs of hostility, he finally relaxed and clumsily practiced the sword play. Su Changge watched Yichen's practice, nodding in approval. Although his movements were awkward, he had managed to memorize each form. With each repetition, Yichen's actions became more fluid, gradually resembling a graceful dance. Bang! Yichen executed a strike that produced an explosive sound, mimicking Su Changge's elegant manner of sheathing the sword, as expected of a child of destiny. Your comprehension is indeed commendable. You memorized it after just 2 demonstrations and executed it so smoothly. This child has boundless potential, Su Changge thought to himself. Esteemed immortal. Your sword, Yichen said, respectfully presenting the sword back to Su Changge. His face flushed with embarrassment. The immortal's technique had produced countless explosive sounds, and yet he had only managed one. Yichen felt he had shamed Su Changge. If Su Changge could hear Yichen's thoughts, he would surely laugh. Indeed. While you are a child of destiny, you still pale in comparison to me, a mere mortal. Your talent is impressive with diligent practice. I believe you will achieve your aspirations, Su Changge commended as he accepted the spirit sword. Yes. Yichen nodded earnestly, filled with determination. 2 days passed swiftly. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changge continued his morning sword practice, but he concentrated all his daily training into the morning, reserving the afternoon for Yichen to practice with the sword. By evening, bang, bang, bang. Yichen's swordplay produced a series of explosive sounds. 2 days of hard training had allowed him to grasp the technique. Well done. Your talent is remarkable, Su Changge praised as he approached. This is all thanks to the immortal's guidance. The heavenly punishment spirit sword technique is extraordinarily profound. While I practice it, I can also enhance my true energy. I believe it won't be long before I can avenge my grievances, Yichen declared confidently. This is merely an introductory sword technique, simplified from a divine-level sword art, which is undoubtedly exquisite for martial artists in the low martial world. Su Changge remarked with a slight smile. Once you master this technique, not only will mere city lords and prominent families be no match for you. Even the supreme martial artists may falter. However, after you exact your revenge, what do you plan to do? With such formidable skills, I assume you will not be content with obscurity, Su Changge suddenly asked. This question caught Yichen off guard. He had not given it much thought. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I suppose I will wander the rivers and lakes, rooting out evil and aiding the weak. Becoming a great hero who upholds justice. A hero? Quite a commendable choice, Su Changge mused, recalling the noble heroes from the martial arts novels of his past life. A smile creeping onto his lips. Why does the immortal smile? Yichen wondered, thinking Su Changge was mocking his aspirations. It is nothing. Tell me, when you say you want to be a hero, do you truly understand what it means to be a hero? Su Changge said with a playful grin. Isn't a hero just a hero? What is there to understand? Yichen muttered uncertainly. Indeed, there is much to understand, Su Changge replied earnestly. Little Chen, I shall impart to you 8 words. Remember them well. Please, immortal, speak, Yichen urged. A great hero acts for the country and the people. A great hero acts for the country and the people? Yichen repeated thoughtfully, his eyes lighting up as if he had gained enlightenment. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your guidance. Yichen grasped some profound truths and respectfully bowed in gratitude. Soon, you will be departing, so I shall bestow upon you one final opportunity. Su Changge took out a porcelain vial. Here are 100 satiety pills and 100 vitality pills. Use them sparingly. They will suffice for several years. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Is the immortal sending me away? Yichen received the vial, his eyes filled with reluctance. I am not sending you away, but I have a vague feeling that the system is about to take you away. This is likely a reminder from the system. All gatherings must eventually part. You will leave eventually, otherwise, how can you seek revenge? Su Changge waved his sleeve, smiling nonchalantly. Plop. Yichen knelt before Su Changge, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your nurturing. Your immense kindness will be etched in my memory for eternity. In just 3 short days, he had received the weighty grace of Su Changge, not to mention the satiety pills and vitality pills. Simply mastering an immortal's sword technique would benefit him for a lifetime. I still do not know where the immortal's cave is. In the future, when I avenge my great grudge, how shall I find the immortal to express my gratitude? Yichen looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. This is not an immortal's cave, nor do you need to repay me. 300 years hence, I shall emerge from my seclusion and descend to the mortal realm. If your fortune is sufficient, you shall live to see that day again, Su Changge replied, shaking his head. 300 years hence. Yichen's expression dimmed. In 300 years, he would have long become dust. Yet, Su Changge's words planted a seed in his heart. If given the chance, he would spare no effort to live until that day, awaiting their reunion. Well then, it is getting late. Rest now, Su Changge said, waving his sleeve. And so, the night passed without a word. The following day, upon awakening, Su Changge found himself alone in the cold palace, devoid of Yichen's presence. Had the system returned him? Once again, he was the sole occupant of the desolate chamber. Su Changge experienced little emotional turbulence. He rose from his bed as usual and drew his sword. Clang. Ding. Sword drawn once. Sword heart 1. Swordsmanship 1. Sword body 1. In the cold palace, a figure clad in white stands apart from the world. Today marks the completion of 20 years since the last time he drew his sword. The path of cultivating immortality is arduous. Each level of chi refinement becomes increasingly challenging. It took him 15 years to reach the 9th level, and now he has been stuck here for 4 years. However, he senses that a breakthrough to the 9th level is imminent, though he wonders whether it will lead him to transcend the chi refinement stage or ascend to the 10th level. With one hand resting on his sword, Su Changge murmurs to himself. Over these years, he has consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, showing no signs of aging. Rather, he appears more youthful. Like an 18-year-old boy, his presence ethereal in his flowing white robes. After reviewing his status panel, he resumes his diligent sword practice. Clang, clang, clang. As evening falls, Su Changge completes the final sword draw of the day, marking his 1,000 repetitions. Ding. 1 sword draw completed. Sword heart 1, sword intent 1. Ding. The system detects that the host has drawn swords for 20 consecutive years, reaching a new milestone. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received God-level Foundation Establishment Pill, God-level Spirit Sword, Tai Sword, 500 Revitalizing Pills. A series of notifications resonate as a radiant light appears before Su Changge, revealing his rewards. He reaches out to collect several porcelain vials filled with elixirs, along with a formidable spirit sword. Indeed, the Foundation Establishment Pill signifies that he is not far from breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, which brings him joy. He has discerned the system's pattern. Whenever he approaches a breakthrough, it rewards him with pills to aid his ascension. Yet, there is more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consistently drawing swords 1,000 times daily for 20 years. Special rewards triggered. Sword slashes space, summoning the Child of Destiny. After 19 years, the same reward reappears, illuminating Su Changge's eyes. Since Yichen's departure, he has not triggered the summoning of the Child of Destiny. He wonders how little Chun is faring. It has been nearly 20 years since they last met. By now, he must be a supreme figure in the martial world. As he reflects, a rift opens above him, and a figure clad in iron scales descends from the crack. A startled cry echoes. Thud. The armored figure lands before Su Changge. Had it not been for the upgrades bestowed by the system upon every brick and tile in this cold palace, the white jade brick would have surely been dented by the impact. Su Changge gazes at the newcomer and discovers, beneath the iron helmet, a delicate and beautiful visage. Is she a woman? His surprise deepens. The woman appears flustered, her face reflecting confusion and fear. Where is this place? She is bewildered. Just a moment ago, she was in her tent. How did she suddenly find herself here? Who is this person before her? He seems refined, yet his attire does not belong to the northern frontier. How curious. She feels an odd familiarity. Who are you? How did I end up here? The woman, displaying courage, quickly regains her composure and questions him. Do not be afraid. I am your fated companion. You may call me Su Changge, he replies with an elegant smile, seeking to calm her anxiety. Su Changge? The woman pauses, her eyes widening as she stares intently at his face. In her mind, a resolute and majestic figure from a portrait overlaps with Su Changge's visage. Your Highness. Instantly she trembles, the shock in her beautiful eyes transforming into elation. Thud. She suddenly kneels before Su Changge, clasping her fists in reverence. I am Lu Qianyan, here to pay my respects to your highness. Your highness? Su Changge hears this long-forgotten title, and memories sealed for 20 years flood back like a tide. You wear the armor of a soldier from the northern frontier. You are one of my generals. Su Changge joyfully recognizes the armor and instinctively connects with the emotions of the northern Yuan king he has inherited. But I do not recall a female hero of your caliber in the northern frontier, he muses in confusion. Your highness, I am the daughter of the left vice-general, Lu Tsongrong, and I was just 10 years old when you left the northern frontier, Lu Qianyan respectfully responds. Only 10? No wonder I find you unfamiliar. I did not expect you to recognize me, Su Changge acknowledges. The portrait of your highness has always hung in the military tent. Everyone in the camp knows your visage. Lu Qianyan exclaims, her excitement akin to a devoted fan meeting her idol. Su Changge nods. In the past, the northern Yuan king was a celebrated war hero in the northern frontier, a fact well remembered by the soldiers even after 2 decades. Time has flown. I suspect the northern frontier has undergone significant changes in these 20 years. Please, recount them to me, he expresses his keen interest. Driven by the emotions inherited from the northern Yuan king, at your command, Lu Qianyan begins to narrate slowly. The situation in the northern frontier is intricate. Especially following Su Changge's departure, the dynamics have shifted dramatically. Thus, Lu Qianyan's account extends far longer than Yu Chen's, continuing from dusk until deep into the night. I understand now, Su Changge nods in realization after her account. No wonder the emperor dared to imprison the northern Yuan king, risking the wrath of 100,000 iron cavalry from the northern frontier. It appears he had already bribed the northern Yuan king's right vice-general and many of his trusted aides. As soon as the northern Yuan king departed, the right vice-general seized military power. Despite the left general and others advocating for the northern Yuan king's rescue, they were thwarted by the right vice-general. 20 years have passed, and the right vice-general still holds sway over the military. However, under the covert machinations of the left vice-general Lu Tsongrong, Lu Qianyan has now gained the qualifications to challenge the right vice-general. Her rise to the position of vice-general serves as proof. Since your highness has been trapped in the capital, my father has yearned day and night to rescue you. Please rest assured, your highness. It won't be long before my father surpasses the right general and regains military authority. He will come to rescue you, Lu Qianyan assures solemnly. Su Changge, however, waves his hand dismissively. It is futile to rescue me. There are still 280 years remaining until the 300-year deadline. There is no need to expend energy on my behalf. I have grown accustomed to my stay here. The priority is to safeguard the northern frontier and protect the citizens of the dynasty, he declares with righteous conviction. Your highness speaks wisely. Lu Qianyan lowers her head in shame, feeling insignificant in the presence of Su Changge's noble demeanor. After a moment, she raises her head again and says, by the way, Your Highness, it seems that many strange occurrences have arisen within the dynasty. What strange occurrences? Pray tell, Su Changge inquires, his gaze fixed upon her. 005 The haunting of strange powers? The revival of spiritual energy. In today's realm, strange powers are at work, asserted Lu Qianyan earnestly. Strange powers? Su Changge raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, what manner of strange powers are at play? Please elaborate. Approximately a decade ago, tales of strange powers began to circulate among the populace. Some sons were said to possess divine strength, while others could exhale clouds and mist. Initially, people dismissed these as mere fabrications, yet to their astonishment, the emperor summoned 1,000 elite soldiers from the border, specifically tasked with eradicating these so-called strange power practitioners. Shortly thereafter, the emperor proclaimed that he would enter seclusion to pursue immortality, forbidding any disturbances upon penalty of death. 13 years have passed since, and the emperor has yet to emerge. Recently, venerable officials knelt before him, beseeching his return to governance, only to incite his wrath and meet immediate execution. It is rumored. Lu Qianyan paused, as if the words she was about to utter were too incredulous to believe. It is said that the official was not executed by an executioner, but rather slain by the emperor's sword chi from behind a closed door. Upon finishing her tale, Lu Qianyan cautiously glanced at Su Changge, worried that he might think her jesting. Sword chi from afar? Su Changge mused, recalling the system's mention of sporadic small-scale revivals of spiritual energy within the past 3 centuries. It seems this is not merely strange powers at work, but rather a revival of spiritual energy. Otherwise, given the martial limitations of this world, no one could possibly unleash sword chi. After all, the current emperor is a sovereign, bearing the fortune of the nations. It is hardly surprising that he would benefit from the initial revival of spiritual energy. Have you heard the name Yi Chun among the strange power practitioners? Su Changge inquired. Since spiritual energy has begun to revive, Yi Chun, as the child of destiny, should encounter such opportunities. I have not delved deeply into this matter. Thus I have not heard that name, Lu Qianyan replied, curiosity piqued. Your perception is lacking, my dear. After conversing for so long, have you not noticed anything extraordinary? Su Changge did not respond, instead regarding Lu Qianyan with a knowing smile. Lu Qianyan, observing the ethereal presence of Su Changge, gradually began to recognize the peculiarities. It has been 20 years since our last meeting. My father now bears gray hair, yet the prince shows no signs of aging, appearing even more youthful than in portraits. I was clearly in the tent, yet suddenly I find myself here. Could it be? Her pupils widened in realization. Thud. Lu Qianyan knelt on one knee. I congratulate the prince on attaining the celestial realm. Su Changge nearly burst into laughter. Celestial realm, indeed. I have merely engaged in cultivation, nothing more. However, he refrained from clarifying. As for those in a low martial world, the distinction between cultivation and ascension may seem negligible. Rise. I have brought you here due to your remarkable fortune and your status as a military leader, intending to bestow upon you a great opportunity. Su Changge, eschewing further pleasantries, proceeded directly to the matter at hand. The strange powers you have heard of are likely to proliferate in the future and may even affect you personally. I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques. Should you encounter strange powers, they will yield you boundless benefits. Upon concluding his words, Su Changge pointed his fingers like a sword, marking Lu Qianyan's forehead and instilling a set of Ling-Long sword techniques into her mind. Lu Qianyan felt as if her mind had erupted, passively absorbing the overwhelming information. Moments later, Su Changge withdrew his fingers, and Lu Qianyan sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing her practice of the sword techniques. After completing a cycle of the Ling-Long sword techniques, she thrust her fingers outward like a sword. Bang! Bang! 2 streams of sword chi shot forth, leaving shallow marks on the reinforced floor. I can wield celestial techniques now. Lu Qianyan gazed at her hands in disbelief, her expression radiant with joy. It appears she had already encountered spiritual energy, though she was unaware of it. Su Changge mused, his smile broadening. Thank you, my prince, for your enlightening grace. Lu Qianyan knelt once more, her face aglow with gratitude. No need for excessive formalities. Remain here and cultivate diligently. When the time is right, I shall ensure your departure. Yes, Lu Qianyan replied joyfully, resuming her seated position to practice the sword techniques. 3 days later, bang, bang, bang. Lu Qianyan danced gracefully within the vast cold palace hall, her movements agile and fluid. As she swung her sword, streams of sword chi cleaved through the air, etching shallow lines onto the ground. Whether due to her status as the child of destiny or her battlefield experience, her mastery of the sword techniques progressed rapidly. At her current strength, she could likely face 100 foes without difficulty. Su Changge observed Lu Qianyan's swordplay, clicking his tongue in admiration. To leave marks on the cold palace floor suggests she could cleave through boulders with a single strike. Once Lu Qianyan finished her practice, she was glistening with perspiration. Clad in the white robe gifted by Su Changge, she resembled a celestial maiden dancing with a sword. My prince, my strength has further improved. Lu Qianyan approached Su Changge, her face beaming with delight. Indeed, well done. Su Changge nodded approvingly. Lu Qianyan's current prowess likely equated to the first layer of the qi refinement stage. Qianyan, after tonight, I shall send you back. Su Changge sensed that the system would soon facilitate Lu Qianyan's departure. As a child of the military, Lu Qianyan did not express reluctance as Yu Chen had, but instead resolutely knelt and bowed thrice to Su Changge. The prince's great kindness shall never be forgotten. Upon my return, I will seize military authority with utmost haste to rescue you. Su Changge shook his head. I have stated that the primary duty of the soldiers in the northern frontier is to guard the borders and protect the citizens of the dynasty. Furthermore, one who excels above others attracts the winds of envy. You must exercise caution upon your return to avoid calamity. Take this sword. It will aid you in better executing your sword techniques. Su Changge presented the Taiye sword, a reward he had received just 3 days prior. Although the Taiye sword is a divine spirit sword, it pales in comparison to the national spirit sword, making it perfectly suited as a gift for the child of destiny. Lu Qianyan accepted the sword solemnly, feeling its remarkable resonance, her expression touched. After gifting the sword, Su Changge also bestowed upon Lu Qianyan various medicinal pills, such as healing elixirs and miraculous recovery potions. leaving her profoundly moved. The following day, upon waking, Su Changge found that Lu Qianyan had already been sent away by the system. He continued to draw his sword within the cold palace. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. As summer faded into winter, on a crisp morning, the door of the cold palace creaked open. An aged, portly eunuch entered, bearing a meal. "My prince, your royal feast has arrived," the eunuch stated monotonously, setting down the food before turning to leave. For the past 20 years, this eunuch had delivered a meal every 7 days. To avoid raising the emperor's suspicions, Su Changge would consume the entire meal. He approached the cold palace entrance to retrieve the food, but upon lifting his chopsticks, he noticed something peculiar within the bowl. Su Changge pushed aside the food, revealing a piece of paper nestled within the bowl. 006 The Emperor's Heartlessness, Poison Wine Bestowed. A note hidden in the bowl? Quite intriguing. A smile played upon Su Changge's lips, such a plot he had only witnessed on television. Setting aside his meal, he unfurled the note. The paper was densely filled with exquisite, tiny characters. "My lord, it has been half a year since our parting. During this time, I have diligently remembered your teachings, practiced swordsmanship earnestly, and acted with discretion. I have achieved modest success and acquired military authority." This was a letter from Lu Qianyan. Su Changge continued reading. "I apologize for my impulsiveness in writing. There is urgent news to convey. Half a year ago, the reclusive emperor began to impose harsh taxes, exploiting the populace under the pretense of using the nation's strength to aid his ascetic practices. In just 6 months, the treasury has been depleted, and the common people suffer immensely. Now, he demands the sacrifice of 999 young boys and girls to enhance his power. In the court, ministers dare not voice their anger. In the streets, the people wail in despair. Moreover, according to reports from our spies in the northern frontier, your rival, General Qiu Rulong of the Tianxiang dynasty, has gained extraordinary strength and is poised to return from his ascetic retreat, soon leading his army to attack our great Yin dynasty's northern frontier. Our great Yin faces internal strife and external threats, trembling on the brink of chaos. The soldiers of the northern frontier have unanimously decided to rise in rebellion. On the day the emperor demands the sacrifice of the young, we shall march into the capital, force the emperor to abdicate, and support you as the new emperor." The letter concluded here, brief in length, yet vast in significance. After reading, Su Changge felt a slight ache in his head. Forcing the emperor to abdicate and supporting him as emperor? While he understood the desire to rebel against the tyrannical emperor, why should they support him for the throne? It had been 20 years since he left the northern frontier. Su Changge comprehended Lu Qianyan's reasoning. In these times, rebellion demands a legitimate cause. Although Lu Qianyan and the others had contributed to border defense, a rebellion must be spearheaded by someone of royal blood. Should the current emperor be compelled to abdicate, it would indeed be difficult for him to evade the throne. Nevertheless, whether to confront the emperor or not, he would face whatever came. After all, he was not leaving the cold palace anytime soon. He would address matters when the time arose. More than the emperor's abdication, he was curious about the emperor's cultivation progress. What fortuitous event had the emperor encountered? Exploiting the people's wealth was understandable, perhaps for alchemical purposes. But what was the rationale behind the sacrifice of young boys and girls? Had he truly gone mad? As for whether the emperor's cultivation could surpass his own, that was utterly impossible. Currently, spiritual energy was only undergoing a minor revival. Could the emperor, no matter his fortune, compare to him, a mere pretender? Shaking his head, Su Changge dismissed these thoughts and resumed his daily sword practice. Half a month later, clang, clang, clang. After drawing his sword 1,000 times, he sheathed it and closed his eyes to check the panel. Host, Su Changge. Cultivation, 9th layer of Qi refinement. Sword, National Protector Spirit Sword. Swordsmanship progress. Great accomplishment in sword cultivation. Total sword draws, 7, 855. 000. Please continue to draw your sword diligently, to become even stronger. Half a year had passed, yet he remained at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The foundation establishment pill still lay within his Qinkuan bag. He had deemed the timing not right for consumption, but recently Su Changge felt the opportunity was at hand, with a breakthrough imminent in the coming days. As noon approached, he initially drew his sword 1,000 times slowly throughout the day. However, as the rewards from the system increased and he learned more, he concentrated sword draws in the morning, reserving afternoons for other forms of cultivation. At that moment, the National Protector Spirit Sword flew from its sheath, hovering before him. "Master, is it time for us to practice separately?" 20 years had passed, and the sword spirit had matured into a youthful being of 15 or 16. Its mention of separate practices referred to Su Changge training in other techniques while it trained in sword techniques to strengthen its spiritual form. Indeed, a smile of camaraderie graced Su Changge's face. Having spent 2 decades together, he regarded the sword spirit as a friend. However, before the sword spirit could joyfully embark on its training, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cold palace. The palace was reinforcing its defenses again. Su Changge, unfazed, noted that shortly after Lu Qianyan had informed him about the northern frontier soldiers' impending rebellion, the emperor seemed to have received the news and intensified palace patrols. Wait. The footsteps were approaching this way. Su Changge's ears perked, his brow furrowing as he swiftly recalled the national protector spirit sword. Moments later, bang! The palace doors were violently thrust open. A group of imperial guards stormed into the cold palace, their expressions stern, clearly harboring ill intentions. Who are you to dare intrude upon the purple cloud palace? Su Changge frowned, reprimanding fiercely. Humph. I am Wu Jingqi, the head of the imperial guard. Here on imperial orders. Wu Jingqi's face was filled with arrogance. Where is eunuch Chao? Hurry and summon him to read the imperial decree. After Wu Jingqi's command, an elderly eunuch stepped forward from the imperial guards. Eunuch Chao. Su Changge's gaze sharpened. Although the eunuch was aged, he instantly recognized him as the one who had proclaimed the decree to strip him of his title and cast him into the cold palace. Eunuch Chao's eyes gleamed with sharpness, laced with derision and disdain. Standing before the imperial guards, he unfurled the decree and read it in a thin, cutting voice. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, upon investigation, it has been determined that the former prince of Beiyuan, Su Changge, conspired with rebel factions, intending treason, and deserves execution. I, being of the same mother, shall spare him from the gruesome punishment of being torn apart by horses, granting instead a cup of poisoned wine. Thus it is decreed. Upon finishing, eunuch Chao gestured for a young eunuch to step forward, presenting a cup of poison on a tray. Poisoned wine bestowed for death. It was the harsh winter, the coldest time of the year. Su Changge stood motionless, expressionless, yet his heart was colder than the ice and snow. This decree unleashed all the pent-up negative emotions lingering within the remnants of the Prince of Beiyuan. Hatred, resentment, heartache, and profound disappointment. Once, the Prince of Beiyuan had distanced himself from the capital to avoid bloodshed among brothers vying for the throne, dedicating over a decade to guarding the northern frontier, laying down sweat and blood for the prosperity of the great Yin dynasty. Yet, merely out of the emperor's suspicion, he was stripped of his title and confined in this cold palace for 23 years. A meal every 7 days, never to see another soul. The original Prince of Beiyuan had long perished 20 years ago. Had it not been for the sustaining pill, he would have succumbed to starvation here long ago. Now, the emperor had even decreed his execution. It is said that emperors are heartless, yet the current sovereign's blood runs colder than that of a venomous snake. Su Changge, what are you waiting for? Why not kneel and express your gratitude for the imperial mercy? Eunuch Chao's voice rose, sharp as a goat's bleat, carrying an air of undeniable authority. In his eyes, Su Changge was merely a starving warrior after 23 years. Behind him stood 100 well-trained imperial guards. What was there to fear from this old man? If Su Changge refused to drink, they would force him. In a fit of rage, Su Changge laughed mockingly, waving his sleeve as he retorted, "Ah, what splendid imperial mercy! This poison wine is better suited for the emperor himself. You audacious fool, dare to insult the emperor's face. Seize him." Eunuch Chao's brow arched as he barked the command. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a metallic clang resounded. A flash of cold light cutting through the air. The next sound was a thud. A head rolled to the ground. The palace trembles. Foundation breaking. The head of Eunuch Chao rolls across the ground, his eyes wide open as he gazes upward at his decapitated body, blood gushing from his neck. In the fleeting moments of life slipping away, disbelief fills his eyes as he looks at Su Changge. Even in death, he cannot comprehend how, after 23 years, this man who eats but once every 7 days could so effortlessly claim his head in the blink of an eye. He didn't even see Su Changge draw his sword. Silence envelopes the Beiyun Palace. Then, a cacophony erupts as hundreds of imperial guards cry out in outrage. Su Changge, what audacity you possess! How dare you commit murder before this commander? Do you truly believe you are still the Northern Abyss King of 23 years ago? The expression of Commander Wu Jingqi transforms into one of horror. He never anticipated that this old man, who dined only once every 7 days, would dare to slay before him. Absurd. Imperial guards, heed my command. Su Changge defied the imperial edict by publicly beheading Eunuch Chao. Such a crime is unforgivable. He must be executed on the spot. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with titles and nobility. Wu Jingxi roars, a murderous intent radiating from him. Having held the position of commander for many years, no one had ever dared to oppose him, let alone commit such an act of violence in his presence. If this incident were to spread, how could he maintain his authority? Only by severing Su Changge's head at this moment could he restore his reputation. Clang. Wu Jingxi unsheathes his sword, and the elite imperial guards swarm into the cold palace, surrounding Su Changge. Clang, clang, clang. A chilling symphony of swords being drawn echoes as all the imperial guards fixate on Su Changge's head, eyes gleaming with desire. To take Su Changge's head would mean ascending to greatness. Kill. Wu Jingxi bellows, and the 100 imperial guards spring into action. A multitude of blades descends upon Su Changge. The cold light flashes, a scene both haunting and chilling. Wu Jingxi's gaze turns feral. With the combined force of the imperial guards, even the greatest martial artist would retreat. Surely dealing with a mere abandoned prince would be effortless? Yet, alas, Su Changge has long surpassed the realm of lowly martial prowess. Foolishness. Su Changge merely snorts, standing with hands clasped behind his back, making no move. However, Wu Jingxi witnesses the most ghostly scene of his life. The sword at Su Changge's waist unsheathes itself, transforming into a streak of light that darts towards the imperial guards. In an instant, the sword returns to its sheath, as if nothing had happened. Yet the movements of the 100 imperial guards come to an abrupt halt. Wu Jingxi feels a chill at his neck. In his line of sight, he sees a crimson line appear across the throats of the 100 imperial guards. The next moment, to his astonishment, he realizes his vision is plummeting, and though his body remains poised to strike, his head is already gone, blood gushing from his neck. Not only him, but all the imperial guards share the same fate. How is this possible? Wu Jingxi's eyes widen in disbelief. He cannot fathom this power. Thud, thud. Over 100 heads fall to the ground like juju pits. The corpses follow suit, collapsing to the ground as blood spills forth, staining the earth. Clatter. The cup of poison in the young eunuch's hand drops. Terrified, he slumps to the ground, unable to move. Murder! Murder! He is killed! He screams. Yellow liquid seeping from his trousers as he scrambles to escape. Su Changge does not pursue him but coldly commands, "Return and inform the emperor to prepare his neck. This king shall inevitably claim his head." With that, he waves his sleeve, a surge of spiritual energy sweeping out, casting the corpses and heads outside. The blood also drawn away. Boom. The palace doors close. Su Changge steadies his emotions, caressing the hilt of his sword as one might stroke a child's head. At this moment, the system's notification chimes belatedly. Ding. Host has drawn their sword and killed for the first time, achieving a new milestone, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, Host, for acquiring 500 years of cultivation. This will be automatically granted upon breaking through the foundation establishment stage. 500 years of cultivation. An unexpected delight, indeed. Su Changge's mood lifts slightly upon receiving this surprise. He then returns to his bed and sits cross-legged, beginning to study the methods of divine powers. News of Su Changge's slaughter of the 100 imperial guards spreads swiftly throughout the palace. An uproar ensues. The Northern Abyss King has unleashed a massacre. The battlefield deity has returned. The Beiyun Palace has ultimately failed to contain the Northern Abyss King for a lifetime. 100 elite imperial guards have perished at his hands. It's over. If he seeks revenge, who can stop him? A wave of panic spreads throughout the palace. The older concubines and eunuchs are paralyzed with fear. They have witnessed the Northern Abyss King at the height of his power and understand his terror. Moreover, Su Changge has just slain 100 imperial guards. Only the finest warriors are selected for the imperial guards. To kill 100, after 23 years. The Northern Abyss King's might remains fearsome. In the study, the young eunuch who bore the news has become a cold corpse. The emperor sits upon the golden throne, his expression grave. According to the eunuch's report, Su Changge remained motionless, drawing his spiritual sword and instantly slaying 100 imperial guards. Such a display of power is exceedingly mysterious. It exceeds his current comprehension. He has dedicated more than a decade to cultivation, and in the past 6 months, he has exerted the full strength of the nation to enhance his practice. Yet he can barely conjure a blade of sword energy. He is leagues away from the realm described by the young eunuch. However, this eunuch possesses little insight. Perhaps he was simply terrified and concocted the scene in his mind. I am the sovereign of a nation, a true dragon among men, bearing the fortune of the realm and enjoying the richest resources in the world. Though the Northern Abyss King is valiant, He has languished in the cold palace for 23 years, devoid of any resources, even reduced to a meal every 7 days. How could he possess such divine might? The more the emperor contemplates, the more rational it seems. The immediate priority is to offer young boys and girls as sacrifices to elevate his cultivation to the next level. At that point, he shall personally meet his younger brother. With that, the emperor's gaze falls upon a tome before him. This is a compilation of insights he has gathered over the years while suppressing those who disturb the realm with mysterious powers, compelling them to disclose their own enlightenment on cultivation. The offering of young boys and girls as sacrifices is merely one of the conjectures from a certain Taoist. Since Su Changge's execution of 100 imperial guards, no one in the palace dares to approach the Beiyun Palace. The emperor has issued no orders, and the remaining thousands of imperial guards lie in wait, vigilantly monitoring the Beiyun Palace day and night. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, Su Changge bathes, burns incense, changes attire, and sits gracefully upon a mat. He retrieves a foundation establishment pill from his sleeve. The moment to break through the foundation establishment stage has come. On the other side, in front of the golden throne hall, a pure gold altar rises. This altar must have cost an immeasurable amount of resources. Upon it, 999 pairs of young boys and girls wail in despair. Outside the capital, Lu Qianyin and the northern border warriors lead 5,000 elite troops in a swift advance. Before the palace, 3,000 imperial guards and 8,000 city soldiers stand poised for battle. In such a scenario, the emperor, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with gold, ascends the altar amidst the resounding drumbeats. Let the ritual commence. With the emperor's decree, hundreds of executioners raise their blades, striking down upon nearly 2,000 wailing children. In the year 008, a fierce battle erupted in the capital as Lu Qianyin led 5,000 elite troops from the northern frontier, alongside 3,000 imperial guards and 8,000 city defenders, into combat. With a sword in hand, Lu Qianyin single-handedly felled over 1,000 enemy soldiers. The elite troops from the north surged like a tempest, overcoming numerical disadvantage, and routed the palace's 10,000 defenders, forcing them into a hasty retreat. 2 hours later, Lu Qianyin and the remaining commanders led the surviving elite troops into the palace, advancing relentlessly to the Golden Throne Hall. However, upon arrival, they were met with a horrific scene. The altar before the hall was awash in blood, and 2,000 children lay dismembered. The emperor was nowhere to be found. Panic set in as Lu Qianyin's expression darkened. That wretched emperor. How could he butcher so many innocent children? He is even more despicable than a beast. General Lu Songrong seethed with fury. Where is that old fool? Where has he gone? Lu Qianyin captured a nearby executioner, demanding answers about the emperor's whereabouts. The emperor has gone to the Beiyun Palace, the trembling executioner stammered. He said he would personally behead the leader of the rebel forces to set an example. This is bad. The dog emperor is heading for the prince. Father, we must hurry to stop him. Without hesitation, the father and daughter galloped towards the Beiyun Palace, the elite troops from the north in close pursuit. At the Beiyun Palace, the emperor, brimming with confidence, leaped 10 feet into the air. The Taoist had not deceived him. The sacrifice of children had indeed elevated his cultivation. Now, he could even manipulate a sword from a distance. The emperor has arrived, he proclaimed, soaring effortlessly beyond the realm of mere mortals. I once feared that the emperor's retreat into seclusion was due to malicious persuasion, but it seems he has truly transcended. The imperial guards, hidden around the palace, were astonished. The emperor stood before the cold palace door, radiating an imposing presence that commanded respect, even without raising his voice. My dear brother, after 23 years apart, I finally see you again. The emperor's laughter echoed, his face a mask of pride and arrogance. 23 years ago, newly ascended to the throne, he had feared Su Changge's formidable military prowess and had devised a plan to lure him to the capital, imprisoning him in the cold palace. But for the past 23 years, he had lived in constant anxiety, fearing Su Changge and the 100,000 soldiers from the north would conspire against him. Now, with his powers fully realized, he was confident he could easily sever Su Changge's head from his shoulders. Thus, he had come to resolve the lingering dread that had plagued him for over 2 decades. Despicable emperor, do not disturb the prince's meditation. A voice rang out as Lu Qianyin rode forward. The imperial guards surged to the front, blocking the entrance to the Beiyun Palace. With the emperor present, their fear of Su Changge dissipated. My brother, why do you not come forth to greet me? The emperor disregarded Lu Qianyin's words, drawing the imperial sword from his side, crashing it against the cold palace door. With a thunderous crash, the door was forced open, and the emperor's gaze fixated on the interior. eager to witness the disheveled state of Su Changge, who had been confined for 23 years. However, his expression froze in shock. The guards instinctively turned to look inside, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. In the cold palace, a figure clad in white sat cross-legged, exuding an otherworldly aura, appearing as if he belonged to a realm beyond this one. The frigid surroundings seemed to transform into a celestial paradise in his presence. The emperor's face darkened as he sensed an invisible pressure emanating from Su Changge, akin to a crushing weight. At that moment, Su Changge was solidifying his foundation. The potent essence of the foundation building elixir had been fully absorbed, and his dantian began to expand into a vast sea of energy. As the emperor pushed the palace door open, his energy successfully coalesced. A wave of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, bursting out of the palace. The imperial guards were caught in its wake, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Surrounding Su Changge was an ethereal aura, rendering him almost otherworldly. Disconnected from the mundane realm. Brother, after 23 years, you finally come to see me, Su Changge rose, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall. His voice resonating like celestial music, ethereal and haunting. Upon sighting the emperor, his pent-up rage erupted. The late king of Beiyuan had left behind 2 vows: to guard the northern frontier and to avenge the innocent. Now, with the tyrant before him, the time for vengeance had arrived. Enough of your theatrics. The emperor's face twisted with malice, his inner trepidation morphing into wrath. I have cultivated with the strength of the entire nation. How could I possibly fall short of you? He shouted, commanding the imperial sword to strike at Su Changge. The imperial sword gleamed ominously, its sharp light instilling fear in the hearts of the imperial guards. What a formidable sword! The weapon surged forward, propelled by the emperor's full might. Yet, Su Changge merely flicked his finger. A beam of sword light shot forth, colliding with the imperial sword. Clang! The imperial sword froze mid-air, vibrating fiercely. The next moment, crack! The imperial sword shattered, fragments scattering across the ground. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed among the imperial guards. How is this possible? The emperor's pupils constricted, retreating several steps in horror. His face pale as if he had seen a ghost. You have harmed your brother and oppressed the common people, consumed by your obsession with cultivation while neglecting state affairs. You have sacrificed 999 innocent children for your pursuits. Su Changge, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Su Changge's voice thundered, each word a declaration of the emperor's transgressions. The emperor's resolve shattered under the weight of Su Changge's accusations, and he crumpled to the ground, pallid as death. Die. Su Changge formed his fingers into a sword, making a swift motion. In an instant, a razor-sharp beam of sword light flickered, and the emperor's expression froze. A line of blood appearing on his neck. The next moment, thud, his head rolled away. The heavy sound echoing the conclusion of Su Changge's tyrannical reign over the past 23 years. Outside the palace, hundreds of imperial guards stood in stunned silence, their scalps tingling. The scene before them transcended their understanding. Killing from a distance was as effortless as dispatching a chicken. At this moment, Lu Qianyan arrived. The elite troops from the north following closely behind, capturing the demoralized imperial guards. Upon seeing the emperor's lifeless body at the palace entrance, Lu Qianyan's heart raced. My lord, I have arrived too late. Please forgive me. Lu Qianyan knelt before Su Changge. General Lu Songrong arrived shortly after, entering the cold palace and collapsing to his knees upon seeing Su Changge. I, Lu Songrong, pay my respects to my lord. After 23 years, I finally see you again. Tears streamed down his face, a lifetime of military service laid bare. Rise, Su Changge gently lifted them with an unseen force. Now that the tyrant is dead, you must swiftly elect a new ruler. I recall that before the late emperor's passing, he had a younger brother, 20 years my junior. You may test this boy's character. If he is suitable, then crown him as emperor. My lord, are you not considering taking the throne? They questioned in disbelief. Only you are truly worthy of this imperial seat. 23 years ago, it should have been you sitting upon the dragon throne. Lu Songrong and his daughter were taken aback. My decision is made. There is no need for further discussion. You may take your leave. Su Changge was reluctant to entangle herself in this matter. With a swift gesture of her sleeve, she channeled her spiritual energy to expel the 2 individuals from the palace, simultaneously casting the emperor's lifeless body outside as well. With a resounding thud, Su Changge closed the palace gates. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in her ears. Ding! The tyrant has been vanquished. Congratulations to the host for achieving a new milestone, triggering a special reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 years of cultivation. a spirit elixir for forming the golden core. 009 sword energy stretches across 90,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 states. As the system's prompt echoes, a colossal force surges into Su Changge's Dantian. The reward for his inaugural kill, 500 years of cultivation, along with an additional 1,000 years just acquired, are bestowed upon him by the system. This 1,500 years of cultivation envelopes Su Changge like an ocean, necessitating time for him to assimilate such immense power. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongrong remains to oversee the situation, selecting a new heir from among the royal relatives. Lu Qianyan, without a moment to spare, hastens back to the northern frontier. The generals of the Tianxiang dynasty approach with a fierce momentum, and she must return swiftly to guard the nation's gates. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. An unusual stir arises from the cold palace as a formidable aura sweeps forth. Su Changge finally refines the essence of 1,500 years of cultivation. Host, Su Changge. Cultivation, great perfection of foundation establishment. Weapon, national spirit sword, Sword Dao journey. Enlightened sword cultivation, total sword draws, 7, 856. 300. Please draw your sword actively to become stronger. This immense power propels his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Su Changge retrieves a brilliant golden elixir, a reward from the system, known to assist him in breaking through to the golden core stage. He consumes it, and the vast medicinal energy spreads throughout his body as he sits cross-legged, seeking unity and striving for the golden core stage. This seclusion lasts another month. During this period, the Dayan dynasty remains tumultuous. Lu Tsongrong has just supported Su Changge's youngest brother to ascend the throne, and the dynasty is in dire need of revitalization. Concurrently, the situation at the northern frontier grows precarious. General Qiu Rulong of the Tianxiang dynasty leads an aggressive advance with 200,000 iron cavalry. Having benefited from the revival of spiritual energy through 2 decades of diligent practice, Qiu Rulong's cultivation has become formidable, surpassing Lu Qianyan. Fortunately, the geographical advantage of the northern frontier city makes it defensible against the Tianxiang army for the time being. However, scouts report that Qiu Rulong will soon lead his vast forces in a fierce assault on northern frontier city. The city's commanders are filled with trepidation, for it will be difficult to withstand Qiu Rulong's relentless onslaught. Should the city fall, the Tianxiang army could sweep unhindered into the Dayan dynasty, leading to unimaginable devastation. After a month, Su Changge has finally digested the vast potency of the golden core elixir. Within his Dantian, a resplendent golden core begins to take shape. As it solidifies, he feels a slight resistance stemming from the lingering obsession of the Northern Abyss King. Although this obsession cannot prevent Su Changge from forming the golden core, it remains a ticking time bomb that may evolve into a heart demon, obstructing his path of cultivation. Eradicating this obsession is imperative. Su Changge begins to recollect the memories tied to the Northern Abyss King's fixation. The scene rewinds to 33 years prior, when the Northern Abyss King, then merely a princely figure, ventured to the northern frontier. At that time, he held no reverence for the battlefield or the sanctity of life. On that fateful day, he accompanied the northern frontier's general to confront the enemy, where he encountered his greatest nemesis, Qiu Rulong. Through the memories, Su Changge sees the man, muscles bulging, a towering physique, and eyes exuding cold malice. Merely observing from afar, the Northern Abyss King feels as though a mountain has pressed down upon him, rendering him breathless. Who is this Na'vi boy daring to face this general, unaware of the peril? In the memory, Qiu Rulong laughs cruelly, charging toward them with blade drawn. That battle ended in a devastating defeat. The inexperienced Northern Abyss King fled back to the city in utter disgrace, while Qiu Rulong became a haunting nightmare for him. The following year, during a defensive campaign, the general led his troops into battle. The situation was perilous. "You young brat, I shall slay you first." A heavy blade swung toward him, instilling fear in the Northern Abyss King, who forgot to escape. However, the general intercepted the blow, but in doing so, he was struck down by the enemy commander. "My lord, the battlefield is ruthless. Among our 100,000 soldiers in the northern frontier, none wish for death. Yet none fear it. Behind us are the people of the Dayan dynasty, the beauty of our homeland. My lord, I shall take my leave first. This northern frontier city is entrusted to you." In the command tent, the general, having repelled the enemy, lay in the arms of the Northern Abyss King, reluctant to depart from this life. Anger, sorrow, regret, and murderous intent flooded Su Changge's heart. From that moment on, the Northern Abyss King vowed to slay Qiu Rulong. dedicating himself to rigorous training. From troop deployment to weapon mastery, he rapidly evolved. 3 years later, when the Northern Abyss King next faced Qiu Rulong, he possessed the strength to fight back. 5 years later, he could stand toe-to-toe with Qiu Rulong. Under his leadership, the soldiers of the northern frontier triumphed, repelling countless enemy incursions. Qiu Rulong, too, regarded the Northern Abyss King as his lifelong rival, and they clashed repeatedly, each striving to vanquish the other. Alas, the Northern Abyss King had yet to avenge the general before he was cast into the cold palace. The memory halts here. A transformation occurs within Su Changge. After the formation of the Golden Core, a sword-like embryo coalesces within his dantian. The system's prompt sounds once more. Ding! The host's Golden Core has been formed, integrating the Divine Sword Body, Divine Sword Heart, Divine Sword Embryo, and Divine Sword Dao. This is the reward I obtained previously. No wonder I couldn't sense them. They could not merge until the Golden Core was formed. Su Changge closes his eyes, immersing himself in the fusion. 3 days later, the embryonic sword in his dantian completes its formation. The Divine Sword Heart, Divine Sword Embryo, Divine Sword Body, and Divine Sword Dao have all fused. Ding! The host has attained the innate Dao Sword Body. Special reward activated. Congratulations, host, for entering the realm of unity with heaven and man. Boom! As the system's voice fades, Su Changge's mind erupts. He feels his consciousness detach from his physical form, soaring into the heavens, merging with the Dao. In this moment, he enters an incomparably profound state. He gazes down upon the earth, capable of traversing to any location with a mere thought. Why not take a look at the northern frontier? With a thought, he shifts his perspective. In an instant, Su Changge finds himself at the northern frontier, witnessing the fierce battlefield unfolding before him. Outside Northern Frontier City, the 200,000 soldiers advance with ferocity. Inside, the defenders stand resolutely prepared to sacrifice their lives. Su Changge spots 2 familiar figures, Lu Qianyan, poised atop the city walls, and Qiu Rulong, leading the massive army. 20 years ago, the Northern Frontier had the Northern Abyss King standing against me. Alas, the Emperor of your Dayan dynasty, filled with suspicion, cast him into the cold palace. Now, after 2 decades of focused training, who in this northern frontier city can contend with me? Qiu Rulong's manic laughter echoes, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent and formidable power, as his 200,000 soldiers rally behind him. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, Su Changge easily sees through Qiu Rulong's strength. Such cultivation may not concern him, but it poses a significant threat to Lu Qianyan, who, having practiced for a short time, is currently only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The fate of Northern Frontier City hangs by a thread. The moment of unity between heaven and man was fleeting. Su Changge felt a fleeting vision before his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he became as sharp as a drawn sword. The opportunity to sever the last vestige of the Northern Abyss King's obsession had arrived. Rising to his feet, Su Changge opened the palace door and gazed toward the north. Northern Abyss King, today I shall aid you in fulfilling your long-cherished wish. May you rest peacefully beneath the springs. As his words fell, the Northern Abyss King's lingering spirit seemed to awaken, guarding the frontier, vanquishing enemy generals. Let the might of our great Yin kingdom be known. Su Changge felt the Northern Abyss King's fervent battle spirit and indomitable ambition. Excellent. With boundless enthusiasm, a powerful sword aura surged from Su Changge, causing his robes to billow without the slightest breeze. He unsheathed the national spirit sword and directed a strike toward the north. In an instant, the sword aura erupted forth, cascading like a mighty river. The clouds in the sky shifted dramatically. The sword aura soared like a rainbow, vast and resounding. This strike spanned across mountains and rivers for 90,000 miles, heading straight for the northern frontier. A single sword strikes down 13,000 foes. The divine general's might still resonates today. The sword's aura surges, sweeping across the mountains and rivers. The astonishing sword energy captivates countless gazes. Within the Imperial Palace, the reformed Imperial Guard, upon witnessing the sword energy in the sky, stands on end, their hair bristling, a chill running down their spines. The new emperor, along with his court of civil and military officials, rushes out of the Golden Luan Hall, trembling under the might of the sword energy. Is this the sword energy? The aura emanating from the direction of Beiyun Palace belongs to the prince. A clamor erupts within the palace. The ministers, shivering in fear, had previously thought the rumors of Su Changge's lethal sword were mere fabrications. Today, witnessing such formidable sword energy, They realize they have been but frogs at the bottom of a well. This strike is aimed at the northern frontier. The prince, imprisoned in the cold palace for 23 years, still holds the fate of our great Yin Empire in his heart. The Minister of War weeps profusely, suddenly kneeling towards Beiyun Palace, bowing deeply. In the fields, farmers pause their toil, gazing skyward. They see the clouds shifting, a river of light streaking across the heavens. Mother, I see a shooting star. A child innocently tugs at his mother's sleeve, pointing at the sword light above. Child, this is a divine omen. Quickly kneel. Countless commoners, awed by the aura of the sword energy, kneel in reverence. In the northern frontier, the army of the Tianxiang dynasty advances with great ferocity. All soldiers resolute in facing death. Lu Qianyan stands atop the city walls, wielding the Tai's sword, a woman who does not yield to men. My lord, today I fear I shall spill blood on the northern frontier and disappoint your expectations, Lu Qianyan declares with determination. As the commander of the northern city, she swears to keep the enemy at bay. Just then, a thunderous roar emanates from behind. Lu Qianyan and her 100,000 soldiers turn to behold the sky twisting. Split in two. In the rift, a vast ocean-like flow of light appears. The Tai sword hums. Lu Qianyan's heart leaps with joy. It's the prince's sword energy. The prince has come to save us. The prince's sword energy? Lu Songrong is momentarily stunned, then his face quivers with tears. The prince has come to rescue us. After 23 years, he remains the divine general guarding our nation's gates. The news spreads, and the 100,000 soldiers learn that this is the sword energy wielded by Su Changge. An uproar ensues within the army. The prince? Is he the legendary god of war, King Beiyuan of the Yin dynasty? King Beiyuan has taken action. What terrifying sword energy! Such divine prowess from the prince. Though 23 years have passed, the soldiers of the northern frontier have changed many times, yet the legend of King Beiyuan endures among them. Today, they finally witness the might of King Beiyuan, trembling with excitement. Some veteran generals, who fought during King Beiyuan's era, weep uncontrollably. 23 years ago, it was King Beiyuan who protected them. 23 years later, he still does. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy rushes forth. The valiant Xiao Rulong prepares to order an assault on the city. However, his pupils constrict as he sees the incoming sword energy from afar. Before he can react, a resounding boom. The sword energy crashes like a flood, instantly engulfing the army of the Tianxiang dynasty. Viewed from the northern city, the once mighty 200,000 soldiers of the Tianxiang dynasty fall like cut wheat. As the sword energy dissipates, more than half of the soldiers are wiped out. Warriors of the northern frontier, heed my command. Follow your commander to pursue the will of King Beiyuan and slay the enemy. Kill. Lu Qianyan raises her sword, calling out. And the morale within the northern city surges. Arms are gathered, and they annihilate the remnants of the Tianxiang army. On this day, Su Changge, from the capital, sends forth a sword across 9,000 miles, slaying 13,000 foes. In the cold palace, Su Changge sheaths his sword. Xiao Rulong lies dead, and the last vestige of King Beiyuan's will dissipates. At that moment, a system notification chimes. Ding. Host has severed all worldly ties. The system will now reveal hidden sword drawing locations to assist the host in transcending the mortal realm and focus on drawing the sword to grow stronger. As the sound fades, Su Changge feels the cold palace tremble. Where is this taking me? Su Changge is astonished, having not anticipated such a maneuver from the system. Meanwhile, outside the cold palace, the current emperor and his officials hurry to express their gratitude for Su Changge's defense against the enemy. But before they can approach, the entire cold palace lifts from the ground, transforming into a stream of light that soars into the distant sky, vanishing from sight. Thud, thud. The officials, wide-eyed, kneel and exclaim. King Beiyuan has ascended to the heavens. In the mountains, time stands still, winter's end unperceived. Su Changge, unaware of the cold palace's new location, knows only that he has spent another 80 years in this desolate place. All told, he has drawn his sword in this cold palace for 104 years. Master, do you prefer the girl version of me, the boy version, or the cold version? 3 identical ethereal swords hover before Su Changge. These are the national spirit swords. Su Changge had acquired the method of transforming into 3 entities long ago and casually passed it to the sword spirit. After mastering this technique, the sword spirit became 3 swords, each with a distinct personality. One is a girl, another a boy, and the last is cold and aloof. When the sword spirit grows bored, it transforms into the 3 swords, frolicking and bringing some joy to the lonely Su Changge. I like them all. All right. You three go play, just don't interrupt my cultivation, Su Changge responds with a smile. The three spirit swords, satisfied with his response, skip off to play. Host, Su Changge. Cultivation level, peak golden core. Equipped sword, national spirit sword, sword path progress. Golden core sword cultivation, total sword draws, 37,999. 000, please draw your sword actively to become stronger. 80 years have passed, and during this time, although he has gained centennial cultivation multiple times, he has yet to break through the golden core stage. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Hundreds of years of cultivation are hardly significant. Once one reaches the realm beyond the golden core, even a millennium of cultivation may seem trivial. However, Su Changge senses that he is nearing the golden core breakthrough. Speaking of which, I haven't guided a fated child in many years. Is it that there are no fated children outside, or have I simply failed to trigger it? Su Changge is quite eager to guide a fated child. Not only would it allow him to converse with a living soul, but it would also provide insights into the outside world. Has spiritual energy revived in the past century? Has the low martial world transformed into a high martial realm? Have any formidable figures emerged in the world? Su Changge shakes his head, dispelling his curiosity, and raises his hand to summon the national spirit sword. Commencing today's sword drawing. Noon. Clang, clang, clang. As he concludes today's 1000 sword draws, Su Changge sheathes his sword. And the system notification sounds once more. Ding. Host has drawn the sword a total of 38 million times. Special reward triggered. Congratulations. Host has acquired profound meaning of the great vehicle Buddhism. As the voice fades, an immense understanding floods into Su Changge's mind. Moments later, a look of enlightenment crosses his eyes. He comprehends the profound meaning of the great vehicle Buddhism entirely. Yet, why would the system reward me with the great vehicle Buddhism? Su Changge frowns. Before he can ponder further, another system notification chimes. Ding. Host has consecutively drawn the sword for 38,000 days. Special reward triggered. Sword cuts through space, summoning the fated child. Suddenly, Su Changge's eyes brightened. After waiting for decades, he had finally arrived at this moment. Above, it appeared as though a space had been cleaved open by a sharp sword, and a figure descended through the fissure. To Su Changge's astonishment, this time, the child of destiny did not scream. In the next moment, there was a dull thud as the figure landed on the ground. Su Changge gazed at the newcomer, his expression filled with surprise. A female bodhisattva? In the realm of Mahayana Buddhism, the aspiration to liberate all sentient beings is paramount. A female bodhisattva? Su Changge exclaimed in astonishment. Before him stood a figure clad in a pristine white robe, adorned with a lotus crown atop her head, her dark tresses partially veiled by a white scarf. She possessed a fair complexion and striking beauty, her kind eyes radiating compassion, with a touch of vermilion at her brow. Seated gracefully upon a lotus pedestal, her delicate hands were clasped in prayer before her. Such attire could only belong to a bodhisattva. At that moment, the female bodhisattva appeared somewhat perplexed. Her gaze fell upon Su Changge as she inquired, "Why has a fellow cultivator brought a humble monk to this sacred place?" No mistake had been made in recognizing me as a celestial being. Her only emotion was curiosity, and her respectful address indicated she was no ordinary mortal. Could it be that she is indeed a true bodhisattva? Su Changge's mind raced with thoughts, yet he managed to smile and replied, "Dear bodhisattva, please do not misunderstand. I merely divined that we share a karmic connection, which prompted me to invite you here." The bodhisattva, though skeptical, shook her head and humbly explained, "You overestimate me. Dear friend, I am but a mere practitioner of Buddhism, unworthy of the title bodhisattva. Not a bodhisattva, but a cultivator of the Buddhist path," Su Changge realized. As long as one harbors compassion and wholeheartedly seeks the Buddha, what prevents one from claiming the title of bodhisattva? His eloquent speech flowed from the profound insights he had recently gleaned from the essence of Mahayana Buddhism. Upon hearing this, the bodhisattva furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Noticing her reticence, Su Changge ventured to ask, "Might I inquire the name by which you are known?" "I am called Manjushri," she replied succinctly. "Ah, so you are Manjushri Bodhisattva. I am Su Changge," he said, bowing with a smile. "You mentioned earlier that we share a connection?" Manjushri suddenly probed. "Indeed, not only a connection, but a significant one. Without such a bond, we would not have met," he mused inwardly. Manjushri's brows knitted together as she replied, "Dear friend, my practice emphasizes the severance of the afflictions of the three realms and transcending the cycle of birth and death. Such worldly attachments only hinder my path. If I may be so bold, how might one sever the ties with you?" Su Changge found himself at a loss for words. For connection had merely been a casual remark. Yet, her inquiry illuminated the nature of Manjushri's practice. Severing the afflictions of the three realms and transcending the cycle of birth and death, that was indeed the essence of the Hinayana teachings. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The system had rewarded him with the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism and had brought forth a practitioner of Hinayana, perhaps to guide her towards the path of Mahayana. Now that he understood his purpose, the matter became simpler. Why seek to sever worldly ties? Did the Bodhisattva truly adhere to Hinayana? As Su Changge steered the conversation, his words inadvertently displeased Manjushri. If you do not wish to speak, you need not. Why refer to the teachings as Hinayana? She frowned. My apologies, esteemed Bodhisattva. I did not intend to demean. It is simply that your practice aligns more closely with Hinayana rather than Mahayana, Su Changge clarified. Buddhism is Buddhism. The distinction of greater and lesser paths is a misunderstanding on your part. Misunderstanding? I have devoted decades to practice. And while I do not claim to have fully comprehended the teachings, I hold considerable insights. As a practitioner of the way, how could you dispute my understanding? Manjushri retorted, her anger palpable. Who says that a practitioner of the way cannot grasp the essence of Buddhism? If you are unconvinced, I welcome a debate to see whose understanding prevails. Su Changge challenged, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of engaging with her on this profound topic. Since that is the case, I shall gladly engage in this debate, Manjushri declared, dubious of Su Changge's comprehension of the teachings. Su Changge rejoiced inwardly. If Manjushri was willing to listen to his exposition of Mahayana principles, there lay a possibility for her enlightenment. May I inquire, dear Bodhisattva, what is the core interpretation of your teachings? I have already stated, severing the afflictions of the three realms and transcending the cycle of birth and death, she reiterated. Very well. How does one sever the afflictions of the three realms? How does one transcend the cycle of birth and death? By traversing the world, witnessing the sufferings of humanity, and seeing through the ephemeral nature of worldly matters. One can sever the afflictions of the three realms and transcend the cycle of birth and death. Such an observation of human suffering is commendable, Su Changge exclaimed, then snapped his fingers. With a whoosh, a blade of sword energy shot forth from his fingertip, aimed directly at the Bodhisattva's visage. Manjushri's pupils constricted in alarm, her hair standing on end. The sword energy grazed her cheek, severing a lock of hair before crashing into the ground, leaving a long scar. What terrifying sword energy! Manjushri's complexion paled, her heart racing in fear, chilled by the proximity of that lethal force. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if she had traversed the threshold of the Western paradise. It became clear to her that this was a concealed sage of great attainment. As she beheld Su Changge anew, her gaze shifted to one of respect. Dare I ask, if this sword were to strike you, would it cause you pain? He inquired. Not only would it hurt, but I fear it could be fatal, she replied, nodding. Do you comprehend the extent of that pain? Manjushri fell silent. She understood the sword's ferocity, yet had no conception of the actual pain it could inflict. You truly do not know, for you have only witnessed this sword energy without experiencing its strike. Hence, you remain ignorant of the pain it entails, Su Changge affirmed. You speak the truth, Manjushri conceded. Then, if you remain detached from the world, merely observing human suffering without personal experience, how can you know the depth of that suffering? Su Changge's words pierced directly into Manjushri's heart. Her gaze faltered, as if struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, I do not know the true nature of human suffering. How can I perceive the essence of worldly matters? Yet, she hesitated, recalling the teachings of Scripture. Manjushri found herself wavering, beginning to question her beliefs. Thus, I assert that your practice aligns more closely with Hinayana, Su Changge stated. Hinayana. Manjushri's thoughts became chaotic. She looked at Su Changge. Confusion etched upon her face. Pray tell, what is Mahayana Buddhism? Compassionate hearts, liberating all sentient beings. Su Changge replied calmly. Compassionate hearts, liberating all sentient beings? Manjushri echoed thoughtfully. She had heard Su Changge speak of a heart full of compassion upon her arrival, yet she could not fathom the necessity of compassion in the life of a monk. What purpose does compassion serve? If one does not sever worldly attachments and transcend the cycle of birth and death, how can one attain Buddhahood? Manjushri questioned, perplexed. Su Changge shook his head, speaking with serene clarity. Within the hearts of all sentient beings lies the Buddha. All beings have the potential to attain Buddhahood. Boom. Manjushri felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. In that instant, her faith in Hinayana teachings shattered under the weight of Su Changge's words. All sentient beings can attain Buddhahood? She trembled, overwhelmed. Hinayana dictates that there exists but one Buddha in this world, Shakyamuni. As long as Shakyamuni does not relinquish his position, no one else may attain Buddhahood. Thus, despite her fervent dedication to her practice, Manjushri understood the slim hope of her own enlightenment. Yet, Su Changge's assertion had opened a new door for her. With disbelief, she gazed at Su Changge. Can I truly attain Buddhahood? Certainly, Su Changge affirmed with a nod. What must I do to attain Buddhahood? Please, enlighten me. Within your heart lies the Buddha. You can achieve Buddhahood instantly. Su Changge imparted the essence of Mahayana teachings. Within my heart lies the Buddha. I can achieve Buddhahood instantly. Manjushri repeated, her emotion surging. Please, teach me the ways of Mahayana Buddhism. Manjushri exclaimed, rising abruptly from the lotus pedestal, her expression filled with urgency. Shedding the calm demeanor she had initially possessed. Success. Su Changge's lips curled into a smile. Guiding Winshu proved to be even simpler than he had anticipated. However, he concealed any sign of emotion, adopting an air of profundity as he declared, it is not impossible to impart to you the Mahayana Buddhist teachings. But I have one condition. A century has passed, transforming the world beyond recognition. My dear friend, please share your knowledge. I shall exert my utmost efforts. Manjushri wore an expression that conveyed her willingness to do anything in exchange for the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. However, as soon as she uttered those words, regret washed over her. The teachings of Mahayana Buddhism are immensely precious, and the conditions for exchanging them may prove exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Su Changge pondered for a moment before speaking. Tell me about the world outside. What? Manjushri exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, doubting her own hearing. To be honest, I have been in seclusion here for a century and know nothing of the outside world. If you could enlighten me about it, I shall impart to you the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, Su Changge explained. 100 years. Manjushri's eyes widened in disbelief, her kind and gentle face reflecting sheer shock. She had assumed Su Changge was merely an eccentric hermit who had secluded himself for decades. His youthful appearance was simply due to some secret technique. Little did she realize he had been hidden away for 100 years. This meant that Su Changge was so young, he could very well be her great-grandfather. Most astonishingly, Manjushri considered herself to be quite formidable and was acquainted with many powerful figures in the world, yet she had never heard of anyone surpassing the limits of lifespan. The fact that Su Changge had lived for over a century and still appeared so youthful was utterly unfathomable. Is something the matter? Do you have any questions? Seeing Manjushri's astonished expression, Su Changge inquired. And no problem. Since you wish to know, I shall recount the tale for you, Manjushri responded, quickly regaining her composure and addressing Su Changge with a respectful title. Since you have been in seclusion for 100 years, I shall begin from 100 years ago. In my childhood, my grandfather told me that the true martial continent had yet to see the emergence of cultivators. At that time, the martial world relied solely on deep inner strength to vie for supremacy, lacking any extraordinary means. It was not until 100 years ago that individuals across the continent began to encounter the ethereal forces and gradually explored the paths of cultivation. From that moment onward, those fortunate enough to touch these elusive powers embarked on the journey of cultivation. Consequently, the landscape of the true martial continent underwent a radical transformation. Previously, the continent was ruled by various mundane dynasties, but as cultivators gained the ability to shatter stone and stir the seas, these dynasties were swiftly overthrown, and cultivation sects began to rise. Of course, some powerful dynasties with deep roots remained standing, despite being impacted to some extent by the cultivators. However, in comparison, the formidable sects and sacred lands held far greater sway. 20 years ago, a powerful sect clashed with a dynasty, and both sides went to war. The sect mobilized 30,000 disciples to face the dynasty's 100,000 soldiers. The battle raged on for 7 days and nights, the battlefield awash with blood. Ultimately, the sect lost only 10,000 disciples, while the dynasty's entire army perished. Following that, the remaining 2,000 disciples trampled the remnants of the dynasty into the ground. Manjushri narrated with patience, continuing for a full 4 hours. Su Changge listened intently, nodding along as he gradually grasped the current state of the outside world. He marveled at how humanity had managed to decipher the paths of cultivation within a century. Indeed, human wisdom knows no bounds. By the way, what do you mean by shattering stone and stirring the seas? What level does that represent among cultivators? Su Changge inquired. Such individuals are rare and powerful, Manjushri replied. Oh, I see. Su Changge breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that the outside world might be teeming with prodigies and formidable figures. But it appeared he had worried unnecessarily. For humanity to have unraveled certain cultivation methods in just a century was a remarkable achievement. The terrifying capabilities of moving mountains and filling seas, or altering the very heavens, still lay far beyond reach, and would require the complete arrival of spiritual energy to attain. I have one final question. Does the Great Yin dynasty still exist? Su Changge's gaze was intense as he looked at Manjushri. After all, the Great Yin dynasty was the realm he had once protected, and deep down, he hoped it still thrived. Manjushri nodded. The Great Yin dynasty not only exists but currently stands as the most prosperous of all existing dynasties, possessing the strength to rival top-tier cultivation sections. Then I can rest easy, Su Changge smiled. I have no further questions. Now, I shall impart to you the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, but you must wait a moment. The entirety of the teachings resides within my mind, and I will now transcribe them. As he spoke, Su Changge retrieved a blank book from his sleeve and a brush. He chanted a spell, and the book floated before him, opening of its own accord, as the brush conjured ink and began to write swiftly upon the pages. What kind of divine sorcery is this? How can the paper and brush write themselves? Manjushri was mesmerized. Controlling them to write rapidly was an unimaginable feat. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she could never have believed it. Could it be that this elder was a celestial being? A thought that was both astonishing and reasonable crossed her mind. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it became. If he were not a celestial, how could he have lived for a century and still appear so youthful? If he were not a celestial, how could he unleash terrifying sword energy with a mere flick of his fingers? If he were not a celestial, how could this pen and ink phenomenon be explained? Earlier, the elder had mentioned a connection with her. Could it be that he had chosen her specifically to impart the true teachings of Buddhism? As this realization dawned upon her, her face lit up with joy. Soon, Su Changge completed the transcription. This pen and paper were a reward from the system, capable of swiftly transcribing knowledge from the user's mind at an astonishing speed, capturing several pages in a single breath. Within less than 100 breaths, the entire essence of the Mahayana teachings had been transcribed. This is the Mahayana Buddhism, the supreme truth of Buddhism. Take good care of it. Su Changge handed the book to Manjushri. Thank you, esteemed elder, Manjushri said respectfully, accepting the book with delight as she caressed the characters Mahayana Buddhism on its cover. Su Changge's eyes flickered with inspiration, and he thought of another way to bestow fortune upon this child of destiny. With a flick of his sleeve, a vast wave of pure spiritual energy surged forth, filling the cold palace. In light of our connection, I shall grant you another opportunity. Your cultivation here will be exponentially faster than in the outside world. Su Changge spoke with a hint of pride. His cultivation was directly bestowed by the system, and thus contained the most refined and pure spiritual energy. As Manjushri utilized his energy for her cultivation, her progress would naturally be remarkably swift. Thank you, esteemed elder, Manjushri exclaimed, feeling the rich spiritual energy enveloping her, overwhelmed with joy as she immediately delved into the Mahayana scriptures for her practice. Su Changge sat quietly beside her, observing intently. At first, Manjushri found the Mahayana teachings to be obscure and difficult to comprehend, but with Su Changge's prior guidance, she gradually found her footing. Time flew by. The next morning, when Su Changge awoke from his slumber, he found Manjushri still engrossed in her study, evidently having stayed up all night. However, she exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, she was invigorated. Su Changge chose not to disturb her and quietly drew his sword. After completing 1,000 sword strikes, he glanced at Manjushri, only to discover that she had entered a remarkably profound state. Above her head, a resplendent and dazzling relic hovered. In an astonishing display of spiritual progress, Su Changge marveled at the sight before him. The manifestation of a sarira atop Manjushri's head, achieved merely 6 hours after she acquired the Buddhist scriptures, was indeed a testament to her extraordinary fate. It was widely known that the path to accumulating a sarira, as recorded in the sacred texts, required an ordinary monk to enlighten countless souls. Yet Manjushri had effortlessly transcended this arduous journey. If Su Changge were not an observer of such phenomena, he would surely be consumed by envy. As time hurried along, another day slipped by. After drawing his sword, Su Changge turned his gaze back to Manjushri, who had nearly solidified the sarira, its radiance increasingly brilliant. At this moment, she was nearing the final pages of the scriptures. However, upon reaching the concluding sections, she evidently encountered a bottleneck, frequently reverting to previous pages, taking considerable time before progressing. Yet, this struggle deepened her understanding of the Dharma, causing the light around her to shine even more resplendently. The following day marked the third since Manjushri's arrival at the cold palace. At last, she turned the last page of the Buddhist texts. The saraira on her head had fully solidified, its light now subdued, casting a gentle halo upon her pristine white robe. As the divine light ebbed and flowed, enigmatic Sanskrit characters occasionally appeared, adding to the mystique of the moment. Suddenly, as Su Changge drew his sword, he was startled by an unusual sound. Pausing his motion, he listened intently. The rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat echoed throughout the cold palace. Growing louder and heavier, was it Manjushri's heartbeat? He turned to her in astonishment. The heartbeat intensified, resonating as if a heart were pulsating right beside him. In that instant, Su Changge beheld a resplendent golden light shimmering before Manjushri. He leapt forward to investigate, discovering a magnificent golden heart pulsating before her. The Bodhi heart. Su Changge was taken aback. According to Buddhist doctrine, the attainment of the Bodhi heart conferred the qualification to attain Buddhahood. Within just 3 short days, she had condensed her Bodhi heart? Once again, he was left in awe of the prodigious talents of one fated for greatness. At that moment, with a rustling sound, Manjushri concluded the final page of the scriptures, sealing the book. Instantly, the saraira descended into her mind, and the Bodhi heart merged with her being. A brilliant aura radiated from her, rendering her appearance akin to a sacred statue of gold, exuding an air of sanctity. Simultaneously, Su Changge observed her cultivation rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, she shattered the shackles of the Qi refinement stage, soaring into the foundation establishment stage, ultimately halting at its pinnacle. With the Buddha in her heart, she had indeed achieved Buddhahood in an instant. This was the very method Su Changge had imparted to her 3 days prior. She had truly accomplished it. Filled with joy for Manjushri, Su Changge noted her in a profound state of enlightenment. She sensed her connection to the Dharma deepening, her strength surging. Although her eyes remained closed, she could feel Su Changge's presence. Could her newfound prowess rival that of her predecessors? Confidence brimming within her, Manjushri had never experienced such formidable power, as if a mere thought could upheave the world. Were she to return to the outside realm, she would undoubtedly stand as one of the foremost practitioners on the Jinwu continent. With curiosity and determination, she extended her spiritual awareness towards Su Changge. Yet, upon merely grazing his presence, it felt as though she had collided with an unyielding mountain. Upon deeper inspection, she was astonished to find Su Changge's power towering before her like an insurmountable peak, majestic, formidable, and utterly beyond her reach. As she gazed upward, she realized the summit was obscured from view. What terrifying prowess! Manjushri trembled with trepidation. Undeterred, she intensified her probing, akin to a child straining to glimpse the mountain's apex. However, before she could raise her head, her exploration provoked a fierce backlash from Su Changge's protective sword energy. In an instant, a torrent of formidable sword energy cascaded from the unseen summit, engulfing her spiritual awareness and shattering it. With a cry of anguish, Manjushri was jolted from her state of enlightenment, stumbling backward, clutching her head. What happened? Su Changge, unaware of the recent trigger of his sword energy's retaliation, inquired. Breathing heavily, Manjushri took a moment to regain her composure before responding. I'm fine. That is a relief, Su Changge replied, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Mahayana teachings and reached the state of immediate Buddhahood. Once your cultivation matures, you shall embody the Buddha. Is that truly the case? Manjushri's gloom lifted, her face alight with joy. Indeed, it is real, Su Changge affirmed. As long as you remember the Mahayana teachings and practice diligently, one day you will attain Buddhahood. Manjushri vowed to uphold the mission of compassion and the salvation of all beings, determined not to disappoint her esteemed mentor. She knelt upon the lotus platform, palms pressed together, performing the highest Buddhist salute. I am deeply grateful for your immense kindness. There is no need for such formality. Rise, Su Changge gently urged, using his spiritual energy to lift her. You may remain here for some time longer. Focus on your cultivation. Once you return to the outside world, you may not encounter such rich spiritual energy again. Yes, Manjushri promptly agreed, settling into a meditative posture upon the lotus platform, dedicating herself to the study of the Dharma. Before Su Changge succumbed to slumber, he retrieved a medicinal pill for foundation establishment, handing it to her. When you reach a bottleneck, this elixir will aid you in breaking through. However, it is a one-time use. Do not consume it lightly without certainty. Manjushri accepted the pill as though it were a treasure, performing the highest Buddhist gesture of gratitude once more. Su Changge smiled softly and drifted into sleep. When morning broke, he found Manjushri had departed. Once again, I am alone, he mused, accustomed to solitude. Who says that? Do we not still exist? The National Protector Spirit sword emerged from its sheath, transforming into 3 swords, playfully circling around Su Changge. You mischievous little spirits, come, let us practice swordplay, Su Changge chuckled, raising his hand to grasp the hilt of one of the National Protector swords, while the other 2 merged seamlessly into it. With a resounding clash, he unleashed a strike. Ding! Sword drawn once. Sword heart 1. Sword intent 1. Hearing the familiar system notification, Su Changge steadied his focus, continuing on his path to strength. Within the cold palace, devoid of day or night, a century swiftly passed. Host, Su Changge. Cultivation, great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Weapon, National Protector Spirit Sword. Sword path milestone. Earthly Sword Immortal. Cumulative sword draws, 74, 999. 000. Please actively draw your sword and grow stronger. 100 years had left no trace upon Su Changge's visage. He remained as youthful as ever, clad in white. With an ethereal presence. Throughout this century, he successfully ascended from the Golden Core stage to the nascent soul stage, now standing but a step away from the next realm. Today, after drawing his sword, the system should grant him the elixir to facilitate his breakthrough. Su Changge sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. After uttering those words, he began to unsheath his sword. The sound of metal slicing through the air echoed within the cold palace. Clang, clang, clang. After 1,000 repetitions of this act, as he sheathed his sword, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has unsheathed the sword 75 million times. A new milestone has been reached, and rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving Divine Transformation Pill. A sphere of light materialized before Su Changge. Indeed, it bestowed upon him the elixir required for his breakthrough. He raised his hand to grasp the pill from the luminous orb. The pill was smooth and emitted a fragrant aroma. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Changge opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The time was ripe. If not now, then when? The auspicious aura flowed from the east for 100,000 miles, illuminating the vastness of the universe. The divine transformation elixir was swallowed, instantly transforming into pure spiritual energy that diffused through his limbs and bones. The spiritual energy surged like a mighty river. In an instant, Su Changge's breath soared, and his cultivation ascended at an astonishing pace. The vast spiritual energy, like smoke, rushed through his body before converging towards the golden primordial infant suspended in his dantian. The primordial infant frantically absorbed the spiritual energy. Boom. Soon, the primordial infant could not withstand the torrent of spiritual energy and exploded violently. Only a ball of golden light remained, suspended in the dantian, gathering the incoming vast spiritual energy. Gradually, under the baptism of spiritual energy, the golden light began to transform into a golden phantom. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this phantom bore a striking resemblance to Su Changge. This was the primordial spirit, a symbol of the transformation phase. With the primordial spirit, it was almost akin to possessing a second life. If a cultivator's physical body were severely injured, they could control their primordial spirit to leave the body and, upon finding a suitable vessel, could reincarnate. However, at this moment, Su Changge had only completed the first step of condensing the primordial spirit, forming its shape. Next, he needed to communicate with the Dao through the primordial spirit, inviting the Dao to bestow spiritual rhythms for the primordial spirit to be fully formed. Su Changge now closed his eyes, his consciousness and primordial spirit detached from his physical form, swiftly ascending towards the heavens in a void of darkness. This sensation was remarkably similar to the state of unity with the heavens. Moments later, Su Changge felt a sudden clarity. His consciousness and primordial spirit had ascended to the infinite vault above. Looking down from the apex, he beheld an endless expanse of golden-hued clouds. The clouds here shimmered with a golden sheen, each containing profound and mysterious Dao rhythms. It appeared that this was not the celestial dome visible to the naked eye, but rather a realm above it, infused with the essence of the Dao. Su Changge's spirit surged with excitement as he guided his consciousness and primordial spirit to touch the nearest cloud. As the cloud parted, a glimmer of golden light flickered within. This was the essence of the Dao. Just a glance, and Su Changge felt the profound mystery of the rhythms, containing boundless Dao nuances. With trembling anticipation, Su Changge cradled the essence of the Dao. In an instant, his consciousness and primordial spirit merged, bathed in a mysterious Dao rhythm. Su Changge soon realized that the comprehension of the Dao essence was reciprocal. The rhythms would leave indelible marks within his primordial spirit, and his primordial spirit would, in turn, leave traces upon the essence of the Dao. This was akin to him indirectly leaving a mark upon the Dao. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Alert! Alert! The host is the first person in the world to communicate with the essence of the Dao, about to trigger a miraculous phenomenon. As the words fell, Su Changge felt a significant shift in the atmosphere surrounding the clouds. Boom! The clouds trembled. The boundless rhythms hidden within countless clouds began to quiver in unison. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed in hue. The serene celestial dome suddenly erupted with golden light, dazzling and illuminating the white clouds and blue sky into a radiant gold. The golden light enveloped the entire mortal realm in a golden hue. Simultaneously, a vast and majestic purple aura wafted in from the east, sprawling for 100,000 miles. It nearly covered the entirety of the true spirit continent. Wherever the purple aura passed, flora thrived, and people felt invigorated, as if blessed by auspiciousness. What is happening? What has occurred? Look at the sky. The heavens are filled with auspicious signs, golden light shimmering. This is a divine phenomenon. All beings on the true martial continent looked up in disbelief at the sky. Countless powerful figures from various sects and dynasties were shaken. Why has the sky suddenly erupted with golden light? Is the true martial continent undergoing a transformation? The purple aura from the east, the auspicious signs filling the sky. Is this a blessing bestowed by the Tao? Such a magnificent phenomenon. What could have caused it? The phenomenon sparked endless speculation among powerful beings, uncertain of what had triggered this heavenly occurrence. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the celestial dome. Within the golden light stood a towering golden phantom. The phantom adorned a long robe, a sword at its waist, with cascading hair flowing behind, resembling an ethereal being. The phantom moved, drawing its sword from its sheath. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The formidable sword energy surged like a mighty river, startling the celestial dome, causing winds and clouds to shift, and thunder to roar. This scene sent shockwaves throughout the entire true spirit continent. Heaven above, a majestic figure materialized in the sky. The sword energy was so powerful that it left all at the continent's edge trembling in fear. What kind of divine power is this? Could it be that the earlier heavenly phenomenon was summoned by him? Impossible. How could a mortal possess such might? The evidence lay before them, undeniable. Yet, who was this extraordinary figure? All cultivators on the true spirit continent were deeply stirred, while they struggled to cultivate their skills to split stone and turn rivers. This phenomenon shattered their understanding of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the west of the continent, at the sacred site of Mount Wutai, in a magnificent temple, the benevolent Manjushri sat cross-legged on a lotus throne, guiding those who came to pay their respects and offering wisdom. After departing from the cold palace a century ago, she established the Buddhist sacred ground on Mount Wutai, widely spreading the Mahayana teachings to alleviate suffering. After a century of development, Mahayana Buddhism flourished across the true spirit continent, supplanting the Hinayana teachings as the true doctrine. As the birthplace of Mahayana Buddhism, Mount Wutai naturally became a sanctuary of the Buddhist faith. Today, it stands as one of the most preeminent powers in the true martial continent. Boom! The heavenly phenomenon caught Manjushri's attention. She raised her eyes to the sky, observing the auspicious aura and the wafting purple mist. Perhaps this was a blessing from above. She did not dwell on it too much, returning her focus to guiding the suffering mortals before her. But in the next moment, a familiar wave caused her heart to tremble. Senior, Manjushri suddenly gazed toward the heavens, spotting the towering golden phantom of Su Changge. Plop! Instantly, Manjushri rose from the lotus throne, her hands pressed together in reverence as she knelt before Su Changge. This scene left the Buddhist disciples in shock. Manjushri Bodhisattva, what are you doing? The disciples could not help but inquire. Manjushri did not answer but urged Buddhist disciples, quickly kneel and pay homage to the ancestral master of the Buddhist faith. As her words spread, the disciples were filled with astonishment. They knelt one after another, gazing at the phantom in the sky, their hearts trembling. That figure, imbued with boundless power, was indeed their ancestral master. With such a powerful ancestor, how could the Buddhist faith not thrive? In the Dayan dynasty, a door that had been tightly shut for 30 years suddenly swung open. A graceful figure emerged, standing atop the palace. At that moment, all eyes in the palace turned toward her. The national general. The general had been in seclusion for 130 years. only emerging in the face of a great threat, and today she had broken her seclusion. Surely, the celestial phenomenon had stirred her. The graceful figure remained oblivious to the commotion within the palace. At this moment, she, who had never shed a tear throughout her life of battle, gazed at the figure in the sky, her eyes glistening with tears. "My lord, I finally see you again. It has been 200 years since your ascension. You need not worry. The great Yin dynasty shall be eternally safeguarded by me," declared Lu Qianyan, as he knelt reverently before the resplendent, ethereal figure. This act of devotion sent shockwaves throughout the imperial palace. The revered general, emblematic of the great Yin dynasty's faith, had actually knelt. From the emperor to the courtiers, all were rendered speechless. In the north, within the abyssal Tianyuan Valley, a figure emerged from the unfathomable depths. After 2 centuries, the once youthful visage of Yichen had matured into one of resolute strength. Clad in mud, his eyes reflected the weight of time. He gazed upward at the ethereal silhouette in the sky, where emotion stirred in his previously tranquil gaze. "After more than 200 years, he finally beheld you again. Rest assured, immortal, I shall live to witness the day you emerge." Yichen cast a lingering glance at the apparition before turning and leaping once more into the Tianyuan. At the moment he vanished into the abyss, a resounding harmony of dragons and phoenixes echoed behind him. The celestial phenomena persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour. The golden light receded, and the violet mist dissipated. Although the ethereal figure of Su Changge disappeared, it left an indelible impression upon the hearts of all on the continent. In the heavens, the cleansing of the Dao's ethereal resonance concluded, as Su Changge's primordial spirit emanated an enigmatic brilliance. The primordial spirit had been manifested. 015 Special Physique. Fractured Soul. As the primordial spirit solidified completely, Su Changge's realm firmly stabilized at the transformation stage. Host, Su Changge Cultivation. Minor achievement in transformation stage. Weapon, National Protector Spirit Sword. Sword Path Mileage. Enlightened Sword Immortal. Total sword draws, 74, 500. 000. Please actively draw your sword to become stronger. I have entered the transformation stage. A look of joy adorned Su Changge's face. Although he was still unaware of the realms beyond transformation stage, he recalled from his previous life reading online literature that those at this stage were already formidable beings capable of establishing sects and gaining renown. At this moment, Su Changge's primordial spirit lingered above the celestial dome. After leaving imprints with the great Dao's spiritual rhythm, Su Changge seemed to enter a state of unity between heaven and man once more. Gazing down from the celestial dome, his sight pierced through countless miles, allowing him to discern every blade of grass and every tree in the world. With a mere thought, he could reach any place. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Su Changge. The system had not guided a child of destiny for a century, and it might not do so again. If that were the case, why not seize this opportunity to personally select a few individuals and guide them to the Cold Palace? As long as he bestowed upon them sufficient opportunities, could they not also become children of destiny? Without hesitation, Su Changge acted upon his thoughts, locating a spot at random and unleashing a great force, transporting the first person he saw to the Cold Palace. After completing this series of actions, Su Changge retracted his primordial spirit. As his spirit returned to its vessel, Su Changge opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Once the brilliance faded, his gaze returned to tranquility, though upon closer inspection, one could discern the flowing spiritual rhythm of the great Dao within his eyes. After comprehending the spiritual rhythm of the great Dao, an aura of profound mystery subtly enveloped him. Suddenly, Su Changge sensed a chilling presence. The temperature within the Cold Palace plummeted, plunging from spring into the depths of winter. Why is it so cold? He abruptly rose, directing his gaze upon the children of destiny he had brought forth. They were a man and a woman. At that moment, the man was weeping bitterly, cradling the woman. Sister, sister, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect you. Please, wake up quickly. I will ensure your safety from now on, and you will never be harmed again." His voice trembled, tears cascading down. Meanwhile, the woman's body lay rigid, unmoving, with frost enveloping her exterior. She was the source of the Cold Palace's frigid temperature. What on earth is happening? Su Changge pondered. The selection of these two was entirely random. He had simply guided the first person he encountered. Thus, he had not considered their circumstances. Upon hearing Su Changge's voice, the brother looked up through his tears, beholding Su Changge, clad in white like snow, exuding a celestial aura. In that instant, his heart quivered. This was the divine figure he had glimpsed in the sky. This was a celestial being. Thud. The brother immediately knelt before Su Changge. O Divine One, please save my sister. She has been harmed by malicious beings, and her situation is dire. You brought us here. Surely you possess compassion and cannot bear to see us suffer. I beseech you, save my sister. Thud, thud, thud. As he pleaded, he struck his forehead against the ground with such force that blood flowed. What are you doing? Rise and speak. Su Changge swiftly pulled him up from a distance. I have brought you here. Naturally, I shall not turn a blind eye. After speaking, Su Changge approached the sister, placing his finger on her forehead to assess her condition. The examination results astonished Su Changge. The blood within her was colder than the frost. Its flow was exceedingly slow, akin to a frozen sea. Her internal organs were unlike those of ordinary people, resembling ice sculptures. Su Changge concluded that she was certainly not of mortal constitution, but rather possessed a unique cultivation physique. Unexpectedly, my casual selection has led me to encounter such a remarkable existence, Su Changge mused. O Divine One, how is my sister? The brother implored anxiously. Do not panic. Su Changge reassured, retrieving a pill from his sleeve and placing it in the sister's mouth. This is the revitalizing pill, capable of curing all ailments. Moments later, her body temperature began to rise, color returning to her face as the frost melted away, and the temperature in the cold palace returned to normal. Thank you, Divine One. Thank you, the brother exclaimed, overjoyed. He embraced his sister tightly, awaiting her awakening. Yet, she remained unresponsive. Still not awake? Su Changge pressed his fingers once more to her forehead, this time furrowing his brows. O Divine One, my sister. The brother's heart sank upon seeing Su Changge's frown. Su Changge withdrew his fingers and said, First, tell me what you and your sister have endured. The brother, upon hearing this, collected himself and began to recount. We were once farmers from Qingshan village. My name is Li Wenshu, and my sister is Li Shuer. When I was 10, our parents met with misfortune, leaving us siblings to rely on each other. Although life was hard without parental care, we persevered and managed to get by. Until one day, my sister fell ill with a strange disease. Her body would often become icy, causing the surrounding temperature to drop as well. Upon learning of this, the villagers began to vilify us as monsters, shunning us. A few days ago, a witch passed through the village and, upon hearing of my sister's condition, proclaimed her to be the reincarnation of a spirit. If not dealt with promptly, calamity would ensue. Incited by the witch, the villagers captured my sister while I was out gathering firewood, binding her to a makeshift altar. By the time I realized what was happening, the witch had cast a spell on her. I fought desperately to rescue her, but the villagers stopped me. Fortunately, you invoked a celestial phenomenon, causing chaos among the villagers and the witch, allowing me to seize the opportunity to escape with my sister. Then, while fleeing from the witch and villagers, I suddenly found myself here. O Divine One, please, I implore you to save my sister. She is only 14. I would gladly trade my life for hers. Li Wenshu pleaded with Su Changge, attempting to kneel once more. Su Changge grasped Li Wenshu firmly. It is not difficult to save your sister. But you must do something first. What is it? Command me, Divine One. I would brave any danger to save my sister. Li Wenshu declared earnestly. I do not require you to serve me, but rather to act for your sister's sake. Do you know what the witch has done to her? Su Changge inquired. I do not know. She has taken a fragment of your sister's soul. What? Li Wenshu's expression changed dramatically, his face drained of color. The celestial being gently caressed my head, granting me the gift of longevity. Cursed old crone. After his initial shock, Li Wenshu was consumed by anger. His fists clenched tightly until his fingertips dug into his palms, nearly drawing blood. Now is not the time for fury. The urgent matter is to retrieve your sister's soul. Su Changge reminded him. Fear not, esteemed celestial. I shall confront that old witch and reclaim my sister's spirit, Li Wenshu declared with determination. With your current strength, how do you intend to recover the soul? Su Changge's words struck a painful chord within Li Wenshu. His expression stiffened, overtaken by despair. If he possessed the power to confront the witch, his sister would not be in such peril. Should he proceed, it might be a journey from which he would not return. Yet, he could not bear to watch his sister remain in eternal slumber. Li Wenshu lamented his own weakness. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Su Changge's face. With your current prowess, your efforts would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, that may soon change. Li Wenshu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. Are you to impart your celestial knowledge upon me? He asked, astonished. Su Changge shook his head. Learning celestial arts is a gradual process. By the time you master it, your sister's soul may have already been refined away. What do you mean by that? Have you ever heard the saying? Su Changge inquired mysteriously. What saying? Li Wenshu asked. The celestial being caresses my head, granting me longevity. With that, Su Changge suddenly pressed his hand onto Li Wenshu's head. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Li Wenshu immediately followed suit. Su Changge began to examine Li Wenshu's internal condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that Li Wenshu's physique was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Li Wenshu's blood surged within him, as fiery as molten lava, while his organs burned like a raging inferno. The contrast between fire and ice made the siblings seem like two extremes. What manner of parents could have produced such remarkable offspring? Perhaps their lineage is not ordinary either. Recalling his thoughts, Su Changge channeled surging spiritual energy into Li Wenshu, bestowing enlightenment upon him. Boom! Su Changge's energy flowed like a mighty river, instantly cleansing Li Wenshu's bones and sinews. In that moment, all the shackles within Li Wenshu were shattered. The boiling spiritual energy surged forth from within him. Under Su Changge's guidance, his aura skyrocketed, ascending rapidly to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Su Changge could have continued to elevate Li Wenshu's cultivation, but considering Li Wenshu's unique constitution and promising future, he chose to refrain from hastening his growth, allowing Li Wenshu to solidify his foundation. Su Changge withdrew his hand from Li Wenshu's head. Li Wenshu gazed at his hands, feeling the torrent of power coursing through him, his face alight with joy. Thank you, esteemed Celestial, for imparting your strength. This debt is like a rebirth. I, Wenshu, shall never forget. Overcome with gratitude. Li Wenshu knelt before Su Changge once more to express his thanks. Rise, Su Changge said with a nod, helping Li Wenshu to his feet. Since you are capable of reclaiming your sister from the witch, it indicates that her abilities are not profound. With your current cultivation, you are indeed capable of retrieving your sister's soul. After speaking, Su Changge drew forth the national spirit sword. Little sword, manifest a doppelganger. At Su Changge's command, the sword's spirit quivered. Instantly, the national spirit sword split into 3. Li Wenshu was astounded. Master, do you intend to use this youthful sword, or perhaps this maiden's sword? Or do you prefer the cold blade? The sword spirit spoke, and Li Wenshu was even more amazed. Even the sword possesses sentience. The Celestial truly lives up to the title. 200 years have passed. You are no longer a mere youth or maiden, Su Changge jested, handing one of the spiritual swords to Li Wenshu. With this sword, you may soar through the skies at incredible speed. Now, go forth. Thank you, esteemed Celestial. Li Wenshu accepted the spiritual sword, cautiously stepping upon it. Brother Sword Spirit, I entrust you with my safety. Steady yourself. The sword spirit's voice echoed as the spiritual sword transformed into a streak of light, bursting through the cold palace doors and soaring into the outside world. Half a day later, in Qinshan village, Li Wenshu's abode had been overtaken by the witch. The old crone sat cross-legged on a mat, a lingering soul floating before her. Resembling Li Shuer. Cursed boy, how dare you thwart my plans? Such a unique constitution. If I could absorb her entire essence, my power would surely surge. As the witch began to chant incantations to consume the lingering soul, the door burst open, and a figure flew in on a sword. The witch's pupils contracted, followed by a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, you dare to return. You have walked into your own trap. Allow me to capture you and force you to reveal your sister's whereabouts. Aiding my ascension, the witch's laughter was sinister, consumed by the desire to seize Li Wenshu and extract information about his sister, completely overlooking the spiritual sword beneath him. That is my sister's lingering soul. Upon seeing his sister's essence, Li Wenshu's expression darkened. Cursed old witch, today, I, Li Wenshu, shall slay you. You wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life. The witch cackled as she unleashed a transparent spirit. The spirit appeared dull, shrouded in a chilling aura, resembling a 3-year-old child. It was through this spirit that she consumed souls. Eerie laughter emanated from the spectral entity, a chilling mix of cries and giggles. Seize him, the old witch commanded. And the eerie spirit lunged towards Li Wenshu with claws outstretched. Even from a distance, Li Wenshu could sense the malevolent chill emanating from it. In the past, had Li Wenshu been targeted by such a spirit, he would have been easily subdued, lacking any means of retaliation. But now it was different. With a swift motion, Li Wenshu summoned the national spirit sword to his hand. Meet your end, he shouted, his anger fueling his strike. In an instant, the national spirit sword released a searing sword energy, directly piercing the eerie spirit. Ah! The spirit cried out, consumed by the scorching energy and reduced to nothingness. Impossible! The old witch exclaimed, her face transforming in shock. She had no time to react as the blazing sword energy struck her, piercing her body with a gaping wound. Thud! The witch stiffened, collapsing to the ground. Her pupils widened, disbelief etched across her features. Until her last breath. She could not comprehend why the Li Wunshu, who had been no match for her mere hours ago, had now grown powerful enough to slay her with a single strike. After vanquishing the old witch, Li Wunshu hurried to his sister's lingering soul. He carefully gathered Li Xuan's essence with his spiritual energy. Sister, I have come too late. Li Wunshu cradled the lingering soul and ascended the national spirit sword, returning to the cold palace. Another half-day passed. Upon his return, Li Wunshu exclaimed, "Esteemed Celestial, I have retrieved Shue's lingering soul." He opened his arms, releasing the essence before Su Changge. Su Changge nodded, gently touching the center of Li Xue's soul, guiding it back into her body. As the soul returned, Li Xue finally awakened. Sister, you have finally awakened. Li Wunshu embraced Li Xue with overwhelming joy. Elder brother, where's this place? I recall being bound to an altar. Li Xue gazed around, her expression one of bewilderment. This is the palace of the celestial being. It was the celestial being who rescued us. Xue, you must express your gratitude for the celestial being's life-saving grace, Li Wunshu said, wiping away the tears of excitement from the corners of his eyes. Celestial being? Li Xue felt even more perplexed. Following Li Wunshu's, she beheld Su Changge, clad in white as pure as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. Is he truly the celestial being? How remarkably handsome. In the ethereal realm, an enigmatic presence emerged. Thank you for saving my life, Li Xue expressed weakly, rising to her feet. Do stand up, Su Changge assisted her. His gaze swept over her, revealing that the restored Li Xue remained a striking beauty, with her sharp facial features and exquisite countenance. Her long hair was tied back, and her eyes sparkled with a sorrowful allure. Brother, what has transpired? Li Xue questioned, still bewildered. Li Wunshu elucidated the sequence of events to her. So that is how it is, she murmured, her gratitude towards Su Changge intensifying. Rest assured, my sister. Now that I, too, am a practitioner, I shall protect you diligently. Li Wunshu vowed, his gaze filled with affection. Li Xue nodded earnestly. Su Changge smiled at the brother-sister exchange, as memories of familial bonds began to surface after 200 years of seclusion. Your unique constitutions render it challenging for you to ensure your own safety at your current level of cultivation. I have chosen you both amidst the vast sea of people, and as such, I shall impart some divine techniques to you, Su Changge announced with a smile. Master, you wish to teach us divine techniques? How splendid! Li Wunshu exclaimed, bowing deeply in reverence. Though he refrained from calling Su Changge master, he humbly identified himself as a disciple. Disciple Li Xue pays her respects to the master. She followed suit, displaying her keen intellect. You two are rather clever. I never claimed to accept you as disciples, Su Changge chuckled. Enough jesting. I shall now bestow upon you both some techniques. With that, he placed his fingers on their foreheads, transmitting two distinct sword techniques to them. Boom, boom. The immense surge of sword intent flooded their minds, causing an explosive awakening. Instantly, they sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the techniques. Ah, but Li Xue lacks cultivation, Su Changge recalled, placing his hand atop her head. Boom. The surge of spiritual energy surged into Li Xue, cleansing her essence and opening her meridians. Moments later, a chilling wave of energy erupted from within her, contrasting sharply with her brother. What a marvelous sensation, Li Xue exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she felt the icy energy coursing through her. In the next moment, she gazed at Su Changge with profound gratitude. No need for thanks. Focus on your cultivation, he interjected as her expression turned to one of appreciation. She nodded and closed her eyes to meditate. The siblings immersed themselves in their practice, while Su Changge quietly began to draw his sword nearby. 3 days passed. The Li siblings remained in their meditative state, having been elevated to the 9th level of Qi refinement by Su Changge, requiring time to stabilize their realms. However, their cultivation was evidently unique. They exhibited a striking contrast. Li Wunshu was enveloped in fiery red energy, while Li Xue was surrounded by chilling blue energy. Intriguingly, an invisible thread seemed to connect them, as strands of energy intertwined in a mystical dance. Initially, Su Changge believed this to be a natural bond between siblings, but soon he discerned a deeper significance. The entwined energies radiated a peculiar resonance, which felt foreign to him, as if it did not belong to this realm. Shortly thereafter, while Su Changge was engrossed in his swordplay, an unusual sound emanated from the cold palace. He halted, gazing intently at the entwined energies. The ice and fire energies trembled, and within moments, a phantom emerged. The apparition took the form of a middle-aged man, adorned in a luxurious robe, crowned with gold, and cinched with a jade belt, exuding immense nobility. My children, he spoke with deep longing. Was he the father of the Li siblings? Su Changge rested his sword on his shoulder, his gaze fixed on the phantom. 18 years have passed. At last, I see you again. I never imagined you would tread this path, the nobleman expressed, his eyes reflecting both pride and sorrow. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from the siblings to Su Changge. Pray tell, are you from the true martial continent? The nobleman inquired, bowing respectfully. Who are you? Su Changge retorted, sensing that the man did not belong to his realm, for such a question was unexpected. I am Li Xiantian, a being from a higher plane. The man introduced himself. A higher plane? Su Changge's brow furrowed at this revelation, for it was the first time he had heard of such a realm since his arrival in this world. If you hail from a higher plane, why are your children here in the true martial continent? Alas, it is a long story, the nobleman replied, sorrow etched upon his face. These two children are in a peculiar situation. Remaining in the higher plane would likely endanger their lives. Thus, I entrusted them to the true martial continent for their safety. After conveying this, he regarded Su Changge with a mix of admiration and melancholy. I never expected that merely a decade of absence would reveal such a powerful cultivator among the true martial continent. Truly remarkable. At that moment, the man's apparition dimmed slightly. Alas, the consumption of spiritual energy for maintaining this projection across planes is immense. It cannot last much longer. I am content merely to see my children alive. I beseech you to look after them, and should fate allow you to ascend to the higher plane, I shall be forever grateful. With that, the apparition vanished. A higher plane, Su Changge murmured, reflecting on the implications as he turned his attention back to the Li siblings. I did not anticipate that you two are forsaken children of a higher plane. Your origins are far more intricate than those of ordinary fated individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his sword practice. That evening, the siblings awoke from their meditation, their cultivation stabilized at the 9th level of Qi refinement. They exchanged glances and smiled. Upon noticing their awakening, Su Changge recounted the revelations regarding their father. Their expression shifted from shock to elation. Our father hails from a higher plane? How wonderful! Mother and father are alive. They initially reacted with astonishment, but soon their joy erupted. It was evident that they would seek out their parents in the higher plane if the opportunity arose. Su Changge smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In the following 3 months, the Li siblings remained in the cold palace. As they were not summoned by the system, there were no time constraints upon them. One day, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted within the cold palace. Ice and fire spiraled forth, enveloping the surroundings. The brother and sister sat at the epicenter of 2 surging spiritual energies, their auras steadily ascending. With the assistance of Su Changge, they were poised to embark on their foundational cultivation today. In the year 018, the heavens did not give birth to me, Su Changge. The path of the sword stretches across the ages like an endless night. The terrifying dual forces of ice and fire gradually coalesced into 2 formidable storms. Within the tempest, the siblings' auras surged to their zenith, ultimately breaking through their shackles and successfully establishing their foundation. Boom. Following their foundation establishment, the 2 terrifying storms erupted, yet were dispersed with a mere flick of Su Changge's sleeve. The siblings emerged from the storm, invigorated and spirited. Compared to their hunted selves 3 months prior, they seemed like entirely different individuals. Thank you, Immortal. We have successfully established our foundation. Li Winshu expressed his gratitude with reverence. Indeed. Now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, you should possess the means to protect yourselves, Su Changge replied, his words understated. Based on his estimations, those at the foundation establishment stage could traverse the Jinwu continent with impunity. However, whether powerful cultivators lurked in the shadows was another matter entirely. Thus, you may depart. Su Changge waved his hand. He could not keep the Li siblings confined in the cold palace indefinitely, now that they had grown their wings. It was time for them to soar on their own. Moreover, they had a pair of parents in the higher realms to seek out. Immortal, are you truly sending us away? Li Shui's eyes reflected reluctance. After 3 months living here, she had discovered that Su Changge was not at all aloof, but rather approachable. Living together, he had taken on the role of a mentor, guiding their cultivation daily. Now, being asked to leave, they felt a profound sense of loss. There is no need for further words. I can only bestow upon you a fragment of fortune. The path ahead is for you to tread alone. Once you leave here, do not return, nor speak of this place to the world. With that, Su Changge waved his sleeve once more. A powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped the siblings, instantly transporting them 3,000 miles away from the cold palace. Su Changge was not one for farewells. He simply sent them on their way. After the departure of the Li siblings, the cold palace returned to its desolate state. 300 years had passed, with only 100 remaining. Su Changge sighed, resuming his sword practice within the cold palace. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a century of winters and summers quietly passed. Only 7 days remained until the 300 years of sword drawing in the cold palace would conclude. Clang, clang, clang. The familiar sound of swords being drawn echoed throughout the cold palace. As the 300 years approached, Su Changge's heart grew increasingly exhilarated, and his sword-drawing speed considerably quickened. Host: Su Changge, cultivation, great perfection of the transformation stage. Weapon: National Protector Spirit Sword, Sword Path Milestone, Enlightened Sword Immortal, total sword draws, 111, 000. 000, please continue to draw your sword, host, to grow stronger. The path of cultivation is a long one. It took a century to progress from the initial stage of transformation to great perfection. Clang. After completing 1,000 sword draws for the day, Su Changge sheathed his sword. And the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reaching a total of 111, 100,000 sword draws. You have completed the final milestone, dispensing ultimate rewards. Congratulations, host, for receiving 3,000 years of cultivation. Harmony Pill. Enlightenment Steel. Boom. As the system's voice faded, 3,000 years of cultivation surged into Su Changge's body like a roaring river. He hastily activated his sword techniques to assimilate this boundless spiritual energy. The process of digestion took another 3 days. 3 days later, Su Changge had fully absorbed the 3,000 years of cultivation, elevating his realm to the great perfection of the transformation stage. He was merely a half step away from the next realm. Thus, he ingested the Harmony Pill. Refining its potency took another 3 days. By the time he fully absorbed the medicinal effects, his cultivation aura had completely surpassed the transformation stage. Yet he still lingered a thread away from the Harmony stage. This thin line was not one of cultivation but rather of enlightenment. After reaching the transformation stage, Su Changge realized that the subsequent journey was no longer merely about refining spiritual energy. The impact of enlightenment on one's realm became significantly greater. Sometimes, a flash of inspiration could rival decades or even centuries of arduous cultivation. At this moment, the heavens rumbled. A stone tablet appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a deafening sound, landing before Su Changge. This was the Enlightenment Steel, awarded 6 days prior. The instant the Enlightenment Steel manifested, its purpose flooded Su Changge's mind. By inscribing his path upon the steel, he could break through to the Harmony stage. The method was straightforward. Yet, what is my path? Su Changge fell into deep contemplation. He closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to expand. Gradually, profound harmonies of Dao began to coalesce around him. What truly is my path? After 3 centuries of cultivation, aside from the sword path, the system had taught him various esoteric methods, the great vehicle of Buddhism, alchemy, formation crafting, Taoist techniques. However, despite the diversity of his training, the sword path remained his forte. Today, in order to break through, he could rely solely on the sword path. Yet, the sword path is subdivided into many forms. Which one is mine? Su Changge pondered deeply. As time passed, he recalled the 2 instances in his life that were closely tied to his path. 280 years ago, the emperor of the Dian Empire, Su Changge, gifted him poison wine, seeking his demise. In response, he drew his sword to slay eunuch Chao, cut down 100 imperial guards, and ultimately struck down the emperor, leading to a change of dynasties. In the same year, the Tianxiang Empire launched a massive invasion to eradicate the lingering obsession of the Northern Abyss King. He dispatched a sword across a distance of 190,000 miles, slaying an army of 130,000. Throughout the vast expanse of 300 years, he had only acted twice. Yet, each time, his actions were supremely domineering. At this moment, Su Changge experienced a profound awakening. I understand. Su Changge opened his eyes, rising with clarity. His posture straightened like a sword's edge, radiating an aura of sharpness. My sword path is one of dominance. With this realization, Su Changge felt an overwhelming surge of pride and let out a hearty laugh. In the next instant, he unsheathed his sword and inscribed a line of unparalleled dominance onto the Enlightenment Steel. The heavens do not give birth to me, Su Changge. The sword path stretches across the ages like an endless night. As Su Changge engraved these words, the heavens trembled. The very Tao quaked. The firmament shuddered. Su Changge's unparalleled sword path reverberated through the cosmos. The heavens do not give birth to me, Su Changge. The sword path stretches across the ages like an endless night. From the skies above, the echoes of the Dao resonated. This proclamation spread across the Jinwu continent, causing countless individuals to look up in shock. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In that moment, innumerable swords belonging to sword cultivators flew from their sheaths, resonating in the air as though bowing in reverence to Su Changge's domineering sword intent. This scene sent ripples throughout the Jinwu continent. Who was this exalted figure inciting such commotion? The myriad swords trembled, and the Dao echoed. Such terrifying cultivation. The heavens do not give birth to me, Su Changge. The sword path stretches across the ages like an endless night. Utterly unparalleled. Such a dominating sword intent. What divine being could it belong to? Amidst the tumult across the continent, Su Changge's domineering sword path garnered the recognition of the Dao. A wave of spiritual resonance descended from the heavens, embedding itself into his brow. In this moment, the thin line separating him from the Dao integration stage vanished entirely. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, and an unparalleled sword intent surged forth, weaving through the air with an overwhelming dominance. As if the brilliant sword light were poised to rend the very fabric of space. On this day, Su Changge shattered the barriers with his formidable sword intent, achieving the revered state of Dao integration. As the 300-year period has come to an end, I emerge from seclusion in the guise of a sword immortal. Su Changge, clad in white as snow, is enveloped in an ethereal aura of profound Taoist resonance. Having entered the harmonization realm, the spiritual energy within him, once akin to a raging river, has once again expanded, transforming into an expansive ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. More intriguingly, Su Changge can perceive a mysterious connection between his sword path and the grand Dao above the heavens. He is now capable of harnessing the power of the Dao to command the forces of nature. Is this what it means to reach the harmonization realm? It is worlds apart from the transformation realm. Indeed, as one ascends in cultivation, the disparities become increasingly pronounced. After reflecting on this, Su Changge checks the system panel once more. Host, Su Changge, cultivation, initial harmonization realm, weapon, national spirit sword, sword path progress, Peerless Sword Immortal, total sword draws, 111, 000, 000. Please draw your sword actively to become even stronger. Peerless Sword Immortal. A spark of joy ignites in Su Changge's eyes, a smile gracing his lips. After 3 centuries of seclusion, he has finally attained such heights. Today marks the last day. By tomorrow morning, I shall leave the cold palace and behold the outside world once more. His heart swells with anticipation. Having spent 300 years in the true martial continent, he is yet to witness the world beyond, save for 2 occasions when he reached the state of unity with heaven and man. The first matter upon emerging from seclusion will be to traverse the continent and behold the magnificent landscapes of this other world. Gathering his thoughts, Su Changge closes his eyes, savoring the last night in the cold palace. The night drapes like a veil. On this final night, sleep eludes him. He lies on the bed, attempting to use his spiritual sense to glimpse the flowers and trees outside. It is thwarted by the system, which confines him within the cold palace. He wonders where he might find himself now, perhaps in some obscure corner of the continent. What has become of the 5 fated children who once visited the cold palace? Yi Chun, Lu Qianyan, Wen Shu, the Li siblings. After 3 centuries, how much has changed? Are they still alive? Have their aspirations been fulfilled? Su Changge's mind races with thoughts until, eventually, he succumbs to slumber. While he dreams, immense changes unfold across the true martial continent. In the pitch-black night sky, formless spiritual energy begins to descend, seeping from the earth. A vast and boundless wave of spiritual energy floods the world, dramatically increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. Indeed, as the system foretold, 300 years later, the spiritual energy has returned. Overnight, the true martial continent has transformed from a low martial world into an era of cultivation. The following morning, Su Changge performs a cleansing ritual and dons a white robe, exuding an otherworldly aura. Today is the day of his emergence, and he intends to mark it with a sense of ceremony. He sits cross-legged on his bed, patiently awaiting the system's announcement that the 300 years of seclusion have concluded. At last, the moment arrives. The system's notification chimes. Ding! The 300-year period has ended. Congratulations, host, on achieving the status of Peerless Sword Immortal. The system is unbinding. Su Changge is taken aback. He had not anticipated that the conclusion of the 300 years would also lead to the unbinding of the system. However, let it be so. Now that he has attained the harmonization realm, he can navigate the world unimpeded, even without the system's protection. Ding. System unbinding complete. Detected that the host has diligently drawn his sword for 300 years. A special reward, future strategy, has been issued. As the system's voice fades, Su Changge receives one final notification in his mind. Spiritual energy has fully revived. The true martial continent is on the brink of great upheaval. Friendly reminder 1. Although the true martial continent has revived its spiritual energy, the heavenly Dao has yet to transcend, and the spatial structure remains unfortified, only capable of accommodating harmonization realm cultivators. The host has achieved harmonization and is invincible among mortals, qualifying as a Peerless Sword Immortal. Friendly reminder 2. The true martial continent is a lower realm. Higher realms exist above the firmament. Significant causal entanglements exist between lower and higher realms, and powerful beings from higher realms are bound to descend upon the lower realm. The host is advised to exercise caution. Thus, the system is entirely unbound. Su Changge senses a subtle departure of some essence from him. Beings from higher realms, he murmurs to himself. The last time he heard such a term was over a century ago during his encounter with the father of the Li siblings. The system's warning about the arrival of higher realm beings raises questions about whether it pertains to the past or the future. Since they hail from a higher realm, they are likely to possess formidable cultivation, possibly surpassing his own. It seems that even after emerging from seclusion, I must tread carefully. This opportunity to explore the mountains and rivers will allow me to observe the world's beauty. Once I comprehend the prevailing order, I shall strategize accordingly. With that, Su Changge rises gracefully, preparing to depart from the cold palace he has inhabited for 300 years. Old 8. Has the Sword Immortal arrived? On a mountainside, a gathering of several figures surrounds a burly man at the forefront, who gazes intently at a vast mountain cave. He will be here shortly, replies the man known as Old 8, hastily. Is it true that there is treasure within this cave? Old 8 inquires skeptically. Indeed, there must be. A few days ago, one of our clan's disciples inadvertently stumbled into the cave and discovered a magnificent palace concealed within, though the grand entrance remains tightly shut, beyond our ability to open. Surely, the palace harbors invaluable treasures, perhaps even rare materials beneficial for cultivation. The imposing clan leader asserts earnestly. Rare materials. Old 8's eyes brighten. If such treasures exist, it could resolve our Zhu clan's current crisis. Precisely. This matter concerns the future of our Zhu clan, hence the need for discretion. Should the Sun clan become aware, they will undoubtedly create trouble, the clan leader declares. Just then, the sound of sword flight fills the air. The Sword Immortal has arrived. The sight of the Sword Immortal soaring through the skies evokes admiration among the Zhu clan members. The newcomer gracefully lands before the clan leader, dismounting his sword and sheathing it. Zhu Mo, I have encountered the Sword Immortally before. The clan leader greets with a beaming smile and clasped hands. It seems you have not lost your charm. Zhu clan leader, Li Jianxian responds, stroking his chin with a grin that reveals the lines etched upon his sun-kissed face. Your assistance in this treasure hunt is greatly appreciated, Sword Immortal, the clan leader replies. Ah, you are aware of my terms. Regardless of whether or not treasure lies below. Should I intervene, it will cost you this amount. If there is treasure, I shall take half, Li Jianxian states, holding up 5 fingers. 50,000 taels of silver. The Sword Immortal's involvement is indeed costly. Rest assured, Zhu Mo understands. The clan leader responds cheerfully, producing a stack of silver notes, which he respectfully presents to Li Jianxian. Very well, Li Jianxian nods with satisfaction after weighing the notes. While the clan leader smiles outwardly, inwardly he feels a pang of regret. 50,000 taels is a staggering sum for the Zhu clan. Yet, with their dire situation, they have no choice but to gamble on seeking treasures within the palace. Unable to open the grand entrance by their own means, they must enlist the renowned Sword Immortal for assistance. If the Sword Immortal is satisfied, shall we set off at once? The clan leader proposes. Indeed, Li Jianxian nods, stroking his beard. With that, the clan leader issues the order, leading a dozen capable members alongside Li Jianxian into the mountain cave. In the depths of the cave, an imposing palace lay hidden. The palace, majestic and grand, drew the attention of Li Jianxian and Zhu Jiaozhu, who stood before it, gazing up at the plaque that read Beiyun Palace. Although it was a cold palace, it had once been a part of the imperial palace of the Dayan dynasty, thus constructed with great splendor. The moment Li Jianxian beheld the palace, his heart stirred. Such a magnificent structure surely concealed treasures beyond measure. Even if unrelated to cultivation, it must harbor countless riches. This door is exceptionally heavy. We cannot open it. Zhu Jiaozhu remarked. Fear not. My swordsmanship is extraordinary. Breaking stone and splitting boulders is mere child's play. This palace door shall yield easily, Li Jianxian replied, confidently stroking his beard as he drew his sword from its sheath. With a swift motion, the sword gleamed with a chilling light, causing the Zhu family members to shiver involuntarily. The Qingyan sword, Zhu Mo exclaimed, recalling how Li Jianxian had once used this very sword to slay the city lord atop the city walls, thus achieving fame and becoming the strongest within a 100-mile radius. As Li Jianxian wielded his sword, the Zhu family members instinctively stepped aside to avoid any accidental harm. However, before he could unleash his strike, a gust of wind swept into the cave, forcefully swinging the palace doors open. The door has opened? What is happening? The Zhu family members were bewildered. Just yesterday, they had exerted all their strength to no avail, yet today, the door yielded to a mere breeze. Li Jianxian was equally perplexed. Wasn't I supposed to open the door? And yet it opens of its own accord? Despite his confusion, he maintained his composure and sheathed his sword. He had no intention of retreating. The treasure lay before him, and he could not leave without exploring it. Zhu Jiaozhu's expression darkened. Had I known the palace door would be so easily opened today, I would not have sought the services of a sword immortal. That cost us 50,000 taels of silver. Zhu Jiaozhu, since the door is open, shall we proceed? Li Jianxian suggested with a gentle cough. Please, sword immortal. Zhu Jiaozhu smiled apologetically. Very well, Li Jianxian nodded, stepping into the grand hall first. As they entered, their view was obstructed by a stone tablet standing before them. The Zhu family members cautiously followed behind Li Jianxian, their gazes wary. According to local legends, palaces buried within caves or underground often served as tombs for significant figures, perpetually shrouded in darkness, likely to harbor malevolent entities. Yet Li Jianxian remained unperturbed. There is no need for such trepidation, even if there are malevolent beings inside. I can vanquish them with a single strike, he declared with a touch of arrogance, confident in his prowess. Soon, they reached the entrance of the grand hall, and before them stood the stone tablet. They examined it closely. It appeared quite ordinary, resembling a common marble slab. However, inscribed upon it were the words, Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Changge. The way of the sword is eternal like the long night. Li Jianxian's gaze flickered over the inscription, and in an instant, his pupils dilated. An overwhelming surge of sword energy, imbued with an exceptionally domineering aura, engulfed his consciousness. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the intangible sword energy seemed to obliterate his spirit countless times. Li Jianxian let out a chilling scream, staggering backward several steps. The Zhu family members, bewildered by his sudden distress, instinctively retreated in alarm. Li Jianxian, what ails you? Zhu Mo asked, attempting to maintain his composure as he looked at Li Jianxian. Li Jianxian, hands pressed to his eyes, felt blood seeping through his fingers. My eyes. I am blinded. Such terrifying sword energy. Merely a glance and my sight is obliterated, my spirit extinguished. This is a sacred place for the mighty. We should not have come. His words left the Zhu family members in stunned silence, their hearts racing with fear. Driven by curiosity, they glanced at the words inscribed on the tablet. However, lacking training in the way of the sword, they failed to perceive the profound sword intent contained within the phrase. What a domineering statement, Zhu Jiaozhu mused, captivated by its essence. What kind of formidable figure could have penned such words? Wait, I feel as though I have seen this phrase before. His eyes widened in realization. Isn't this the very phrase spoken yesterday when the myriad swords resonated and the voice of the Great Way descended? My heavens, the sword immortal who invoked that phenomenon has indeed been here. Panic gripped Zhu Jiaozhu as his mood plummeted. We have trespassed into a place we should not have entered. Hearing this, the Zhu family members turned pale, trembling in fear. They had referred to Li Jianxian as a sword immortal at his insistence. But the immortal responsible for yesterday's spectacle was universally acknowledged as a supreme sword immortal. At that moment, a celestial voice echoed, Who are you? Why are you here? Who? The Zhu family members paled, glancing around in terror, only to behold a figure clad in snow-white garments standing beside the stone tablet. The figure exuded an ethereal presence, and a single glance revealed an extraordinary aura. Sword, immortal. Upon seeing Su Changge, all the members of the Zhu family felt their legs turn to jelly, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy of prostration. Sword immortal, spare us. We mean no disturbance. We shall leave at once. Zhu Jiaozhu's heart sank in despair. Realizing he had inadvertently entered a den of dragons and tigers, as if fate itself sought to doom the Zhu family. Bowing his head, he trembled, too afraid to meet Su Changge's gaze. Yet, Su Changge paid them no heed, walking past them to stand before Li Jianxian. Your cultivation is too feeble to withstand the sword intent of my way. Were a sufficiently strong individual to arrive here, that sword intent would become their fortune. Yet you, alas, have lost your sight. With a thud, Li Jianxian, ignoring his pain and pride, knelt before Su Changge, bowing deeply. I beseech the Sword Immortal for forgiveness. I would endure blindness for a lifetime to atone for my recklessness. What wrong have you committed? Rise. Su Changge replied, and with a flick of his fingers, he sent 2 streams of spiritual energy into Li Jianxuan's eyes. Instantly, Li Jianxian regained his sight, and his obliterated spirit was restored. Thank you, Sword Immortal. Thank you, he exclaimed, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. All of you may rise. With a gesture, Su Changge lifted them all with his spiritual energy. The Zhu family members, feeling no malice from Su Changge, slowly raised their heads to regard him. He appeared as if descended from the heavens, embodying a celestial being. Are you residents of this vicinity? Su Changge inquired gently. Indeed, Sword Immortal, we reside not far from here, Zhu Jiaozhu replied, not daring to lie. Coincidentally, I have been in seclusion for a long time, and now wish to venture outside. If it is not too much trouble, may I stay with you for a few nights? Perhaps you could share with me tales of the outside world, Su Changge requested. The honor of hosting the Sword Immortal is a blessing our Zhu family has accumulated over 8 generations. We would never dare to complain about our humble abode. Zhu Emo exclaimed, fearing to express any discontent. Very well, let us proceed, Su Changge said with a warm smile. Indeed, esteemed Sword Immortal, please. The head of the Zhu family replied, not daring to be neglectful, immediately bowing in a gesture of invitation. Su Changge chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stepped out of the cold palace that had sheltered him for 3 centuries. As the group departed the cold palace, Su Changge paused momentarily, raising his hand in a gesture. With a resounding rumble, the cold palace trembled violently. Before the astonished gazes of the Zhu family and the Sword Immortal, the grand and imposing palace visibly shrank to the size of a palm, landing in Su Changge's hand. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their hearts quaking in awe. To reduce such a colossal palace to a mere palm-sized object was indeed a terrifying feat of the Sword Immortal. In truth, Su Changge had taken several steps away from the cold palace half an hour prior, but, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the place he had inhabited for 3 centuries, he returned to construct a spiritual array to diminish the palace's size for keepsake. Coincidentally, it was at that moment that this group intruded upon him. With a smile, Su Changge tucked the cold palace into his sleeve and said nonchalantly, very well, let us be on our way. In the cave, the members of the Zhu family and the Sword Immortal Li Jianxian walked ahead, guiding Su Changge. The quietness of the cave made their anxious heartbeats audible. Although Su Changge displayed no malice, it did not quell their fears. Anyone who had a Sword Immortal capable of vanquishing them with a mere breath at their back would instinctively feel trepidation. Su Changge silently followed them. His spirits lifted as he approached the growing light at the cave's entrance. Upon stepping out into the sunlight and onto the grass of the mountainside, a smile graced his lips, and with hands clasped behind him, he inhaled deeply. 300 years have passed, and I have finally emerged. Su Changge's casual remarks startled the Zhu family and Li Jianxian. 300 years. The Sword Immortal has been here for 300 years. Such an extensive lifespan. Could it be that he is indeed a fallen immortal? They exchanged astonished glances, their hearts reverberating with shock. Let us proceed, Su Changge said with a warm smile directed at Zhu Mo. Ah, Zhu Mo promptly replied, stepping forward to lead the way. The distance to the Zhu residence was approximately 10 miles. Such a short journey could be traversed by Su Changge in the blink of an eye. However, he relished the walk, taking in the chirping of insects and the singing of birds surrounding him. Li Jianxian, accustomed to flying on his sword, found walking somewhat uncomfortable. Yet he dared not express his reluctance. Half an hour later, they arrived at Shurching. Under Zhu Mo's guidance, Su Changge entered the city, which was far more bustling than the outside. The streets were alive with people coming and going, vendors enthusiastically hawking their wares, and shops of varied kinds, selling rouge, beverages, and even martial arts training. Su Changge spotted beautiful women at the entrance of brothels, enticing customers with their charms. The cacophony was incessant. Yet Su Changge felt a profound nostalgia. After 300 years of solitude in a cold palace, he deeply missed the vibrancy of the mortal realm. Although he had consciously masked his aura to avoid drawing attention, his snow-white attire and ethereal demeanor, coupled with his jade-like complexion and striking features, made it impossible for him to go unnoticed. The women on the streets and at the windows cast furtive glances at him, whispering amongst themselves about the handsome gentleman who must surely be from the capital. They dreamt of marrying such a charming husband, feeling that it would leave them without regrets. Su Changge could hear their whispers clearly, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Soon, Su Changge arrived at the Zhu residence. "Your home is not at all modest. It is quite impressive," he remarked with a warm smile at Zhu Mo. "You flatter me, Sword Immortal." Zhu Mo replied with a forced smile. Upon Zhu Mo's return, the Zhu family members gathered around him. "The head of the family has returned. Father, have you found the treasure?" Zhu Mo's son, Zhu Feng, approached eagerly. They looked at Zhu Mo with hopeful expressions, their attention quickly diverted to the ethereal Su Changge. "Father, who is this?" Zhu Feng inquired. "Do not be rude. This is the Sword Immortal of the mortal realm. Quickly kneel and pay your respects," Zhu Mo admonished sternly. Zhu Feng, taken aback, immediately prepared to kneel, and others followed suit. "No need for such formality. Zhu family head, treat me as an ordinary person," Su Changge gently intervened, lifting the kneeling Zhu Feng and the others effortlessly. Their eyes widened in disbelief. He lifted us without touching us. What kind of ability is this?" "Incredible!" Zhu Feng exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Just a minor skill," Su Changge replied with a faint smile, then turned to Zhu Mo. "Are there any vegetarian meals in your residence?" "Indeed." "Fenger, go instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast of their finest dishes. The chefs must be on high alert if any dish is too salty or bland." "I shall hold them accountable," Zhu Mo commanded gravely. "Yes, yes." Zhu Feng hurried off without delay. "Sword Immortal, please step into the main hall and wait for a moment," Zhu Mo said with a sheepish smile. Before long, a table of fragrant dishes was set before them. Su Changge relished the meal, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction after 300 years without such a feast. Once he was satiated, he turned his attention to Zhu Mo and Li Jianxian. "By the way, I still do not know your names." "I am but Zhu Mo," he replied. "I am Li Xingxiu." Li Jianxian introduced himself promptly. "There is no need for such formality between us. I am not a figure of malice. Simply interact with me as you would normally. Furthermore, I shall not impose upon you without recompense." As he spoke, Su Changge produced a porcelain vial and handed it to Zhu Mo's Zhu family head. "This vial contains 3 elixirs. Regardless of the injury you may have sustained, as long as you draw a breath, consuming one will restore you to your former self." Upon hearing this, Zhu Mo's eyes sparkled with longing, yet he hesitated. "Such a precious elixir, how could I dare to accept it? I insist you take it." "Do you think I would seek to take advantage of you?" Su Changge feigned a frown. "Then, I shall take the liberty to accept it," Zhu Mo finally said. "Thank you for your generous gift, Sword Immortal." He received the elixirs, overwhelmed with joy, his body trembling with excitement. Li Xingxiu looked on with envy, his eyes turning green with desire. "With these 3 elixirs, it is as though I have gained 3 additional lives. Now, tell me about the current situation in the Jinwu continent," Su Changge requested. "Well, Sword Immortal, I am but a humble resident of a remote area and have some understanding of the Shaoyan dynasty, but I truly know little about the Jinwu continent," Zhu Mo admitted. Looking troubled. "You do not know?" Su Changge inquired, then realized that this world was not like the technologically advanced one, filled with rapid transportation and the internet. It was merely a low-level martial world newly transitioning to cultivation. People like Zhu Mo might never leave Shiqing. How could they be aware of the changes in the Jinwu continent? "Very well, then tell me about the Shaoyan dynasty," Su Changge said, waving his hand. Of course. Zhu Mo nodded and began to recount the tales. Moments later, Su Changge interrupted him. Zhu Mo's narrative held little relevance to him, merely recounting the customs and history of the Shaoyan dynasty, which bore no significance to him. "Let me ask you a few questions," Su Changge said. "Please, Sword Immortal." "Ask away," Zhu Mo replied. "Do you know of the Dain dynasty?" "No, I do not." "And what about the great vehicle Buddhism?" Zhu Mo shook his head. "I do not know, but there are temples in the capital where you might inquire about Buddhism if you wish." "And what of you?" Su Changge turned to Li Xingxiu. "I too am unaware." Li Xingxiu chuckled awkwardly. "Very well, then I have no further questions," Su Changge sighed, realizing he had asked in vain. "Do you have any spare rooms here? I would like to rest for a day." "Yes." "Fenger, arrange that immediately," Zhu Mo commanded. Zhu Feng promptly set about making the arrangements. Night fell, draping the world in darkness, with stars twinkling like jewels. Su Changge sat cross-legged on the bed in the splendid guest room prepared for him by the Zhu family, gazing out the window at the stars and contemplating where his journey would lead him next. If there is anything or anyone that truly captures my concern in the realm of Zhenwu, it would undoubtedly be the 5 fated sons in the Great Yin dynasty. Given their status as children of destiny, along with the guidance and gifts I have bestowed upon them, it is reasonable to assume they will thrive and perhaps even endure to this day. In truth, I could effortlessly traverse thousands of miles to visit the Great Yin dynasty. However, such a journey would diminish the joy of discovery, and even if I were to locate the Great Yin dynasty and find them, what would follow? After some contemplation, Su Changge abandoned the notion of directly flying to the Great Yin dynasty, opting instead to take this opportunity to embark on a journey of exploration. With his thoughts gathered, Su Changge prepared to retire for the night. Yet just as he was about to recline, his brow furrowed as he cast his gaze towards the direction of the Zhu family's wall. An unexpected visitor had arrived. In the dead of night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily scaled the walls of the Zhu residence, landing soundlessly on the ground. They engaged in hushed conversation, their intentions clear. Who would have thought we would be dressed like this to bring misfortune to the Zhu family? One remarked. But what choice do we have? The Sun family offers substantial tributes every month, and the prince has specifically commanded us to assist them with their troubles. The other scoffed. It matters not. Within Shichang, aside from Li Xingxiu, everyone else is utterly weak. Let us hasten our search for any treasures the Zhu family might have brought down from the mountains during the day. After that, we shall deal with the head of the Zhu family. By morning, the Sun family will take over their business. Their purpose was clear, to assassinate the head of the Zhu family, who was at odds with the Sun family. After a brief exchange, the two moved swiftly, scouring the Zhu residence. Their skills were formidable, and they moved with such stealth that they disturbed no one. Soon, they paused before a side room. Despite their thorough search yielding no treasures, they stumbled upon something that ignited their greed. Through a hole they poked in the window paper, they beheld the sleeping women of the Zhu family. Struck by their beauty, the 2 cloaked figures felt a surge of lust. Since there are no treasures here, why not indulge ourselves before the Sun family arrives to claim her? One suggested with a lewd grin. Indeed, this girl appears quite young and innocent. Rather than let her fall into the hands of the Sun family tomorrow, let us have our way with her first. They exchanged lascivious smiles and prepared to push open the door, but suddenly noticed a third shadow behind them, illuminated by the moonlight. Their pupils dilated in terror as they turned to confront the newcomer, a man clad in white who had appeared without their notice. Who are you? One of the black-clad men stammered, retreating a step. You dare to infiltrate the Zhu residence and question my identity? Su Changge regarded the 2 men with a bemused expression, as if they were mere jesters. You are one of the Zhu family, they exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. No. There are no experts in the Zhu family who could approach us undetected. You must be the renowned Li Jianxian of Shichang. Their faces paled, and their voices turned hostile. Do not pretend. Together, we are more than a match for you. Li Xingxiu. Attack. Kill him. With their cover blown, the 2 black-clad men sprang into action. They leaped forward, their fingers curled like talons, aimed at Su Changge's throat. Their speed was astonishing, their strength formidable. In an instant, they were upon him, their claws poised to strike. Yet, to their shock, the figure they had struck seemed to dissolve like a mirage, leaving the courtyard empty. Just then, a breeze swept past them. They spun around to find Su Changge standing behind them, wearing a knowing smile, as if to say, "Is that all? Monster!" They gasped, their minds unable to comprehend the skill displayed before them. They stumbled backward in fright, their faces drained of color. You, what are you? They stuttered, their legs trembling. Perhaps you should pose that question to the King of Hell, Su Changge replied, his voice devoid of emotion as he flicked his fingers. In an instant, a flash of sword light pierced the throats of both men. Before they could grasp what had transpired, they felt a searing pain. Looking down, they saw blood gushing from their necks, their eyes wide with horror as their bodies stiffened in fear. You. They attempted to curse Su Changge, but their voices were silenced by the fatal wounds. Grasping their throats, they collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Su Changge surveyed the bodies with an unfaltering gaze. Although his relationship with the Zhu family was not yet intimate enough to warrant their protection, he understood the intricate web of karma. His presence in the Zhu residence and the ensuing events were interconnected. Despite the short duration of his stay, he recognized that neglecting potential dangers could lead to dire consequences for the Zhu family, which could ultimately cast a shadow upon his own path of cultivation. With that thought, he vanished from sight. Not long after, the commotion attracted the attention of the Zhu family. Zhu Mo and key family members rushed to the scene, joined by Li Xingxiu. However, Su Changge paid them little mind. Upon returning to his quarters, he lay down to rest. The next morning, as dawn broke, a servant stood respectfully outside, ready to assist Su Changge with his morning rituals. Yet, he waved her away, knowing that at his level, this could not touch his skin. Thus, washing up was unnecessary. Furthermore, he had long since mastered the art of fasting, living solely on spiritual energy. Nevertheless, he yearned to savor the delights of the mortal realm. Upon entering the main hall, he found the Zhu family had prepared an elaborate feast. Zhu Mo greeted him with a beaming smile, expressing gratitude for his role in eliminating the intruders the previous night. Zhu Mo was astute enough to recognize the strength of the fallen adversaries, understanding that only Su Changge possessed the prowess to defeat them so effortlessly. Su Changge acknowledged the thanks with a nod, stepping into the hall and surveying the spread. He picked up a bowl of congee, eschewing the lavish offerings. There is no need for gluttony so early in the day. A bowl of porridge will suffice, he remarked as he sat down and savored his meal. Please, join me, he invited, exhibiting no airs of superiority. Zhu Mo and the others chuckled awkwardly before taking their seats, though they hesitated to eat, feeling honored to share a table with him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the courtyard. Master! Master! Trouble! The Sun family is here, a panicked servant announced. What? Zhu Mo exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face pale with alarm. Damn it! Why now, of all times, while the Sword Immortal is our guest? I mustn't let them disrupt his peace. Please wait here. I shall return shortly, Zhu Mo said, hastily departing. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, the chaotic shouts reached the courtyard. Master! The Sun family has breached our defenses, a servant reported, his face a mask of distress. At that moment, anguished cries rang out as several figures were hurled through the main gate, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their wounds. Following them, a throng of burly men entered, their expressions fierce. At the forefront stood the head of the Sun family, a triumphant smile on his face. However, upon spotting Zhu Mo, a flicker of shock crossed his features. Zhu Mo was still alive? Had the prince's envoy failed? Or were they simply too arrogant to assist him? After a brief moment of astonishment, the Sun family head regained his smug demeanor. Enough. Even if they do not take action, given the current strength of the Sun family, coupled with the numerous hired experts, we can still easily devour the Zhu family today. The head of the Sun family sneered as he led his entourage to the center of the Zhu family courtyard. Zhu Mo stepped forward and sternly reprimanded, You, son. Do you truly believe that you can come to my Zhu family unprovoked and unleash chaos as you please? Huh? Chaos? Zhu Mo. I shan't engage in pleasantries with you. Today, I am here to annex your Zhu family. If you are wise, surrender all your business to us immediately. Perhaps, in my good graces, I might spare you a future. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless and eradicating you from existence. The head of the Sun family, his expression fierce, unsheathed a broad blade from his waist, exuding an imposing aura. Sun family head, why waste more words with them? Let us take up arms and strike, clamored one of the hired experts behind him. Yes, let us swiftly eradicate the Zhu family. I have heard the Zhu matriarch is an exquisite beauty. Allow me to have my turn first. Laughter echoed as the Sun family's experts brandished their weapons, all wearing malicious grins, their murderous intent palpable. Zhu Mo's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. You, son, have gone too far. Today, my Zhu family will fight to the death. The Zhu family members rushed forth, drawing their swords to confront the Sun family's skilled fighters. In the hall, Su Changge calmly sipped his porridge. Does the Sun family have enmity with your Zhu family? He inquired of a trembling Zhu family member beside him. Indeed, decades ago, the Zhu and Sun families were known as the two great families of Shicheng, frequently clashing but maintaining a delicate balance. However, half a year ago, the Sun family inexplicably formed a connection with a prince from the capital, securing his protection through monthly tributes. Since then, they have gradually encroached upon our Zhu family's businesses. When they could not compete fairly, they resorted to blatant theft. Our head, wary of the prince's backing, has tolerated their aggression, only to find that the Sun family has become increasingly audacious, now seeking to completely annex our Zhu family and even eradicate us. The Zhu family member's emotions surged. His fists clenched tightly. Su Changge grasped the situation and continued to observe the courtyard. At that moment, tensions were high, neither side yielding an inch. However, the Sun family boasted numerous experts, making it clear that the Zhu family was outmatched. Just then, Li Xingxiu stepped forward, his expression dark as he exited the hall. Sun family head, I do not wish to interfere in your matters with the Zhu family, but your timing today is ill-fated. You should leave. Li Xingxiu had been staying at the Zhu family, seeking an opportunity to please Su Changge. Now, witnessing the Sun family threatening to disrupt Su Changge's meal, he felt compelled to intervene. Li Jianxian? How amusing. I did not expect the Zhu family to have enlisted your aid, retorted the head of the Sun family, his demeanor cooling instantly. How much silver did the Zhu family offer you? I, the Sun family, will double it. I do not ask for your aid. I simply request that you refrain from meddling. Li Xingxiu shook his head. This matter transcends mere finances. I have already stated that your timing is most unfortunate. Ah. So you are intent on opposing the Sun family? Ah. Do you truly believe the Sun family lacks the means to deal with you? The head of the Sun family's expression darkened as he shouted, Master He, I require your assistance. Upon his command, an elderly man with white hair emerged from behind them, raising his hand to summon a white crane that soared in from outside the wall. Master He leapt onto the bird, stroking his beard with a smile, gazing at Li Jianxian. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Today, I shall witness your prowess. A formidable presence from the capital? Li Xingxiu's eyes narrowed, his expression growing serious as he sensed an aura from Master He that rivaled his own. How do you find my preparations today, Zhu? Now, even Li Jianxian is restrained. Who else can save your Zhu family? Fear not, we shall only eliminate your male descendants. As for your wives, daughters, and other female kin, we will treat them well, playing with them for a few days before selling them into brothels for profit, utilizing every asset. The head of the Sun family wore a cruel, triumphant smile. Bastard. Zhu Mo gritted his teeth, yet despair engulfed him. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. And Li Jianxian would not risk everything for the Zhu family. If a conflict were to ensue, it would likely spell disaster for them. What should I do? Zhu Mo felt frantic. Just then, a light, ethereal voice echoed from the hall. If you leave the Zhu family now, I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Su Changge set down his bowl of porridge, speaking indifferently, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Such a formidable figure deserves reverence akin to that of the divine. As Su Changge's words resonated, all eyes turned toward him. The Zhu family was overjoyed. The Sword Immortal was about to intervene, and today's calamity could be averted. However, the Sun family was incensed by these words. Who is this dandy? What audacity! As if nothing had transpired. Ha ha ha. This is the most ludicrous statement I've heard all year. Unaware of the danger, I shall ensure you feel my wrath. The Sun family's retainers responded with arrogance, brimming with bravado. The Sun family patriarch squinted cautiously at Master He. Is this young man a certain noble from the capital? He seems to disregard even the Sword Immortal yet shows deference to the powerful scions of the capital. Not at all. Do not be deceived by this youth. Master He shook his head. I perceive no threat emanating from him. Ha! You are but a short-sighted fool. The might of the Sword Immortal is beyond your comprehension. Li Jianxian scoffed. The Sun family dismissed Li Jianxian's words, and upon hearing Master He's assessment, the patriarch felt reassured. So, it was merely an act. TSK, TSK, TSK. Patriarch's son, I find such delicate young men utterly delightful. Training them is immensely enjoyable. A gaunt, effeminate man emerged from behind the patriarch, casting a lascivious gaze at Su Changge. Fear not, I shall instruct my brothers to go easy on you, lest you lack the strength to scream later. Bang! Before the effeminate man could finish, he erupted into a mist of blood. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Eagle brother! Eagle! The Sun family members gasped in horror. Retreating several steps, they stared at the scene, as if witnessing a ghost. Especially the patriarch, who, standing closest, was splattered with gore, his face drained of color. Trembling in fear. Even the Zhu family was rendered speechless, their hearts racing. A living person had instantaneously exploded into a mist of blood. Such a bizarre and terrifying technique. In the hall, Su Changge's eyes turned cold, suppressing his murderous intent. He had not anticipated that after warning the Sun family, they would still dare to provoke him. Truly courting death. He vanished, reappearing in the courtyard. The Sun family members recoiled once more, never having witnessed such a peculiar form of movement. I had offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to grasp it. Su Changge's icy gaze swept over the Sun family. Instantly, they felt a chill that penetrated to their core, fear gripping their hearts. The earlier bizarre scene had shattered their courage. Damn it. I refuse to believe you possess such supernatural powers. It must be the Zhu family playing tricks. A burly retainer of the Sun family, brimming with skepticism, drew his sword, ready to strike Su Changge. Bang! Another explosion of blood mist ensued, splattering those nearby. How is this possible? The Sun family's retainers gasped in horror, their faces ashen, devoid of color. The terror emanating from Su Changge extinguished any thoughts of resistance. All were left in stunned silence, trembling at the sight of him. Esteemed one, it was my ignorance that provoked you. I implore your forgiveness. The Sun Patriarch, trembling, approached Su Changge, his body quaking. As a cultivator himself, he had never felt such fear before encountering Su Changge. To explode into a mist of blood at a mere disagreement. Too terrifying. Surely, those who met such a fate had no inkling of their impending doom. Please, grant us a path to survival. The Sun Patriarch's demeanor was abjectly humble, yet his thoughts remained venomous. We must retreat. I refuse to believe such a strong figure can remain with the Zhu family indefinitely. Once he departs, I shall annihilate the Zhu family. I have already provided you with an opportunity. Su Changge's cold gaze detected the intense malice hidden within the Patriarch's emotions. Does the esteemed one truly intend to exterminate my Sun family? The Patriarch lowered his head, his right hand subtly retreating into his sleeve, a malevolent glimmer crossing his eyes. Then perish. Suddenly, the Sun Patriarch's expression turned ghastly, his right hand brandishing a poisoned dagger, lunging towards Su Changge. Bang! The Patriarch exploded into a mist of blood. The dagger clattered to the ground. The splattered flesh was intercepted by an invisible barrier of light. Su Changge remained unblemished, clad in white, as ethereal as a celestial being. Yet, to the Sun family members, this scene was akin to confronting a specter. The Patriarch is dead. Run. Esteemed one, spare me. I am but a hired retainer of the Sun family. The Sun family descended into chaos, some fleeing in panic, others kneeling in supplication. Master He, unwittingly guiding the white crane, retreated, prepared to escape. Su Changge's gaze remained icy. Despite the fervent pleas for mercy, these individuals, who took money to annihilate the Zhu family, could just as easily be hired to destroy others. Such a menace ought to be eradicated. Yet, he had no intention of acting himself. Li Xingxiu. Su Changge turned to Li Xingxiu, flicking his fingers to impart a sword intent into his mind. In an instant, Li Xingxiu felt an explosion within his consciousness. A torrent of profound sword intent surging through him. His swordsmanship ascended rapidly, and his long-stagnant cultivation surged forward. Within mere breaths, his power doubled. These individuals are yours to handle, Su Changge commanded. Yes. Li Xingxiu, elated, drew his sword and charged at Master He. With his power doubled, Li Xingxiu swiftly overwhelmed Master He, dispatching the celestial crane in under 3 strikes. Master He fell, sprawled on the ground in disarray. No, you cannot kill me. I am a retainer of Prince Wang Changshuan. Silence. Li Xingxiu paid no heed to Master He's words, severing his head with a single stroke. He then pursued the remaining foes. Moments later, all adversaries lay slain. As the final enemy fell, the clamor in the courtyard ceased abruptly. The Zhu family members stood in stunned silence. They finally comprehended why their patriarch and the Sword Immortal treated Su Changge with such reverence. To such a powerful being, one should show utmost respect. Esteemed Sword Immortal, I have not failed you. Li Xingxiu returned, unable to contain his elation. He had been at a bottleneck for over a decade, believing he would never break through, yet under Su Changge's guidance, he had grasped boundless sword intent, experiencing a remarkable leap in power. Furthermore, once he returned to assimilate all the sword intent, his cultivation would ascend even further. Indeed, Su Changge nodded, nonchalantly returning to his quarters. In a state of chaos, the Zhu family was beset by an unprecedented calamity. Su Changge had resided in the Zhu household for several days, primarily to acclimatize himself to the external world. Although he was eager to experience the splendor of life beyond the confines of the cold palace, he found himself struggling to adjust to the vibrant environment after such an extended period of isolation. Consequently, he spent more time indoors than venturing out. However, after a few days of adaptation, he gradually began to embrace the outside world. Meanwhile, the Zhu family was embroiled in a flurry of activity. With the demise of the Sun family's formidable warriors, the Zhu family naturally inherited their enterprises. Unlike the Sun family's patriarch, who was steeped in malevolence, Zhu Mo, after subduing the Sun clan, chose not to harm their women and children, granting them the means to sustain their lives through businesses. With the integration of the Sun family, the Zhu family ascended to become the preeminent family in Shiqing. Li Jianxian, having shed his previous avaricious demeanor, consented to join the Zhu family as a guest elder, much to the elation of the Zhu clan. Yet, Zhu Mo remained troubled. Despite the Sun family's downfall, their powerful patron, the joint king, loomed ominously, exerting considerable pressure on him. Sooner or later, Su Changge would depart, leaving the Zhu family vulnerable to the royal wrath. The anticipated storm arrived sooner than Zhu Mo had foreseen. The following day, a Zhu family youth rushed in with alarming news. Master, today, many of our younger members reported encountering individuals clad in resplendent attire, displaying an extraordinary demeanor, at the newly acquired businesses. After inquiring about the Sun family, they discreetly departed. Could they be from the capital? Zhu Mo's heart sank. The inevitable had arrived. He intended to consult with Li Jianxian later. However, during lunch, as Zhu Mo and Li Jianxian dined with Su Changge, a cacophonous crash reverberated through the air as the Zhu family's gates were violently flung open. A battalion of armored soldiers stormed into the courtyard. We have come to execute justice on behalf of the royal decree. The head of the Zhu family is accused of heinous crimes, having slaughtered numerous members of the Sun family. Surrender quietly or face a gruesome demise. The leader, clad in silver armor, wielded a gleaming silver blade, exuding an aura of menace. The Zhu family members, akin to startled birds, gazed apprehensively at the soldiers. This is dire news, Master. The officials have arrived. They threaten to annihilate our entire family. What? Zhu Mo sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. Lord Jianxian, I must assess the situation. With that, he hastily exited the hall. As anticipated, the courtyard was filled with well-trained soldiers, each adorned in iron armor and wielding bloodstained swords, radiating an intimidating presence. Master, these soldiers seem exceptionally formidable. They may prove more challenging than typical practitioners, one of Zhu's trusted aides remarked, furrowing his brow. They are likely the infamous private soldiers of the Joint King, renowned for their valor and ferocity. It is astonishing that the king holds the Sun family in such esteem that he dispatched these mercenaries for vengeance, Zhu Mo replied gravely. You are the head of the Zhu family? The silver-armored soldier squinted, casting a malevolent gaze at Zhu Mo. You lack the strength to have slain so many of the Sun family's experts. Let the perpetrator step forward. I shall execute him on the spot. The Sun family harbored malicious intentions towards us. Our actions were merely for self-preservation. What crime have we committed? Zhu Mo retorted firmly. What crime? You have usurped the Sun family's enterprises, resorting to murder, and dared to attack a guest elder of the king. Zhu, do you still recognize the law? What a law! The Joint King accepted bribes from the Sun family and dispatched guest elders to annihilate my Zhu family. Have you ever considered the law? Silence. Slandering the king's reputation is a grave offense. I shall today punish you for murder and bring about the complete annihilation of the Zhu family. Furthermore, your assets will be confiscated. The tension in the courtyard reached a fever pitch. Inside the hall, Su Changge remained unfazed, casting a discerning glance outside. The malevolence emanating from the soldiers was overwhelming. He furrowed his brow. Soldiers stationed at the northern borders, each of whom had claimed dozens of enemy lives, had not exuded such a potent aura of bloodlust. Judging by the intensity of these soldiers' malevolence, each must have taken nearly 1,000 lives. Lord Jianxian is unaware that the Joint King is notorious for his brutality and bloodlust. It is rumored that he practices an insidious art that requires young women as sacrifices. Allegedly, he demands the lives of 7 or 8 young women every 3 days for his dark rituals. To facilitate his vile pursuits, he has trained 1,000 private soldiers over the years, claiming countless innocent lives, Li Xing explained to Su Changge. Thus, they are all deserving of their fate? Su Changge regarded Li Xing thoughtfully. I comprehend. I shall assist the head of the Zhu family in subduing them. Li Xing promptly rose. No need. You may not be their match, Su Changge gently interjected, setting down his teacup. As the cup touched the table, a wave of sword energy rippled forth. In the courtyard, the silver-armored soldiers raised their blades. Brothers, today we shall cleanse the world of these vile beings in the name of the king. Kill. The soldiers unsheathed their gleaming swords, brimming with malevolence and imposing might. The Zhu family members wore grave expressions, as if facing a formidable adversary. In the next instant, an invisible sword energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, every soldier bore a crimson line across their necks. Subsequently, heads began to tumble like raindrops, and corpses collapsed to the ground, blood spilling forth to stain the earth. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. The Zhu family members gasped in astonishment. Mere moments ago, the fierce mercenaries had seemed invincible, and now they lay lifeless. It was a scene of sheer terror. Many members of the Zhu family looked towards Su Changge in awe, their foreheads and palms slick with sweat. Although they knew he meant them no harm, the fear within them was undeniable. Thank you, Lord Jianxian, for your timely assistance. Zhu Mo quickly composed himself, approaching Su Changge with a grateful smile. It was no trouble. These soldiers, having trampled upon human lives, are deserving of their fate. Today, I encountered them and deemed it my duty to rid the world of their scourge, Su Changge replied nonchalantly. Your righteousness is commendable, Lord Jianxian, Zhu Mo expressed his admiration. Attempting to flatter him, Su Changge offered no denial. After finishing his meal, he placed his chopsticks down and turned to Zhu Mo. I shall depart at dawn tomorrow, he stated calmly. Lord Jianxian is leaving? Zhu Mo's heart sank. The loss of several private soldiers of the Joint King at the Zhu residence could incur severe repercussions. He feared that, without Su Changge's presence, the Zhu family would be obliterated under the king's wrath, leading to a fate far worse than that of the Sun family. Do not worry. After my departure, I shall visit the temple in the capital and pay a visit to the Joint King's residence to resolve your lingering troubles. Su Changge assured. That is splendid. Thank you, Lord Jianxian. I bow to you in gratitude. Zhu Mo exclaimed with excitement, immediately kneeling before Su Changge. Su Changge did not hinder him. A life-saving grace warranted such reverence. After Zhu Mo expressed his profound thanks, Su Changge added, Please prepare a fine steed for me, as I shall ride forth tomorrow. A horse? Zhu Mo was momentarily taken aback. If the sword immortal could soar through the skies on a blade, did he truly require a steed? Yet, he understood that some inquiries were best left unvoiced, and promptly set about preparing horses for Su Changge. On the following day, Su Changge rose with the dawn. A magnificent steed, a prized blood-sweating horse, awaited him at the threshold of his chamber. Upon the horse's back rested a bulging pouch of silver coins, a token of Zhu Mo's goodwill, humbly requesting the acceptance of the sword immortal. With a nod of acknowledgement to Zhu Mo, Su Changge tucked the silver into his sleeve and gracefully mounted the horse. I shall take my leave now. Giddy up. With a squeeze of his legs against the horse's flank, he urged the creature forward and galloped away. In broad daylight, a heinous act of murder unfolds. The sweltering heat of summer envelopes the land. Along the route from Shicheng to the capital, Su Changge finds respite beneath the shade of a towering tree. Seated cross-legged on the ground, he gently brushes his horse's face, preparing to let it graze shortly thereafter. The choice to ride stemmed from a desire to savor the scenic beauty along the way, as flying would cause him to miss it, while walking would prove too slow. Prolonging his journey to the capital, as he contemplates his decision, a horse-drawn carriage approaches and halts beside the tree. The coachman dismounts and respectfully addresses the occupants within. Miss, young master, shall we disembark to rest and cool off? The horses, too, require a moment of respite. A voice replies from inside the carriage, and a pair of siblings emerge. The younger sister, pure and charming, possesses sparkling eyes and wears a lovely pink dress, exuding a lively demeanor. Her older brother, though of unremarkable appearance, carries a folding fan with an air of refinement, reminiscent of a scholar. Upon disembarking, the siblings spot Su Changge resting in the shade and offer him gentle smiles. He nods in acknowledgement. However, once he turns away, the sister promptly tugs at her brother's arm and whispers excitedly, Brother, what a handsome young gentleman. You're being infatuated again, he playfully chides, tapping her forehead. She giggles mischievously and joins her brother under the tree, though her sparkling eyes frequently dart back towards Su Changge. After a moment, she cleverly rolls her eyes and skips over to retrieve a bundle from the carriage. From it, she extracts a fruit and hesitantly approaches Su Changge, extending it toward him. Young master, it's quite hot. Please have a fruit to cool off. She offers a shy smile. Thank you, Su Changge replies, accepting the fruit with a warm grin. To the girl, his smile is akin to the blossoming of spring. Her heart races, and her cheeks flush with embarrassment. You're welcome, she exclaims joyfully. Returning to her brother to share her delight, Su Changge takes a bite of the fruit, savoring its sweetness, which evokes fond memories of 3 centuries past, when he was of a similar age as the girl in the pink dress, filled with a hazy yearning for love. Yet, with his heart tempered over 300 years, he remains unmoved. The girl's innocent actions, however, remind him of the vibrancy of life. From his sleeve, he retrieves 2 pills and magically transforms them into fruit. Good sir, young lady, these are special fruits from my hometown. Please, have a taste. He advances, offering the fruits. Consuming these pills bestows longevity and vitality, he assures them. After tasting, the siblings would likely live well beyond 100 years. Thank you, kind sir, the brother bows gracefully. Thank you, young master, the sister beams, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Su Changge returns the smile and resumes feeding his horse. Brother, let me have that one. You take this instead. The sister cleverly swaps the fruit her brother holds for one of Su Changge's, carefully placing one in her bundle before savoring the other. It's so sweet, she exclaims, gazing happily at Su Changge. Half an hour later, having completed his rest, Su Changge mounts his horse. Good sir, young lady, until we meet again. He bows to the siblings. Until we meet again, the brother replies with a bow. Farewell, young master, the sister waves enthusiastically, though her eyes betray a hint of melancholy. A day later, Su Changge emerges from a humble inn by the roadside, ready to continue his journey. He inquires with the innkeeper, learning that the capital is still 2 days away. As he loosens the reins of his horse, he suddenly hears shouts. Get out of the way. If you want to live, move aside. Accompanying the curses, 2 bandit-like men gallop toward him. On the road before the inn, a family of 4 leads a horse burdened with heavy luggage. Hearing the raucous cries, they hastily prepare to yield, but their elderly horse strains under the weight, making it difficult to maneuver quickly. You deaf? Move it or die. One of the bandits, showing no mercy, draws a blade and strikes. With a sickening thud, the husband's head is sent soaring. Ah, murder! Screams erupt from the inn. Ah, my husband! Father! Father! The wife collapses over her husband's lifeless body, wailing uncontrollably, while the children stand frozen in horror. The onlookers within the inn are struck with dread. Such brutality. The bandits kill without cause, utterly inhumane. What will become of this poor family now? In broad daylight, they draw their blades over a mere dispute. Is there no law? Hush. Do not speak. This is bandit territory. Be cautious not to attract their attention. At the innkeeper's warning, silence falls as everyone refrains from further discussion. Su Changge remains silent, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of the bandits, his eyes gleaming with icy resolve. At that moment, he notices a figure dragged along the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, he realizes the person is tied to the back of a horse by the bandits. The sight reveals the individual to be the very scholar he encountered the day prior, now bloodied and battered. A surge of cold fury courses through Su Changge. Die, he utters softly. With a resounding impact, 2 bandits explode into clouds of crimson mist. The startled horse rears, skidding across the ground in terror. Gasps of astonishment echo within the inn. He killed with but a word. He is a cultivator. The spectators are both terrified and in awe. What a fearsome cultivator. However, the act is met with a sense of grim satisfaction. Eyes widened in shock, the onlookers instinctively step back, wary of Su Changge's presence. It's over. It's all over. With a powerful being here to slay the bandits, the wrath of the bandits will surely fall upon us. My humble inn may be lost, along with my very life. The innkeeper collapses to the ground, face stricken with despair. With a flick of his finger, Su Changge conjures a gust of wind, lifting the dragged scholar before him. This display of power leaves the onlookers even more aghast, retreating further from Su Changge. Although battered and bruised, the scholar remains conscious. Upon realizing his predicament, he seizes the opportunity, kneeling before Su Changge in desperation. Young master, I beg you, save my sister. She has been taken by the bandits. Where is she? Su Changge inquires. They have taken her to that mountain. The scholar points toward a distant peak, a daunting distance of at least 70 or 80 miles. Overcome with despair, he weeps anew. The journey to the bandit hideout is perilous and long. He fears that by the time they arrive, it may already be too late for his sister. With tears streaming down his face, he laments his choice to pursue scholarly pursuits instead of martial training, regretting that he was unable to protect his sister. At that moment, Su Changge placed her palm upon his shoulder. I shall take you to rescue your sister. As her words echoed, the 2 suddenly vanished from their original spot. In the heart of the Black Wind stronghold, several bandits rode in, their horses laden with young girls in pink skirts. One such girl, her hair disheveled and her face streaked with tears, trembled like a helpless lamb, uncertain of the cruel fate that awaited her. Come, my dear. Accompany us to meet the king. Perhaps if you serve him well, you may become a lady of the stronghold, enjoying a life of luxury, the bandit sneered, their eyes lecherously scanning her form. You could resist, but rest assured, once the king is done with you, you will be tossed to us. And we will treat you well. Should you not survive, consider it an early reunion with your deceased brother. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed as they roughly seized the girl. Let me go, please, she cried, struggling in vain against her captors, who effortlessly hoisted her onto their shoulders and carried her toward the main hall. Inside, the king, draped in tiger skin, lounged upon an ornate chair, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Well done, my minions. It has been months since I have laid eyes on such a stunning beauty. She appears to be untouched. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, do take care this time. Let's not repeat last time's folly, when you exhausted yourself with a beauty, leaving us with nothing for months. They cautioned, their laughter boisterous. The girl, abandoned in the center of the hall, curled into herself, trembling in fear. "Brother, come save me. I am so frightened." "Forget your brother," a bandit taunted. "A frail scholar like him deserves to be dragged behind a horse. I dare say by now he is likely dog food." Ha ha ha. Their mocking laughter intensified as they reveled in her terror. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the hall. The laughter ceased abruptly, and the bandit stared in disbelief at Su Changge and his companion. "Sister," the scholar exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. "Brother." She could scarcely believe her eyes. But upon feeling his warmth, she clung to him and wept uncontrollably. The bandits exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at the scene before them. "Who is this? Isn't he that scholar? What is he doing here? Where are Lao Lu and Lao Ba? And who is that beside him?" Confusion erupted among the bandits. "Who are you?" the king demanded, his brow furrowing as he sensed danger. He seized a heavy blade from beside his throne. Su Changge remained silent, his consciousness expanding to envelop the entire mountain. He perceived everything within the Black Wind stronghold, noting the presence of 218 bandits, while the nearby graveyard held thousands of skulls. "You claim this mountain as your kingdom, inflicting harm upon the innocent. Have you never considered that such actions would summon retribution?" Su Changge declared, articulating the bandits' crimes. The king, however, laughed derisively, as if Su's words were a compliment. "Retribution? Ha ha ha. Are you suggesting that you are the harbinger of my doom? Do not think your elusive movements can intimidate me." With that, the king sprang to his feet, wielding his blade with a flourish. The air vibrated as the weapon hummed ominously, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. It was clear he was also a practitioner of martial arts, having maintained his dominion for years. "Go on, strike. Show him the consequences of his arrogance," the bandits urged. "Kill him! Kill him!" They rallied, their spirits high. "You think we have held this land for so long without reason? Our king can fell countless heroes and cultivators with a single swing of his blade. Today shall be no exception." "Very well. Allow me to showcase my prowess," the king snarled, channeling his strength as he charged at Su Changge, swinging his heavy blade with ferocity. "Watch out," the scholar shouted. A thunderous clash echoed as the king's blade struck before Su Changge, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. The force of the impact reverberated back, causing the king's hands to tingle. "Impossible," he gasped, his expression shifting to one of horror as he swung again, only to have his blade shatter upon impact. With a resounding crash, a fragment of the blade flew back, destroying the throne behind him. The king's face paled, fury taking over as he discarded the broken weapon. "Tiger Fist," he roared, muscles tensing as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Su Changge. A dull thud resonated, followed by the king's anguished scream as his arm shattered under the backlash of his own attack. "Your Majesty," the bandits gasped, watching in shock as the king fell to his knees, pain contorting his face. In that moment, he realized he was no match for Su Changge. "Forgive me. I did not recognize your esteemed presence. I am willing to offer 1,000 pieces of gold. Spare us," he pleaded desperately. 1,000 pieces of gold? Pray tell. How many lives have been lost for you to amass this wealth? How many can be resurrected by it? Su Changge's voice was as frigid as ice, sending chills through the king. "If you are a man of justice, unable to tolerate our misdeeds, I shall disband this stronghold and seek a peaceful life. We will use the gold for charitable deeds. Please, grant us a chance for redemption." Though his arms were shattered, the king continued to bow and plead. "A chance? I already offered you one, but you failed to seize it." Su Changge shook his head, and with a swift motion, the king exploded in a shower of blood. "How dare you? We are allied with the king of the shoulder," the remaining bandits screamed. A cacophony of explosions followed, claiming the lives of all within the hall. The scholar quickly shielded his sister's eyes. The king of the shoulder. Su Changge squinted, having formed a very unfavorable impression of him before their encounter. He then flicked his fingers, unleashing a beam of sword energy that soared into the sky, piercing the roof of the stronghold and transforming into over 200 sword strikes, precisely targeting each bandit lurking on the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. A brilliant light streaked across, and in an instant, all the mountain bandits met their demise. In a flash, the entire army of the Black Wind stronghold was obliterated. The scholar stood in a daze, gazing at Su Changge. In a fleeting moment, a journey of 1,000 miles was taken. A mere thought could extinguish life. The young master resembled a deity. "Come, hold your sister tightly." Su Changge approached the scholar, resting a hand on his shoulder, and the three figures vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the bandit storage room was suddenly burst open from within, and several large chests flew out. At the end, thud, several large chests came crashing down from outside, landing heavily on the ground. The three of them materialized out of thin air. Everyone was left in astonishment. They returned so swiftly? Why is there one more person? Have you already rescued them? The guests trembled in disbelief. What about the bandits? What has become of them? The innkeeper timidly emerged, his greatest concern being whether the bandits would seek vengeance upon him. All the bandits have been slain by the young master, the scholar, filled with the exhilaration of survival, exclaimed. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All of them killed. Good heavens! How long has it been since he left? If this were true, peace would reign in this area from now on. Thank you, young master, for your efforts in eradicating the bandits. Su Changge paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, but instead turned his gaze to the innkeeper. This chest contains 1,000 taels of gold. You may keep 3 taels for yourself. The remainder, please distribute to the impoverished families. Should you dare to embezzle, Su Changge waved his fingers, and a table was shattered in 2 with a thunderous crack. The crowd fell silent, as if struck by frost. Why, yes, I understand, the innkeeper hastily replied. At that moment, the scholar suddenly knelt beside Su Changge. I am Murong Shu, and I humbly request that you take me as your disciple. A sword can slay from 1,000 miles away, and a single word can shake the heavens. To take you as my disciple? Su Changge regarded Murong Shu with keen interest. Pray tell, why should I accept you as my apprentice? You, a noble gentleman, harbor great ambitions, earning the admiration of the world as a hero. Yet, with countless injustices rampant, one man alone cannot address them all. I am willing to follow you in the pursuit of divine powers, to save the world from peril and eradicate all that is unjust. Murong Shu spoke with resolute conviction. Indeed, as an educated man, your words are eloquent. However, I do not possess the grand ideals you attribute to me. Nor am I inclined to shoulder the burdens of the world. I merely intervene when confronted with injustice. Such reasons are too vague to sway me. Su Changge shook his head. Hearing this, Murong Shu clenched his fists tightly, bowing his head in sincerity. I desire strength. I wish to protect my sister. I can no longer bear to see her suffer as she has today. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. Now, this is the true reason for your desire to cultivate, is it not? Yes. I earnestly request that you take me as your disciple. Murong Shu pleaded once more. You wish to cultivate, but you must understand that it is not as simple as you think. The path of cultivation is arduous, as challenging as ascending to the heavens. To become stronger, one must endure countless trials and push beyond oneself in life and death situations. You, a mere scholar, raised in comfort since childhood. How could you withstand such grueling trials akin to a mountain of blades and a sea of flames? Su Changge gazed into Murong Shu's eyes, as if seeing through to his very soul. I am willing to abandon my scholarly pursuits for martial ones, to protect my sister and family. I am prepared to overcome any hardship in my cultivation. Murong Shu's resolve shone brightly. Your spirit is commendable. Although your innate talent is lacking, it is not beyond redemption. Since our fates have intertwined, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Su Changge revealed a look of appreciation, his finger gently pressing against Murong Shu's brow. Boom! An immense surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, cleansing and transforming his essence. In that moment, Murong Shu was enveloped in spiritual energy, his aura breaking through to the 2nd level of chi refinement. Su Changge withdrew his finger, taking the vast spiritual energy with him. He did not elevate Murong Shu's cultivation too much, lest his body could not endure it. Murong Shu, exhilarated, gazed at his hands, feeling a mysterious power coursing through him. Disciple Murong Shu expresses his profound gratitude to his master. Murong Shu bowed deeply, overwhelmed with thanks. Su Changge shook his head. I have merely granted you a chance. I do not take you as my disciple. From now on, your cultivation will have no bearing on me. But Murong Shu was about to argue. Yet upon witnessing the resolute gaze of Su Changge, he swallowed his words. He then asked, how should I cultivate? Given your aptitude and constitution, it is too late to practice swordsmanship or pursue other paths. You should focus on studying and cultivating through literature, Su Changge advised. Studying to cultivate? I have spent over 20 years in study and have never heard that reading could lead to cultivation, Murong Shu replied in confusion. Su Changge chuckled. Who says that reading cannot lead to cultivation? Sword cultivators wield swords as vehicles, capable of slaying from afar. Devotees of Buddhism practice the teachings of the Buddha, wielding those principles to shake the universe. Both swordsmanship and Buddhist teachings serve as vehicles for cultivation. If swords can be cultivated and Buddhist principles can be cultivated, why cannot literature? Scholars nurture righteousness and integrity, ultimately entering the Tao through Confucianism, capable of slaying from afar and shaking the heavens with their words. However, this path requires your own contemplation. Su Changge's words awakened Murongshu, who suddenly comprehended. I understand. A new door had opened before him, revealing a path to cultivation that suited him. I hope you truly grasp this. Su Changge said no more and walked towards the door. It was getting late. It was time to set off. Young master. Murongyu, his sister, suddenly called out. Su Changge turned his gaze. Thank you. It was but a trivial effort. Su Changge smiled warmly, then mounted his horse and rode away. The siblings watched Su Changge's retreating figure until it disappeared from view, before finally averting their gaze. In truth, this was a seed planted by Su Changge, a test of sorts. When Murongshu sought him as a master, an idea had sparked within him. Can a scholar transcend to the extraordinary in this world? He had studied various methods in the cold palace but had not encountered the cultivation through literature. Thus, he bestowed upon Murongshu this opportunity, opening the door to cultivating through study. As for how far Murongshu would go in the future, that would depend on his own fortune. The sweat and blood steed galloped for a day. By evening, Su Changge found an inn to rest. Just after paying for his room, he heard the innkeeper shouting outside. Go away. We do not accept vagrants here. Hurry, hurry, do not disturb our business. Su Changge looked outside to see a throng of disheartened vagrants leaving in despair. This same scenario repeated several times during dinner. Within a short half-hour, 4 or 5 groups of vagrants passed by. Judging by their direction, they seemed to have come from the capital. Innkeeper, why are there so many vagrants here? Su Changge inquired. Well, esteemed guest, there are matters that cannot be spoken of. If someone with ill intentions overhears, it could be dangerous, the innkeeper replied, his face troubled. Clink. Su Changge tossed a silver ingot. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled, and he discreetly slipped the silver into his sleeve. Sigh, very well, I shall share with you. The innkeeper leaned closer to Su Changge, lowering his voice. These vagrants were originally citizens of Fengxian City, where the weather is normally favorable, and there should not be any vagrants. However, last year, the court dispatched a new city lord to govern. Earlier this year, the Prince of the Shoulder ordered the collection of women from various regions, which was met with opposition from the city lord in Fengxian. That city lord is a good person, rallying the townsfolk to resist and stand against it. Naturally, the citizens did not wish to part with their daughters, and thus responded to the city lord's call. As a result, the Prince of the Shoulder was enraged. Unleashing his wrath, he ordered his private soldiers to destroy all the grain in Fengxian City, making the entire populace pay the price. With no food to eat, the court officials, fearing the Prince of the Shoulder, dared not distribute relief grain, leaving the once peaceful citizens to become vagrants seeking justice in the capital. However, judging by the current situation, it seems these vagrants have been turned away from the capital and forced to return. The innkeeper concluded. The Prince of the Shoulder, again him. Su Changge frowned. In the days since his departure, nearly every calamity he encountered was connected to the Prince of the Shoulder. He had initially thought the abduction of women and the private nurturing of bandits were heinous enough. Little did he know that the Prince of the Shoulder's cruelty ran even deeper. The citizens, unwilling to surrender their daughters, had their entire lives destroyed. Such a display of power from the Prince of the Shoulder. Esteemed guest, these matters are not secrets, but due to their connection to the prince, everyone is wary of discussing it. You must not reveal that I told you, the innkeeper cautioned earnestly. Understood. Su Changge nodded, and then ascended the stairs to rest in his room. The following morning, he set out on horseback. As noon approached, he finally arrived at the capital. The power of incense and its mysteries. Su Changge dismounted before the city gates. At that moment, numerous soldiers were stationed at the entrance, expelling vagrants. However, upon seeing Su Changge's opulent attire, which unmistakably marked him as a scion of a wealthy family, the soldiers readily allowed him passage. Leading his horse, Su Changge entered the city. Compared to Stone City, the capital was evidently far more affluent. The streets bustled with life, and it appeared that those clad in fine garments and indulging in luxury were plentiful, with scarcely a sight of the impoverished populace. Nonetheless, Su Changge harbored no interest in the capital's wealth. He inquired for directions from passers-by and hurried towards Lotus Temple. Lotus Temple was grand in scale, its architecture imposing, with walls constructed of white jade bricks. Many pilgrims were entering and exiting. Su Changge tied his horse at the stables before the temple and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the rhythmic sound of wooden fish being struck and the recitation of Buddhist scriptures emanating from all directions. A group of monks was chanting in front of the main hall. Listening closely, Su Changge recognized that they were reciting the Mahayana Sutras. It seemed that Manjushri had indeed propagated the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism with great fervor. A smile of satisfaction graced Su Changge's lips as he walked into the hall dedicated to the Buddha. As he entered the main hall, a resplendent aura enveloped him. The interior was adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings that shimmered brilliantly. 3 statues of pure gold stood prominently before the main entrance, radiating a golden light akin to that of the Buddha. The opulence of the hall was astonishing. It was evident that the royal family of the Shaoyan dynasty held Buddhism in profound reverence. Yet, one detail perplexed him. Among the 3 statues, one bore the likeness of Manjushri, while he did not recognize the other 2. Years ago, he had imparted the Mahayana teachings to Manjushri, who immediately attained the status of a relic and a bodhisattva. 200 years had passed, and it was no surprise that she had become a bodhisattva. But who were the other 2? Why were they enshrined in the temple in the guise of arhats? Su Changge pondered. Could these 2 individuals be distinguished figures within Mahayana Buddhism who had followed in Manjushri's footsteps to achieve enlightenment? This question could only be resolved upon meeting Manjushri, who would provide him with the answers. His attention then turned to a pair of worshippers, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Bodhisattva Manjushri, true cliff Arhat, and sea of suffering Arhat. My daughter-in-law has been married to my Jiang family for 3 years without bearing a child. I beseech the Bodhisattva and the Arhat to grant us a son. Bodhisattva above, Arhat above. I, the devout Shui Pinger, implore the Bodhisattva and Arhat to bless my husband and heal his hidden ailments. The pair whispered their vows, but Su Changge overheard their pleas. Nearby, a woman dressed in finery added, Bodhisattva, the imperial examination is imminent. I have come to pray for my son, that he may achieve success and glory. I am willing to offer more incense money. I beg the Bodhisattva for assistance. After making their wishes, they deposited their offerings into the merit box and departed. However, Su Changge perceived something beyond the ordinary. What was this? He noticed that every pilgrim who contributed incense money exuded an invisible essence that drifted toward the western sky upon their departure. Raising his hand, he grasped this essence, sensing it intently. The power of incense? Su Changge was taken aback. This so-called power of incense was, in fact, a form of cultivation magic designed to collect a fragment of human faith, accumulating over time to enhance the spiritual cultivation of the object of worship. This bore no harm to the devotees. On the contrary, once a certain concentration of incense power was gathered, the object of worship had to select a portion of devotees to fulfill their wishes. Otherwise, they would be ensnared by karmic retribution, adversely affecting their spiritual resolve. Thus, it constituted a mutually beneficial form of cultivation. Yet, Su Changge furrowed his brow. He sensed no trace of Manjushri within the incense power, only 2 unfamiliar essences. He grasped several more strands of incense power, discovering that none contained Manjushri's essence. What could this mean? Su Changge frowned, sensing that the situation was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. These questions would remain unanswered until he met Manjushri. He then approached a young monk. Young monk, where might the abbot be? In the quiet meditation chamber, but he is currently engaged in deep contemplation and may not receive visitors. If you have urgent matters. The young monk gestured towards the direction of the meditation chamber, only to find that Su Changge had already vanished. In the meditation chamber, Su Changge appeared out of thin air. An elderly monk with a white beard sat cross-legged on a mat, reciting scriptures, surrounded by a faint glow of Buddhist light. Master Abbot, Su Changge addressed him. The old monk paused his chanting and turned to face Su Changge. Surprise flickered in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and rose calmly. Amitabha, has this guest come with matters for the old monk? The abbot inquired. I have a few questions I wish to pose, Su Changge replied. Please, go ahead. What is the origin of Mahayana Buddhism? The old monk was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a sudden visit from such a mysterious figure to inquire about such matters. It is the sacred site of Wutai Mountain, where Bodhisattva Manjushri resides, he answered. Su Changge etched the name into his memory. How has Mahayana Buddhism flourished in recent times? He asked as his second question. Through the efforts of Bodhisattva Manjushri, Mahayana Buddhism has blossomed across the true martial continent for over a century. The old monk responded, his face radiating admiration for Manjushri, his posture instinctively straightening. So, Manjushri has managed to spread Mahayana Buddhism throughout the continent in less than 100 years, Su Changge mused, satisfied with her accomplishments. However, if it was Bodhisattva Manjushri who disseminated the teachings across the continent, why do we still find 2 arhats enshrined within the temple? Su Changge inquired further. True Cliff Arhat and Sea of Suffering Arhat were personally conferred by the Bodhisattva a century ago. Thus they are venerated within Buddhism, the old monk explained. I see. Thank you, Master Abbot, for clarifying my doubts. I have but one final question. Please, go ahead. As I journeyed from Stone City, I have heard many rumors regarding the king of the joint armies, all of which speak of his nefarious deeds and grave sins. Yet I have not witnessed them firsthand, and as a monk, I do not speak falsehoods. Thus, I seek your insight on whether the tales of the joint army's king hold any truth. Su Changge fixed his gaze upon the abbot's eyes. The abbot's expression grew troubled. Though monks do not speak falsehoods, some matters, if I were to divulge, may bring calamity upon the entire temple. I understand, Su Changge replied, withdrawing his gaze, already grasping the answer in his heart. The mere mention of the name had instilled such trepidation in the abbot, indicating that the king's infamy was far worse than he had imagined. Continue your practice, Master Abbot. I shall not intrude further. With that, Su Changge vanished from sight. Just as he prepared to depart from Lotus Temple, a sharp voice rang out from outside, announcing, "The Emperor has arrived. 029 is not merely a deity, but surpasses all divine beings." The Emperor? Su Changge felt a surge of curiosity. He yearned to discern whether this sovereign, who indulged the treacherous king of the shoulder, was incompetent or equally malevolent. Thus, he concealed his presence and silently entered the Buddhist hall. The imperial guard had expelled all worshippers, and the emperor, clad in his dragon robe, approached the statue of Buddha with solemnity, kneeling in reverence. He joined his hands in prayer, closing his eyes and murmuring softly, "Manjushri Bodhisattva, this is the 100th time I have come to pray. The world knows that Buddhist monks possess the compassion to relieve suffering, yet despite my repeated vows, why do my wishes remain unfulfilled? My dynasty, under my governance, has flourished in peace and prosperity, yet the king of the shoulder, emboldened by his formidable power, repeatedly commits heinous acts. This year alone, he has devastated the lives of an entire city's populace. Such conduct incites the wrath of both heaven and humanity. Why does the Bodhisattva delay in enlightening him? If the king of the shoulder is beyond redemption, why does the Bodhisattva not unleash divine wrath upon him, casting him into the depths of hell, thus restoring clarity to the world? Rather than a prayer, it seemed the emperor was seizing this moment to vent his inner fury. He condemned the king of the shoulder with fervor, trembling as he spoke passionately. Su Changge witnessed this scene and overheard the emperor's supplication. It became evident that the emperor was a good ruler, albeit lacking the strength to oppose the king of the shoulder. Bodhisattva, I am not a monk. Yet upon hearing of the thousands of displaced people wandering the wilderness, lamenting their fate, I am filled with profound sorrow. The Bodhisattva, revered for the Mahayana teachings of salvation. When will you deliver the people from their suffering and vanquish the evil dragon? The emperor was overwhelmed with grief and rage. I understand. A resonant voice echoed in his ear. The emperor looked up in shock, disbelief apparent in his tone. Has the Bodhisattva manifested? The king of the shoulder inflicts suffering upon the people. His sins are grievous and intolerable. As the sovereign of your dynasty, you must rally your forces to eradicate this scourge. In due time, I shall assist you. The divine voice resounded once more. The emperor, filled with elation, hastily bowed before the statue of Manjushri. Thank you, Bodhisattva. I shall prepare and select a day to mobilize my troops. With that, the emperor rose joyfully and exited the treasure hall. Nearby, Su Changge revealed himself. It was not the Bodhisattva who had manifested, but rather he had transmitted his thoughts to the emperor. Slaying the king of the shoulder was a simple task. Yet his malevolent reign had long since entrenched itself in the hearts of the people. A straightforward assassination would leave the populace in shadows for an extended period. Only by vanquishing the king of the shoulder in the open, in a manner befitting a celestial being, could the lingering fears of the people be completely dispelled. And he was more than willing to assume that divine role. Returning to the inn, the capital remained vibrant and tranquil. During a meal, Su Changge inquired of the innkeeper regarding the emperor's reputation. Just as the emperor had displayed in the Buddhist hall, he indeed loved his people as his own children and governed with wisdom. Otherwise, the Shaoyan dynasty would have long succumbed to the calamities wrought by the king of the shoulder, and the current prosperity would not exist. However, upon the emperor's return to the palace, there were no signs of unusual activity. When Su Changge spread his spiritual awareness throughout the capital, he discovered that currents of unrest had already begun to stir. The emperor was secretly mobilizing troops, and many soldiers were sharpening their blades, eagerly awaiting the call to arms. 3 days later, before dawn broke, the emperor had not slept a wink. Within the royal ancestral hall, he bathed and burned incense, praying to the ancestors. Ancestors. Today, I have received the Bodhisattva's endorsement to march against the King of the Shoulder and quell the disaster for our dynasty. I beseech you to grant your protection over me in the Shaoan dynasty. Upon concluding his prayer, he exited the ancestral hall, shedding his dragon robe in favor of military attire, a sword at his side. As the first light of dawn broke, heralded by the crowing rooster, the emperor drew his sword, raising it high as he proclaimed, "The King of the Shoulder has wreaked havoc upon our dynasty for 70 years. The realm has suffered long enough. Today, I shall lead the charge to eradicate this scourge." The proclamation echoed through the imperial city, eliciting a chorus of support. I, Ling Liaoping, pledge my assistance to your majesty. I, Di Kaiying, pledge my assistance to your majesty. I, Minister Shi Jing, pledge my assistance to your majesty. In an instant, the air was alive with fervor, and a grand army converged from all directions toward the King of the Shoulder's estate. A torrent of force that stirred the hearts of countless citizens. What is happening? Is the emperor truly intent on eliminating the King of the Shoulder? How wonderful! It is high time he was subdued. Yet, the King of the Shoulder was infamous for his ferocity. Would the emperor truly succeed in vanquishing him? The people opened their doors and windows, gazing toward the estate, engaging in fervent discussions. Within the shadowy meditation chamber, the imposing and fierce King of the Shoulder was indulging in a feast of 3 women. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted him. "My lord, trouble approaches. The emperor has mobilized troops, declaring his intent to flatten the estate today." What? The King of the Shoulder's brows furrowed, his expression turning serious. Outside the estate, 500 private soldiers swiftly gathered. Although there had once been 1,000, 500 were now scattered across the dynasty, looting virtuous women. These 500, while valiant and skilled in battle, faced the might of the emperor's assembled 5,000 troops. Soon, the private soldiers were overwhelmed, the army advancing toward the King of the Shoulder's estate. The great army surged forward. The estate had been abandoned, servants having fled long ago. Upon storming the grand hall, they found the King of the Shoulder seated alone upon the throne. Draped in a black python robe, he remained calm, his gaze indifferent. It was as though the 5,000 soldiers charging into his estate were but a swarm of ants. The emperor, leading from the front, faced the King of the Shoulder directly, yet an invisible pressure weighed heavily upon him. "Brother, you have brought calamity upon the dynasty for far too long. Surrender." The emperor commanded, his voice strained by the immense burden. "Bai Jing, do you know why I once abdicated the throne to you?" The King of the Shoulder replied, his tone devoid of emotion. "Because you have drained the nation's fortune. Obsessed with your cultivation, you neglected state affairs. Yet, if the dynasty declines, so too will the fortune you have seized. Thus, you abdicated to me, allowing me to govern on your behalf." The emperor retorted loudly. "So you remember. The fortune of the dynasty has long been entwined with my being." The King of the Shoulder rose. In that instant, the winds and clouds stirred. The very fabric of reality altered. "I bear the fortune of the nation, wielding the power of heaven and earth, as well as the strength of all living beings. As long as I remain within the Shaoan dynasty, none shall be my equal." His gaze was cold, and his voice reverberated like thunder above the estate. At once, the commanders trembled in fear. The capital erupted in chaos. What is happening? Why has the wind suddenly turned wild? What transpired at the estate? My heavens! I can hear the voice of the King of the Shoulder. It sounds like thunder. How terrifying. The citizens appeared anxious, their hearts taut with tension. What does it matter if you bear the nation's fortune? Today, the Bodhisattva shall unleash divine wrath and rid us of you. The Emperor Bai Jing gritted his teeth defiantly. Bodhisattva? Ha! What a jest. Who in this world does not know that deities are mere fabrications? Mere lies concocted by those who practice Buddhism and Taoism to deceive the mundane? Even if a deity truly exists, it is I who am the god of the Shaoyan dynasty. The King of the Shoulder laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide as an invisible storm lifted him from the ground. The winds howled, and spiritual energy surged. The estate of the King of the Shoulder was instantly thrown into chaos. The grand hall was torn asunder by the raging winds, leaving the emperor and his soldiers exposed to the fury of the storm. In that moment, the hearts of the warriors sank to the depths of despair. Though they too had honed their skills, they felt as insignificant as ants compared to the formidable Prince of Unity, who bore the fate of the nation upon his shoulders. The upheaval within the royal palace sent ripples of alarm throughout the city. The citizens gazed upward at the figure soaring high above. Standing at the eye of the tempest, the Prince of Unity. It was over. All was lost. The prince was too terrifying. How could anyone possibly rival him? In the future, we would continue to live in the shadow of the Prince of Unity. The populace was filled with anguish, helplessly witnessing a dark cloud enveloping the capital, shrouding it in gloom. Just when despair threatened to consume them, a resonant voice echoed throughout the city. Indeed, there are no gods or deities in this world, but the true essence surpasses even the divine. As these words spread, a figure clad in garments as white as snow materialized above the royal palace. At the moment of his appearance, the winds calmed, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight once more graced the capital. The slaying of the Joint King heralds the demise of the great Yin dynasty. The appearance of Su Changge has stirred a wave of astonishment throughout the capital. Who is this individual that has so effortlessly quelled the tempest raised by the Joint King? Surely, he must be a formidable figure of immense cultivation. Is he the reinforcement summoned by the emperor? How splendid! If that is indeed the case, today may well witness the downfall of the Joint King. The populace, filled with fervor, gazes in reverence at the figure clad in white above the royal palace. Could this be the powerful ally summoned by his majesty? Such ease in calming the storm unleashed by the prince suggests that his prowess likely surpasses that of the prince himself. The generals, witnessing the emergence of Su Changge, feel a sense of assurance. The emperor, taken aback, had anticipated divine wrath to descend upon his brother, yet instead, an enigmatic and powerful being has arrived. Clearly, the misdeeds of the Joint King have incited the ire of heaven, prompting this venerable figure to intervene. With great excitement, the emperor proclaims, "Esteemed one, the Joint King is tyrannical and unjust. I beseech you to eliminate this villain." In the sky, Su Changge gazes down upon the Joint King. They say one's appearance reflects the heart, and the Joint King's visage is that of a fearsome demon, evidently tainted by the bloodshed he has caused. "Who are you?" The Joint King narrows his eyes, filled with trepidation, scanning Su Changge and realizing he cannot fathom his cultivation level. "I am the one who shall end your life." Such audacity. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Within the realm of the Little Cloud dynasty, I am shielded by the nation's fortune. Even if you possess great abilities, what can you do against me? With a thunderous roar, the Joint King summons a surge of spiritual energy, driving it into the ground. Boom. The earth quakes, centered around the royal palace. The ground of the entire capital begins to crack. The ground is shaking. Hurry, run. The houses are going to collapse. What a terrifying display. What does the Joint King intend to do? A chaos erupts throughout the capital. Joint King, what are you planning? Do you intend to drag the entire city down with you? The emperor, Bai Jing, bellows in outrage. Humph. Foolishness, the Joint King scoffs, casting a dismissive glance at the emperor. As he raises his hand, radiant light emerges from the fissures in the earth. The light converges, forming a grand array that envelopes the capital. With a roar, a dragon's cry resonates, and at the center of the array, a golden light shines brightly as an ethereal dragon emerges. The dragon coils majestically in the sky, its golden radiance enveloping the Joint King. Ha ha ha. Behold. This is the dragon of national fortune I have cultivated in seclusion for 70 years within the capital. This dragon represents the fortune of the nation, embodying the lives of the people of the Little Cloud dynasty. No matter how powerful you are, how can you be a match for the countless lives of the realm? The Joint King laughs maniacally. The moment the national fortune dragon appears, the hearts of all present plummet into despair. The emperor and his generals tremble in fear, realizing the Joint King's mastery over the nation's fortune has reached such a level. The national fortune has transformed into a dragon, protecting a single individual with the strength of the entire nation. The Joint King truly resembles a deity of the dynasty. Yet, Su Changge remains unfazed. At the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he easily discerns the Joint King's cultivation level. However, bolstered by the nation's fortune, the Joint King's combat power now rivals that of a consummate foundation establishment cultivator. The Joint King's mastery over the national fortune is indeed formidable. Had Su Changge achieved such a level 300 years ago, I would have found it difficult to slay him. But now, a sharp glint flashes in Su Changge's eyes. As the sole Daoist capable of transcending the world, both the national fortune and the might of the countless lives of the realm appear as fragile as ants in his sight. Come forth. Su Changge forms his fingers into the shape of a sword and points skyward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, every sword in the capital resonates with a powerful hum. The next moment, countless spiritual swords unsheathed with a clamor. They converge in the air, forming a vast ocean of blades behind Su Changge. Roar. 10,000 swords transform into dragons, surging with the might of the heavens, swirling around Su Changge. What? The Joint King's pupils constrict in horror as he lets out a shriek, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the myriad swords. Go. Su Changge gestures forward. The sword dragons transform into a tide of sword energy, charging toward the Joint King. The Joint King bellows frantically, "I refuse to believe it. You cannot be stronger than the national fortune, stronger than the lives of the realm." With a furious push of his hands, the national fortune dragon surges toward the oncoming sword energy. Boom. The sword energy, like a rainbow, collides with the divine dragon. There is no room for doubt. In an instant, the unmatched force within the tide of sword energy shatters the national fortune dragon, which dissipates into a shower of golden light, scattering into the earth. The sword energy rushes relentlessly toward the Joint King. The Joint King's complexion pales dramatically. "No, you cannot kill me. I am connected to the national fortune. If you slay me, the fortune will vanish. Without it, the Little Cloud dynasty will inevitably fall, and countless lives will perish. You will commit an unspeakable atrocity." The Joint King cries out desperately, pleading for mercy. "Then I shall sever your connection to the national fortune." Su Changge flicks his fingers. Crack. The hidden link between the Joint King and the national fortune is abruptly severed. No, the Joint King senses the national fortune drifting away from him, his expression turning to one of despair. But before he can utter another word, he is engulfed by the tide of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the Joint King is reduced to nothingness amidst the storm of blades. Clang, clang, clang. The tide of sword energy descends from the sky, swords raining down upon the ground. A profound silence envelopes the city. All eyes are fixed upon the solitary figure clad in white above, filled with awe and reverence, as if gazing upon a deity. "Thank you, Venerable One, for ridding the people of this scourge." The emperor is the first to kneel in gratitude. Following suit, generals, soldiers, and citizens alike bow in homage. "Thank you, Venerable One, for ridding the people of this scourge." Su Changge remains silent, observing the beaming Emperor Beijing. The national fortune of the Little Cloud dynasty has now severed its ties with the Joint King. "You may cultivate it for yourself and become a wise ruler of your nation. Your teachings are etched in my heart," Beijing replies, filled with utmost respect. "I have cleared the bandits for you, but you must answer one question." "Please, Venerable One, speak. I shall reveal all I know." "Are you aware of the Great Yin dynasty?" Su Changge regards Beijing. As a sovereign, one should possess knowledge of other dynasties on the continent. At the mention of the Great Yin dynasty, Beijing's eyes widen in shock. The Great Yin dynasty? The one that has dominated the true martial continent for centuries. Able to stand toe-to-toe with many sacred realms? Indeed, Su Changge nods. Beijing's astonishment deepens. "What? Speak plainly." Su Changge furrows his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Beijing, meeting Su Changge's gaze, states gravely, "The Great Yin dynasty fell over a century ago. In the upper realms, the Celestial dynasty." "What did you say?" At these words, Su Changge's gaze suddenly turned sharp. "I cannot recall the specifics, but historical records document everything," Beijing replied in trepidation. "Then take me to see the historical texts," Su Changge commanded. "Yes," Beijing nodded and swiftly returned to the Imperial Palace, inviting Su Changge to sit upon the dragon throne in the Imperial study, instructing the eunuchs to gather all books that chronicle the history of the Great Yin dynasty. Su Changge examined them one by one. These historical texts provided a detailed account of the Great Yin dynasty's demise. From the founding emperor who established the realm 500 years ago to 300 years ago when Su Changge exploited the common folk in his quest for immortality. And even the tale of the Northern Abyss king who slew the tyrant with a single stroke. Su Changge focused particularly on the history of the last 3 centuries. After the Cold Palace was abandoned by the Great Yin dynasty, Lu Qianyan rapidly rose to prominence, becoming the foremost divine general of the dynasty, transcending the limits of mortal life to endure for nearly 2 centuries. For 200 years, Lu Qianyan served as the guardian spirit of the Great Yin dynasty. And it was precisely due to her existence that the dynasty remained impregnable, able to contend with the sacred lands of cultivation. However, the historical records of the Great Yin dynasty abruptly ceased 100 years ago. In all the texts, the account of its downfall is succinct. Overnight, the Great Yin dynasty perished, supplanted by the Celestial dynasty. Upon reading this, Su Changge's expression grew cold. He sensed the peculiarities. If the Great Yin dynasty could flourish for 2 centuries on the true martial continent, it indicated that Lu Qianyan's power had reached the pinnacle of the continent. Otherwise, the dynasty would have been divided and dismantled by other forces long ago. What kind of formidable being could suppress Lu Qianyan, the fated child of fortune who had cultivated for 2 centuries, and annihilate the hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers within the Great Yin dynasty in a single night? 3 words surfaced in Su Changge's mind. Upper realm. A century ago, When he encountered the Li siblings, he had met someone from the upper realm, their father. From their conversation, it became evident that those from the upper realm possessed the means to traverse between realms. During the system's disconnection, it had also warned him that the intertwining fates of the upper and lower realms would inevitably lead to the descent of a powerful being from the upper realm to the lower. It now seemed highly probable that the great Yin dynasty had been replaced by a being from the upper realm. As Su Changge pondered, the previously subdued aura of Dao inadvertently emanated from him, enveloping the space around him. Emperor Beijing felt the profound and terrifying fluctuations of the Dao aura, his demeanor becoming increasingly respectful. Su Changge closed the historical text and turned his gaze towards Beijing. The Shi family and Shiqing. You must take care of them in the future. Yes, Emperor Beijing nodded vigorously. Well then, I shall take my leave. Su Changge nodded and vanished from sight. He soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing eastward toward the land where the former great Yin dynasty once thrived. In the next moment, he traversed mountains and rivers, heading straight for the great Yin dynasty. A short while later, in the eastern part of the continent, Su Changge's figure suddenly materialized, confronting the familiar yet strange sight, Beiyuan City. Many years ago, the Northern Abyss King had guarded the national gate here for over a decade, forming a deep connection to this place. Su Changge had also entered a state of unity with heaven and man while contemplating it. However, 300 years had passed. With the rise of cultivators, the strategic significance of Beiyuan City had waned, leading to the withdrawal of troops and the gradual desolation of the city. At that moment, at the city gates, a horse-drawn carriage slowly approached the former battlefield, carrying a coffin. Beside it, a dozen family members clad in mourning attire followed closely. Upon reaching a certain corner of the battlefield, they stopped the carriage, swiftly surveyed the area for onlookers, and began to dig a grave in the earth, erecting a gravestone before it. The inscription read, Tomb of Song Bei, General of the Great Yin Dynasty, erected by his unfilial son Song Tianbai and his unworthy descendant Song Qiu. The family knelt before the carriage, mourning in their mourning garb, bowing deeply. Father, your lifelong wish was to be buried alongside your former comrades on this battlefield. I have brought you here. The eldest son, Song Tianbai, knelt before the coffin, bowing earnestly. Grandfather, you fought valiantly for your homeland. You are a true hero and deserve to rest here, returning to your homeland in glory. The youngest grandson, Song Qiu, bowed before the coffin as well. The family wept nearby. As the white paper was cast, the coffin entered the yellow earth. Just as they prepared to inter the coffin, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Damn it, where did these great Yin people come from? How dare they stray from Yuhua County? I see you all are tired of living. You made me chase you for so long. Just wait and see how I deal with you. How dare you dig graves here? You are digging your own graves. A dozen burly men surrounded them, cursing loudly. Upon hearing this, those preparing to bury the coffin turned pale. This is bad. The inspectors are coming. Damn it. How did they find out we were here? What should we do? The inspectors are all formidable cultivators. We are no match for them. It's over. It's over. The Celestial Dynasty has issued orders that no one from Yuhua County is permitted to leave. I warned you not to take the risk of bringing the old man here. But you wouldn't listen. Now look, it's all ruined. The crowd was thrown into disarray. What do we do, husband? Song Qiu's petite wife trembled, hiding behind her husband. The inspectors strode forth, surrounding the Song family. Esteemed inspectors, we merely wish to bury our deceased father and will return to Yuhua County immediately afterward. We implore you to grant us this small favor. The head of the family, Song Tianbai, pleaded. Grant you a favor? To hell with that. You despicable great Yin people dare to bargain with me. The leader of the inspectors, a burly man in black, kicked Song Tianbai in the stomach. With a stifled groan, Song Tianbai doubled over, propelled backward for several meters by the force of the kick. Father, Song Qiu exclaimed, rushing to help Song Tianbai. Bastards! You are going too far. Song Qiu shouted, ready to charge at them. Song Tianbai quickly grasped Song Qiu's arm. Don't be impulsive. The inspectors are at least experts in the second level of Qi training. We are no match for them. Going too far? Ha! Did you all hear that? He says we are going too far. The burly man in black laughed loudly. Those who leave Yuhua County face death. Dealing with a bunch of dead men can hardly be considered going too far. A bald giant sneered. The Song family members looked grim, unable to voice their outrage. Just now, you said you would grant us a favor? The black-clad man suddenly wore a lewd grin, his gaze sweeping over the several comely women of the Song family. Don't say I'm not merciful. Straying from Yuhua County is a death sentence, and you cannot escape. However, My brothers and I can ensure that these young ladies of your family enjoy themselves before their journey. What my brother says is true, ladies. We are formidable men and will surely make your journey pleasurable before you depart. The inspectors leered at the women of the Song family, who trembled in fear. Bastards. Go die. Unable to endure any longer, Song Chio rushed forward, his eyes blazing with anger. To hell with you. The burly man in black kicked out. Bang. Song Chio flew back, landing several meters away, spitting blood. Take them all down. The burly man commanded. Yes. The inspectors immediately sprang into action, capturing all the Song men. The burly man in black approached Song Chio's newlywed wife, lifting her chin with his finger, causing her to tremble in fear. Oh, the young lady appears so pitiful. Fear not, for I am gentle. Beast, I would rather die. The wife of Song Chio's face turned ashen, her hands desperately grasping for the dagger at the waist of the burly man in black, wishing to end her life to preserve her virtue. Curse you, wretched woman. The man in black roughly swatted her hand away, then maliciously lifted her, pinning her against the coffin lid while he unfastened his trousers. You dared to elope to Yuhua County. Today, before your ancestors, I shall take your wife. Brute, may you meet a miserable end. Song Chio pressed his fingers tightly against the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The man in black, deaf to the words, laughed with a savage ferocity. However, just as he had lowered his trousers, a chill ran through his body, his hair standing on end. A gleaming blade descended from the heavens, severing the very part he had just exposed. In the midst of a tumultuous scene, the black-clad man's complexion shifted dramatically as he staggered back, his eyes wide with horror. Upon glancing down, he was horrified to find blood staining his trousers and the remnants of severed limbs strewn about him. Rage surged within him, and he bellowed, "Who dares? I will kill you." His voice, once filled with bravado, now quivered with fear. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed that all the men of the Song family had been subdued, while the women trembled in terror. "Boss, look above," stammered the bald man, his voice quaking as he swallowed hard. The others followed his gaze upward, where a figure clad in pure white, reminiscent of a celestial being, floated above them. Su Changge's gaze was as cold as ice. Despite the sweltering heat of midsummer, an aura of frost enveloped them all, making them feel as though they had been cast into an eternal winter. "Who are you?" The burly man stuttered, his earlier arrogance evaporating. Ignoring the man's question, Su Changge turned his attention to Song Tianbai and his son. "Are you of the Great Yin dynasty?" Confused, Song Tianbai nodded. "Yes. We are all descendants of the Great Yin dynasty." "And them?" Su Changge gestured towards the group of black-clad men. "They are from the Celestial dynasty, who consider themselves supremely noble," shouted Song Chio. "The Celestial dynasty, celestial beings." Su Changge looked down upon the members of the inspection division, his indifferent gaze sending shivers down their spines. "Senior, I recognize your formidable prowess, but this matter is dictated by the laws of the Celestial dynasty. All Great Yin people are permitted to remain in the residual fire county. Those who leave without permission shall be executed without mercy. This is an ironclad decree established by our sovereign. We are merely fulfilling our duty." Bang! Before the bald man could finish invoking the sovereign's name to intimidate Su Changge, a dozen individuals exploded into a mist of blood. "Ah!" The women of the Song family screamed in terror, while even the men, including Song Tianbai and Song Chio, flinched at the gruesome sight. The sheer brutality of the scene was unprecedented in their lives. They were most astounded by Su Changge's cultivation. The once mighty experts, capable of overpowering them, had been annihilated before their eyes, as if they were made of paper. None had seen Su Changge make a move. Once again, Su Changge's gaze fell upon the Song father and son. With a flick of his fingers, two streams of spiritual energy surged into their bodies, healing their previous injuries. The Song family felt an immediate lightness as their wounds mended. "Thank you, senior," they exclaimed in unison, bowing gratefully. "Rise," Su Changge commanded, lifting them effortlessly before him. "Your father is a general of the northern frontier?" "Yes, my father dedicated his life to the northern frontier," replied Song Tianbai. Upon hearing this, Su Changge turned his attention to the coffin. With a wave of his hand, the earth trembled, creating a massive grave pit. He gently placed the coffin within and covered it with soil. Then, standing before the tomb, he pointed his fingers like a sword and boldly inscribed 4 characters, "Loyalty to the nation," after Song Bei's name. He then raised his hand, summoning a flask of fine wine from his sleeve. 300 years, I have arrived late. I toast this flask to you." Su Changge drank deeply, then poured half of the potent liquor onto Song Bei's grave. As the spirits of the wine mingled with the earth, a miraculous transformation occurred. The barren sands erupted with life as tender shoots forced their way through the cracks, rapidly maturing into towering trees and vibrant flowers. Within mere moments, the area was transformed into a verdant paradise. The Song family beheld this spectacle, their expressions frozen in awe, their hearts shaken. The wine has become a forest, truly. The senior is a divine being. Song Chio marveled, glancing at his father, who trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Father, what is wrong? Child. Song Tianbai grasped his son's arm tightly. What is happening? The intensity of his father's excitement was palpable. Just then, to Song Chio's astonishment, Song Tianbai suddenly knelt before Su Changge, bowing deeply. I, Song Tianbai, descendant of the great Yin general, pay my respects to the Northern Abyss King. Boom. The declaration struck the Song family like a clap of thunder. The Northern Abyss King. This esteemed elder is the Northern Abyss King? The name, dormant in their memories, surged back to life. The great Yin dynasty had a history of 700 or 800 years. Yet only two figures were etched into the hearts of its people, 300 years ago. When the foundation of the great Yin dynasty trembled under the rule of a foolish monarch, the Northern Abyss King Su Changge had slain that tyrant with a single sword, crossing a distance of 190,000 miles to defeat 13,000 enemy generals. And then there was the valiant General Lu Qianyan, who had guarded the nation's borders for 200 years after the Northern Abyss King's departure. Though the great Yin dynasty had fallen before the birth of this generation, the legend of Su Changge was passed down through the ages, indelibly marked in the hearts of every citizen. Song Chio pays homage to the king, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, dropping to his knees. The other members of the Song family followed suit, bowing deeply. Su Changge regarded them with a slight nod. Rise. You are truly the Northern Abyss King. Song Tianbai felt as though he were dreaming. Indeed, Su Changge affirmed with a nod. Song Tianbai was filled with astonishment and elation. Upon hearing Su Changge mention 300 years and he had made the connection to the Northern Abyss King of Ur. Pray tell me, what has transpired in the last century? How did the Celestial Dynasty supplant the Great Yin Dynasty? Su Changge inquired. Alas, this tale is long. Song Tianbai sighed, his eyes flashing with sorrow and anger as he began to recount the events. After a considerable time, Song Tianbai concluded his narrative, and Su Changge gleaned the gist of the situation. A century ago, during the zenith of the Great Yin Dynasty, a formidable force emerged from an unknown origin, annihilating 500,000 soldiers in an instant, leaving only a scant few survivors. General Lu Qianyan, upon hearing the news, was incensed and immediately took to the battlefield, only to find herself easily defeated by the opposing force. Following Lu Qianyan's fall, the Great Yin Dynasty lost its backbone, and many experts and generals crumbled, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Historical records claim that the Great Yin Dynasty fell in a single night, but in truth, the mysterious strongman's appearance and subsequent victory had transpired in less than a quarter of an hour. From that point onward, the remnants of the Great Yin Dynasty and its citizens were driven to the residual Fire County, struggling to survive. Are you suggesting that the downfall of the Great Yin Dynasty was solely due to one mysterious strongman, while the citizens and generals of the Celestial Dynasty arose from unknown origins afterward? Su Changge asked. Precisely, Song Tianbai confirmed with a nod. Su Changge's heart surged with conviction. He was nearly certain that the adversary hailed from a superior realm. Otherwise, no one could have so effortlessly defeated Lu Qianyan, a chosen one of destiny. As for the citizens of the Celestial Dynasty, they were likely summoned from that higher plane. In the past, the true martial continent had been spiritually barren, making it unsurprising that the higher realm had overlooked it. However, as the spiritual energy of the true martial continent gradually revitalized, it had likely drawn their attention. The only thing that perplexed Su Changge was why the Celestial Dynasty did not eradicate entirely, but instead allowed a portion of the Beiyun populace to be relocated to Yuhua County. It could not possibly be out of compassion from the enigmatic powers. There must be another reason. My lord, what are your plans moving forward? Inquired Song Tianbai. First, we shall proceed to Yuhua County and inform the people of the Yin that I have returned, in the vicinity of Linen City. Su Changge and his companions materialized out of thin air. Your Highness, ahead lies Linen City, Song Tianbai indicated towards the distant fortress. As Su Changge gazed forward, the city appeared desolate and dilapidated, no longer reminiscent of the opulence that characterized the Great Yin Dynasty 3 centuries ago. At that moment, the rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums echoed from the nearby Yin River. Following the source of the noise, they beheld a wedding procession featuring 3 brides and a palanquin, whose family is marrying off 3 brides. Su Changge mused in astonishment. According to Song Tianbai, the Great Yin dynasty had fallen into decline, struggling even at the subsistence level, making it implausible for anyone to afford 3 brides in such dire circumstances. A sudden realization struck Su Changge as he noticed the trembling brides beneath their red veils. Looking closer, he observed 3 figures cloaked in black, holding incense burners and chanting incantations. A crowd of citizens gathered nearby, their faces etched with anger. Ma Kong. It's that group again. Song Tianbai's teeth clenched in fury upon witnessing the scene. What is happening? Su Changge inquired, directing his gaze towards Song Tianbai. Your Highness may not be aware, but those 3 cloaked figures before the palanquin are lackeys of the supervisory office. Under the pretense of a river god's wedding, they abduct virtuous maidens every 3 months. While they claim to be making sacrifices to the river god, in truth, they have sullied these innocent women. Song Tianbai spoke with evident indignation. Are they allowed to forcibly take women? Doesn't the government intervene? Su Changge frowned. Your Highness, to be frank, I am the head constable of the county. Ma Kong and his associates are backed by the supervisory office, leaving the government powerless, Song Tianbai confessed. A look of shame crossing his features. Powerless? Then I shall intervene. As Su Changge finished speaking, they swiftly arrived at the riverbank. At that moment, the palanquin halted by the river. The 3 figures in black placed the incense burner upon the ground, continuing their incantations. Ah, my daughter, forgive me, for I could not protect you. I implore you, do not let my daughter become the bride of the river god. The parents of the brides wept in despair, while the brides themselves trembled in fear. How dare you? This is the sacred occasion of the river god's wedding. Should you disturb him, you will invoke his wrath. And this priest cannot save you. One of the black-robed figures bellowed. The surrounding citizens, though seething with rage, remained silent. They all understood that the river god's wedding was merely a ruse concocted by these priests to justify their abductions. Yet, none dared to expose them, for they were emboldened by the protection of the supervisory office, showing disdain even for the government. Anyone who dared to speak out would face their merciless retaliation. Cloaked under the guise of the river god's wrath. Cease this at once. Song Tianbai shouted angrily. Ma Kong, do not overstep your bounds. Do not presume that your backing from the supervisory office grants you the liberty to act with impunity. Constable Song? Do you believe I am inciting the populace? The disturbances attributed to the river god have been explicitly sanctioned by the officials of the supervisory office. Do you dare question their judgment? Ma Kong sneered, his demeanor unfazed as he invoked the authority of the supervisory office to intimidate Song Tianbai. You. Song Tianbai's expression soured at the mention of the supervisory office. Constable Song, I advise you to recognize your place and return to your county office. Otherwise, when I meet the river god, I shall report your transgressions, and he shall bring judgment upon you. Ma Kong threatened ominously. If you refuse to comply, I happen to notice that your family has some attractive women. Why not offer them to the river god? Next time we select a bride for him, we shall give special consideration to your family. The other 2 priests laughed mockingly, their lecherous gazes wandering over Song Tianbai's female relatives. You scoundrels! What did you just say? Song Tianbai's fury ignited, and he unsheathed his dagger with a sharp clang. Constable Song, remain calm. They are backed by the supervisory office. The nearby citizens quickly restrained Song Tianbai. Let me handle this, Su Changge interjected. Your Highness. Song Tianbai looked at Su Changge with embarrassment. Su Changge pushed through the crowd, his gaze icy as it fell upon Ma Kong and his cohorts. In his heart, he had already condemned them to death. Those who abduct innocent women deserved no mercy. Those who betrayed their country were equally culpable. The appearance of Su Changge immediately captured the attention of all present. Clad in white, his ethereal presence radiated an aura of strength, leaving the onlookers in awe. Who is he? They whispered among themselves, marveling at his celestial demeanor and the faint glow that surrounded him. The 3 black-robed priests narrowed their eyes beneath their hoods. Who are you? Ma Kong inquired, his brow furrowed. It is not for you to question my identity, but I shall intervene in today's wedding of the river god. Su Changge replied coldly. Humph. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Although you may possess considerable strength, the heavenly dynasty is not lacking in formidable figures. Should you dare to act recklessly, I will inform the supervisory office and request their intervention. Coincidentally, there are some officials with a penchant for young men. I presume they would find you quite appealing. Ma Kang's words faltered as an invisible hand gripped his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The sudden turn of events startled the crowd, their eyes widening in shock. The other 2 priests' faces paled as they attempted to shout, only to find themselves immobilized, unable even to utter a sound. Ugh! Ma Kong gasped for breath, his complexion turning green as the suffocating grip left him feeling cold and weak. The smirk that had once adorned his face vanished, replaced by overwhelming fear. He instinctively wished to beg for mercy, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. You claim to communicate with the river god? Then I shall trouble you to inform him that he cannot marry today. Should any trouble arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Changge concluded, nonchalantly casting Ma Kang into the turbulent waters of the river. Ma Kang's pupils dilated in horror as he realized his fate, unable to struggle as he was swept away by the current. The remaining 2 priests stood frozen in fear, overwhelmed by Su Changge's display of power. After discarding Ma Kang, he remained silent, watching the river's surface intently until 100 breaths had passed. Why has that priest returned? Is he swimming too slowly? You should go urge him, Su Changge instructed, seizing another priest and, amid his terror-stricken expression, throwing him into the river as well. With a splash, yet another victim was consumed by the waters. The last remaining priest, pale and trembling, suddenly felt the restraints upon his body dissipate. Without a moment's thought, he fell to his knees behind Su Changge. Great One, spare me. I swear I shall never do this again. It's too late. I see the first 2 are not swimming quickly. You should go hasten them, Su Changge said before tossing the final priest into the river. With a splash, he too disappeared beneath the surface. As the final splash of the sacrificial offering echoed, a profound sense of relief swept through the hearts of the populace. Well done. These wretches have long been deserving of such retribution. How splendid. They should have perished ages ago. Gratitude abounds for the exalted figure who has purged the 3 malignant tumors from Linen City. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. My daughter, my beloved daughter. The relatives of the 3 brides rushed over, embracing the brides and weeping uncontrollably. Song Tianbai observed from the side, tears welling up in his eyes. The earlier scene of Su Changge's decisive actions rekindled a flicker of hope within him, the hope of toppling the Celestial Dynasty and restoring the glory of the Great Yin Dynasty. Regaining his composure, Song Tianbai stepped before the townsfolk, his voice resonant as he spoke. My dear compatriots, do you know who this exalted person is? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with curiosity. He is none other than the legendary figure from 3 centuries past, the Great Yin myth. Prince Su Changge of Beiyuan. 034 The fall of the Celestial Dynasty is but a thought away. As the words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Memories of the Northern Abyss King surged forth like a tidal wave. The Northern Abyss King? How could this be? Was he a historical figure from 3 centuries ago? I recall the annals stating that the Northern Abyss King ascended to the Purple Cloud Palace 300 years prior. Captain Song is known for his integrity. He would not deceive us. Moreover, his extraordinary abilities might indeed signify that he is the Northern Abyss King. No wonder he exudes an ethereal aura, with radiance surrounding him. He must have returned as an immortal. The common folk buzzed with excitement, erupting into cheers. However, Su Changge did not perceive much anticipation in their eyes. 3 centuries of history felt too distant for ordinary people, having been oppressed by the Celestial Dynasty for 100 years. It was natural for them to harbor little hope for a suddenly appearing Northern Abyss King. To reignite the hope in their hearts, tangible actions were required to validate it. In the Linen County office, Lord Pei, the supervisory department, is already aware that we secretly released the Song family from the residual Fire County. They demand 1,000 spirit stones within 3 days. Otherwise, we shall be dealt with according to the law of the Celestial Dynasty, stripped of our positions, and executed publicly. The secretary, Wang Yuan, wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed. This is outrageous. The land occupied by the Celestial Dynasty rightfully belongs to our Great Yin. Now, they forbid us from stepping even a foot out of the residual Fire County. Song Tianbai merely wishes to bury his father in his homeland. What wrong is that? 1,000 spirit stones, how dare they even ask for such a sum? Lord Pei exclaimed furiously. My lord, anger is unhelpful. The supervisory department has already discovered our actions. And according to the law of the Celestial Dynasty, we are liable for death. If we do not comply with their demands, we may very well lose our heads. Wang Yuan spoke gravely. But where can we find 1,000 spirit stones for them? Spirit stones are precious. The entire county office possesses merely 200. How can we possibly gather 1,000? Lord Pei's countenance darkened. He understood that Wang Yuan spoke the truth. The supervisory department was established by the Celestial Dynasty to oversee the residual Fire County, wielding life and death authority over the citizens of the Great Yin who violated its decrees. If they did not comply, their heads would be forfeit. Yet, even if he turned the county office upside down, he could not uncover 1,000 spirit stones. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! The study door swung open, and Song Tianbai entered, brimming with excitement. Lord Pei, Secretary Wang, I have returned. He clasped his fist in greeting. Captain Song, you are alive. Both Lord Pei and Wang Yuan were taken aback. Of course, I am alive, Song Tianbai replied. Impossible. The supervisory department has discovered your departure from the residual fire county. How could they have allowed you to return alive? Lord Pei exclaimed, incredulous. The supervisory department certainly would not have permitted my return, but I was saved by an exalted being. An exalted being? Lord Pei and Wang Yuan were both astonished. Look who has come, Song Tianbai said with a mysterious smile as he stepped aside. A figure clad in snow-white garments entered the room, gliding forward with an aura that seemed to transcend the mortal realm, resembling a celestial being. From whence comes this otherworldly sage? Lord Pei and Wang Yuan widened their eyes in astonishment and hurried forth. I am Pei Qingyun, honored to meet you, esteemed one. I am Wang Yuan. Honored to meet you, esteemed one. They both bowed reverently. Do you know who I am? Su Changge inquired, gazing at Pei Qingyun and Wang Yuan. This, I do not know. Please enlighten me, esteemed one. They exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. My lord, this is none other than the Northern Abyss King of 3 centuries ago, the legend of our great Yin dynasty. What? The two were struck as if by lightning. Pei Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Su Changge with disbelief. The Northern Abyss King? But was he said to have ascended to the Purple Cloud Palace 300 years ago? Pei Qingyun stammered. I did not ascend. I merely entered seclusion for 3 centuries, Su Changge replied slowly. 3 centuries? They were once more astonished. 3 centuries. In their understanding, the only national hero who had surpassed the limits of lifespan, General Lu Qianyan, had lived merely 200 years. Are you truly the Northern Abyss King? Secretary Wang still could not bring himself to believe it. They had never lived in the era of the Northern Abyss King, and historical records bore no depictions of him. Naturally, they were hesitant to accept Su Changge's claim. Perceiving their doubts, Su Changge drew the sword from his waist. This sword is the national spirit sword. All generals of the Great Yin dynasty are required to forge their swords based on this design. Do you recognize it? Pei Qingyun glanced at the national spirit sword, and his eyes widened with recognition. This sword is identical to that of the county magistrate. You are indeed the Northern Abyss King. With a thud, Pei Qingyun's eyes glistened with tears as he trembled and knelt down. Secretary Wang immediately followed suit. My lord, you have finally returned. The people of the Great Yin have suffered for 100 years. Seeing the legendary figure of the Great Yin, Pei Qingyun's tears flowed freely. You have endured hardship all these years. Su Changge lifted them gently with spiritual energy. Pei Qingyun and Wang Yuan were filled with overwhelming emotion. The Northern Abyss King. The myth of the Great Yin dynasty had returned after 300 years of seclusion. The restoration of the Great Yin dynasty was within reach. Subsequently, Su Changge inquired further about the circumstances surrounding the fall of the Great Yin dynasty. Pei Qingyun's answers closely mirrored those of Song Tianbai. Su Changge then sought information regarding the strength of the Celestial dynasty and the supervisory department's formidable members. According to Pei Qingyun, the vast majority of cultivators in this world remained at the qi refining stage, with very few reaching the 5th level of qi refining. While even the 3rd level was considered a significant power, the leader of the supervisory department stationed in Linen City was only at the 6th level of qi refining. The concept of qi refining was originally introduced by Lu Qianyan. My lord, what are your plans moving forward? How shall we restore the Great Yin dynasty? Pei Qingyun inquired eagerly. There is no rush. I need to gather more information, Su Changge replied with composure. In truth, with his harmonization realm cultivation, he could obliterate the Celestial dynasty with but a thought. Yet, the identity of the hidden masters within the Celestial dynasty remained unclear. Thus, he could not act impulsively. Due to the limitations of the lower realms regarding the Dao and the strength of space, Su Changge could only cultivate to the harmonization realm. However, the upper realms might differ. If the adversaries were stronger than the harmonization realm, he would have to bide his time. Afterward, Pei Qingyun arranged accommodations for Su Changge. They spoke little that night. The following day, news of the Northern Abyss King's return had swept through the city like wildfire. The Northern Abyss King has returned. The restoration of the Great Yin dynasty is hopeful. Not necessarily. A century ago, the national general Lu Qianyan also fell to the might of the Celestial dynasty's forces. The Northern Abyss King may not be his match. At least the Lord has returned. Our future days may see some improvement. Let us hope so. The common folk discuss this matter at every meal and before sleep. In the county office study, my lord, today many citizens are discussing the return of the Lord. But can we truly determine he is the Northern Abyss King based solely on a sword? Secretary Wang Yuan inquired. Whether he is truly the king, I cannot ascertain. However, his profound and inscrutable skills suggest that, regardless of whether he is a prince, any assistance he offers to our Yuhua County would undoubtedly be beneficial for us. Pei Qingyan spoke slowly. What you say is quite reasonable, Wang Yuan, the secretary, acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, a servant knocked on the door. My lord. The inspectors have arrived. The inevitable had come to pass, and Pei Qingyan's brow furrowed. Let them in. Soon after, an arrogant inspector entered the study. Lord Pei, the head of the hall has issued a decree. Yesterday, the Captain Song and the so-called Prince of Beiyuan brazenly murdered the brother-in-law of the deputy hall master in broad daylight, a crime that is utterly unforgivable. However, considering your years of service to Linen City, the hall master is willing to grant you another opportunity. If you can provide 500 spirit stones as compensation to the deputy hall master, this matter will be dismissed. In 2 days, I hope you will be prepared with 1,500 spirit stones. Otherwise, the messenger gestured ominously across his throat. I can scarcely procure 1,000 spirit stones, let alone an additional 500. Even if I turn the county office upside down, I could not raise such a sum. Pei Qingyan exclaimed in anger. That is your concern, Lord Pei. I am merely tasked with conveying the hall master's message. With that, the messenger disdainfully departed. Scoundrels! These wretches are too much. Pei Qingyan seethed with fury. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance from Su Changge. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the secluded courtyard room designated for Su Changge and recounted the entire situation in detail. Spirit stones? Do such things still exist in the Jinwu continent? Let me see them. Su Changge expressed his surprise upon hearing the news. During his time in the Cold Palace, he had relied solely on the system's bestowed cultivation to elevate his realm and had never encountered spirit stones. Pei Qingyan produced a smooth stone from his pouch. Upon examining it, Su Changge discovered that the stone indeed contained a modicum of spiritual energy, which cultivators could absorb to enhance their cultivation. However, the amount of spiritual energy was rather scant. Su Changge returned the stone to Pei Qingyan and then gestured towards the door. Instantly, numerous stones flew onto the desk in the study. With a flick of his finger, Su Changge infused the stones with spiritual energy. Lord Pei, please take a look. Pei Qingyan stared intently at the stones. Before his eyes, the unremarkable stones underwent a tremendous transformation. After absorbing the spiritual energy, they astonishingly transformed into spirit stones. Goodness! Turning stone into gold. Pei Qingyan gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Changge smiled lightly. Lord Pei, inform the inspectors to come to the county office tomorrow at this time to collect the spirit stones. Understood, Pei Qingyan nodded, fully grasping the implications. In the early morning of the following day, the constables, led by Song Tianbai, transported 2 heavy chests into the courtyard, each containing 1,500 spirit stones. Su Changge and Pei Qingyan sat at a stone table, engrossed in a game of chess while savoring tea. At that moment, Su Changge was so absorbed in the game that he seemed to merge with the surrounding environment. Had it not been for Pei Qingyan and the others knowing he was present, one might have assumed the place was deserted. Before long, a commotion erupted at the county office's entrance as 5 officials from the inspection division arrived. Su Changge discerned their cultivation levels, which barely reached the 3rd or 4th layer of the qi refinement stage, rendering them no more significant than ants. Pei Qingyan, with an air of nonchalance, continued his game, seemingly unperturbed by the gravity of his situation. The leader among them, clad in a green robe, approached with an air of arrogance, mocking Pei Qingyan and his nonchalance in the face of his crimes. Despite the provocation, Pei Qingyan remained unfazed. Taking a sip of tea and placing a piece on the chessboard, the green-robed man's demeanor darkened as he threatened Pei Qingyan, asserting his ability to execute him without hesitation. Pei Qingyan responded with a sardonic smile, inviting the leader to examine the contents of the chests. At his command, Song Tianbai stepped forward and opened the chests, revealing an abundance of spirit stones. The sight left the 5 officials momentarily awestruck, their greed palpable as they eagerly touched the stones. The leader, upon sensing their energy, felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the amassed wealth could significantly enhance his own cultivation. However, as the leader reveled in his discovery, a sinister smile crept across his face as he recalled a recent theft of spirit stones from the inspection division, leading to a sudden realization of potential deceit. The conversation quickly escalated, and the leader accused Pei Qingyun and his companions of theft, threatening to execute them all on the spot. As tensions reached a boiling point, the leader drew his weapon. In a shocking turn of events, he attempted to absorb the energy from a spirit stone, only to find that it unleashed a violent force that shattered his meridians and destroyed his cultivation. The chaos that ensued caused panic among his subordinates, who were equally caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Su Changge, remaining calm and collected, took a deliberate sip of tea while the leader lamented his fate, realizing that the spirit stones were infused with an energy far more potent than he could withstand. As the leader's subordinates rallied to attack in a fit of rage, Su Changge swiftly retaliated, dispatching them with seemingly effortless precision. The aftermath left the courtyard in stunned silence, with the constables witnessing the extraordinary power of Su Changge, who had subdued the would-be attackers with a mere drop of tea. As the defeated leader, now stripped of his power, recognized Su Changge as the fabled North Yuan king, he fled in terror, leaving behind a shaken and silent assembly. In the stillness of the courtyard, Pei Qingyun finally regained his composure, instructing Song Tianbai to display the fallen bodies as a testament to the return of the legendary North Yuan king, heralding a new era for the great Yin dynasty. The winds howled and dust filled the air. On the walls of Linen City, for corpses dangled, scorched under the blazing sun. A multitude of citizens gathered below, murmuring among themselves. Are those not the inspectors from the supervisory office? How did they meet their demise? Who dares to slay inspectors in broad daylight, courting death? Well done. These four have oppressed the people of Dian for decades and deserve their fate. Look, their essay notice on the wall. The crowd hurried to read it. The notice detailed the heinous acts of Guanfeng and his compatriots over the years, informing the populace that it was Su Changge who had executed them. Upon reading, the citizens gasped in astonishment. The Prince of Beiyuan was responsible for their deaths. Just days ago, he had eradicated the three scoundrels, Ma Kong, and now he has slain four formidable practitioners of the third stage of Qi refinement. It seems that the famed Prince of Beiyuan from the annals of history has truly returned. The restoration of the Dian dynasty seems possible. The citizens were filled with excitement, their faith in Su Changge growing stronger. In the supervisory office, Hall Master he fled back like a dog without a master, hastening to the captain's chamber. Captain! He burst through the door, interrupting a conversation between the captain, who bore an imposing demeanor, and an envoy sent from the county. Hall Master he's expression shifted. He quickly clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Greetings, Envoy G." In such a flurry. What a disgrace! How many times has this captain stated that one must knock before entering? If I have not permitted entry, then you must not enter. The captain reprimanded sternly. Captain, a grave situation has arisen. The Prince of Beiyuan, he has truly returned. Hall Master he exclaimed in shock. The Prince of Beiyuan? Was he not a figure from the Dian dynasty's history over 300 years ago? How could he possibly return? Do not heed the rumors circulating in the villages. They are merely fantasies that the people of Dian concoct to comfort themselves. The captain scolded angrily. Captain, it is absolutely true. Hall Master he immediately recounted his experiences at the county office. Bang! The captain was furious, smashing the wooden table with a resounding crash. This is outrageous. How dare they kill members of my supervisory office? Captain, do not act rashly. The Prince of Beiyuan is profoundly skilled. He killed our four brothers with but a drop of water. We are no match for him. Hall Master he cautioned. At that moment, Envoy G, who had been listening quietly, scoffed. Foolishness. Killing with a drop of water? What a preposterous joke. If he possessed such power, he would have long since stormed the imperial capital, rather than play the hero here. I suspect you are simply terrified and have conjured this tale. The envoy speaks wisely. The captain, who had previously been apprehensive due to Hall Master he's words, immediately dismissed his doubts upon hearing the envoy's reasoning. Just as Envoy G said, if the Prince of Beiyuan had the ability to kill with a drop of water, he would hardly be alive to converse here. Surely, he is leading the Dian army to the capital as we speak. Envoy, Captain, this is no mere fabrication. Hall Master he attempted to explain further, but outside, urgent footsteps were heard. Captain, a crisis has emerged. Underlings from the supervisory office rushed in. The officials have hung the bodies of Lord Guanfeng and the others on the city wall and posted a notice declaring that the Prince of Beiyuan has returned. The people of Dian are now insulting our heavenly dynasty. What? They have such audacity. The captain's fury erupted. Director, the Dian people killing members of our heavenly dynasty is a capital offense. Envoy G's tone was harsh. Rest assured, Envoy, I shall ensure that the fallen brothers receive justice. The Dayan people will pay a bloody price. The captain's expression darkened, cold glimmers flashing in his eyes. The following day, a clamor and wailing rose within Linen City. Numerous citizens surged toward the county office. This is terrible, Lord Pei. A significant crisis has arisen. Upon hearing the news, Song Tianbai immediately stepped out to inquire about the situation. Fellow villagers, what has transpired? The inspectors have captured many citizens and are dragging them to the execution ground. They claim that if Lord Pei and the prince do not appear at the execution ground to confess and hang themselves within an hour, they will execute innocent citizens. The villagers spoke in a frenzy. What? This is outrageous. These scoundrels. Inside the hall, Pei Qingyun was seething with anger upon hearing the news. However, despite his rage, he felt utterly powerless and turned to Su Changge. Your Highness, what shall we do? Song Tianbai and Lord Wang also looked to Su Changge. At this moment, only Su Changge held the hope of rescuing the captured citizens. Su Changge gently set down his teacup, his gaze calm, and with an air of nonchalance. He replied, if they summon us to the execution ground, then we shall go. As his words fell, the crowd instantly vanished. At the execution ground, 100 Dayan citizens were shackled in chains, forced upon the execution platform. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Their faces were pale, trembling beneath the executioner's blade. Many Dayan citizens hid in taverns and shops at a distance, watching their innocent compatriots on the platform, clenching their fists in fury. Beasts! Scoundrels! To coerce Lord Pei into submission, they have taken innocent citizens as hostages. You wretched fiends! May you meet a terrible end. The citizens were beside themselves with rage. Gu Haokong, the submaster of the supervisory office, sat in the judge's position at the execution ground. Over 30 practitioners of the third and fourth stages of qi refinement stood behind the Dayan citizens, wielding butcher's knives. Their expressions were filled with anger and malice. They had always oppressed the lowly Dayan people. How dare the Dayan people resist now? The loss of fellow inspectors over 2 consecutive days made them eager to deliver a painful lesson to the Dayan citizens, to remind them who truly ruled Linen City. Only Hall Master He, pale-faced, cowered in the back, trembling in fear. No matter how he had attempted to explain the previous day, the captain and the envoy had not believed him. Even his colleagues doubted him. After all, the notion of killing with a drop of water was too absurd. Everyone thought he was merely making excuses for his own incapacitated abilities. He alone understood that Gu Haokong's actions were tantamount to courting death. Once Su Changge arrived, not a single member of the supervisory office would escape. In the next moment, the figures of Su Changge and his companions suddenly appeared. Hall Master He collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. It's over. The Prince of Beiyuan has arrived. None shall escape. Gu Haokong's eyes narrowed, clearly unprepared for Su Changge's dramatic entrance. The more than 30 masters of the supervisory office on the execution platform were equally startled. Your Highness, the prince has arrived. What a miraculous entrance. The prince must have returned as a celestial being. The Dayan citizens hiding in the shadows were all invigorated. Su Changge gazed at the trembling innocent citizens on the execution platform, his heart ablaze with fury. Gu Haokong hesitated for a moment, recalling Hall Master He's words from the previous day. Yet, in the next second, he dismissed such thoughts. The fate of the Dayan dynasty was waning. It was impossible for a strong figure to arise. Surely, it was some esoteric trickery. You are the Prince of Beiyuan? Gu Haokong's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Su Changge. Indeed, I am the one. Su Changge met Gu Haokong's gaze unwaveringly. Humph. You shall pay for the deaths of the 3 priests the supervisory office deemed worthy, and for the slaying of my brothers. Each of these is a capital offense. Do you not hasten to receive your punishment? Gu Haokong's voice, amplified by the spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the surroundings, causing the citizens observing in secret to change countenance. Gu Haokong, you are quite audacious. These scoundrels have bullied the citizens of Dayan for countless years. They have long deserved their fate. Pei Qingyun, witnessing the scene, immediately waved his sleeve and rebuked them in anger. Dare to raise your voice against this captain? Pei Qingyun, you possess an audacity most remarkable. Do you truly believe that this so-called king of Beiyuan can save your Dayan dynasty? A fool's dream. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the fate that awaits those who defy the celestial beings. Execute the sentence. As Gu Haokong's words echoed, the members of the supervisory department raised their blades with malevolent intent, preparing to take the lives of the Dayan citizens. With me here, no one shall harm my people. Su Changge gently waved his sleeve. An unseen force intercepted the blades of more than 30 executioners, preventing them from descending. What is happening? The members of the supervisory department collectively turned pale, realizing that no matter how they exerted their strength, The blades could not descend even a fraction. Amidst the tumult of the execution ground, a magnificent scene unfolded, drawing applause from the gathered crowd. Gu Haokong's gaze sharpened. Indeed, he possessed considerable prowess. Fortunately, the captain had prepared in advance. Form ranks. Gu Haokong understood that ordinary experts were no match for Su Changge, and with a cold snort, he leapt onto the execution platform, landing before the elite of the inspection division. They immediately arranged themselves, channeling their spiritual energy into Gu Haokong. Instantly, his aura surged. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, he raised his hands as if to grasp the heavens. In an instant, the spiritual energy whipped up the dust from the execution ground, coalescing ominously in the air. Within mere breaths, a terrifying sandstorm enveloped the vicinity. "Behold, this is the might of your captain," Gu Haokong bellowed. "Beiyuan King, can you withstand this tempest?" His laughter echoed as the sandstorm, empowered by the inspection division's elite, momentarily elevated him to a level comparable to a 9th-layer Qi refinement expert. The captain's might. Let him slay them. Avenge our lords. Eliminate these blind wretches. The inspectors cheered, their faces twisted in glee, relishing the despair of the lowly citizens of Dayan. Only Yitangju's face turned ashen, trembling in fear. It was over. The captain was about to provoke the Beiyuan King. Having witnessed Su Changge's true power, he understood that this sandstorm was but a trivial threat to him. The power of heaven and earth? Su Changge's lips curled into a sardonic smile. To merely stir up some sand and claim it as such? Very well. Let me show you what true power of heaven and earth looks like. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he shifted 100 citizens of Dayan. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled softly. Whoosh! In an instant, a fierce gale erupted. The whirlwind swept away the swirling sands, encircling the inspectors. Each gust sliced through them like a blade. Ah! The inspectors screamed in agony. What is happening? Gu Haokong stared in horror as the formidable exterior he believed himself to possess was being torn apart, his heart quaking in fear. Suddenly, a powerful suction from the tempest unleashed its fury. Thud! Thud! The inspectors were all swept into the storm. After a long while, the storm dissipated, leaving the once chaotic execution ground eerily serene. Gu Haokong and the inspectors lay sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs. The citizens gasped in disbelief. Before they could express their astonishment, Su Changge raised a hand. Lightning comes. With a thunderous roar, the air crackled with electricity. A bolt of lightning surged from Su Changge's palm, which he clenched tightly. At that moment, he wielded the lightning as if he were a deity. Gu Haokong and his cohorts were struck with terror, as if witnessing a specter. Yet, they were too far gone to even scream. In that instant, he comprehended the truth of Yitangju's words about lethal drops of water. Su Changge's method surpassed even that horror, but it was too late for regrets. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a thunderbolt, as thick as a water barrel, pierced through the heavens, engulfing Gu Haokong and his men. Moments later, as the thunder faded, a 10-meter-deep crater marred the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Over 30 inspectors, including Gu Haokong, were rendered to nothingness by the thunder. In a nearby tavern, the observer Ji Shizhe was aghast, his face contorting. He had intended to observe quietly, ready to intervene should Gu Haokong falter, but instead witnessed a scene beyond imagination. A mere breath conjured a tempest. A simple gesture summoned thunder. Such prowess. Could the Beiyuan King truly be a deity? At that moment, his only thought was to flee. Yet, as he prepared to escape, he caught Su Changge's gaze. Oh no! Discovered. In a panic, Ji Shizhe took flight, desperately trying to distance himself. Humph! Where do you think you're going? Su Changge scoffed. Bang! Ji Shizhe exploded midair, a gruesome mist of blood raining down upon the earth. The vast city of Linen fell into a chilling silence. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, hair standing on end, a shiver running down their spines. After a brief moment of shock, tears of joy welled up in the eyes of the surrounding citizens. At last, they comprehended that the historical accounts of the Beiyuan King were not exaggerated. Breath as wind, exhale as thunder. This Beiyuan King was nothing short of divine. With the chaos resolved, Su Changge appeared unfazed, as if the preceding events were trivial. Yet for Pei Qingyun and Song Tianbai, the impact was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the clamor of footsteps filled the air as citizens of Dayan surged from all directions. Your Highness, your divine might, please, allow us to pay our respects. Indeed, you are a celestial being. A tidal wave of cheers followed, thousands kneeling before Su Changge. The doubts and fears that once lingered in their hearts were obliterated. In this moment, Su Changge was their deity, the one destined to restore the glory of the Dayan dynasty. Pei Qingyun watched this unfold, tears streaming down his face. Since his birth, he had witnessed the suffering of the Dayan people. For years, they had never rejoiced as they did now. Su Changge's arrival had transformed everything, igniting hope in their hearts, a prospect of liberation and the resurgence of the Dayan dynasty. Your Highness, please bless the people of Dayan. Pei Qingyun knelt. Your Highness, please bless the people of Dayan, echoed Song Tianbai and others, kneeling in fervent supplication. As the call spread, the citizens rallied together, their voices resounding through Linen. Your Highness, please bless the people of Dayan. The chorus echoed relentlessly. Good. Su Changge surveyed the throng, a surge of pride swelling within him. In unison, he raised all of them. Feeling a profound sense of fulfillment, his objective had been achieved. In truth, Su Changge could have directly annihilated the entire inspection division. However, such an act would not necessarily instill confidence in the people. Only by allowing them to witness his strength firsthand could he restore their faith and inspire them to partake in the grand endeavor of reviving the Dayan dynasty. Thus, he had intentionally provoked the inspectors, orchestrating the events of the day. Eventually, the citizens departed, their hearts brimming with excitement and joy. That day, Linen resonated with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. Everyone celebrated the purge of the inspection division and Su Changge's return, including Pei County Magistrate and Song Tianbai. Su Changge sat quietly at a stone table in the county office courtyard, taking a delicate sip of tea. He remained vigilant, aware that the threat of the inspection division had merely been addressed in Linen. After all, Linen was but one city among many in the Yuhua Prefecture. His next step was to cleanse the remnants of the Celestial Dynasty from Yuhua Prefecture and then set his sights on the Celestial Dynasty itself. 038 The Mysterious Dao Rhythm. The sky shattered, the night draped like a shroud. A sudden deluge enveloped the city of Linen. The townsfolk, who had planned to revel for 3 days and nights, hurried back to their homes, securing doors and windows. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed across the pitch-black sky, illuminating the dark city as if it were day. Pei Qingyun, seated in a grand chair at his doorstep, relished the rain. The downpour was delightful, the more abundant the rain, the greater the improvement for the barren fields of Yuhua County, promising a better harvest in the coming year. Indeed, if the grains were plentiful, the people would fare well, nurturing their bodies to cultivate effectively. Song Tianbai stood behind Pei Qingyun, his tone laced with melancholy. This reflected the poignant disparity between the citizens of Dayan and those of the Celestial Dynasty. The land of Yuhua County was impoverished, with scarce spiritual energy, far inferior to the once vast territories of Dayan. Coupled with a century of oppression from the Celestial Dynasty, it was a feat for the people of Dayan to fill their bellies, let alone have the energy to pursue immortality. Only individuals like Lord Pei and those with a modicum of talent could barely cultivate to the second or third level of qi refinement, comparable to the average citizens of the Celestial Dynasty. After a moment of silence, Song Tianbai curiously inquired, "My lord, can you discern the prince's cultivation level?" Pei Qingyun pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I am merely at the second level of qi refinement. How could I perceive the prince's depth?" However, Pei Qingyun contemplated. With the prince's seemingly divine abilities, he has likely transcended the foundation establishment stage, perhaps even reached the legendary Golden Core stage. A Golden Core cultivator. A look of shock and longing appeared on Song Tianbai's face. According to historical records, even the peak state of General Lu Qianyan could barely be considered half a step into the Golden Core realm. In the side room, Su Changge sat at a table, quietly perusing historical texts. The window was ajar, yet not a single drop of the torrential rain splashed into the room. When he finally set the book down, he had gained a deeper understanding of nearly a century of the Dayan dynasty's history. The situation in Yuhua County was far from optimistic. There were a total of 13 cities within the county, each commanded by a county magistrate with cultivation levels akin to Pei Qingyun, fluctuating between the second and third levels of qi refinement. In contrast, the county governor's residence was the most formidable, housing the elite of Dayan, with numerous experts at the 5th to 8th levels of qi refinement. The county governor himself was the only individual in the entire Dayan dynasty at the 9th level of qi refinement. "Too weak," Su Changge muttered, shaking his head. He was not disappointed. The Dayan dynasty had waned. It was likely that the county governor and others had exerted all their strength to reach this level. Of course, their cultivation had little impact on the grand scheme. Even if 1,000 or 10,000 Golden Core cultivators were to appear, They would be insufficient to withstand a single strike from him. Having emerged from seclusion for half a month, he had spent each day stabilizing his cultivation. Tonight, he would attempt to elevate his realm. Su Changge returned to his bed, seated cross-legged, and closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy while attuning himself to the Dao's rhythm. The harmonization stage was an enigmatic realm. Accumulating spiritual energy was merely one method of breaking through to a higher realm. Another approach involved merging with the Dao's rhythm. As the practitioner's comprehension of the Dao deepens, their cultivation naturally ascends. Upon fully grasping the Dao, one could break through to a new realm. Su Changge aimed to elevate his cultivation from the nascent harmonization stage to a small success in the harmonization stage. His primordial spirit swiftly entered an incredibly profound state. Guiding the Dao's rhythm, he had previously perceived beyond his physical form, soaring into the heavens. Su Changge's perspective ascended rapidly, transcending the deluge, revealing a magnificent scene above the clouds, akin to an ethereal paradise. Soon, his primordial spirit reached the expanse of the heavens. After 6 months, this place remained a realm of auspicious signs, golden-hued clouds drifting lazily, and the mysterious Dao rhythm concealed within, appearing both elusive and tangible. Drawing on his experience from the breakthrough to the transformation stage, Su Changge adeptly approached the nearest cloud, manipulating his primordial spirit to part the clouds. The Dao rhythm lay nestled within. Su Changge cradled it gently. In an instant, the Dao rhythm transformed into a brilliant light, melding into his primordial spirit. Boom! A vast and profound resonance surged into Su Changge's mind, imparting a sudden clarity akin to a divine revelation. However, now that he was in the harmonization stage, absorbing the Dao rhythm was no longer as arduous as it had been during the transformation stage. Moments later, he had digested this fragment of the Dao rhythm. There was still more to assimilate. Su Changge glanced around at the endless clouds. Countless Dao rhythms lay in repose. He needed only to absorb a small portion to secure his advancement to the harmonization stage's great perfection. Thus, he immediately parted another cluster of clouds, absorbing the Dao rhythm contained within. Next, the third, fourth, fifth. After 5, absorbing one more would reach his limit. He would need time to comprehend and digest before continuing. After expressing this thought, Su Changge parted the clouds one last time, cradling the Dao rhythm. Yet this one was different. As the rhythm fused with his primordial spirit, Su Changge sensed a feeling of incompleteness. It was as if a once complete essence had been severed into 3 segments, with the middle portion vanishing. What could this mean? Su Changge furrowed his brow. As he probed further, he discovered that in the place of the Dao rhythm's incompleteness lay an obscure and mysterious residual imprint. Though these remnants were faint, they were clearly incongruous with the Dao rhythm and erupted with a powerful aura of destruction as Su Changge's spiritual perception probed them. Su Changge immediately deduced that these residual imprints were inextricably linked to the Dao rhythm's incompleteness. I shall see what you are. Su Changge promptly suppressed the aura of destruction, forcefully reaching out to the imprint. Yet, at the moment of contact, the world around him spun, and in an instant, he found himself in a vast and desolate realm. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that pierced the heavens erupted from below. Su Changge looked down and beheld a colossal beast towering 100 feet, rampaging through the wilds, shaking the earth with every step and cracking the ground beneath. Roar caw! 2 more cries rang out as Su Changge gazed skyward. There, dragons and phoenixes soared through the firmament, their massive forms obscuring the sun. Ding, ding, ding! From a distant peak, the sound of 3 bell tolls resonated. Su Changge's gaze pierced through the distance. He saw countless disciples atop the peak, offering incense and bathing, donning Taoist robes as they commenced their daily cultivation. Vile creature, where do you think you're going? Take my sword. In the distance, a man and a woman of extraordinary cultivation pursued a golden-winged roc, 3 figures soaring from the abyss. Su Changge's eyes swept over the scene, catching a glimpse of a dark monument beside the abyss, inscribed with 2 characters, Sky Abyss. An increasing number of formidable beings came into view, each indicating that this was an era of myriad races and fierce Dao contention in the realm of cultivation. But at that moment, boom, a deafening sound erupted from the heavens. A fissure suddenly spread across the firmament. Following closely, crack after crack emerged, swiftly tearing apart the entire sky. The heavens were collapsing. Countless eyes turned skyward, watching in despair as fragments of the firmament plummeted from above. Boom, boom, boom. Fragments of the sky crashed into the continent or the ocean. The land sank, and the seas engulfed the land. Countless beings were crushed into powder by shock waves, their forms reduced to mere bones amidst the vast ocean. Creatures of flight aspired to soar into the heavens, only to be struck down by falling fragments of the sky. The realm of humanity had descended into a hellish nightmare. Su Changge, observing as a mere bystander, witnessed this harrowing spectacle. Yet, he soon realized that what he beheld was but a fragment of the boundless world. As he strained to gaze into the distance, he encountered an abyss of endless darkness. Clearly, the remaining trace of the enigmatic imprint offered no glimpse into the entirety of this realm. At that moment, he began to perceive this world as increasingly illusory, his sight descending into the void. In the next instant, a flash before his eyes revealed that he had returned to the realms of auspicious clouds. The destructive aura within the mysterious imprint had dissipated. Upon re-engaging with it, the imprint transformed into an arcane and obscure essence, merging seamlessly with Su Changge's being. Boom! The unfamiliar essence surged forth, vast as smoke. Though seemingly fragmented, it was, in truth, more substantial than the 5 spiritual essences combined. Su Changge found himself compelled to fully concentrate on absorbing this enigmatic essence. Meanwhile, extraordinary phenomena unfolded in the mortal realm. It seemed the rain would not cease this night. Had Constable Song, it would be wise for you to return home early. Pei Qingyun rose, ready to take his rest. Indeed, Song Tianbai donned his raincoat, preparing to venture into the downpour. Just then, the sound of torrential rain washing over the earth abruptly ceased. The two men exchanged astonished glances towards the outside, witnessing an unforgettable scene. The rainwater was flowing upwards towards the heavens. Rainwater flows backward, and the stars reverse their course. The rainwater has indeed flowed backward. Pei Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by Song Tianbai. The two exchanged glances, then instinctively turned their gaze towards the direction of Su Changge's chamber. Could it be the prince? It must be. They could not conceive of another figure capable of inciting such celestial phenomena. At that very moment, the entire continent was engulfed in extraordinary occurrences. Thousands of rivers and seas flowed upstream, and the stars of the northern dipper gradually reversed their path. Countless cultivators were astonished to discover that the spiritual energy they had just absorbed was slowly dissipating. This bizarre spectacle stirred the entire continent. What has transpired? Why has such a phenomenon suddenly appeared? Surely, it must be a formidable power influencing the heavens and earth, causing the oceans to reverse, the stars to shift, and the spiritual energy to disperse. Alas, what kind of extraordinary being possesses such capability? Numerous hidden powers scattered throughout the world were equally shaken. In the Celestial Dynasty, at the Grand General's Hall, the Grand General, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them. The cosmos has reversed. Is there truly such a formidable being in the true martial continent? As doubt flickered in his mind, his gaze fell upon 2 massive pillars within the hall. Upon these pillars burned 2 flames, symbolizing the fortunes of the Celestial Dynasty and the Great Flame Dynasty. The flame representing the Celestial Dynasty blazed fiercely, indicative of its flourishing fortune. In contrast, the flame symbolizing the Great Flame Dynasty was but the size of a palm, emitting a feeble glow. Yet, the Grand General's expression darkened. Before his seclusion, the fortune of the Great Flame Dynasty had been as thin as a thread. How could it now appear so robust? If the fortune of the Great Flame Dynasty has been rekindled, could it be that this unnamed powerhouse hails from there? It is imperative to extinguish the nascent signs of revival in the Great Flame Dynasty. The Grand General's gaze turned icy as he looked towards the direction of Yuhua County. The extraordinary phenomena did not last long. Once Su Changge refined the unfamiliar spiritual resonance, the anomalies subsided, returning the world to its usual state. However, a thread of doubt stirred within Su Changge. The remnants of these mysterious imprints contained an astonishing spiritual resonance. Merely a trace had already been immensely beneficial to him. If he could refine a bit more, he would be confident in achieving minor success in the harmonization stage. Yet, this spiritual resonance was entirely distinct from the resonance of the Great Dao. The essence contained within the resonance of the Great Dao embodies the laws of the universe, enabling him to master the forces of heaven and earth. Conversely, the resonance within the imprints evoked a feeling of destruction, as if intent on annihilating the world. Su Changge recalled the cataclysmic scene he had witnessed earlier. It was likely not an illusion, but rather a remnant image embedded within the mysterious imprint. A sense of gravity enveloped Su Changge. If his conjecture was correct, from whence did the images within the imprint originate? Were they from the bygone, true martial continent? Or from another realm entirely? He could not ascertain. Moments later, his primordial spirit departed from the heavens above and returned to his corporeal form. Upon his return, the first action he took was to peruse historical texts. This time, he sought not the history of the Great Flame Dynasty, but rather that of the true martial continent. To his astonishment, he discovered that the historical records chronicled only 3,000 years of history. The history prior to that was a blank slate. To ensure this historical text was not an anomaly, Su Changge retrieved several more volumes, only to find that, without exception, they all recorded merely 3,000 years of history. With no mention of events from 3 millennia ago, two possibilities sprang to mind. Either humanity had only begun to document history 3,000 years prior, or the history from that time had been deliberately erased. He quickly dismissed the former, for the text did not record the origin of the continent's common script, indicating that written language had existed long before 3,000 years ago. This left only the latter possibility. History had been intentionally obliterated. A heaviness settled upon Su Changge's heart. What kind of history necessitated such erasure? Could it be the cataclysm he had witnessed in the illusion? If true, then the true martial continent had already been a realm of cultivation 3,000 years ago. Su Changge recalled the vision of the dragon and phoenix intertwining, alongside the disciples immersed in incense and cultivation. After 3 millennia, spiritual energy was once again awakening. Was it mere coincidence, or an inevitable cycle? Would the cataclysm depicted in the vision occur again? Su Changge shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. At present, he possessed far too little knowledge to draw any conclusions. Perhaps the images within the imprint were merely illusions or emanated from another realm. To uncover more, he must first fully assimilate the spiritual resonance absorbed that night before seeking new sources and attempting to encounter the mysterious imprint once more. The following day, after the rain had cleared, Su Changge entered the dining hall and found Pei Qingyun and Wang Yuan wearing expressions of embarrassment. "Your Highness." The two greeted him with a bow. Su Changge nodded and took a seat at the table. "Please, sit and dine with me," he said amiably. The two obliged, albeit still visibly uncomfortable. "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation," Su Changge encouraged, glancing at them. Pei Qingyun's face displayed distress. "Your Highness, regarding today's meal." Su Changge looked down and noticed the meal was exceedingly frugal, a bowl of plain porridge and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Observing Pei Qingyun and Wang Yuan's meals, he noted they were even more meager, merely a bowl of porridge, with coarse yellow grains intertwined, indicating it had been cooked with chaff. Before Su Changge could inquire further, Pei Qingyun anxiously knelt and said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. The county office has very little white rice left." Wang Yuan, the clerk, quickly followed suit and knelt as well. Yuhua County's fields are impoverished, yielding limited harvests each year, half of which must be surrendered to the Celestial Dynasty. The common people have no choice but to mix their grain with chaff for sustenance. The white rice you consumed days ago was from the county's reserves, and now those reserves are nearly depleted. However, rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not allow you to consume chaff." Upon hearing this, Su Changge furrowed his brow. The plight of the Great Flame's populace had indeed reached such dire straits that they were forced to mix their meals with chaff. That was fit only for livestock. No wonder the majority of the populace could not cultivate. With such inadequate nutrition, how could they hope to develop their physiques for cultivation? Why did you not inform me of this sooner? I feared it would cause you distress. Please forgive me. Pei Qingyun implored. "You may rise. This is all the fault of the Celestial Dynasty. I shall not blame you," Su Changge reassured them. "Thank you, Your Highness," Pei Qingyun and Wang Yuan replied, rising. "Go forth and announce to the citizens that this noon they should gather by the fields with seeds. I shall personally lead them in sowing. Now that I am here, I will not allow the people to suffer," Su Changge commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." Pei Qingyun responded swiftly, moving to execute the order. The county office acted promptly, and within an hour, the entire populace was aware of the announcement. A wave of murmurs spread among the people. What is the prince trying to do? Asking us to sow seeds in the sweltering summer? The fields outside the city were barren, and summer brought scarce rainfall. Sowing now might yield nothing. Let us remain calm. The prince, accustomed to luxury, may not have considered these matters, but his intentions are good. Indeed, we hold no grudge against the prince. His heart is in the right place. Let us follow his instructions and inform him of the situation when we see him at noon. After deliberating, the citizens promptly took their seeds and awaited by the fields outside the city. At noon, Su Changge and Pei Qingyun, along with their entourage, arrived beside the fields. Upon the arrival of Su Changge, the common folk erupted in joyous cheers. Just yesterday, he had vanquished the inspectors within the city, and now his reputation soared to unprecedented heights. "Dear villagers, have you brought the seeds?" Su Changge inquired, his countenance as serene as jade. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the people. Indeed, we have brought them, they replied in unison. Then let us commence. Everyone should sow the seeds in their own fields, Su Changge declared. However, the villagers' expressions turned to one of concern. An elder, with a head full of white hair and a beard to match, stepped forward. Your Highness, it is summer now, the heat is intense, and rain scarce. The soil here is exceedingly barren. If we sow now, I fear we shall reap nothing by year's end. Yes, Your Highness, we understand your good intentions, but we possess greater experience in farming. My father and his peers attempted summer sowing in the past, yet each endeavor yielded no harvest, wasting both time and seeds. The villagers urged collectively. Pei Qingyun and Wang Yuan nodded in agreement, puzzled by Su Changge's insistence on urging the villagers to sow at this time. Gentlefolk, Su Changge interjected, silencing the murmurs. I would not call upon you to sow without cause. If you trust in me, plant the seeds, and I shall ensure a satisfactory outcome. After a moment of contemplation, several villagers clenched their teeth and responded, Very well. Since your Highness has spoken, I shall heed your words. I shall do the same. Others echoed. As the resolve grew, they rushed to their fields, sowing the seeds with fervor. An hour later, having completed their task, all eyes were fixed upon Su Changge. Your Highness, the seeds have been sown, Pei Qingyun announced. Indeed, Su Changge replied with a faint smile, then withdrew a wine gourd from his sleeve. Upon opening it, he gently tilted the gourd, and a torrent of crystal-clear water burst forth, cascading evenly across the fields, swiftly absorbing into the soil. The villagers watched in awe. Moments later, with a resounding crack, the earth split open, revealing countless fissures. From the very spots where seeds had been buried, robust shoots surged forth, breaking through the surface and visibly maturing into flourishing crops. Gasping in disbelief, the villagers stared wide-eyed at the miraculous sight. The crops, are they ripening already? After 3 centuries, I meet Lu Qianyan once more. The crops, are they all right? Am I not mistaken? I haven't tea even brushed off the dust from my hands, and the harvest has come to fruition? The common folk can hardly believe their eyes as they step into the fields, gently touching the bountiful rice ears and fruits, their faces swiftly brightening with joy. It is true. Fellow villagers, the crops are indeed ripe. How wonderful. We shall finally have enough to eat. The townspeople rejoice, dancing and celebrating with ecstatic delight. They embrace the harvest, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. With this grain, they shall no longer have to endure the pangs of hunger. The following day, in the governor's office, after a swift journey from Linen City, the constables arrive at the governor's office on the 3rd day since Su Changge dismantled the inspection department. In the governor's study, a loud bang resounds as Governor Su Liang slams his palm down on the table, seething with rage. An additional 10% tax? The scoundrels of the Heavenly Dynasty are utterly overstepping their bounds. The land of Yuhua is barren, yielding crops only once a year, half of which must be surrendered to them. And now, they demand even more, increasing the burden. Are they truly intent on driving the people of Dian to despair? Su Liang is furious. Just moments ago, he received a directive from the branch leader of the inspection department. Starting this year, the people of Dian are to remit 60% of their harvest. This is akin to placing the populace on a rack to be roasted. His subordinates, who came to report, remained silent, paralyzed by fear. After a long moment, Su Liang calms himself, gesturing for his aides to leave. He rises, opening a slender black box from the bookshelf behind him. Inside lies a spirit sword, a sword. Memories flood Su Liang's mind. 30 years prior, the former governor entrusted him with this sword, recounting the dying words of General Lu Qianyan, who firmly declared that the true protector of the Dian dynasty was not herself, but the ascended king of Beiyuan. No matter how the Dian dynasty may wither in the future, as long as the king of Beiyuan returns, all will be resolved. The Taya sword serves as the token to ascertain the king's identity. Yet, 30 years have passed, and the king of Beiyuan has yet to appear. Has he truly ascended 3 centuries ago, never to return? Su Liang feels lost. Should the people of Dian continue to be oppressed by the Heavenly Dynasty, they will soon extinguish their last flicker of hope. As the strongest in the Dian dynasty, the immense pressure weighs heavily upon Su Liang. At this moment, a servant arrives to report. Sir, a letter has arrived from Pei Qingyun, the magistrate of Linen County. Bring it here. Su Liang closes the black box, accepting the envelope and tearing it open. The envelope bears but a single line. Governor, the king of Beiyuan has returned. In an instant, Su Liang's heart leaps. and he immediately exclaims, "Quickly prepare the horses, I must go to Linen City at once." 2 days later, Su Changge is in the courtyard of his chamber, playing chess with Pei Qingyun. Suddenly, he raises his eyelids, sensing a familiar aura. The Tai's sword. Without hesitation, Su Changge raises his hand. Meanwhile, Governor Su Liang gallops towards Linen City, filled with exhilaration. After a century of waiting, the king of Beiyuan has finally returned. Of course, he does not fully believe that the newcomer is Su Changge. 3 centuries have passed, and no one can recognize the king's visage. However, should Su Changge be able to wield the Tai's sword, it will confirm everything. At this moment, Su Liang longs to sprout wings and soar to the county office. Just then, the black box behind him suddenly trembles violently. Before he can react, with a thunderous bang, the box explodes, and the Tai's sword, having lain dormant for a century, transforms into a streak of light, flying towards the county office. Su Liang's eyes widen, and his face beams with joy. The Tai's sword is headed to the county office. It seems the king of Beiyuan truly has returned. Within the county office, the Tai's sword descends as a radiant light, landing directly in Su Changge's hand. It truly is you. Su Changge gently caresses the sword's blade with his left hand, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. 280 years ago, I bestowed you upon Lu Qianyan. I never expected that after so long, it would not be she who brings you back. After speaking, Su Changge concentrates his thoughts. In the next moment, a figure suddenly materializes in the courtyard. Su Liang appears out of thin air, collapsing onto the ground. Where is this? Su Liang's face reflects shock and confusion. Just a moment ago, he was riding a horse, and now he finds himself here. Governor Su. Pei Qingyun is equally astonished, but upon recognizing Su Liang's identity, he rushes to assist him. Pei Qingyun, this is the county office. Su Liang stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he arrived so suddenly. But in the next moment, he catches sight of Su Changge, clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence, surrounded by a radiant aura. He appears as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. More importantly, Su Changge is polishing the Tai's sword. I am Su Liang, and I pay my respects to the king of Beiyuan. Su Liang immediately kneels. MHM, you may rise, Su Changge replies. Thank you, your highness. After standing, Su Liang discreetly observes Su Changge, realizing he resembles the descriptions found in historical texts perfectly. A face like jade, handsome and noble, clad in white. He resembles an otherworldly being. He sits quietly, transforming the ordinary surroundings into a realm of enchantment. You brought the Tai's sword. Tell me about it, Su Changge requests. Polishing the sword. Yes. Su Liang spends a quarter of an hour recounting the tale of how Lu Qianyan left the Tai's sword and the governor's office's guardianship over it for a century. Upon finishing, Su Changge smiles with satisfaction. This girl truly trusts me. Your Highness, the people of Dian have suffered for a century. Now that you have returned, please take action to reclaim the lands of Dian. Su Liang clasps his fists, his emotions surging. He has awaited this day for long. In pursuit of a faint glimmer of hope for restoration, he has endured for 30 years. At last, he has seen the guiding beacon. I shall, Su Changge nods. Your Highness, there is one more matter. This object was also left by the previous governor. It is said it may help locate General Lu's whereabouts. Su Liang produces a jade pendant and hands it to Su Changge. Upon receiving the pendant, Su Changge discovers it contains a fragment of Lu Qianyan's lingering soul. A soul pendant? Su Changge exclaims in surprise. The soul pendant can store a remnant of the true self's essence. The holder can determine the state of the true self based on the pendant's condition. If the true self is injured, the pendant will crack. If the true self perishes, the pendant will shatter. And now, since the soul pendant remains intact, it indicates that Lu Qianyan is not dead. Su Changge's eyes gleam. Through this remnant soul, I may be able to communicate with Lu Qianyan's true self. Without hesitation, Su Changge forms a seal with his hands, reciting incantations to draw out the remnant soul from the pendant. Gradually, the tenuous connection between the remnant soul and the true self becomes clearer. When Su Changge opens his eyes again, his spirit finds itself in a chilling, pitch-black environment. Through the dim surroundings, Su Changge faintly sees 9 cold chains converging from different directions. At the intersection of these chains lies a figure tightly bound, unable to move. This figure is none other than Lu Qianyan. The national fortune is reignited, and the city faces peril. You have finally returned. Lu Qianyan's voice was hoarse, yet it could not conceal the excitement in her tone. Yes, I have returned. Su Changge gazed at Lu Qianyan in her current state and felt a pang of sorrow. In his memory, Lu Qianyan was a resolute and spirited female general, not one to yield to her male counterparts. Yet now, she appeared pallid and emaciated, her breath faint, resembling a person on the brink of death. Where was the vigor of her former self? Do you know where you currently are? I shall come to rescue you. Su Changge inquired with concern. I do not know. Lu Qianyan shook her head with difficulty. It matters not, regardless of your location. I will certainly come to save you, Su Changge vowed earnestly. I have always believed that the prince would come. Lu Qianyan's tone was weak, yet her words were filled with unwavering trust in Su Changge. Are you aware of the origins of those from the heavenly dynasty who acted against you? Su Changge sensed that the remnants of her spirit could not endure much longer, thus he posed the crucial question. They are not from the true martial continent. They seem to come from another world. At that time, I had already entered the golden core stage, yet I was not a match for them. When Yi Chen sensed the unusual movements of the great Yin dynasty, he hurried here from Tianyuan using secret methods, and even together we were still unable to defeat them. According to Yi Chen's speculation, they are likely a nascent soul powerhouse. Lu Qianyan recounted the events of those years with frailty. Yi Chen? Tianyuan? Su Changge was astonished. However, before he could inquire further, the dark scene before him vanished, and his consciousness returned to the Linen County government office. Su Changge opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. My lord, how is the situation? Did you see General Lu? Su Liang asked anxiously. I have seen her, Su Changge nodded. General Lu is indeed still alive. That's wonderful. Su Liang exclaimed with joy, though his expression soon turned grave. However, my lord, Lord Pei just informed me that you have dismantled the inspection division of Linen City. The time for the inspection division to levy taxes on our great Yin citizens is imminent. I fear that our plans will be exposed. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness passed through Su Changge's eyes. If it is exposed, so be it. I have never intended to be a coward hiding in the shadows. If they dare to retaliate, I will slay them without hesitation. I understand, Su Liang replied, visibly uplifted. Su Changge's domineering words invigorated him deeply. Such a prince is truly worthy of the title of the Northern Abyss King. Su Changge glanced at Su Liang, took out a pill from his sleeve, and flicked it to him. I can sense that you are close to reaching the foundation establishment stage. Take this pill. It will aid you in your cultivation. Su Liang held the pill as if it were a treasure. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Inform all the county magistrates to gather here for an important discussion. Now that I have returned, the day to restore the great Yin dynasty has arrived, Su Changge declared. Yes, Su Liang responded with fervor. After Su Liang and Pei Qingyun departed, Su Changge retreated to his chamber, lost in contemplation. I had not anticipated that Qianyan was acquainted with that lad, Yi Chen. However, they had only a 20-year gap before they came to see me in the cold palace. And both are children of destiny. It is only natural they would know each other. Moreover, they both received their opportunities from me. So it is not impossible for them to become close friends. Yet, Qianyan mentioned the term Tianyuan. Su Changge furrowed his brow. He had also encountered the term Tianyuan in the mysterious imprints illusion last night. Was it mere coincidence? Or were both referring to the same place? Su Changge was uncertain and shook his head, dismissing the thought. The most pressing matter now is to restore the great Yin dynasty and rescue Lu Qianyan. Once these issues are resolved, I will investigate Tianyuan. The mere thought of the heavenly dynasty ignited Su Changge's fury. From the conversation with Lu Qianyan, it was evident that those from the heavenly dynasty were indeed powerful beings descended from a higher realm. However, their true strength remained unknown. Although Lu Qianyan speculated that they might be nascent soul powerhouses, her limited strength may not allow her to make an accurate judgment. Moreover, Su Changge had several lingering doubts. Where had Yi Chen gone? Was he also captured alongside Lu Qianyan by the heavenly dynasty? Furthermore, since the heavenly dynasty had previously decimated the great Yin dynasty's hundreds of thousands of soldiers and over 1 million civilians, why did they not annihilate them entirely, but instead drive the surviving populace to Yuhua County? Similarly, Lu Qianyan was captured alive and not executed. Was it that they could not kill her, or simply chose not to? These questions could only be answered by capturing a high-ranking member of the heavenly dynasty. After Su Liang's departure, he immediately sent a message via carrier pigeon to the magistrates of various counties, informing them of the Northern Abyss King's return and summoning them for a crucial meeting. In no time, the magistrates were in an uproar. What? The Northern Abyss King has returned? How could this be? Surely, the county governor must have made a mistake. Is it possible that the governor has deeper intentions beyond the surface meaning of the letter? Regardless, let us make haste to Linen City to meet with the county governor. Upon receiving the letter, The county magistrates mounted their horses and raced towards Linen City. The next day, Su Liang also entered seclusion to consume the Foundation Establishment pill. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Inspection Division in Yuhua County, the leader Lin Xian was engaged in a clandestine discussion with the Deputy General of the Heavenly Dynasty, Zhou Shan. The national fortune of the Great Yin Dynasty is once again on the rise. We must extinguish this spark before it can flourish. During this tax collection, in addition to increasing the tax by 10%, we must also exchange 3,000 measures of coarse grains for 3,000 measures of food. Without food, the populace cannot cultivate. Their reignited national fortune will surely extinguish. To prevent the people of the Great Yin from becoming desperate, the general has specifically dispatched me to maintain order. The Deputy General Zhou Shan's eyes were filled with disdain as he spoke of the Great Yin populace. He could not fathom why the general would send him personally to oversee Yuhua County. The lowly people of the Great Yin are merely at the peak of the qi refining stage, not even as formidable as the leader of the Inspection Division. What waves could they possibly make? Rest assured, General, this matter has already been delegated to my subordinates, and the food will arrive in a few days. As for the Great Yin citizens, they will not dare to resist. The leader Lin Xian replied confidently. Although this approach essentially forces the Great Yin populace to the brink of despair, might is the ultimate truth. The Great Yin citizens cannot resist. At that moment, a subordinate of the Inspection Division rushed in hastily. Leader, there has been an incident. What happened? Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock, rising from his seat. What on earth has transpired? Lin Xian pressed for answers. Some time ago, I informed the branch leaders of each city regarding the increased tax. But only the Linen City branch leader did not respond. Thus, I dispatched someone to investigate, and that is how this came to light. The subordinate replied in a panic. What? Those despicable people of the Great Yin have gone too far. They dare to act against those of my heavenly dynasty. Lin Xian cursed in fury. Humph. Leader Lin, is this what you call the Great Yin citizens who do not dare to resist? Deputy General Zhou Shan scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's countenance darkened severely. His gaze turned fierce, filled with murderous intent as he declared, Send my orders. All subordinates in Yuhua County shall launch an attack on Linen City in 3 days. I will have the city razed. The county magistrates were summoned to restore the Great Yin. Following Su Liang's message, the county magistrates from several nearby towns hastily arrived. At the entrance of the county office, 7 magistrates rode in on horseback. My esteemed colleagues, it has been far too long, one greeted. Lord Sun, Lord He, it has been many years. And you still appear so well. Lord Shangwan, you jest. It has indeed been years, yet you remain as enchanting as ever. As the magistrates dismounted, they exchanged pleasantries. Among the 7 were 5 men and 2 women, who approached the gatekeeper with a formal declaration. We, the county magistrates, have come on behalf of the prefect to convene in Linen. Please relay our arrival. Please wait a moment, esteemed lords, the gatekeeper replied, darting off to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Esteemed lords, you may enter. The 7 magistrates followed the gatekeeper into the grand hall. Pei Qingyun awaited their arrival, greeting them with a respectful clasp of his hands. Esteemed lords, it has been far too long. Lord Pei, I trust you have been well, the magistrates responded in kind. After a brief exchange of niceties, Pei Qingyun led them into the hall, where they took their seats. Having met with the 7 esteemed lords, I must extend my greetings, said the secretary, Wang Yuan, who was promptly acknowledged by the magistrates. After such a long journey, you must be parched. Secretary, please instruct the servants to prepare tea and bring forth some fruit for the esteemed lords, Pei Qingyun commanded. At once, Wang Yuan replied, promptly attending to the task. The slender, graceful female magistrate, Shangwan Yuer, smiled and remarked, Lord Pei, you still possess your wit. It has been a century since we in Yuhua County have tasted fruit. At her words, the atmosphere grew somber. Indeed, since the Great Yin citizens were driven to Yuhua County a century ago, they had not laid eyes on fruit again. The land was barren, barely sustaining crops, let alone fruit trees. Many of the later generations of the Great Yin had never even seen fruit. This thought ignited a quiet rage among them. All blame lies with the accursed heavenly beings. Unexpectedly, Pei Qingyun offered a gentle smile. Lord Shangwan, I assure you, I am not jesting. The magistrates were taken aback. If not a jest, could there truly be fruit? Perhaps Lord Pei is overly concerned with appearances, they muttered, shaking their heads. Just then, servants arrived with trays of fruit and teapots. The magistrates stared in astonishment at the glistening apples and grapes. Is it truly fruit? they exclaimed, disbelief evident on their faces. Indeed, Pei Qingyan responded with a cheerful demeanor. Who would have thought Lord Pei had such close ties with the inspection department to procure such a bounty? A flicker of frost crossed some faces. The only method to acquire fruit was to curry favor with the inspectors. Upon hearing this, the magistrates' expressions grew serious, their gazes shifting away from the fruit. The great yin and the heavenly beings were like fire and water. How could they accept gifts from the latter? You are mistaken, esteemed lords. This is not fruit from the inspection department, but rather cultivated from fields transformed by the prince, nourished with miraculous elixirs. If you do not believe me, feel free to inspect the fields, Pei Qingyan smiled. Do not deceive us, Lord Pei. The prefect's letter did mention the prince. Yet we have yet to see either the prince or the prefect. They expressed their skepticism. Some things are hard to believe without seeing, Pei Qingyan replied. Let us go and see for ourselves. Indeed, seeing is believing, they agreed. If I discover that the fruit was obtained through flattery to the inspection department, do not blame me for reporting you to the prefect. The 7 magistrates rose, eager to investigate the fields. Very well, esteemed lords, please follow me. Pei Qingyan replied with a smile. Before long, they arrived at the fields, where lush greenery flourished and grains and vegetables thrived abundantly. The 7 magistrates were left speechless. This is truly real, one exclaimed. Such a bountiful harvest. I have never witnessed anything like it. Lord Pei, could you send some grain to Shuiyun City? Pei Qingyan, observing the expressions on their faces, chuckled heartily. Rest assured, the prince will not show favoritism. Once you meet him and explain your situation, I am confident he will assist you with the grain issue. The prince, we understand now, the magistrates responded, their expressions filled with awe. Although they had yet to meet the rumored prince of Beiyuan, they had already begun to form an impressive image of him in their minds. Soon, the group returned to the county office. Lord Pei, why have we not seen the prefect or the prince? Shang Guanyue asked as they walked. The prefect is in seclusion. And the prince? Pei Qingyan paused, revealing a mysterious smile. The magistrates looked at him in confusion. The prince is right there. Pei Qingyan pointed toward a crooked willow tree in front of the hall, where Su Changge was savoring tea. The 7 magistrates followed his gesture and beheld a figure in white, sitting gracefully beneath the tree, quietly enjoying his tea. They were instantly taken aback. Someone is sitting under the tree? The prince was here all along? How could I have failed to notice without your words, Lord Pei? Is this truly the prince? He is remarkably handsome. Shang Guanyue and another female magistrate gazed at Su Changge with awe, even a hint of infatuation. It was no surprise. For Su Changge was exceptionally handsome, his countenance unparalleled, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance that was hard to ignore. Pei Qingyan chuckled, the prince possesses remarkable abilities, seamlessly blending into this environment. Had I not been informed beforehand, I too would have struggled to detect his presence. Esteemed lords, do approach the prince and offer your salutations. Upon hearing this, the magistrates immediately approached with reverence. Initially harboring doubts about the return of the Prince of Beiyuan, all uncertainties vanished upon seeing Su Changge. Such a formidable figure could hardly be an impostor. I, Li Mu, pay my respects to the prince. I, Zhang Pingfei, pay my respects to the prince. I, Shang Guanyue, pay my respects to the prince. The 7 magistrates offered their greetings in unison. Su Changge regarded the 7 magistrates, who were a mix of ages and genders. Yet all shared a common trait. They were rather slender. Even the fair and lovely Shang Guanyue appeared somewhat frail, a clear indication of malnutrition. Ah, esteemed lords, your journey has been arduous. Let us converse inside, Su Changge said, setting down his teacup. In an instant, they found themselves back in the grand hall, seated around a round table. The 7 were even more astounded. What extraordinary powers the prince possesses. After a moment of silence, one finally inquired, Prince, may I ask why the prefect hastily summoned us to Linen? All eyes turned curiously towards Su Changge. Pei Qingyan interjected. Now that the prince has returned in his celestial form, he seeks to summon the citizens of all towns to reclaim the lands of our great yin. As the clouds of dust swirled, the sword energy fell like rain. Pei Qingyan's words struck a chord with the crowd. To reclaim the great Yin dynasty. This has been the fervent desire of its people for a century. Is this statement genuine? The crowd inquired. Indeed, it is true. Before His Highness. Would I dare to speak falsehoods? Pei Qingyan replied. Hearing this, Su Changge added, I summoned you here through Lord Su to deliberate on significant matters. The 7 county magistrates, though elated, revealed their concerns. While the concept may seem straightforward, the execution would be fraught with challenges, more daunting than ascending to the heavens. Lord Pei, Your Highness, we must deliberate carefully on this. County Magistrate Li Mu stated. What he says holds merit. A century ago, during the zenith of the Great Yin Dynasty, we were still no match for the Heavenly Dynasty. Now, with our decline, how can we confront them? Magistrate Zhang echoed. Indeed, both of you make valid points. The other magistrates concurred. Su Changge discerned the worry etched on their faces. Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. With me, the Great Yin Dynasty shall forever remain in its prime. His words, imbued with an aura of vitality, resonated deeply. The assembly recalled the records of the Northern Abyss King. If Su Changge were indeed as formidable as history depicted, the restoration of the Great Yin Dynasty would be within reach. At that moment, a constable rushed in, alarmed. Your Highness, gentlemen, it's dire. The forces of the Heavenly Dynasty have arrived at the city gates. What? The county magistrates sprang to their feet, their faces pale. On the city walls of linen, Su Changge, accompanied by the magistrates, gazed into the distance. A vast throng of dark figures surged towards linen, numbering at least 3,000. Their speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary army. Above them, a flying vessel carried two figures. Captain Lin, I hope you won't let me down, the Deputy General, Zhuoshan, remarked indifferently. You jest. It took me 3 days to gather 4,000 brothers from Yuhua County, each at least a third-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Today, we shall surely flatten Linen and avenge our fallen comrades. The chief of the inspection division, Lin Xian, replied with a chilling gaze. Indeed, Zhuoshan nodded, aware that Lin Xian's estimate was conservative. 4,000 adept inspection division practitioners could easily raise not only Linen but even Yuhua County itself. Atop Linen's walls, the 8 magistrates were struck with dread as they beheld the approaching forces of the Heavenly Dynasty. Why are there so many of them? Do they know the prince has returned and wish to extinguish the threat before it grows? Li Mu trembled. No. It must be because the prince has eradicated the inspection division in Linen, and they seek revenge, Pei Qingyan said gravely. What? The prince has dismantled the inspection division in Linen? This is madness. We're doomed. If we perish here, the citizens will be left leaderless, and chaos will ensue. The 7 magistrates turned pale, their limbs cold. The fear of a century of oppression from the Heavenly Dynasty had seeped into their very bones. Pei Qingyan refrained from chastising them. Had he not witnessed Su Changge's prowess firsthand, he would likely be no better than these 7. Your Highness, can you contend with the oncoming forces? Pei Qingyan asked, unable to hide his concern. I can, Su Changge affirmed. With that, Pei Qingyan felt a measure of relief. Soon, the commotion stirred the citizens within the city. What is happening? What is going on? Oh no, the Heavenly Dynasty is mobilizing. So many of them. They are coming to attack Linen. Panic spread rapidly among the populace. The common folk instinctively fled in all directions. Constables like Song Tianbai quickly sought to calm the crowd. Everyone, remain calm. We have His Highness. As this message spread, the citizens found some solace. Yes, we have His Highness. How could we forget? We are under his protection. Indeed, we have our immensely powerful prince. Today is not like any other. With His Highness here, we need not fear them. The mention of Su Changge acted as a balm, revitalizing the people's spirits. They recalled vividly the moment when Su Changge unleashed his might at the county office, creating winds and thunder. On the walls, Shangguan Yuer, hearing the citizens' murmurs, turned pale. The inspection division's aggressive advance was clearly intended to crush Linen as an example to deter other cities in Yuhua County from opposing them. Faced with such formidable foes, what could even the mighty Northern Abyss King do? Perhaps a miracle could occur. Let us not forget, history records that 300 years ago, the Northern Abyss King struck from afar, slaying 13,000 enemies with a single sword. Magistrate Zhang interjected. But that is history, certainly exaggerated. Whether it was sword energy spanning 19,000 miles or a single strike slaying 13,000, such feats are impossible. Now, we can only hope that our prince possesses the strength to contend with their leader. Perhaps we might still have a chance for negotiation. The 7 magistrates were tense, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The formidable forces of the inspection division drew ever closer to Linen. The combined aura of 4,000 Qi refinement practitioners surged like an iron tide, casting a heavy pall over the 8 magistrates. It would be no exaggeration to say that any one of those formidable beings could easily surpass them in strength. Your Highness, Pei Qingyan clenched his fists, sweat pouring from his palms. Even with unwavering faith in Su Changge, the oppressive pressure was difficult to withstand. He feared that should Su Changge and the powerful figures on the flying vessel engage in battle, No one would be able to halt the advance of the 4,000 inspection division practitioners below. At that moment, the citizens of Linen, along with the 7 magistrates, fixed their gaze intently upon Su Changge's silhouette. He remained unfazed, his demeanor tranquil as ever. Suddenly, Su Changge reached down and picked up a fist-sized clod of earth from the city wall. The onlookers were puzzled. In such dire circumstances, the prince still had the presence of mind to play with dirt? Shang Guanduo was anxious. Yet in the next instant, boom, Su Changge crushed the clod, flicking his fingers to release a cloud of dust. The particles coalesced into a swirling yellow sandstorm that surged skyward, enveloping the 4,000 inspection division experts in an instant. The dust obscured the sun, casting a shadow over the multitude. In the following moment, boom, each grain of dust transformed into a terrifying sword energy, cascading down like a torrential waterfall. In the realm of foundational cultivation, how dare one act recklessly? The sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing the enemy forces. A tumultuous wave of spiritual energy surged outward, causing the flying vessel to sway precariously. What is happening? Lin Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Gazing up at the sandstorm ahead, a terrifying torrent of sword energy poured forth from within the tempest. Below, 4,000 experts from the inspection division were inundated by the sword energy, instantly reduced to nothingness. Such a horrifying scene left him aghast. A chill of fear surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. In just a few breaths, the sandstorm transformed entirely into descending sword energy. The dark clouds parted, and sunlight once again illuminated the land. However, the ground below resembled a massive crater created by a meteorite. As the 4,000 experts of the inspection division had perished, leaving not even a trace of flesh behind. Hiss, upon the city wall. 8 county magistrates and all the officials gasped in shock. In the blink of an eye, thousands of powerful beings had been reduced to ashes. Such a method is truly terrifying. Could it be that the prince has indeed returned as an immortal? Everyone felt a profound sense of dread as they stared in horror at Su Changge. 4,000 experts from the inspection division could have flattened the entire Yuhua County dozens of times. Yet Su Changge merely flicked his fingers to unleash a single grain of sand, leading to their total annihilation. Such prowess is nothing short of divine. The magistrate's abilities are indeed godlike, upstanding Yua remarked, her face pale with respect. Just moments ago, she had claimed that Su Changge's might was exaggerated in historical texts. Utterly impossible to be so formidable. Yet, in an instant, Su Changge had delivered a resounding slap of reality to her face. I previously stated that we must trust the prince, Pei Qingyun proclaimed, maintaining an outward calm despite the cold sweat on his brow and the tension in his clenched fists. The scene just witnessed had nearly terrified him into oblivion. The 7 county magistrates rolled their eyes in disbelief at his words. You old fool, you excel at flattery. Did you express such sentiments just now? On the flying vessel, Lin Xian felt a chill in his limbs, his gaze stiff as he stared towards the distant city wall. The general, there may be powerful beings lurking within the city. Lin Xian's teeth chattered. He believed himself capable of single-handedly slaying 4,000 Qi refinement stage cultivators. However, he was far from matching the terrifying and effortless display of sword energy they had just witnessed. What are you panicking about? The great Yin dynasty's fortunes are waning. It cannot possibly give rise to formidable figures. It must just be some lucky fool who happened to step into the golden core stage. Zuoshan reprimanded sharply, casting a cold gaze towards the direction of Linen City. I am also at the golden core stage, and I possess secret techniques. Ordinary golden core cultivators are no match for me. Follow me, and we shall hunt that person down, bringing back his head to present to the Grand General. Zuoshan urged, propelling the flying vessel forward with all its might, swiftly reaching Linen City. You go challenge them. Find out who that person is who acted just now. Do not fear. I will be right behind you, Zuoshan reassured. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, could only steel himself and go forth to issue the challenge. He flew to the front of Linen City, unleashing the full force of his foundational cultivation to press down upon the city wall. Instantly, the 8 county magistrates felt an immense pressure. Facing a foundational cultivator with their mere Qi refinement stage abilities was like an ant gazing up at a giant tree. Let the one who just acted come forth. Lin Xian's voice thundered, shaking the ears of the 8 magistrates. They instinctively turned their eyes towards Su Changge. However, before they could even react, there was a resounding boom. Lin Xian exploded into a mist of blood. In my presence, you dare act recklessly? You deserve 1,000 deaths. Su Changge coldly shook his head. In an instant, the 8 county magistrates felt a chill run down their spines. Hiss. The prince has silently slain another foundational expert? Heaven above. I viewed foundational experts as ants gazing at trees, yet foundational experts are as fragile as paper before the prince. How terrifying. The 8 magistrates murmured in dread. Upstanding Yuer covered her face with her sleeve, her complexion drained of color. The sight of Lin Xian's explosive demise nearly caused her heart to stop. She gazed incredulously at Su Changge's figure, clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura. The prince must surely be an immortal descended to earth to command life and death with such ease. Lin Xian. Zuoshan stared at the blood mist that had fallen to the ground, his eyelids twitching, and he roared in anger. Who dares? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out and face me in a death duel. The 8 county magistrates finally realized that after the annihilation of 4,000 experts and a foundational cultivator, they had not even noticed where Su Changge was. You refuse to show yourself? Then I will force you out. Zuoshan's face hardened, and with a mighty tremor, a brilliant golden core phantom appeared above his head, radiating dazzling golden light. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth, dominating the entire city. All the citizens felt as if they were carrying an immense weight, their faces changing in terror. A golden core expert. The faces of the 8 county magistrates paled in shock. Golden core. This was a realm only attained by the Grand General of the Great Yin Dynasty at its peak a century ago. Witnessing the golden core, the 8 magistrates felt a wave of uncontrollable fear wash over them. A golden core? Quite intriguing. You must hold a significant position in the Heavenly Dynasty. Su Changge's eyes sparkled with interest as he glanced at Zuoshan, who was cloaked in the golden core's brilliance. The moment Zuoshan laid eyes on Su Changge, his eyelids twitched violently. He is right here? And I had not sensed him at all? A sense of foreboding rose in Zuoshan's heart. Stop pretending to be mysterious. With the fortunes of the Great Yin Dynasty, it is impossible for a being to arise that I cannot contend with. Zuoshan's gaze grew fierce as he drew his sword from his waist. As he danced the blade in the air, a terrifying sword intent coalesced around him, exuding an earth-shattering might. Golden core experts are rare on the true martial continent, capable of establishing dominions and claiming kingship. His full-force strike would be unimaginably terrifying. The 8 county magistrates felt their robes and hair whipped about by the torrent of spiritual energy, their faces stark with fear. My lord. They looked towards Su Changge for help. Should Zuoshan's sword strike land, Linen City may cease to exist. This sword technique, I learned from your general Lu Qianyan. Today, I shall use it to bring an end to the newly emerged prodigy of the Great Yin Dynasty. Zuoshan sneered as he thrust his sword forward. Boom. The sword energy surged with overwhelming might, aimed directly at Su Changge. The sheer force of the sword energy sent a painful gust against the faces of the 8 county magistrates. Even the citizens within the city could feel the terror looming. At this moment, Su Changge moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zuoshan, with a gentle flick of his sleeve. The overwhelming sword energy dissipated into nothingness, and the raging spiritual energy calmed to tranquility. How is this possible? Zuoshan's expression changed drastically. Where did you acquire the Ling longsword technique? Su Changge's voice was indifferent. I told you. I learned it from your Great Yan's guardian deity, Lu Qianyan. Zuoshan bellowed angrily. Where is Lu Qianyan? Su Changge inquired again. In your grandmother's house. Zuoshan retorted. Su Changge slowly shook his head, stubborn and ignorant. As his words fell, he shaped his fingers like a sword. In an instant, the winds rose and clouds surged. An unmatched sword energy coalesced in an instant, rushing forth from all directions. The terrifying might instantly set Zuoshan's hair on end. Such a fearsome sword intent, I have only felt from the elders. You are at the nascent soul stage. Zuoshan gasped in horror. Once more, I inquire of you, where is Lu Qianyan now? Su Changge replied with indifference. Left with no inclination to respond, Zuoshan was consumed by an overwhelming desire to flee. Escape. He attempted to turn and fled in a panic. But it was too slow. Su Changge shook his head. Before Zuoshan could fully pivot, the tip of the sword had already pressed against his forehead. In an instant, a magnificent flash of sword light erupted, akin to a resplendent rainbow, engulfing Zuoshan in a torrent of spiritual energy. He barely had time to scream before the sword's aura obliterated his corporeal form. As the radiance dissipated, Su Changge released the sword, reaching forward with a grasp. In the next moment, a piercing cry for mercy resonated. Do not kill me. In Su Changge's hand, he clutched a shimmering silhouette, no larger than a palm, yet strikingly identical to Zuoshan. This was, unmistakably, the remnant soul of Zuoshan. The truth is revealed, yet is there a breach of trust? Do not kill me. The remnant soul screamed in terror, filled with dread. The remnant soul. Everyone present trembled at the sight. A formidable golden core expert, who had just exerted pressure upon the crowd, was swiftly vanquished, leaving only a wisp of a remnant soul. One sword strike slayed the golden core powerhouse. The prince possesses such terrifying prowess. Pei Qingyun was astonished. The other 7 county magistrates fell silent, paralyzed with fear. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I did not recognize the true face of the prince and have angered him. I beseech the prince to quell his fury and spare my insignificant life. The remnant soul of Zuoshan pleaded desperately in Su Changge's grasp. Spare you? Perhaps. But you must answer this princess questions truthfully. Su Changge tightened his grip, causing Zuoshan's remnant soul to writhe in agony. Ask away, my lord. I shall speak without reservation. From where did you learn the Linglong sword technique? Su Changge inquired. It was derived by the elder from Lu Qianyun's sword moves. He claimed it to be an extraordinarily profound sword technique, of which he could not deduce the entirety. Yet, the fragmentary power is already formidable enough for our use. Zuoshan hastily replied. I see the Linglong sword technique is a simplified version of the divine-level sword technique bestowed by the system, indeed possessing remarkable power. However, I did not expect it to remain so formidable even against those from higher realms. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changge pressed on. Who is the elder you mentioned? Zuoshan hesitated. Su Changge exerted pressure, eliciting a scream from Zuoshan. I shall speak. I shall speak. We are disciples of the Lingyun sect from a higher realm. The elder discovered the revival of spiritual energy in the lower realm, which prompted him to bring us down to cultivate. After Zuoshan spoke, he saw a reaction of shock in Su Changge's eyes, only to find them devoid of emotion. His heart sank further in fear, suspecting that Su Changge knew more than he had surmised. What is the elder's cultivation level? Yuan. Why did you not eradicate the Great Yin dynasty, instead allowing the people of Great Yin to be oppressed in Yuhua County for a century? Su Changge continued his inquiry. Because of the Linglong sword technique. The elder asserted that the complete version of the Linglong sword technique is comparable to divine abilities of the heavenly tier, and he was determined to acquire it. Thus, for a century, he has relentlessly sought the entirety of the Linglong sword technique to prevent Lu Qianyun's demise. He deliberately spared a portion of the Great Yin populace and tethered the remaining frail national fortune of the Great Yin dynasty to Lu Qianyun's life. Zuoshan recounted truthfully. I understand now. Su Changge's mind cleared. All mysteries had been unveiled. One final question. Where are Lu Qianyun and Yuchen? Su Changge asked solemnly. I do not know. After the great battle, the elder took them away, and no one dared to inquire where the elder had taken them. You must believe me. I speak nothing but the truth. Zuoshan cried out, fearing Su Changge would doubt him. Su Changge sensed the essence of this remnant soul. Zuoshan was indeed truthful. If that is the case, then you have become of no further use to this prince. Su Changge remarked coldly. No, you cannot kill me. You just stated that as long as I answered your questions, you would let me go. You must not be untrustworthy. Zuoshan shrieked in desperation. This prince certainly would not be untrustworthy. However, my decision not to kill you does not guarantee that others will refrain from doing so. Su Changge released his grip, stepping aside. Pei Qingyun understood immediately, drawing his sword and hurling it fiercely towards Zuoshan. With only a remnant soul remaining, Zuoshan was powerless. Even a child of 3 could obliterate him with a stone. Untrustworthy. You shall not fare well, as Zuoshan could not utter his final word before a sword pierced him, scattering his soul. Su Changge stood in the air, clad in white as pure as snow, resembling an otherworldly being. The truth had been laid bare. He also comprehended the strength of the most formidable beings in the heavenly dynasty, merely a Yuan, not to be feared. His gaze fell upon the 8 county magistrates. Return and reorganize the troops. In 7 days, we will dispatch forces to reclaim the lands of the Great Yin. Su Changge's voice resonated, and all 8 county magistrates were profoundly moved. They had awaited this day for far too long. With Su Changge as their support, they felt a surge of unmatched ambition. The 8 knelt in unison before Su Changge, exclaiming, Yes. In the heavenly dynasty, within the hall of the divine martial general, General Mu Feiqing, clad in a dark robe, was meditating within the hall. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion. Raising his hand, a jade box flew forth from his cosmos bag, landing before him. Upon opening the jade box, he beheld a shattered soul token resting within. Zuoshan is dead. A glint of cold light flashed in Mu Feiqing's eyes. He immediately conveyed a message through his spiritual sense to another vice-general. Moments later, a figure clad in brocade arrived. General, the brocade-clad figure greeted respectfully, clasping his fists. General Pang, Zuoshan has perished. Mu Feiqing informed the newcomer. Zuoshan is dead? Which Holy Land acted? General Pang's brow furrowed, his tone laced with anger. It is likely not the work of the Holy Land, Mu Feiqing replied slowly, shaking his head. A few days ago, I sensed signs of revival in the national fortune of the great Yin dynasty, so I dispatched Zhuoshan to suppress Yuhua County and extinguish the rising threat. Yet now, with Zhuoshan dead, the national fortune of the great Yin dynasty seems even more prosperous than before. Are you implying that those lowly great Yin people killed Zhuoshan? That is impossible. Zhuoshan had only recently stepped into the Golden Core. How could the great Yin people possibly contend with him? General Pang expressed disbelief. Nothing is impossible. In the mere 700 years of the great Yin dynasty's history, two extraordinary figures have emerged, the North Yuan king from 300 years ago and Lu Qianyin from 100 years ago. They were both prodigies beyond their time. We cannot discount the possibility of a third such prodigy arising in the great Yin dynasty, nor can we guarantee whether Lu Qianyin has any hidden cards, or if that Yichen will return. Moreover, the historical records of the great Yin document that the illustrious North Yuan king from 300 years ago did not perish but rather ascended in broad daylight. The elders entrusted the task of monitoring the fortunes of the great Yin dynasty to me, and thus I must remain particularly vigilant. As Mu Feiqing spoke, he rose, placing his hands behind his back with a deep sigh. There is no need for the general to worry. With you, and the elders overseeing, no one can shake the position of the heavenly dynasty. If you are concerned about changes in Yuhua County, I shall investigate, General Pang suggested. That is precisely my intention. However, you must act cautiously and not let your guard down, Mu Feiqing cautioned. Rest assured, General, I am not like Zhuoshan. He had only recently entered the Golden Core stage, his essence still weak. I have been in the Golden Core for several hundred years, attaining a perfect Golden Core. On the true martial continent, few possess the qualifications to rival me. General Pang spoke with conviction, after which he departed the hall, preparing to set out for Yuhua County. 3 days later, a surge of spiritual energy ascended from the county office of Linen City, captivating countless citizens who paused to gaze in wonder. A figure clad in purple soared through the air, laughter resonating throughout the city. Ha! After being stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for 30 years, our county lord has finally established his foundation. The joyous laughter echoed repeatedly within the city. The county lord has established his foundation. What a marvel! After a century, our great Yin dynasty has birthed another foundational powerhouse. With the army poised to march against the celestial dynasty, the citizens beamed with delight as the county lord, Su Liang, descended gracefully from the sky. Congratulations, County Lord. Pei Qingyun smiled warmly at Su Liang, genuinely offering his congratulations. Su Liang, brimming with joy, nodded at the crowd before approaching Su Changge. Thank you for the elixirs, Your Highness. I am honored to have fulfilled my duty and entered the foundation establishment stage. Su Liang joyfully reported. Excellent. We will soon mobilize to reclaim the great Yin territory. You should collaborate with Lord Pei to coordinate this endeavor. Su Changge affirmed with a nod of approval. Reclaiming the territory? Su Liang exclaimed, his spirit invigorated as he clasped his fists, declaring, yes. 3 days passed. That night, Su Liang arrived with a report. Your Highness, everything is in readiness. The magistrates of the 19 counties within Yuhua have organized their troops and will assemble before Linen City tomorrow. The citizens captured as slaves by the Celestial Dynasty have received our messages via carrier pigeons and will coordinate with us to breach their strongholds one by one. Su Changge reviewed the report, noting the count, 8,000. Given the sparse population of our great Yin dynasty, the number of able-bodied men fit for military service is scant. To muster 8,000 is quite commendable. Otherwise, Yuhua County might struggle to field even 2,000 soldiers. However, Su Changge did not require reinforcements. He alone could sweep through the Celestial Dynasty. Yet, he wished for the citizens to witness the reclamation of their homeland, instilling within them a steadfast belief. Have the spirit stones been distributed? Su Changge inquired. They have all been distributed. The soldiers will be in peak condition after absorbing the spiritual energy, Su Liang replied. Good. You should return and rest early. Tomorrow at dawn, we will march south, Su Changge instructed. Yes. Su Liang bowed respectfully. The following morning, Linen City was tranquil and serene. Yet, the citizens had gathered atop the city walls, observing the vigilant soldiers outside. 8,000 warriors assembled in the early morning light. Each face appeared calm, yet within, a tempest of ambition surged. After a century of oppression by the Celestial Dynasty, the moment for retaliation had finally arrived. A figure in white descended, drawing all eyes. Your Highness, is he the king of Beiyuan? Clad in snow white, he exuded an ethereal presence, a celestial being returning after 3 centuries. Upon seeing Su Changge, A profound sense of confidence surged within the 8,000 soldiers. Su Changge's gaze swept over the valiant soldiers. He uttered no rallying cries. Instead, his voice, infused with spiritual energy, resonated across the heavens. Great Yin warriors, heed my command. Follow me into battle to reclaim our homeland. His words, imbued with the essence of the Dao, invigorated the spirits of the soldiers, igniting their fervor. Reclaim the Great Yin. The 8,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing into the sky. Excellent. Su Liang laughed heartily behind Su Changge. Brave warriors, let us embark. The 8,000 soldiers marched forth, resolute in their advance toward the Celestial Dynasty. Linen City lay perilously close to the borders of the Celestial Dynasty. The soldiers pressed on tirelessly, replenishing their strength with spirit stones when fatigued. In just one day, they reached the edge of Yuhua County. However, Su Changge, who had been soaring at the front of the formation, suddenly halted mid-air, peering into the distance. Su Liang, noticing, rushed over. Your Highness, what is the matter? Just as he spoke, he beheld a magnificent, tumultuous river stretching across their path. The waters surged fiercely, obscuring the far shore, effectively severing the two banks. When had a river appeared here? Su Liang was astonished, retrieving a military map from his pocket. This is impossible. The route was drawn based on the maps of the Great Yin Dynasty, and there is no river depicted. Su Liang paused, realization dawning upon him. This map is a century old. If it is accurate, then this river must have emerged within the past 100 years. Could it be that the celestial beings, fearing our departure from Yuhua, deliberately created this river to impede us? Su Liang's expression darkened. What a catastrophe! How will our soldiers cross? The sudden turn of events left him unprepared. Having never left Yuhua County for a century, they had planned their military advance based solely on a century-old map, utterly unaware of the significant changes in the surrounding territory. The magistrates trailing behind, seeing Su Changge and Su Liang halted, quickly ordered their troops to stop and regroup. Rushing forward to inquire about the situation, upon reaching the front, they too caught sight of the imposing river. How could there be a river here? How do we cross? With our cultivation, it is impossible. Shang Guanyu's expression shifted. No matter. We can head north and circumvent through Beiyuan City to reach the Celestial Dynasty. Magistrate Zhang suggested. But we informed our enslaved compatriots of the approximate time for the assault through carrier pigeons, urging them to be ready within the city. If we take a detour, it may delay us significantly. And what of their safety? Pei Qingyan frowned. At this, a heavy silence fell over the group. As Pei Qingyan rightly stated, the compatriots coordinating within the Celestial Dynasty had endured long enslavement, and gathering them for a significant endeavor was fraught with peril. Should they fail to arrive promptly, their compatriots would face grave danger. What shall we do? The group shared the weight of despair, their gazes turning towards Su Changge. If he could not devise a solution, then they would be compelled to take the long way around. Meanwhile, from the southern horizon, a figure approached in flight. It was Deputy General Pang Hong. From the opposite bank of the river, he had already spotted the Great Yin soldiers. The lowly peasants of Great Yin dare to gather and plot rebellion, truly unaware of their own insignificance. This river was specifically created by the elders to prevent your exit from Yuhua. The waters are imbued with formations left by the elders, should you dare to cross. You need not fear my hand, for your entire army will surely perish. Pang Hong sneered at the 8,000 soldiers, his gaze contemptuous as if regarding mere weeds. In an instant, the river surged and roared. Su Changge gazed across the riverbank, locking eyes with Pang Hong. In that fleeting moment, his gaze radiated brilliance, piercing toward Pang Hong like a sharp sword. Pang Hong felt a chill run down his spine. A golden core. Pang Hong's demeanor shifted as he stirred his spiritual energy to disperse the pressure of that gaze. No wonders Washan had fallen in Yuhua County. It seemed a golden core powerhouse had emerged. The general was indeed correct. The remnants of the Great Yin Dynasty should not be underestimated. However, as long as this river stands, the army of Yuhua County cannot cross. Should he dare to come alone, this general would have no qualms about ending him here. On the other side, Su Changge withdrew his gaze. Pang Hong was too weak to warrant further attention. Soon, after crossing the river, he would dispose of him effortlessly. My lord, what shall we do? Su Liang's expression was grave. As a Foundation establishment expert, he could certainly fly across the river. But the 8,000 soldiers behind him could not. The 8 county magistrates also looked to Su Changge, awaiting his decision. What shall we do? We will simply walk over. Su Changge responded nonchalantly, leaving everyone in astonishment. Walk over? They doubted their ears. The river flowed violently before them. How could one simply walk across? One step forward would surely plunge them into the depths. My lord, I do not understand your meaning, Su Liang said, bewildered. Without further explanation, Su Changge descended from the air, stepping toward the riverbank, continuing without pause. What is the lord doing? They wondered aloud, perplexed. Does he intend to cross the river first while we take a longer route? Pei Qingyun and Shang Wanwei exchanged confused glances. But in the next moment, their expressions froze. Su Changge took a step, his foot landing upon the river's surface. Instantly, the river reversed, abruptly freezing. From where Su Changge stood, a fissure rapidly spread toward the opposite shore, resembling a chasm that severed the river's flow. As Su Changge stepped again, the waters roared back to life. Yet, the current beneath the fissure continued downward, while the waters above surged upward, flowing against their natural course. Simultaneously, two streams from upstream and downstream converged beneath Su Changge's feet, forming a bridge of flowing clouds above the fissure with each of his steps. This spectacle struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly astonished. Such terrifying prowess to part the river and reverse its flow. The Lord is formidable, Su Liang gasped, his eyes wide and his scalp tingling. The 8 county magistrates were equally shaken. Such a display appeared divine in their eyes. The 8,000 soldiers stood transfixed, their hearts swelling with pride. This was the myth of our great Yin for 3 centuries. Truly remarkable. Cross the river, Su Changge's calm voice echoed back. Su Liang finally snapped back to reality amid his shock. Prepare the troops. We shall cross the river, he shouted, leading the soldiers across the cloud bridge. On the opposite bank, Pang Hong felt like a ghostly specter. As a golden core expert, he could scarcely fathom the horror of parting the river with a single step. Could the general achieve such a feat? No. Even the elders might not succeed. Zhuoshan must have fallen to his hand. I cannot confront him directly. I must return and report this to the general. Pang Hong was filled with trepidation, having witnessed Su Changge's capabilities. He knew he was no match and took flight toward Divine Martial City. However, just as he soared into the air, he sensed an intense aura locking onto him from behind. Turning his head, he saw Su Changge gazing at him. I excel in speed. Even a peak golden core expert may struggle to pursue me. He is far behind. He cannot catch me. As soon as Pang Hong thought this, he suddenly felt a violent tremor from the sword at his waist. What is happening? He looked down at his sword. With a flash, the sword leapt from its sheath. Emitting a cold glimmer, Pang Hong's pupils widened, and before he could react, the blade sliced across his neck, ending his life on the spot. In the distance, Su Changge coldly withdrew his gaze. Pang Hong's sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward him with a hum. Su Changge caught the sword with a casual flick of his hand, glancing at it. The craftsmanship is rather commendable. Master Pei, Su Changge turned to Pei Qingyun. This sword is bestowed upon you. As he spoke, he gestured lightly, and the sword flew into Pei Qingyun's hands. He received the precious blade as if it were a treasure. Thank you, my lord. In the Divine Martial General's Hall, General Mu Feichen was meditating when his expression suddenly changed. He opened his eyes and retrieved an emerald jade box, discovering that the jade pendant inside had shattered. Pang Hong is dead too. Mu Feichen's expression turned grave. In his eyes, which had remained serene for a century, a deep sense of apprehension emerged. In just 3 days, the Heavenly Dynasty had lost 2 golden core experts. This is a tremendous loss. More importantly, it is now clear that a powerful entity capable of slaying golden core experts exists among the remnants of the Great Yin Dynasty. It seems the enemy's strength is not beneath mine. This matter cannot be taken lightly. I must report it to the elders. With a serious demeanor, Mu Feichen immediately set off toward the imperial capital of the Heavenly Dynasty. In the imperial capital, Mu Feichen headed straight for the palace. The vast palace was deserted, home only to the elders. Soon, Mu Feichen stood before the palace gates, bowing respectfully as he sent a voice transmission, Disciple Mu Feichen, seeking an audience with the elder. With a resounding boom, the heavy palace doors opened, and Mu Feichen entered. In the tranquil meditation room, as Mu Feichen arrived, the door opened of its own accord. The elder, with white hair and beard, sat cross-legged on a mat, meditating. Elder, you are nearing the threshold of the transformation stage. Congratulations, Mu Feichen praised as he entered. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. I have recently gained new insights into the Linglong sword technique, and my cultivation has progressed accordingly. It is unfortunate that the one surnamed Lu is so obstinate, refusing to divulge the essence of the Linglong sword technique. Otherwise, I would have comprehended the sword path and stepped into the transformation stage long ago. The elder's expression soured when mentioning Lu Qianyan. a sentiment Mu Feichen had long grown accustomed to. This was not the first time the elder had lamented the intricacies of the Linglong sword technique. A century ago, upon first encountering the Linglong sword technique and the Heavenly Punishment Spirit sword technique, he had determined that these were two sword techniques far more exquisite than those of the upper planes. However, it was a pity that Yi Chen had escaped, leaving no opportunity to interrogate him about the Heavenly Punishment Spirit sword technique. Meanwhile, Lu Qinyin's stubbornness prevented any revelations regarding the Linglong sword technique, leaving the elder to explore it alone. Yet, 100 years had passed, and he had still not grasped the essence of the sword technique. Speak. What brings you here? The elder turned to Mu Feichen. Zhuoshan and Pang Hong have perished in Yuhua County, Mu Feichen replied carefully, casting a glance at the elder. The elder's calmness was terrifying. After a moment, he slowly said, a powerful being has emerged among the remnants of the great Yin. Could it be Yi Chen, who has been dormant for a century, returning? I do not know, Master. Mu Feichen shook his head. Then you must investigate personally. The elder's anger flared. Understood, Master. Mu Feichen immediately responded, wait a moment. The elder withdrew a gleaming golden armor from his Qian Kuan bag. This armor was bestowed upon us by the sect upon our descent to this lower realm. It possesses the capability to withstand a full-force strike from a god transformation expert. I have already lost two outstanding disciples, Zhuoshan and Pang Hong, and I do not wish to suffer further losses. Mu Feichen accepted the armor, his heart filled with joy. Thank you for your generous gift, elder. I assure you that I will not betray your trust. In the realm of the great Yin dynasty, the edict is clear. Those who are not of our blood shall face execution without mercy. Su Changge stood at the juncture of river and sea, flanked by 8,000 soldiers whose strides upon the waters were as effortless as upon solid ground. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the throng had successfully traversed the river. The once stilled waters surged back into motion. Su Liang, Pei Qingyun, and others looked on in astonishment, their hearts filled with wonder at such divine prowess. Yet, for Su Changge, this was but a trifle. The act of parting the river was no extraordinary feat. It merely required the manipulation of the formations inscribed beneath the water's surface, allowing him to reverse its flow upon contact with the surface. Even without such formations, he could cleave the river with a single stroke of his sword, ensuring the army's passage. Sudarin, what course shall we chart next? Su Changge inquired. My lord, I have drafted the route for the restoration of our dynasty, Su Liang replied, producing a map. This depicts the original territories of the great Yin dynasty. Excluding the region of Yuhua, there remain 9 commanderies. By following this path, we shall reach the capital of Wulong Commandery in the shortest possible time. Su Liang meticulously pointed out the details on the map. Su Changge nodded in approval. Very well, lead the way. Yes, my lord, Su Liang responded, promptly setting forth. 2 days later, in Wulong Commandery, within a secluded inn, over 300 ragged citizens of the great Yin had gathered. Their faces bore the marks of suffering, their bodies marred by wounds. They were the very people Su Liang and Pei Qingyun had spoken of, those abducted by the heavenly dynasty and forced into servitude. Are all present? Boomed the most robust of men, standing atop a table in the inn. Brother Shirtu, everyone has arrived, a gaunt figure replied. My compatriots of the great Yin, your presence here signifies that the thin monkey has relayed our circumstances to you. I must inform you that, as per the letter from Lord Su of Yuhua, they set forth 3 days past to reclaim our dynasty. They will arrive at Wuqing today to liberate us. Many of us may not hail from Yuhua or the great Yin, yet our forefathers were captured and brought to Wuqing as slaves to the celestial beings. For years, we have endured humiliation, waiting for our chance to rise. Today, that opportunity has arrived. We must coordinate with the soldiers of the great Yin to catch the celestial beings off guard. Shitu's words resonated powerfully, igniting the spirits of the assembled citizens, their eyes glimmering with the hope of freedom. Yet, doubt lingered among some. But Shirtu, how can we, the old and the infirm, assist the great Yin army? Questioned an elder. Let the women, the elderly, and the children remain behind. The men will charge into battle. We shall slay one foe if we can. 2 if fortune favors us. Once we seize Wuqing, we shall return for those left behind, Shirtu declared. But a century ago, we could not best the heavenly dynasty. How can we hope to do so now? Another voice chimed in. An excellent query. Lord Su's letter states that the legendary figure, King Beiyuan, has returned after 300 years. We are destined for victory, Shirtu asserted with unwavering conviction. A murmur of unrest rippled through the crowd. King Beiyuan? The most illustrious legend of the great Yin? Did he not ascend to the heavens? How could he possibly return? If it is truly King Beiyuan, then we might stand a chance. Yet skepticism still lingered. But there are no buts. My friends, we have gathered here in secrecy. By the edicts of the heavenly dynasty, we, the slaves, would face brutal punishment for attempting to escape. Would you rather endure such torment than seize this chance to fight back? Shida's voice rang out resolutely. I find truth in Shida's words. Since Lord Su has raised the banner of rebellion, why should we cower here? I am but an old man, yet I shall stand forth, declared a frail elder with a weathered countenance, leaning on a cane. He was among the first to be captured and held considerable sway over the assembly. I agree with Shirtu and Old Gu. Rather than live in fear and misery, let us take the plunge and fight. Indeed, let us fight. The crowd erupted in fervor, their spirits aflame with resolve. Old Gu, Shirtu called to the elder. You have done well, Shirtu. Once we break free, be sure to look after your fellow compatriots. Old Gu advised. Rest assured, I will, Shirtu affirmed with a nod. Brother Shirtu, what shall we do next? The thin monkey queried. We shall bide our time. When the soldiers of the great Yin arrive, chaos will ensue, and we will take our chance amidst the turmoil. Shirtu proclaimed. Agreed. The others nodded in unison. However, moments later, bang, the inn's door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a throng of soldiers from Wuching. Instantly, the expressions of the 300 citizens shifted to one of horror. Arrest all the thieves inside, commanded the leader, as the enforcers of the inspectorate surged into the room. What do you want? Shirtu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before stepping forward with indignation. How dare you speak, you lowly wretch? The leader struck Shirtu across the face, leaving him battered and bloodied, a few teeth scattered upon the ground. Brother Shirtu, cried the thin monkey, rushing forward. To hell with you. The leader retaliated with a brutal kick to the thin monkey's abdomen, sending him crashing through the inn's wooden wall with a sickening crack, rolling several meters before lying still, lifeless or unconscious. Shirtu, thin monkey. The crowd gasped in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, the years of oppression having instilled a profound fear of the heavenly beings within them. Faced with the revelation of their predicament, they found themselves devoid of courage to resist. You despicable Yin people dare to rebel. None of you shall leave here alive. The leader shouted. Take them to the streets and beat them to death. Yes, the soldiers of Wuching immediately herded the citizens into the streets, mercilessly assaulting them, sparing neither women nor children. The air was filled with anguished cries. Child, my child, mother, please stop. If you hit me again, I will die. Scoundrels, I will fight you. Chaos erupted outside. Those who dared to resist were swiftly overpowered. Shirtu watched in agony as the scene unfolded. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between a Wuching officer and Old Gu. Old man, you have done well. Had it not been for your warning, we would have faced some disorder today. Fear not, I shall honor my promise to you. You will have a dilapidated stable to dwell in for your remaining years. The officer sneered, emphasizing the last 4 words with a tone dripping with mockery. Thank you, General, Old Gu replied with a forced, stiff smile. Old Gu, it was you who betrayed us. Shida's eyes widened in disbelief. The ancient grandfather did not dare to gaze into the eyes of the stone. Little stone. I am deeply sorry, he lamented. A rebellion is destined to fail. Even during the zenith of the great Yin dynasty a century ago, we could not withstand the heavenly dynasty, let alone in this day and age. Rather than perish at the hands of the military, it would be wiser for this old fool to expose the matter. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for us all. The old man's eyes glistened with tears, trembling with guilt. Grandfather, you are mistaken. Our great Yin warriors shall arrive today, and they are well prepared. Little Stone exclaimed, unwilling to accept defeat. They cannot come. After the citizens of Great Yin were driven to Yuhua County, the heavenly dynasty carved a river between Yuhua County and the dynasty itself. Ordinary soldiers cannot cross it. They are likely still trapped at the riverbank, fretting over how to cross. The grandfather quivered. Ha! The leading soldier laughed heartily, grasping the throat of Little Stone and lifting him aloft, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. You are truly pitiable in your ignorance. Do you still believe in the far-fetched return of the Northern Abyss King? A man who died 300 years ago. How could he possibly return? Is his ashes blown back by the wind? Ha! The Northern Abyss King is not dead. He ascended 300 years ago. Little Stone retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Ascended? What a colossal joke. There is no such thing as ascension. Above this realm, there is no celestial domain. The might of our heavenly dynasty is beyond your meager comprehension. Look, those soldiers atop the city walls are at least at the 3rd level of chi refinement. You remnants of the great Yin dynasty are all pitifully weak. How can you contend with our thousands of elite soldiers? The commander dragged Little Stone out of the inn, directing his gaze toward the city walls. There stood a line of formidable soldiers, braced for battle. Despair enveloped Little Stone, with the plans laid bare. The guards were on high alert, and the scheme that relied on internal and external collaboration had completely unraveled. Even the offensive of the great Yin dynasty was likely to falter. With a thud, the commander released his grip, and Little Stone collapsed to the ground in despair. He looked towards his fellow compatriots being beaten and kicked, then at the malicious laughter of his captors. A profound sense of hopelessness engulfed him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Just as he was on the verge of closing his eyes and succumbing to darkness, he witnessed the soldiers on the city wall collapsing like cut wheat. A figure clad in white faintly appeared above the wall. Simultaneously, a commanding voice resonated from above Wuqing. Today, within Wuqing, any who are not of the great Yin citizens shall be mercilessly slain. As the words fell, the city gates burst open. 8,000 soldiers surged forth, their killing intent soaring high, charging straight into Wuqing. The city of Wuqing has been reclaimed, and rewards will be distributed. What is happening? The leading general's pupils contracted in shock. Thousands of elite soldiers from Wuqing lay defeated upon the city walls, while 8,000 soldiers from the great Yin surged forth with ferocity. The soldiers within the city, terrified, scattered in all directions. Do not panic. The great Yin troops are of low cultivation. They are no match for us, the general shouted, regaining his composure. Many soldiers from Wuqing responded in kind. Despite the intimidating advance of the great Yin soldiers, their strength was far inferior. The strongest among them was merely at the third level of Qi refinement. A far cry from their own prowess. Indeed. Fear not. Let us slay these traitorous great Yin scoundrels. How dare the lowly men of great Yin attack our heavenly kin? Annihilate them. Kill. The soldiers of Wuqing immediately counterattacked. The forces clashed like rivers on the brink of collision. Su Liang found himself among the ranks of the great Yin soldiers. Excellent. He laughed heartily, wielding the Teia's sword to unleash a powerful strike. A gust of sword energy swept through, sending hundreds of soldiers flying and slashing them down. Do not flaunt your ferocity? A booming voice echoed as a foundation-building general soared from the city. Armed with a long spear, he aimed to plunge into the ranks of the great Yin soldiers. Suddenly, he caught sight of a white figure on the city wall, locking eyes with Su Changge. In that instant, an ominous premonition enveloped him. Not good. The next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the foundation-building general burst into a cloud of blood mist. The soldiers of Great Yin, witnessing this, felt their spirits soar. Under Su Liang's leadership, the 8,000 soldiers fought bravely and fearlessly, charging into battle. Although the citizens of Wuqing were also cultivators, their lack of foundation-building cultivation rendered them powerless against the forces of Great Yin. An hour later, the city was drenched in blood, with no survivors left. Su Changge showed no mercy towards these citizens. These so-called subjects of the Heavenly Dynasty were likely ordinary disciples of the Lingyun sect sent from a higher realm to cultivate in the lower realm. Perhaps they had never directly harmed the people of Great Yin, but in a snowstorm, no snowflake is innocent. They were hardly blameless. My lord, Wuqing has been conquered. Our compatriots who were captured and enslaved have also been found, Su Liang reported upon flying to Su Changge. Let us gather everyone at the city lord's manor. Su Changge replied with a slow nod. Yes, Su Liang immediately led Su Changge onward. Soon, they arrived at the city lord's manor. Rather than a mere administrative building, it resembled a private estate for cultivation, filled with places for meditation and martial practice. Not only the city lord's manor, but every residence Su Changge passed was dedicated to training. This further solidified his belief that the citizens of the Heavenly Dynasty were all disciples of the Lingyun sect. Inside the city lord's manor, Su Changge entered the grand hall and took his seat at the head of the table. Su Liang and several county officials stood within the hall, celebrating joyfully. I never imagined that reclaiming the territory of Great Yin would be so much simpler than I anticipated. The lord's elegant demeanor as he slew the soldiers of Wuqing from the city wall truly astonished the heavens. The ease with which they had reclaimed Wuqing led everyone to believe that it would not be long before the entire realm of Great Yin was restored. Spirits were high, and discussions flourished. Before long, a subordinate reported, My lord, esteemed officials, the compatriots from Wuqing have arrived. Let them in, Su Changge instructed. Soon, hundreds of battered compatriots from Great Yin approached the grand hall, with only Shirtu, the instigator, stepping forward. Commoner Shirtu, paying respects to the lord. No need for formality, Su Changge replied, using spiritual energy to elevate Shirtu, who appeared in poor condition. You have cooperated well with me in this endeavor, and you deserve commendation. Su Changge looked at Shirtu with admiration. Yet Shirtu, filled with shame, replied, My lord, the cooperation has been exposed. I have let you down and dare not accept any rewards. Upon hearing this, Su Changge looked at Shirtu with even greater appreciation. This lad, though young in appearance, possesses a robust physique and a fiery heart. He is indeed a talent worth cultivating. I declare that I will reward you. Would you dare to refuse? Su Changge feigned anger. I would not dare, Shirtu stammered in fear. That's more like it. Step forward, Su Changge smiled warmly. Shirtu approached Su Changge. His constitution was quite poor, barely reaching the first level of chi refinement. Such cultivation was hardly of great use. Shirtu's expression turned awkward. However, I am willing to give you an opportunity. As the words fell, Su Changge placed his palm upon Shitu's crown. Enlightenment. Boom. A surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into Shitu's body, washing away impurities. In no time, Shitu's cultivation soared from the first level of chi refinement to the 9th. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. Has he truly reached the 9th level so swiftly? Su Liang was shocked, feeling a pang of bitterness. He, a prodigy of remarkable talent in Yuhua County, took decades to reach the 9th level of chi refinement, while Su Changge, with a mere touch, created a practitioner at that level. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. Others felt a wave of envy. The 9th level of chi refinement, a realm they might never attain in their lifetimes, was gifted to Shirtu as if it were nothing. I wish the Lord could promote me as well. Pei Qingyan murmured enviously from the side. Moments later, Su Changge withdrew his hand. Shirtu stared at his own hands in disbelief. Thank you, my lord. Tears welled in Shitu's eyes as he bowed in gratitude. This is what you deserve. Take these 2 vials of elixirs. Su Changge handed Shirtu 2 porcelain vials. One contained a foundation establishment pill, to be consumed when he approached the threshold of foundation establishment to aid his breakthrough. The other held a healing elixir, meant for distribution among the citizens outside. From this day forward, you shall be the city lord of Wuching. Do you have any objections? Su Changge proclaimed. Shirtu, overwhelmed, replied. I shall not disappoint your trust, my lord, and will govern Wuching well, benefiting its citizens. Very well, you may withdraw, Su Changge nodded. Shirtu left, brimming with joy. Su Changge then turned to Pei Qingyun and the others, who wore expressions of envy. What? Are you envious? Su Changge smiled warmly. No, we would not dare. The Lord is jesting. We are filled with patriotism and loyalty and would never covet rewards. We seek neither enlightenment nor promotions, they replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Su Changge chuckled. Rest assured, I shall not show favoritism. Once you accompany me in restoring the great Yin dynasty, rewards will be duly given. And you shall not be overlooked. Thank you, my lord. The group responded, their spirits lifted. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Su, continue as planned and reclaim the other cities in Wulong County. Yes, Su Liang affirmed, leading the others to action immediately. The winds of fortune may blow from any direction, yet I shall cleave them with my sword. The territory of Wulong County is modest, and its sole foundation-building cultivator has been slain by Su Changge and Wuching. With the absence of a foundation-building guardian, Su Liang led 8,000 soldiers to reclaim the entire Wulong County in a mere 7 days. In every city, Su Changge selected a trustworthy individual to enlighten and entrust with the guardianship of that city. Subsequently, he and his entourage hastened to the next county to reclaim lost lands. Within the span of 2 months, all 9 counties of the Great Yin dynasty were restored. The citizens of the Great Yin rejoiced, celebrating with songs and dances. The ranks of the 8,000 soldiers swelled to 15,000 with the addition of many liberated compatriots, all filled with fervor and indomitable spirit. My lord, all 9 counties have been reclaimed. Now, only the imperial capital and the divine martial city remain, Su Liang reported. Su Changge gazed toward the south. The imperial capital and the divine martial city. From what he had learned in recent days from various leaders of the heavenly dynasty, the 2 most formidable figures were Elder Peng Changxian, who resided in the imperial capital, and the divine martial general Mu Feichen, who defended the divine martial city. Both were formidable adversaries, and the final 2 cities would likely prove exceedingly difficult to conquer. Tomorrow, we shall reclaim the divine martial city, then rest for 3 days. After that, we shall march directly to the imperial capital, Su Changge commanded. Understood, Su Liang replied. The following day, at dawn, the soldiers gathered robustly before the city gates. And upon Su Changge's command, they advanced toward the divine martial city. 15,000 troops approached the city with great vigor, all poised and ready. Before their departure, Su Liang had informed them that they would be facing the divine martial general of the heavenly dynasty. While the general might not be a match for their lord, they still needed to mentally prepare for a fierce battle. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the area before the divine martial city. Su Changge hovered in the air, surveying the city. The divine martial city was eerily silent, devoid of any visible figures on the walls. "My lord, the situation appears peculiar," Su Liang remarked, frowning. Su Changge extended his spiritual sense, encompassing the divine martial city. The city was utterly deserted. "The divine martial city is abandoned. Let us enter," Su Changge declared. "Abandoned? My lord, could there be an ambush within?" Su Liang questioned skeptically. "There are no signs of life within. They must have evacuated long ago. Let us proceed," Su Changge explained. With that, Su Liang felt reassured and promptly led the troops into the divine martial city. Once inside, Su Liang ordered the soldiers to scour the entire city. Indeed, as Su Changge had stated, the inhabitants had long since fled, leaving behind an empty city. The morale of the great Yin soldiers soared, unanimously believing that Su Changge's formidable reputation had frightened the divine martial general and the entire populace of the heavenly dynasty away. However, Su Changge held a different perspective. The people of the heavenly dynasty hailed from a higher realm and harbored a natural disdain for those from the true martial continent. A figure like the divine martial general would likely hold significant status in the Lingyun sect of the higher realm. How could he possibly retreat without a fight? There was likely a hidden agenda at play. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Su Liang inquired. "We shall proceed as planned. Tomorrow we will march upon the imperial capital." Su Changge's gaze was resolute. Regardless of the machinations of the heavenly dynasty, he remained undaunted. "Let the winds blow from any quarter. I shall cleave them with my sword." The next day, the 15,000 soldiers set their course for the imperial capital. The imperial capital, once desolate, now housed Elder Peng Chengxian, who had been cultivating in solitude. 10 days prior, after the divine martial general Mu Feichen withdrew from the divine martial city with the heavenly people, he arrived at the imperial capital, marking its rare resurgence of inhabitants. In the imperial palace, Mu Feichen sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura akin to that of an earthly emperor. Numerous figures descended from the heavens, alighting in the golden hall. Several distinguished individuals, both men and women, entered, their demeanor remarkable. "Esteemed leaders of the sacred realms, I apologize for not greeting you properly." Mu Feichen smiled, yet his tone was imbued with authority and dominance. Indeed, General Mu has spent a century cultivating in the true martial continent and has grown increasingly regal. One of the leaders remarked, "Might I inquire if Elder Peng has abdicated his position? Or has General Mu become so powerful that he no longer fears Elder Peng?" Another leader added, "You jest, my friends. Elder Peng is indeed formidable, and I would never dare entertain such thoughts. This throne is but a symbol of mundane power. Unworthy of Elder Peng's attention, I merely occupy it for the moment, and he would not hold it against me." Mu Feichen replied with a thin smile. "Let us dispense with idle chatter, General Mu. Please address the matter at hand. Why have you summoned us from so far?" A robust figure interjected directly. "As expected, the Black Sect leader is straightforward. I will get to the point. Do you all remember the agreement made with Elder Peng?" Mu Feichen focused on the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with intrigue. "We certainly recall. Over a century ago, we reached an accord with Elder Peng. Should he facilitate our journey to the higher realm for cultivation, we would permit our disciples to learn the divine arts of the Lingyun sect, thereby becoming part of its expanding lineage," a female leader responded. "Why does General Mu bring this up? Is Elder Peng prepared to take us to the higher realm?" Another leader inquired. "Indeed, congratulations to you all. Within 3 days, Elder Peng will lead you to the higher realm," Mu Feichen declared. The assembly gasped in astonishment. "Is this truly the case? General Mu, please do not jest with us. How could I deceive you?" Mu Feichen scoffed, then elaborated. "A month ago, Elder Peng experienced an epiphany that led him to the path of transformation. He has since entered secluded meditation. Just yesterday, he communicated with me, instructing me to gather you all here to await our ascension to the higher realm." "How do we ascend to the higher realm?" The assembly questioned in confusion. "When Elder Peng breaks through to the transformative stage, he will connect with the heavenly laws and summon the essence of the great Dao. As he cultivates the divine arts of the higher realm, he will naturally connect with its great path. At that moment, the essence of the higher realm will descend upon the lower realm, creating a brief connection. Elder Peng will seize the opportunity to lead you in your ascension," Mu Feichen clarified once more. "Now we understand," The assembly exclaimed, their eyes alight with eager anticipation. However, Mu Feichen's expression shifted. In the coming days, bandits from the Great Yin dynasty will assault the Imperial Palace. Should their attack disrupt Elder Peng's breakthrough? The essence of the higher realm will not manifest, and you may well miss this opportunity. Thus, I seek your assistance in joining forces with me to eliminate these bandits. After much deliberation, the leaders of the sacred realms finally grasped Mu Feichen's true intentions. So, General Mu, you have been leading us to this point all along. They realized. We are aware of the situation here. However, the territory of the Heavenly Dynasty rightfully belonged to the Great Yin Dynasty a century ago. It is only natural for them to reclaim lost lands. How can we interfere? The leaders expressed in unison. You old foxes. Mu Feichen had anticipated their reluctance. Thus he articulated his prepared rhetoric. The opportunity to ascend to the higher realm lies before you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to your decision. I must remind you, however, that the spiritual essence of the higher realm is 100-fold denser than that of the true martial continent, even in the desolate lower realms. You have managed to cultivate a golden core. Such exceptional talent, if transported to the upper realms, would undoubtedly soon ascend to become a renowned and formidable powerhouse across the universe. Should you falter in fear and miss this golden opportunity, the regret may be insurmountable. Mu Feichen's words struck a chord with the leaders of the sacred lands. Each of them was endowed with extraordinary gifts, achieving such feats in the resource-scarce lower realms. How much more could they accomplish in the bounteous upper realms? After weighing the pros and cons, they reached a consensus. Very well. I shall lend you my support. The Great Yin Dynasty has been at odds with our sacred land for a century now, rather than allowing them to restore their power smoothly. It is better to do a favor for Elder Peng. For the sake of ascending to the upper realms, I shall also partake. The leaders of the sacred lands expressed their willingness to unite with Mu Feichen against their foes. This is splendid news. Mu Feichen laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. With the assistance of over a dozen leaders from the sacred lands, coupled with the protection of a treasure armor capable of withstanding a divine strike, victory in this battle was well within his grasp. Inescapable defeat was assured as the intervention of the sacred land loomed. In the city of Divine Martial, according to the original plan, Su Changge instructed the soldiers of the Great Yin Dynasty to rest for 3 days. Yet, unexpected events often arrive unannounced. As the soldiers reveled in drink and dance, a streak of light descended from the heavens. This luminescence hovered over Divine Martial City, transforming into a crimson invitation. Simultaneously, a deafening sound erupted from above the city. The master of the Qianlong's sacred land, Fufeng, summoned the Great Yin Dynasty to withdraw its troops. With a sharp crack, many soldiers, upon hearing this sound, crushed their wine cups in shock. Some, who were already intoxicated, were suddenly startled into sobriety. The sacred land. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the city. Fear was etched upon every soldier's face. Su Liang and numerous county officials emerged from their quarters, gazing at the invitation suspended in the air. Their expressions filled with terror. The sacred land. Those 2 simple words weighed upon them like 10,000 mountains, suffocating their spirits. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the sanctuaries of cultivation had always represented an unparalleled existence upon the true martial continent. Who among them did not harbor reverence for the sacred land? Except for a handful of powerful dynasties, a single cultivation sanctuary was sufficient to overwhelm all dynasties and sects, even at the height of its glory a century ago. The Great Yin Dynasty could only aspire to match a single sacred land. Merely an invitation had already exuded overwhelming authority. The Celestial Dynasty had actually sought the aid of the sacred land. The soldiers' faces blanched in fear. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As soon as the invitation from the Qianlong sacred land arrived, another 16 streaks of light shot in from all directions, descending upon Divine Martial City, each transforming into an invitation that hovered ominously above. Concurrently, thunderous proclamations reverberated from the sky. The master of the Holy Fire Sacred Land, Yin Fian, called for the Great Yin Dynasty to retreat. The master of the Feather Spirit Immortal Palace, Shangguan Yunyun, called for the Great Yin Dynasty to retreat. The master of the Qingwei Dao sect, Bai Yunshan, called for the Great Yin Dynasty to retreat. With each invitation that descended, bearing immense authority, the atmosphere grew tense. The spiritual energy within Divine Martial City surged uncontrollably, storms gathering ominously. 17 sacred lands demanded our retreat. How could the Celestial Dynasty have summoned such a multitude of sacred lands to act? It is over. Everything is lost. We possess only one strong figure in our Lord. How can we contend against 17 sacred lands? Are we truly to withdraw? The soldiers were engulfed in profound panic. Thud. Pei Qingyun's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto a stool. 17 sacred lands. He fixated on the 17 invitations above, his face devoid of color. I must inform the Lord. Su Liang, his countenance grim, hastily made his way to the Lord's residence. In the Lord's residence, Su Changge sat meditating upon a mat. My lord, it is dire. 17 sacred lands have sent invitations demanding our retreat. Su Liang, in a state of utter disarray, had completely lost his composure. The weight of 17 sacred land invitations shattered the confidence he had painstakingly built. Such a colossal scale nearly exhausted the strongest forces upon the true martial continent. Even during the Great Yin dynasty's pinnacle a century ago, it could only contend with 1 or 2 sacred lands. Now, as the Great Yin dynasty had just begun to rise again, how could it face the assault of 16 or 17 sacred lands? Su Changge, having heard of the recent events, remained disinterested, engrossed in his cultivation. Only upon seeing Su Liang's frantic demeanor did he slowly open his eyes. What is there to panic over? It is merely 17 invitations, not 17 golden cores. Su Changge remarked nonchalantly. Seeing Su Changge's calmness, Su Liang assumed he was unaware of the sacred land's terror. My lord, you have been in seclusion for 300 years, unaware of the dread these cultivation sanctuaries invoke. With our forces, we are likely no more significant than dust in their eyes. At the height of the Great Yin dynasty, we could only stand against 1 or 2 sacred lands. Then what do you propose we do? Su Changge, seated upon the mat, regarded the terrified Su Liang. Now, with the Celestial Dynasty and 17 sacred lands united, their combined might could easily suppress the entire continent. How can we oppose them? We must retreat. Su Liang struggled, his pallor deepening. Retreat? Are you willing to accept that? Su Changge inquired. Of course not. Su Liang shook his head. But with the formidable approach of 17 sacred lands, what do we have to fight against them? We can only retreat to Yuhua County and deliberate further. After deliberation, do you truly believe you can contend with 17 sacred lands? Su Changge pressed. This. Su Liang's expression darkened. The answer was, of course, negative. If we retreat to Yuhua County, it is likely that the Great Yin dynasty will never have another chance to rise. Yet, to insist on an attack would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Su Liang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. His face a mask of frustration. If you are so unwilling, then return and rest. How can you aspire to greatness if mere invitations frighten you so? Su Changge reprimanded. My lord, do you mean? Su Liang's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his expression. The plan remains unchanged. We shall dispatch troops to the imperial capital in 2 days to reclaim the Great Yin territory. But those sacred lands, before Su Liang could finish, he was interrupted by Su Changge. Regardless of the number of sacred lands, whether it be 17, 100, or even 1,000, what are they? Merely a swarm of ants. Should they dare approach, I shall slay them with a single sword. Su Changge proclaimed with the authority of heaven. His voice resonated like a thunderclap from above divine martial city. In an instant, the 17 invitations dissipated into nothingness, and the turbulent spiritual energy within the city calmed. Countless soldiers, upon hearing his words, felt color return to their pale faces, their blood surging with renewed vigor. To hell with it. If one must die, let it be with honor. If the Lord is unafraid, why should we cower? I have but this one worthless life. If it comes to it, I shall fight to the death. Indeed, we vow to follow the Lord into battle, determined to carve out a path in this world. The soldiers displayed expressions of fearless resolve, their spirits soaring. Understood. Su Liang's eyes gradually filled with determination as he nodded firmly before departing. In the following 3 days, news of the intervention by the 17 sacred lands in the affairs of the Celestial Dynasty spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of numerous extraordinary forces. Many hidden powers across the continent turned their gaze toward the Great Yin Dynasty. The involvement of 17 sacred lands in the affairs of the Great Yin Dynasty indicated that the higher realms had bestowed considerable benefits upon them. They have long since become allies with the elders of the Celestial Dynasty. Regardless, with the united front of the 17 sacred land masters, it seems the Great Yin Dynasty's hopes of revival are dim. The joint efforts of 17 sacred lands could easily sweep across the entire continent. With only a few exceptions, the Great Yin Dynasty's aspirations to reclaim its former glory have all but vanished. Across the continent, many powerful figures lamented. No one believed the Great Yin Dynasty had any chance of overturning its fate. The collaboration of the 17 sacred land masters with the celestial dynasty could obliterate countless dynasties time and time again. Yet today, 15,000 soldiers of the Great Yin sharpened their blades, filled with fervor. Each one embraced a spirit of fearless determination, preparing to face the inevitable battle on the morrow. A single thought can annihilate heaven and earth, while another can move mountains and fill seas. On the following day, 15,000 valiant soldiers of the Great Yin marched forth, filled with indomitable spirit. Kill, kill, kill. With unwavering resolve, they shouted their battle cries, coalescing into a torrent of iron as they advanced boldly toward the imperial capital. Countless citizens of the Great Yin gazed toward the direction of the capital, for today marked the final battle of the Great Yin dynasty to reclaim its territory. Drawing the attention of multitudes, many peak experts from the true martial continent cast astonished glances from afar. Even though the 17 sacred grounds had commanded the Great Yin dynasty to withdraw, did they still intend to press on? In this moment, the quietly observing powerhouses were left uncertain whether to deem the Great Yin dynasty foolish or commendable for their courage. Yet, undeniably, it was a path leading to certain death. As the grand army approached within 100 miles of the imperial capital, Su Changge raised his hand. Halt. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon of the capital. Above the city, a dragon throne, emblematic of the emperor's majesty, hovered in the air, occupied by a figure clad in resplendent silver armor. An overwhelming aura enveloped the capital, akin to a ferocious beast poised to rend apart any intruders. Stop. Su Liang's voice resonated, bringing the army to a standstill. Your Highness, what is the matter? Su Liang flew to Su Changge's side, following his gaze forward. In that instant, his heart trembled. A golden core. No, it is likely far beyond that. Su Liang was shaken. Having followed Su Changge for months, he had witnessed golden core experts twice, yet none possessed such formidable presence. The figure above the capital, even from 100 miles away, evoked a sense of suffocating pressure, as if facing a formidable adversary. You shall wait here. In this final battle, you cannot intervene. Su Changge declared before vanishing, reappearing above the capital. He regarded the figure seated upon the dragon throne, Mu Feichen, though seemingly imposing. He was barely on the threshold of the nascent soul realm, not even half a step into it. Mu Feichen was equally scrutinizing Su Changge. The 9 prefectures of the Heavenly Dynasty, along with numerous cities, had all been reclaimed by Su Changge. Reports from frontline soldiers indicated that Su Changge's cultivation was extraordinarily terrifying, possibly already touching the threshold of the nascent soul realm, comparable to his own. Thus, to guard against all possibilities, he had summoned the leaders of the 17 sacred grounds of the true martial continent to ensure his invincibility. Yet, upon the appearance of a figure clad in white above the capital, he still felt as if he were facing a formidable foe. The white-clad figure resembled an otherworldly immortal, mysterious energies swirling around him, accompanied by an unfathomable and terrifying cultivation. All signs pointed to the fact that Su Changge had not merely touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm, but had truly entered it. King of Beiyuan, I never imagined you could rally the lowly people of the Great Yin to reclaim the old lands. However, alas, it all ends here. Mu Feichen rose from the dragon throne, his overwhelming might stirring the air, causing spiritual energy to surge violently in an instant. You have the qualification for this, general, to remember your name. Mu Feichen fixed his gaze upon Su Changge, his tone filled with arrogance. A condescension ingrained deep within him towards those he deemed inferior. But you lack the qualifications for this king to remember your name, Su Changge replied, shaking his head. At these words, Mu Feichen's expression grew slightly cold. Ignorant and foolish. You dwell in a corner of the world, completely unaware that beyond the sky, there are greater skies, and beyond man, there are greater men. You know not how many formidable beings there are in this world who can reshape destiny. To kill you is but a thought away, Mu Feichen declared, brimming with confidence. To kill you, it is also but a thought away, Su Changge retorted coldly. Arrogance. Mu Feichen's furious roar echoed like thunder from the heavens. If all you can do is bluster, do not blame this king for being merciless. Show me your true abilities. And do so quickly, Su Changge replied indifferently. Very well, let me show you the true strength of this general. With Mu Feichen's low shout, a tempest arose. His form expanded in the wind, growing from 8 feet tall to over 100 feet. His massive figure resembled a demon god, blotting out the sun, radiating a terrifying aura. The enormous shadow enveloped Su Changge as Mu Feichen's presence surged from merely touching the threshold of the nascent soul to rivaling a fully realized nascent soul. Mu Feichen let out a maniacal laugh, looking down upon Su Changge with a vantage of superiority his enormous eyes resembling an abyss. Su Changge, how does my power compare to yours? His booming voice reverberated throughout the capital. Pathetically weak, Su Changge replied, shaking his head in indifference, though Mu Feichen was colossal. To Su Changge, he appeared no different than an oversized gorilla. And what of them? As Mu Feichen's words fell, 17 terrifying auras surged from within the Imperial Palace. The Lord of the Extreme Abyss Sacred Ground, He Su Long, comes to lend this general support. The Lord of the Feather Spirit Sacred Ground, Shangguan Yuyan, comes to lend this general support. The Master of the Qingwei Dao Sect, Beiyun Tian, comes to lend this general support. As each explosive proclamation rang out, 17 figures descended beside Mu Feichen's demonic form. The combined might of 17 Golden Core experts erupted, sending the spiritual energies within the entire capital into chaos. In this moment, the countless onlookers from afar were shaken. The combined forces of these 17 Golden Core experts could likely rival ancient nascent soul beings. And with Mu Feichen's temporarily boosted power, utilizing secret techniques, the king of Beiyuan was effectively facing 2 nascent souls alone. No one believed that Su Changge could prevail against 2 nascent souls. Even less did anyone think that the Heavenly Dynasty would allow Su Changge to leave alive. 100 miles away, Su Liang beheld the towering figure and the emergence of the 17 sacred ground leaders, instantly filled with trepidation. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying fluctuations that made him shudder. The combined force of the 17 sacred ground leaders is truly formidable. Your Highness, you must win. Su Liang clenched his fists, anxiety coursing through him. Within the capital, Mu Feichen laughed uproariously. King of Beiyuan, now how does our strength compare to yours? His laughter was wild and sinister, each sound akin to thunder, ringing deafeningly. King of Beiyuan, I beg your forgiveness. A century ago, Lu Qianyan showed me kindness. After your demise, I shall personally grant you a grand burial, proclaim the master of the Qingwei Dao sect. That depends on whether he can leave behind a corpse. Shangguan Yuyan of the Feather Spirit Sacred Ground scoffed. When I strike, it is always to turn bones to ash. Kiki, I do enjoy drinking toasts with the bones of the strong, echoed another voice. A chorus of mockery filled the air. Su Changge merely shook his head disdainfully. Such meager strength is hardly worth my notice. As his words fell, a boundless and immense sword intent surged forth from within him. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The overwhelming sword intent swept outward, transforming into an ocean of sword energy that surged toward the sky. Upon reaching its zenith, the sword energy cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the capital in a torrent of sword might. At that moment, every blade of grass and every brick in the capital seemed to morph into a strand of sword energy. An endless might surged from Su Changge, swiftly surpassing Mu Feichen and the 17 sacred ground leaders, reigning supreme over them all. In the next moment, Su Changge's hair flowed like a waterfall, his robes fluttering in the wind. Standing atop the cascade of sword energy, his expression remained neutral. A group of mere chickens and dogs. I shall slay you as one would a chicken. The voice resounded from the capital, deafening in its intensity. Upon witnessing this, Mu Feichen and the 17 sovereigns of the sacred lands were taken aback, their expressions shifting as though they had encountered a specter. In the realm of the upper planes, the resonance of the grand path reigned supreme, transcending the very heavens and earth. At this moment, if Su Changge's aura could be likened to a towering tree, majestic and resplendent, then the combined presence of Mu Feichen and the 17 sovereigns of the sacred lands would merely resemble a slightly larger insect. No matter how many insects there are, they remain insignificant before the grandeur of a towering giant. How is this possible? He is not merely a nascent soul. He is a god transformation. How can such a formidable being exist in this world? Curse you, Mu Feichen. You intentionally sought to drag us down with you. The faces of the 17 sovereigns turned pale with horror, their voices rising in a cacophony of panic. Mu Feichen's countenance darkened to an extreme. Had he known Su Changge's cultivation was so dreadfully powerful, he would never have dared to confront him directly. Silence. At this juncture, do you believe you have any path of retreat left? Stop pretending and perish, Mu Feichen bellowed, his colossal shadow advancing with a single step that shook the imperial capital to its very foundations, simultaneously unleashing a fist as large as a meteor. Boom. This fist broke the sound barrier, emitting a deafening sonic boom, carrying with it an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, comparable to a small success in the nascent soul stage. This strike could level the land within a radius of hundreds of miles. Mu Feichen was not mistaken. Since we have revealed ourselves, there is no retreat. I refuse to believe he is truly in the god transformation stage. He must be employing secret techniques to temporarily amplify his power. Let us strike together and subdue him. The 17 sovereigns reached a consensus, their fear transforming into decisive action. In an instant, the spiritual energy within divine martial city erupted in chaos. Waves of formidable aura spread forth, instantly obliterating and tearing apart the surrounding structures. Countless celestial beings fled from their homes, seeking refuge from the impending doom. Roar, hiss. The sounds of dragon roars, sword cries, and the fierce winds of blades filled the air, manifesting as an array of unparalleled and terrifying techniques directed at Su Changge. The sovereigns, unwilling to conceal their prowess, unleashed their most fearsome abilities, determined to swiftly suppress Su Changge. Such overwhelming might send shivers down the spines of hidden observers. Could anyone on the continent withstand their combined assault? It seems unlikely. The strength of the North Abyss King of the Great Flame far exceeds our expectations. If he truly is in the God transformation stage, the 17 sovereigns may not be able to contend with him. With the combined forces of 18, their might surged forth. As they struck, their immense power obliterated half of the imperial capital's buildings. Your Highness, Su Yang gasped in shock. Even from 100 miles away, he felt the cataclysmic force. Suddenly, a light rang out behind him. The Tai sword soared from his back, transforming into a streak of brilliance as it flew toward the imperial capital. In the blink of an eye, the Tai sword was in Su Changge's grasp. At this moment, Mu Feichen's enormous fist had just descended not far from him, while the combined techniques of the 17 sovereigns bore down upon him. Su Changge remained unfazed, his hair and robes dancing wildly in the surging spiritual energy. Too weak. To eliminate you, one sword shall suffice. Su Changge shook his head nonchalantly. His words ignited the ire of the 18. Arrogance. Presumptuousness. Do not be so brazen. Let us see if you can withstand our united strike. With a single slash, I can sever your head from your shoulders. Numerous roars echoed in response. Yet, Su Changge merely waved his sword with a casual flick. A beam of sword light, like a sweeping arc, swiftly traversed through the air, effortlessly slicing through the offensive onslaught of the 18 and cleaving through their very forms. In that instant, the atmosphere of the imperial capital seemed to freeze. The fierce attackers, caught mid-action, found their movement stilled. The next moment, a thunderous roar resounded as if the heavens and earth themselves were collapsing. The combined assault of the 18 shattered instantaneously. The dragoness roar, the gleam of blades, all disintegrated into a tempest of spiritual energy. The 17 sovereigns stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. No one had anticipated that the strike, potent enough to sweep through the true martial continent, would be effortlessly dismantled by Su Changge. Simultaneously, a line of blood emerged from their bodies. The unmatched sword energy surged forth from the bloodline, violently shredding their limbs. In but a breath, their vitality waned rapidly. In the next heartbeat, they witnessed their bodies cleave in two, plummeting from the sky. Their life force dissipated at an alarming rate. Gasped. Countless celestial beings observing from afar collectively inhaled sharply, their scalps tingling. Many powerful figures watching from a distance were shaken. One sword, and 17 sovereigns have been slain. Could it be that the North Abyss King of the Great Flame has truly achieved the God transformation? Everything transpired too swiftly, taking everyone by surprise. Thud, thud. As the severed corpses of the 17 sovereigns fell to the ground, Mu Feichen finally emerged from his state of shock. His pupils constricted, and his heart trembled fiercely. Looking down, he found his iron armor shattered by a single sword strike. Yet the sword energy had been halted by an invisible layer of protective armor. Haha. North Abyss King, you could never have imagined that this general is shielded by a treasure bestowed by my sect, capable of withstanding the full force of a God transformation expert. Even if you truly are at the God transformation stage, what can you do to this general? Mu Feichen threw his head back and laughed, brazen and defiant. Is that so? Su Changge mused, his gaze fixed on Mu Feichen. Then what if this king's cultivation surpasses that of the God transformation? Upon hearing this, Mu Feichen's expression flickered. This is impossible. But before he could finish his thought, a resounding bang echoed. The crimson armor splintered, revealing a massive fissure. The sword energy tore through the armor, slicing through his body. How can this be? Mu Feichen's face drained of color, yet he could not alter the inevitable conclusion of being cleaved in two by a single sword. Boom. Mu Feichen's colossal form deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly diminishing, even his nascent soul aura waning swiftly. Thud. Mu Feichen's body was severed in two, crashing to the ground. The terrifying fluctuations dissipated, and the imperial capital returned to calm. General Mu is dead. The celestial beings in the city fell into a stunned silence. The once mighty General Mu Feichen, who had so recently boasted of his strength, was now reduced to two halves. The numerous powerful figures observing quietly were left speechless. 17 sovereigns of the sacred lands, coupled with a general of the divine martial dynasty, formed a coalition that could rival two ancient nascent soul experts, capable of sweeping across the entire continent. Yet, this formidable assembly could not even withstand a single sword strike from Su Changge, the North Abyss King of the Great Flame. Just how powerful is he? Countless strong figures felt their hearts tremble, unable to fathom the reality. On the ground, the 18 Golden Core experts found their vitality waning. They gazed at their blood-soaked forms, filled with profound regret. Su Changge paid no mind to the dying individuals on the ground, his attention drawn toward the depths of the royal palace. There, an aura surged sharply. Having already reached the god transformation realm. Boom. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the palace, soaring into the heavens. The light pierced through the sky, creating a massive rift that extended into another plane. A rift between planes? Su Changge's gaze sharpened. He sensed a foreign aura emanating from the breach. Before he could contemplate further, a surge of unfamiliar Grand Path resonance descended from the light. The moment the Grand Path resonance appeared, a cataclysmic energy swept forth. Boom. This realm trembles with intensity. The entire lower dimension quakes in frenzy at the arrival of the ethereal resonance from the higher plane. 054 The collapse of the heavenly path. Commanding the dimension. As the overwhelming aura of the upper realm's great Dao began to spread, the entire world shifted in hue. The fractures in the sky subtly expanded, while the earth began to show signs of fissures. In the blink of an eye, this realm resembled a shattered mirror, riddled with cracks. Even the soldiers of the Great Flame, stationed 100 miles away, felt the repercussions. The ever-widening fissures crept towards them relentlessly. The steeds among the crowd sensed an immense danger, uncontrollably whinnying and even charging forward. Some county magistrates who had come along succumbed to their inner fears, collapsing to the ground, while others cried out in terror. It is over. Everything is over. The prince likely cannot spare a thought for us. I am doomed. The faces of Shang Wanyuer and Pei Qingyan turned ashen. Silence fell. With the authoritative voice of Su Liang resonating, the restless steeds were finally restrained by the soldiers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Liang was drenched in cold sweat, his mind trembling. In the face of such a terrifying phenomenon, it seemed that only true immortals could survive. My lord, Su Liang murmured softly, clinging to the last shred of hope within. However, the powerful observers lurking in the shadows, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, could only express their astonishment. The heavens and earth are collapsing. What is he doing? Does the upper realm intend to utterly destroy this plane? The stronger one becomes, the more one fears death. At this moment, those with greater power and longer lifespans were even more terrified by this apocalyptic manifestation. Yet, the unfolding events had only just begun. The luminous pillar connecting the two realms finally began to dissipate as the great Dao's resonance drew near. The elder within the light underwent a profound transformation. His once white hair and beard turned to jet black, his visage rejuvenating to that of a youth. As his eyes opened, the aura of the transformation realm surged throughout the capital. With a single step, the space beneath him warped uncontrollably, as if the very fabric of reality could not withstand the pressure and was on the verge of rupture. As the great Dao's resonance from the upper realm drew closer, the intensity of his aura escalated. Ha! Accompanied by a wild laugh, the elder spoke, Beiyuan Wang, you have slain my sect's disciples. The moment I fully enter the Yuanshan realm will be your death. His words were filled with arrogance, completely devoid of sorrow for his fallen disciples. Su Changge's gaze sharpened, a surge of killing intent swelling within him, yet he refrained from immediate action. He had only just broken through to the transformation realm. He was merely a petty jester. The real issue remained the disturbances in this world. Otherwise, even if he killed the elder, the resonance from the upper realm would still persist in the lower realm. At this moment, Su Changge faintly sensed something. A wave of dread was transmitted to him through the sword path. His movement halted, and he swiftly recognized the root of the problem. The great Dao? Before him lay merely a fragment of the upper realm's great Dao's resonance, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. It could not possibly provoke such an apocalyptic spectacle. The only force capable of wreaking such devastation upon this realm could only be the plane itself. In other words, the great Dao. The fear he sensed undoubtedly stemmed from the great Dao, which, through its faint connection to his sword path, conveyed information to him. Without hesitation, Su Changge resolutely closed his eyes and began circulating his spiritual energy, entering a meditative state amid the battlefield. His Yuanshan deftly navigated the Great Dao's resonance. Soaring towards the heavens, Su Changge's perspective ascended swiftly, and in an instant, he returned to the heavens above. However, this visit was markedly different from the last. Previously, this place had been serene, with clouds and mist cascading in harmony, the Great Dao's resonance concealed within the billowing clouds. Now, the once golden clouds had nearly vanished, revealing a sky densely populated with dark clouds. The scattered Great Dao's resonance dimmed and lifeless. The scene was desolate. Had it not been for the lingering presence of the Great Dao's resonance, one would scarcely believe these two settings were the same. Coupled with the pervasive sense of dread throughout the space, it evoked the image of a child experiencing immense fright, desperately seeking a corner to hide away. Finally, Su Changge confirmed that his suspicions were correct. The Great Dao is in fear, trembling. The source of this fear must be the resonance from the upper realm's Great Dao. Su Changge stepped towards the heart of the most concentrated Great Dao's resonance. There, it coalesced in a radiant golden glow, as if guarding something precious. Su Changge's intent shifted, and he delved deep into it with his Yuanshan. Soon, amidst the multitude of Great Dao's resonance, he sensed a will akin to that of a living being. However, this will was remarkably tender, reminiscent of a newborn babe, trembling incessantly, emanating waves of fear from its center. Su Changge understood immediately. This must be the spirit of the Great Dao responsible for the world's operation and order. Yet, due to its terror of the destructive aura from the upper realm's Great Dao's resonance, it had spiraled out of control, thereby triggering a series of phenomena across the world. Having comprehended all this, Su Changge once again connected with the spirit of the Great Dao, simultaneously radiating soothing emotions to quell its fear. To control the anomalies of heaven and earth was not merely a task for human effort. Thus, the presence of the spirit of the heavenly Dao was indispensable. Eventually, as Su Changge's calming presence enveloped it, the spirit of the Great Dao's consciousness ceased trembling, and the waves of fear gradually subsided. Su Changge exhaled deeply, preparing to withdraw his Yuanshan. However, suddenly, the spirit of the Great Dao surged into his Yuanshan. In that instant, Su Changge's Yuanshan froze. A vast wave of resonance flooded his mind, evoking a peculiar sensation within his heart. In that moment, he seemed to perceive the entirety of the true martial continent. From the majestic mountains and rivers to the smallest flowers and trees, even the tiniest insects in the air were laid bare before him. He could feel that the fate of the entire true martial continent rested within his thoughts. Suddenly, a moment of enlightenment washed over Su Changge. That fragment of consciousness he had just encountered was, in essence, the spirit of the Great Dao that governed the flow of spiritual energy throughout the true martial continent. In its panic, the spirit chose to merge with him. At this moment, he absorbed the spirit of the Great Dao, seemingly grasping the entirety of the dimension. The elder's decapitation, the celestial prodigy descends. Boom. Above the imperial capital, the elder stood suspended in midair, exuding an aura of overwhelming terror. As the final remnants of the Great Dao's spiritual resonance surged into his body, the essence of transformation erupted violently. In an instant, the palace below seemed to suffer a catastrophic blow, collapsing and sinking over a foot into the earth. At that moment, countless powerful observers concealed in the shadows felt their spirits quake with dread and despair. What an appalling might! Is this the transformative realm of the upper plane? The heavens and earth crumbling, far beyond the limits that the lower realms could endure. Could the disparity between the transformation of the primordial spirit and the ordinary be so vast? It is all over. The true martial continent is likely to fall under the dominion of the Lingyun sect. Our lineage, our heritage, is bound to be assimilated and devoured. Meanwhile, the leaders of the sacred lands, on the brink of death, were filled with regret. If we had acted decisively and burned our life force to hold on for just a few more breaths, perhaps the elder could have saved us. In their eyes, the elder's entry into the transformative realm rendered him invincible. Alas, they now found themselves depleted, unable to ascend with the elder. Ha! I have transcended to the transformative realm. The elder's raucous laughter echoed through the skies, deafening in its intensity. Following his laughter, his gaze fell upon the dying General Mu Feichen and the 17 leaders of the sacred lands. Then he turned his attention to the contemplative Su Changge. What a formidable figure, the Northern Abyss King, daring to slay someone from my celestial dynasty. Such a sin deserves 1,000 deaths. With a thunderous roar, The elder's voice resonated like a storm, shaking the hearts of the common folk within hundreds of miles, nearly causing them to perish on the spot. As his words faded, the essence of transformation coalesced into a tangible force, manifesting as a colossal shadow of Mount Tai, descending upon Su Changge. He intended to crush Su Changge with sheer momentum. "This is bad. Beware, my lord." Su Liang's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. The next moment, Su Changge's eyes snapped open. An invisible aura began to permeate the atmosphere, dissipating the overwhelming pressure that felt as oppressive as a mountain. His gaze fixed on the elder, whose visage was now contorted with disbelief. Too weak. Just as Su Changge's words lingered in the air, an even greater force of nature enveloped the elder's robust frame. Yet the elder, still spouting arrogance, taunted, "Northern Abyss King, do you truly believe that dispelling my momentum allows you to contend with me? You are merely dreaming." Before he could finish, he sensed something was amiss. A tremendous pressure surrounded him, making him feel as though he were caught between heaven and earth, rendering him speechless. His complexion changed as he quickly activated a secret technique, amplifying his aura significantly. However, before his body could expand, Su Changge pointed his fingers like a sword, and from a distance of several dozen paces, a beam of sword light pierced through, engulfing the elder's form. In an instant, the entire space fell silent. The next second, a thunderous roar erupted. The elder's previously resplendent aura collapsed like a crumbling mountain, disintegrating rapidly. As the sword light dissipated, the elder's figure was reduced to dust. The imperial capital was plunged into an eerie silence. Countless onlookers could only feel their scalps tingle, their hair standing on end, as a chill coursed through their bodies. The elder, once brimming with confidence, had been obliterated in an instant. The elder of the Celestial Dynasty, dead? How could this be? A single sword strike, slain a transformative powerhouse. Who was this Northern Abyss King? In that moment, the hidden observers were all stricken with terror, their faces pale with shock. Humph. Su Changge suddenly let out a cold snort. Raising his hand, he grasped the ethereal soul of the elder, which was desperately attempting to flee into the void. "You cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Lingyun sect from the upper plane. If you dare to slay me, my sect's powerhouses will not let you go." Su Changge remained impassive. "Reveal the whereabouts of Lu Qianyan, and I may consider sparing your life." Lu Qianyan. Upon hearing this name, the elder's soul shifted in expression, as if confronting a taboo. "Dream on." The elder suddenly regained his defiance. "Then you shall not live." As Su Changge prepared to crush the elder's soul, the elder declared, "If you wish to kill me, I will ensure you suffer as well. Today, I shall condemn your great Yin dynasty to eternal damnation." Calling upon the heavens, the elder's soul let out a furious roar, igniting in a blaze of flames. As the flames consumed him, his essence grew increasingly ephemeral. Soon, the elder's soul was entirely incinerated. The next moment, the earth trembled. A beam of light pierced through the rift created by the elder to connect the heavens with the upper plane. The light was so brilliant it outshone the sun. As the beam appeared, an overwhelming force surged forth, threatening to engulf the entire true martial continent. "What is happening? I sense a terrifying fluctuation." The concealed observers trembled in fear. Su Changge's gaze sharpened as he focused on the beam of light. A towering figure, 100 feet tall, materialized above the imperial capital. The figure exuded an ethereal grace, radiating brilliance. Beneath his sword-like brows, a pair of piercing eyes slowly opened. As his robes billowed, the surrounding space rippled. "The prodigy of our Lingyun sect has descended. We are saved. We beseech you, senior, to slay the Northern Abyss King and aid our sect in spreading the teachings to the lower realms without hindrance." The denizens of the imperial capital erupted in jubilant cheers. A prodigy? Is this the Lingyun sect's celestial figure summoned by the elder's burning soul? No, it should merely be a projection. Su Changge's heart sank as he discerned the truth. The newcomer bore an air of indifference, radiating an imposing aura that could shatter the heavens. If this projection exuded such might, how formidable must the true form be? "Who dares to kill my Lingyun sect's elder?" The prodigious voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, nearly threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space with its resonance. Who is this? 100 miles away, Su Liang's face quivered. He had thought Su Changge's sword strike had vanquished the prince of the Celestial Dynasty, leading to victory. Yet he never anticipated the arrival of such a terrifying figure. Even at a distance, he felt the overwhelming aura radiating from the newcomer. On the ground, officials like Shang Wanyuer and Pei Qingyun turned pale as they witnessed the colossal figure towering like a mountain. The dispassionate words reverberated in their ears, nearly sending them into a state of shock. Could our prince withstand such might? Their concerns mirrored those of the hidden observers, who were gripped by fear and began to retreat quietly, anxious to avoid detection by this celestial projection, lest they face calamity. The heavenly dynasty has finally met its demise, and the sun of destiny remains elusive. A formidable consciousness swept across the scene as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. The entire imperial capital was suddenly engulfed in shadows, accompanied by the relentless rumbling of thunder and lightning, as if a great terror lurked within. "Is it you?" As the consciousness fixed its gaze upon Su Changge, a voice of inquiry followed. Yet, Su Changge remained unperturbed, calmly declaring, "What a farce! A mere projection dares to act with such arrogance." Upon hearing this response, the figure in the heavens showed no reaction, merely waving his robe with a frigid indifference. In an instant, thunder roared, and a colossal dragon of lightning emerged from the tumultuous clouds, its overwhelming presence stirring excitement among the disciples of Lingyun's sect below. 100 miles away, Su Liang gazed in awe at the terrifying display of celestial power, his heart racing. However, such a battle was well beyond their reach, and even at this distance, they feared being caught in the crossfire. In the next moment, the dragon of thunder and lightning surged forth like a bolt of lightning, targeting Su Changge directly. Yet, he remained unflinching as the dragon suddenly froze, unable to move before him. A mere projection dares to act so recklessly? With a single thought, I could annihilate you. As Su Changge's words echoed, a natural thunderclap resounded. The link between dimensions quietly severed, and the dragon of wind and thunder, bound by the forces of nature, began to dissipate, its massive form slowly turning ethereal. At that moment, a voice of astonishment resonated from above. "Oh, how intriguing. I did not expect that a mere low plane, revived after only a century, could manifest self-awareness. It seems I, Lingyun's sect, have been rather complacent. However, once my true form emerges from seclusion, this low plane shall surely run red with blood. That day is not far off. Continue to struggle for survival." With this booming proclamation, the ethereal figure above finally vanished, and sunlight poured once more upon the earth. Yet, the once prosperous imperial capital now lay in ruins. Amidst the debris, the disciples from the higher plane who had once inhabited the imperial capital looked upon the devastation. Shaking his head in dismay, Su Changge waved his hand. A surge of boundless power coursed through the air, and the ground trembled as the countless fissures began to close. Simultaneously, tiles flew, and everything steadily returned to its original form. Meanwhile, Su Liang led his soldiers to the battlefield. Over 10,000 soldiers, witnessing the miraculous scene before them, were left in awe, their minds reeling. The sight of the earth repairing itself, of houses restoring their shapes, was a miracle only a deity could perform. Su Liang, observing the ruined capital and then glancing at Su Changge hovering above, felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Just then, Su Changge waved his sleeve. The stars shifted. 15,000 soldiers were instantly drawn into the imperial capital by the forces of nature. What terrifying prowess the prince possesses! Everyone was astounded. Su Liang knelt on one knee, bowing his head. "I am but a useless subordinate, unable to assist the prince. Please forgive my shortcomings." The other 15,000 soldiers followed suit, kneeling in unison, pleading, "Please forgive us, Your Highness. Please forgive us." Turning to the kneeling soldiers, Su Changge gently replied, "Rise." With a wave of his arm, an invisible aura lifted them. "Now that the heavenly dynasty has fallen, you must swiftly arrange your troops and bring the people of Dayan back to their homeland. We shall discuss everything else afterward." After stating this, Su Changge's gaze shifted to the remaining disciples of Lingyun's sect. Sensing his attention, the heavenly beings below dared not breathe a word, awaiting their final judgment in despair. As for them, with a thought, Su Changge unleashed an invisible sword energy that enveloped the entire imperial capital, causing the Lingyun sect disciples to collectively spit blood. "Your cultivation has been utterly destroyed. After a century of servitude in the Dayan dynasty, I shall grant you your freedom. The rest is for you to manage. You may seek me in the cold palace once all is settled." With those final words, Su Changge turned and departed. Observing the barren land that had endured centuries of emptiness, he summoned the exquisite cold palace from his sleeve. With a resounding crash, the cold palace expanded once more. Settling into its familiar position, Su Changge stepped inside, and as the massive doors slammed shut, everything seemed to revert to that bygone year. Though he was no longer the same, now he had ascended to become the sovereign of this realm. After a series of battles, he had yet to fully adapt to the powers of a dimension's ruler. Thus, while he was busy relocating the citizens of Dayan, Su Changge entered a brief period of seclusion. A month swiftly passed. During this month, aside from occasional reports from Su Liang, none disturbed him, allowing Su Changge to thoroughly comprehend the transformations he underwent after absorbing the essence of the Great Dao. Refining the essence of the Great Dao equated to him assimilating this realm. In this plane, he embodied the Great Dao, as well as the very essence of the universe. Here, he was omnipotent. With a mere thought, he returned to the cave where he had initially secluded himself, now devoid of any presence. Shifting his consciousness, he traversed to the Shaoyan dynasty, his form flickering as he moved. The imperial capital, Black Wind Stronghold, Martial City, and back to the imperial capital in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Su Changge had traversed the true martial continent and returned to the cold palace. This was one of the abilities of a dimension sovereign, instantaneous movement. He could reach any location within this realm, akin to entering a state of unity with the cosmos. Moreover, his probing abilities were unparalleled. As long as he wished, this world would hold no secrets from him, provided he could process such vast information. However, there was one exception, Tia Yuan. It seemed to exist outside this realm yet remained tethered to it. Even as a sovereign, that realm retained an air of mystery. Furthermore, Su Changge meticulously scanned the entirety of the true martial continent once more. Indeed, he still detected no trace of Lu Qianyan. For a moment, Su Changge fell into deep contemplation. Lu Qianyan was recognized by the system as the son of destiny, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary fortune, making her unlikely to perish easily. Yet, he could find no trace of her presence on the true martial continent. Thus, the possibility of her existence seemed exceedingly slim, coupled with the elder's resolute silence. Even in death, regarding any tidings, the conclusion was all too evident, the higher plane. But why was Ling Yun's sect so fixated on Lu Qianyan? Was it because of the Ling Long sword technique? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Your Highness, I have matters to report. Su Liang's voice called out. As the new monarch ascends the throne, nations flock to pay their respects. Enter. With the sound of the command, the grand doors before Su Liang swung open automatically. Su Liang approached with utmost reverence. Your Highness, as per your previous instructions, I have interrogated the disciples of the Celestial Dynasty. According to their accounts, a century ago, General Lu and General Yi jointly rebelled against the rule of the Celestial Dynasty. However, with their defeat, General Lu was captured, and General Yi vanished without a trace. This is all the information I could gather from the interrogation. With that, Su Liang bowed deeply, awaiting a response from Su Changge. He did not have to wait long. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changge softly replied, After receiving the affirmation, Su Liang did not immediately withdraw but raised his gaze to Su Changge once more. Your Highness, there is one more matter I wish to discuss. Speak, Su Changge beckoned. Su Liang pondered for a moment, as if contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Your Highness, with the Celestial Dynasty now in retreat, the Great Yin Dynasty stands at a pivotal moment of reconstruction. Yet, a household cannot be without a master for even a day, nor can a nation be without a ruler. I earnestly beseech you to ascend the throne and rejuvenate our Great Yin Dynasty. As his words fell, Su Liang's forehead met the ground heavily. He understood that the prince had no desire for the throne, otherwise, it should have been his 300 years ago. However, at present, the royal family had no one left to lead, and only the prince remained. Should he continue to refuse the throne, the Great Yin Dynasty would cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Su Changge paused in surprise, then reflected on the current state of the Great Yin Dynasty. With a helpless shake of his head, he sighed inwardly. Alas, I never expected that after 300 years of turmoil, it would come to this. However, having reached this point, Su Changge no longer hesitated and spoke. Very well. Upon hearing the consent, Su Liang abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Su Changge, the overwhelming joy evident in his gaze. Yet, he quickly realized his lapse in decorum and hastily lowered his head again, this time speaking with uncontainable delight. Yes, I have already arranged for the auspicious date. In 3 days, it will be a propitious occasion. The coronation ceremony can take place then. Realizing time was of the essence, Su Liang hurriedly prepared to depart, as if fearing Su Changge might change his mind. However, before he could reach the door, a voice called out, Hold on. Su Liang's heart trembled as he turned back. Bowing respectfully to Su Changge before inquiring, Does your Highness have any further instructions? After a brief pause, Su Changge slowly articulated. Ensure that the venue for the ceremony is spacious. Many guests will be in attendance, and they must be well received. Su Liang finally felt reassured and softly replied, As you command. He had adopted a new manner of address, treating Su Changge as the emperor. "You may withdraw now," with Su Changge's words. The heavy doors of the cold palace closed with a resounding thud. At that moment, Su Liang's inner turmoil dissipated, replaced by boundless excitement. The prince had agreed to assume the throne. With the prince's protection, the great Yin dynasty would surely flourish. As Su Liang murmured to himself in excitement, he set off to arrange the details of the coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, within the cold palace, Su Changge began making preparations of his own. He specifically instructed Su Liang to prepare a grand venue, which was no trivial matter. Eventually, the cold palace was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy and spatial fluctuations, before returning to tranquility. Yet, across the continent, a storm was brewing. At this moment, throughout the true martial continent, various sacred sites and numerous kingdoms were witnessing extraordinary phenomena. At the Heavenly Palace sacred site, the master bore a grave expression. He, like the majority of sacred site leaders, was awestruck by Su Changge's capabilities. The leaders who had once jointly confronted Su Changge represented the pinnacle of combat prowess on the true martial continent, capable of overwhelming the entire land if they united. Even the remaining sacred sites could only muster sufficient strength to engage him in combat. Yet, they never anticipated that such a formidable alliance could not even withstand a single strike from the Northern Abyss King. Furthermore, the subsequent demise of an elder from the Celestial Dynasty and the appearance of a prominent figure from the upper realms, a terrifying presence that had instilled dread among them, was easily subdued by the Northern Abyss King. The master of the Heavenly Palace now felt fear. If the Northern Abyss King intended to unify the true martial continent, there would be no one to stop him. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged through the sacred site. A resplendent beam of seven-colored light appeared in the sky, transforming into a magnificent seven-colored sword. This sword, seemingly imbued with consciousness, sought out the leader of the sacred site, cleaving through all obstacles to come to rest before him. Despite the attempts of others to attack it, they could not shake it in the slightest. What could this be? Why did our sacred site's formation prove ineffective? Moreover, it appeared that even when the elders of the sacred site joined forces, they could not thwart it. Could it be a divine artifact descending from the heavens, destined to elevate our Huayuan sacred site? In a flurry of murmurs, disciples of the sacred site speculated. Yet, the leader gazed at the envelope attached to the sword and could not summon any joy. Inside the envelope was an invitation, inscribed with, "I, the Northern Abyss King, will hold a coronation ceremony in the imperial capital of the great Yin dynasty 3 days hence. I hope you will come to pay your respects." His heart was filled with bitterness. The Northern Abyss King's aspirations did not merely rest upon the throne of the great Yin dynasty. He likely sought the title of the ruler of the world. As for resistance, he probably did not even know how to write the word death. It was well known that he was not even at the Golden Core stage. His apparent strength was merely a fade maintained by the sacred site through the forced accumulation of resources. To think that he could defeat the Celestial Dynasty was nothing short of a pipe dream. However, he did not rush to accept the sword. Instead, he urgently called for his disciples. "Go summon the elders to convene here. Inform them that the matter concerns the survival of the sacred site, and it is imperative that they all attend." Similar scenes unfolded across the globe, as the true martial continent became a cauldron of hidden currents. Time flowed, and the appointed 3 days arrived. On this day, the capital of the great Yin was ablaze with festivities. The streets and alleys buzzed with excitement. From the moment the news of the prince's decision to ascend to the throne spread, the entire capital had transformed into a vibrant celebration. Yet, today was different. Outside the city gates, in an open area, a kaleidoscope of colors swirled as shadows flitted within. Finally, hundreds of figures descended upon the scene. Each of these individuals was a rare and esteemed personage. Now, they were gathered here, and the hundreds of them assembled in this small space produced no sound. All were rendered speechless, their eyes reflecting indescribable shock. To witness hundreds of individuals converging from across vast distances at the same time was a testament to extraordinary power. In that instant, silence enveloped the crowd. In the early hours of the day, as the appointed time arrived, the vibrant hues of a seven-colored sword facilitated their instantaneous transition from their respective palaces or sacred sites to this place. Previously, they may have harbored a flicker of hope regarding their circumstances, believing that despite the might of the Northern Abyss King, he was merely one man. Even if we, the sacred realms, were to bow in submission today, the vastness of heaven and the distance of the Emperor would still render us capable of feigning compliance and dismissing his commands in the future. However, The emergence of such formidable means extinguished any lingering thoughts of defiance. In an instant, the leaders of the sacred realms exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of bitter smiles and unspoken words. Yet, within their hearts, an inexplicable sense of relief took root. It seemed that bowing to such a powerful figure was not as disgraceful as they had once imagined. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, the transmission of colorful light gradually came to an end. At that moment, an elderly eunuch appeared, beckoning, "Esteemed guests, please follow me. Our emperor has been awaiting your arrival." The gathered assembly exchanged knowing looks, understanding that this was merely a formality. Nevertheless, since the eunuch had provided a way forward, they graciously accepted his guidance. Under the eunuch's lead, they entered the imperial capital, where the city was adorned with festive decorations. The tea houses buzzed with lively chatter, and attentive ears could hear storytellers recounting tales of the Northern Abyss King, eliciting cheers at particularly thrilling moments. Finally, guided by the eunuch, they arrived at the imperial palace, halting at a square outside a grand hall. In the square, hundreds of individuals awaited, predominantly officials, generals, and respected elders. At the end of the square stood a staircase with over 100 steps, leading to an enormous palace adorned with a plaque that read Golden Throne Hall. Before long, Su Liang ascended the steps, holding a bamboo slip as he began to proclaim, "The great Yin dynasty has endured upheaval, yet the Northern Abyss King has attained unparalleled strength, vanquishing external foes. Now that the enemies have retreated, the dynasty stands on the brink of rejuvenation. However, a family cannot be without a leader for a single day, nor can a nation be without a ruler. Henceforth, the Northern Abyss King, Su Changge, shall ascend the throne, and this proclamation shall be made known to all." As he spoke, gilded characters materialized from the void, and upon the conclusion of his reading, the characters soared into the sky. The sound of the great Dao resonated throughout the heavens, echoing across the world. An elderly eunuch then announced loudly at the entrance of the square, "The coronation ceremony is officially underway." In that instant, the heavens and earth transformed. The once tranquil sky was beset by tempestuous winds and swirling clouds. Majestic violet energy emanated from the rising sun, enveloping the entirety of the true martial continent. Where the violet energy traversed, life surged anew, and spiritual energy surged dramatically. What was happening? The grand proclamation of the coronation heralded the arrival of boundless wonders. Could it be that an immortal was ascending the throne? At that moment, a brilliant beam of divine light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the palace. Concurrently, a golden ladder descended from the heavens, suffused with the essence of the Dao. This ladder extended from the entrance of the square to the dragon throne, measuring over 1,000 meters in length. At that juncture, Su Changge gracefully appeared upon the ladder, advancing with measured steps. As he walked, his sleeves billowed, and the violet energy trailed behind him, an ethereal aura enveloping the surroundings as if it were tangible. Finally, as Su Changge reached the dragon throne and seated himself, hundreds of officials in the square knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor!" With a serene voice, Su Changge addressed them, "You may rise, my esteemed ministers." Once all the officials had stood, he continued, "Today marks my ascension to the throne. As you have traveled great distances to attend this occasion, the great Yin dynasty shall not neglect your presence." As his words resonated, he willed the staircase before him to dissolve. The essence of the Dao began to dissipate, and rich violet energy permeated the square. It was known that this was the essence of the Dao, and although none among them could absorb it, the mere proximity to such energy offered immeasurable benefits. In the blink of an eye, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the crowd, and several individuals experienced breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage. Not just one, but multiple breakthroughs occurred, as if a chain reaction had been ignited. In this world, apart from those in the sacred realms, those at the foundation establishment were considered the pinnacle of power. The 18 leaders of the sacred realms gazed upon this spectacle with envy. They themselves had been forcibly pushed into the golden core stage through abundant resources, yet they had nearly reached the point of stagnation and could no longer progress in their cultivation. How could they not feel envy? Yet, in the next moment, a familiar voice rang out, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. "I have broken through." The speaker was undoubtedly recognized as one of the leaders of the sacred realms. Their situations were alike, and now that he had succeeded in his breakthrough, it implied. In an instant, they exchanged glances, and without hesitation, each entered a meditative state to cultivate. As time passed and the wondrous sensations dissipated, a few confirmed that they could once again pursue their cultivation and slowly open their eyes. They shared a glance, suppressing their excitement. and hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Su Changge. However, at that moment, Su Changge was still engaged in the coronation ceremony and had no time to attend to them. Finally, as the proceedings drew to a close, the sky had begun to darken. The majestic violet energy gradually dissipated. Yet, the crowd in the square showed no inclination to depart. For them, the conclusion of the coronation marked the beginning of their true purpose for this journey. They exchanged looks, yet no one made a move. Eventually, a voice resonated from within the palace, "Come in." The assembly then ascended the steps, entering the palace in a throng. Inside, a giant luminous moon pearl hung from the ceiling, radiating a brilliance akin to the moon itself, illuminating the vast hall without casting shadows. The ground was adorned with jade stones, swirling with spiritual energy, exuding an opulence beyond compare. At the end of the hall, a platform held a dragon throne, with a desk for bamboo slips positioned in front of it. Seated upon the dragon throne was Su Changge, clad in a resplendent yellow robe embroidered with the image of a dragon soaring over the ocean. His ink-black eyes concealed unfathomable depths, and his extraordinary features radiated an innate imperial majesty with every gesture. In the sacred land, ultimate submission has been achieved. The journey to the celestial abyss has commenced. Su Changge sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding a demeanor that seemed to survey the world and look down upon all beings. As everyone gathered within the grand hall, Su Changge's indifferent gaze swept across the assembly, and not a single soul dared to meet his eyes. Observing the multitude below, he spoke with a detached tone. "Today, I ascend to the imperial throne, wishing for peace in all directions." As his words resonated, an invisible pressure enveloped the hall instantaneously. The representatives from various dynasties felt a bitter taste in their hearts. To them, Su Changge's proclamation served as a stern warning, urging them to recognize their place and refrain from encroaching upon the territories of the Great Yin. Those who had witnessed Su Changge's formidable power earlier harbored no thoughts of rebellion. However, the 17 masters of the sacred lands interpreted his words differently. They believed that the former master's reckless actions during the battle in the imperial city had clearly aligned him with the celestial dynasty. Though the celestial dynasty had been repelled and its leaders slain, the might of the heavens remained inscrutable. They could not fathom Su Changge's intentions. Thus, upon hearing his declaration, the mood among the crowd plummeted into despair. One by one, they knelt upon the ground, drenched in cold sweat, pleading, "We beseech your majesty for forgiveness. We, the former masters of the sacred lands, acted rashly against your majesty and deserve death. Now that the guilty have been punished, we bear no intention of opposing any dynasty. We are willing to offer 30% of the sacred land's resources in hopes of your majesty's pardon." At this proclamation, the assembly inhaled sharply, their expressions reflecting utter shock. 30%. The resources of the 17 sacred lands. It is well known that any single sacred land could dominate the dynasties of the continent. The strength of these sacred lands stemmed largely from their resources, possessing nearly all of the continent's rare treasures and cultivation secrets. The offering of 30% from each of the 17 sacred lands signified that the Great Yin dynasty would gain a third of the resources without any cost. The implications of such resources were terrifying, hinting at the monstrous potential that could be cultivated within the Great Yin dynasty. Su Changge remained seated upon the dragon throne, his expression as calm as a still pond, his profound gaze rendering his thoughts inscrutable. He chose not to respond immediately. As silence stretched on, the pressure in the hall intensified, as if an invisible mountain pressed upon their hearts, making even the act of breathing a challenge. Several individuals exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, their faces ashen, and proclaimed, "We are willing to offer 50% of the sacred land's resources. Please forgive us, your majesty." With this declaration, the palace fell into a profound silence. Even the gentle rustle of the wind ceased, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. 50%. They had lost their minds. To offer so much, they must surely be at the brink of extinction, even as sacred lands. Did they not fear that the dynasties might surpass them in the future? In that moment, every individual felt paralyzed. 50% of resources had undoubtedly shaken the very foundations of each sacred land. Yet, even with such a substantial offer, Su Changge remained silent, as if awaiting further concessions, sensing that the sacred land's limits were not yet reached. Finally, under such immense pressure, the psychological defenses of the sacred land masters crumbled completely. With trembling voices, they uttered their final ultimatum. "We are willing to submit the sacred lands to the Great Yin dynasty and offer 70% of the sacred land's resources to aid in its revival. Please forgive us, your majesty." To bow in submission and to relinquish all resources had become their final stance. The sustenance of the sacred land required a portion of its resources. There would be nothing left. If they were to part with more, the sacred lands themselves would likely disintegrate. At this moment, the representatives of the various dynasties were not merely shocked. They were utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the revelation. 70%. Moreover, they were to bow in submission. At this juncture, they finally believed that these 17 sacred lands might soon vanish into history. Even if they were to endure, their former glory would likely be lost. Yet, this also presented an opportunity for their rise. With the diminishment of resources from the sacred lands, many talented individuals would inevitably disperse. Even if the Great Yin dynasty absorbed 90% of these talents, the mere 10% that remained could significantly enhance the strength of any dynasty that managed to seize them. As the masters of the various dynasties schemed on how to recruit these talents, Su Changge finally spoke. Good. Instantly, the masters of the sacred lands felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders, exhaling in relief. At that moment, they realized that their garments had become thoroughly soaked without their notice. The leaders of the dynasties, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Thank goodness our strength is minimal. The celestial dynasty has overlooked us, allowing us to escape this calamity. Otherwise, there might have been more than just 17 kneeling before him. With the submission of the sacred lands, the coronation ceremony concluded successfully. The sky had turned completely dark. Yet, for the 17 masters of the sacred lands, there was no more exquisite moment than this. Although they had to bow in submission and offer substantial annual tributes, this outcome was the best they could have hoped for after their deliberations. After all, the continuity of their sacred lineage was their utmost desire. As all personnel departed, Su Changge returned once more to the cold palace. His actions today were not spontaneous. The notion had been conceived the moment Su Liang proposed the coronation ceremony. The primary objective of his actions was to establish authority. Both the celestial phenomena and the submission of the sacred lands served to solidify that authority. The results appeared remarkably effective. It seemed unlikely that anyone would harbor ulterior motives towards the Great Yin dynasty for a considerable time. However, there was one unexpected development. Mount Wutai had not sent a representative. Logically, after receiving his message, Wenshu should not have disregarded it. Yet, Mount Wutai remained absent, suggesting that there were hidden circumstances involved. Thankfully, as everything remained inconsequential, his objectives had been achieved. Now, he could pursue more significant matters, namely the celestial abyss. From a brief exchange with Lu Qianyin through the soul tablet, it was understood that Yichen had initially descended to the celestial abyss using a secret method. After his defeat, he had gone missing, likely returning to the celestial abyss. However, given Yichen's character, it was improbable that he would abandon the Great Yin dynasty after his recovery. Thus, it was highly likely that he encountered some form of trouble. Moreover, considering that Yichen's plight stemmed from the Great Yin dynasty, he could not disregard it for emotional or logical reasons. Furthermore, during a prior absorption of a strand of the essence of the Great Dao, he had glimpsed a flourishing realm of cultivation, which contained a celestial abyss. If his previous speculations were correct, then these two celestial abysses could very well be one and the same. Yet, what transpired 3,000 years ago remains a mystery, as historical records contain no references to that time. He yearned to comprehend it all. His journey to the celestial abyss was imperative. The following morning, a call resounded outside the cold palace. Your Majesty, it is time for court. Within the palace, Su Changge gradually awakened from his meditative state. With a swift gesture of his hand, he summoned forth an ethereal essence, coalescing into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. This divine ability, known as transforming one into three, was unexpectedly employed for the affairs of state. Su Changge nodded at his doppelganger, who understood his intent. And then he exited the cold palace to address the matters of governance. After concluding his duties, he performed a swift transformation. The majestic dragon robe he donned morphed back into a simple white garment, and his previously restrained long hair flowed freely in the wind. In an instant, he transitioned from the solemnity of a sovereign to the ethereal grace of a cultivator. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he vanished from the cold palace. This time, he chose not to transport the palace itself, for his doppelganger remained, and the disappearance of such a colossal structure would likely incite considerable upheaval. When he re-emerged, he found himself above the celestial abyss, a chasm so profound that its depths were unfathomable. Yet, even with Su Changge's exploration using the power of dimensions, he could elicit no response from the abyss, as though it had become entirely detached from this world. Strangely, the entrance still lingered in the lower plane, preserving the last vestiges of connection. As Su Changge stepped into the abyss without hesitation, he he immediately sensed the reversal of space around him, where the concept of up and down, left and right, ceased to exist. If an ordinary person were to find themselves in such a realm, they would likely become utterly lost, unable to discern a path home for the entirety of their life. However, for Su Changge, no secrets lay hidden in this chaotic expanse. As the sovereign of this dimension, he possessed an unwavering awareness of its spatial coordinates, even amidst the boundless void. After briefly confirming his direction, he set off towards the opposite path. Here lay a desolate land, strewn with blackened, withered trees, as the scorching sun bore down upon the parched earth. The sight before him was one of ruin. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation in space erupted, distorting the very fabric of reality, and in an instant, a rift appeared between heaven and earth. As Su Changge stepped forth from the fissure, the fierce spatial turbulence gradually subsided. Is this truly the abyss? As he surveyed the surrounding desolation, a sense of ancient, forlorn energy enveloped him. What an eerie atmosphere! Within his perception, the spiritual energy in the air was alarmingly thin, overshadowed by an unknown aura of destruction permeating the space. Through his own experimentation, Su Changge discovered that this ominous essence could corrode one's consciousness. Thus, attempting to cultivate in such an environment would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, necessitating constant vigilance against the insidious encroachment of this destructive force. Doubt began to creep into Su Changge's mind regarding the visions he had witnessed within the Great Dao's spiritual resonance. This realm bore no resemblance to a flourishing era of cultivation. Rather, it appeared more akin to a dark age than a thriving dimension. Gradually, he extended his spiritual awareness to probe the surroundings. Suddenly, a familiar presence reached him. With a thought, Su Changge's form began to dissipate, leaving behind only a lingering echo, Heaven's punishment sword technique. Meanwhile, 100 breaths earlier, several kilometers away, a young man galloped through the wilderness, raising clouds of dust in his wake. Yet, the expression on his face remained tense, his sword held aloft as if to ward off an unseen threat. In an instant, a long sword descended from the sky, prompting him to react instinctively in defense. However, the spiritual blade abruptly changed course, with a sickening sound of steel meeting flesh. The horse beneath the young man let out a pained cry before collapsing, the force of impact throwing him off its back. As he regained his footing, he found himself surrounded by several figures clad in black. Ha ha ha! Lu Yun, you have nowhere left to run. Be sensible and hand over the Heaven's punishment sword technique. Perhaps we will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall experience what it truly means to suffer. The leader of the group, mockery evident in his voice, slowly sheathed his sword. Lu Yun, the young man in question, wore a countenance of despair. Damn it! Who leaked the news of the Heaven's punishment sword technique? However, faced with the current predicament, he realized that pondering such matters was futile. Standing tall, his expression resolute, he declared, "Dream on. You want the sword technique? Dream on. I would rather die than relinquish it to you." The black-clad men erupted into laughter. Die? Haha. You wish to die, but you must first see if we allow it. Trust me, if you do not surrender the technique, you will come to know the meaning of living a fate worse than death. Gritting his teeth at their arrogance, Lu Yun understood the overwhelming might of the sword technique. With his current strength, forcing its use could bring irreparable harm to himself. Yet, he realized that not utilizing it would surely lead to his demise. Thus, the Heaven's punishment sword technique began to operate silently within him. In an instant, the long sword in his hand devoured the last remnants of his spiritual energy like a whale gulping water. As his internal vitality dissipated, he felt the loss of his blood power. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With the last of his strength, Lu Yun swung his sword in a horizontal arc, unleashing a beam of white light that shot forth at lightning speed towards his assailants. The man directly in front of him felt a tingling sensation of danger creeping up his spine, but as he attempted to evade, he found himself immobilized by an overwhelming pressure, unable to move, and could only brace for the impending strike. "Help me," he shouted in desperation. But in that fleeting moment, before the others could react, the sword light crashed down. Boom. With a deafening roar, 3 men were sent flying. 2 of them landed and coughed up blood, struggling to rise, while the third, at the center of the sword's fury, was marked by a crimson line across his chest and lay lifeless on the ground in mere moments. The might of a single strike was terrifying, capable of grievously wounding 2 and killing 1. Kneeling on one knee, Lu Yun leaned on his sword to support his weakened body, his heart racing at the sight before him. The power of this sword technique was astounding. Yet, feeling the emptiness within him, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What a pity. With my current strength, unleashing it once is already pushing my limits. Even if I were to burn my life force, I could not wield a second strike. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly take them down with me today. The few who had survived were now drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, their clothes soaked with perspiration. It was terrifying, in that instant. They truly believed they were about to meet their end. Each of them was far stronger than Lu Yun, and had it not been for precaution, capturing such a weakling would not have warranted their personal involvement. No wonder their superiors held this sword technique in such high regard. At that moment, they finally set aside their underestimation, watching Lu Yun with newfound caution. Observing the weakened figure before him, Lu Yun yearned to charge forward and strike down a few more. But his exhausted body would not allow it. A determined expression crossed his face. "Master, your disciple is powerless. I fear I cannot save you." With that, he closed his eyes, summoning the last of his strength, and resolutely positioned the long sword against his neck. But suddenly, no matter how hard he tried, the sword would not budge. It seemed he was destined to endure torment. Despair washed over Lu Yun as he opened his eyes. What unfolded before him sent chills down his spine, yet a sense of exhilaration surged within him. In an instant, without warning, the remaining black-clad figures exploded into clouds of blood mist. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Why did you choose to wield the Heaven's Punishment Sword technique?" In the realm of the Yeqing Dao lineage, a crisis loomed over the sword hall. Upon hearing the news, Lu Yun felt a profound dread grip his heart. Could it be that this individual, too, was drawn by the allure of the sword art? As he inhaled the lingering scent of blood in the air, despair enveloped him. The five who had nearly subdued him without lifting a finger had, upon encountering this person, uttered not a single word before their souls fled in terror. If this man sought the divine sword of heavenly punishment, then Lu Yun was destined for death this day. This sword art is a treasure passed down through our lineage, never to be divulged. If you wish to obtain it, esteemed elder, then you might as well slay me now. With that, Lu Yun shut his eyes once more, adopting a stance of noble sacrifice. Suddenly, Su Changge flicked his fingers, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into Lu Yun's body. Instantly, clarity surged through Lu Yun's mind, as a wave of vitality flowed from his abdomen, gradually spreading throughout his being. In a fleeting moment, the vitality he had expended while forcibly employing the sword art was entirely restored. What an extraordinary technique! Lu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Fear not, for I do not seek the sword of heavenly punishment. I merely wish to discover how you acquired this art," Su Changge stated calmly. Lu Yun sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on Su Changge's ethereal figure clad in white. Gradually, Lu Yun sheathed his sword, and after a brief contemplation, he bowed and expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. As for the sword of heavenly punishment, I, too, am unaware of its precise origins. However, I once heard my master mention that it was passed down to our ancestors over a century ago by a great master. It has since been handed down through generations, and I am now the fourth in line." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Su Changge's understanding deepened. At his level of cultivation, it was inconceivable for a Qi refinement practitioner to deceive him. This meant that the sword of heavenly punishment was indeed imparted by Yi Chun, and the timeline matched perfectly. This indicated that their lineage might possess a lead on Yi Chun. However, observing Lu Yun's half-knowledge, it seemed that his insights were quite limited. "Why are you in this desolate wilderness?" Su Changge inquired. At this, Lu Yun's expression darkened, a sense of relief quickly replaced by gloom. "My master was taken by the Dragon Clan." "The Dragon Clan?" Su Changge replied, astonished. Could it be that even the depths of this abyss held such beings? Indeed, although my master reassured me not to worry before his departure, shortly thereafter, I sensed that I was being targeted. Thus, I resolved to seek assistance from my uncle in another city. However, I never anticipated that these pursuers would be so formidable. Even the strength of a dragon horse could not shake them off. Fortunately, I encountered you, esteemed elder. As Lu Yun spoke, a thought crossed his mind. It appeared that the elder bore no ill will towards them, and there seemed to be an unusual connection between him and their legendary ancestor. Perhaps. He then gently proposed, "If you wish to learn more, esteemed elder, perhaps you could accompany me to consult my uncle, who surely knows more." Su Changge, perceiving Lu Yun's subtle intentions, chose not to expose them directly. Lu Yun's character bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chun's, intelligent, loyal, though perhaps lacking in innate talent. "Very well. Let us proceed. Direct me to the location," Su Changge instructed. Location? Although Lu Yun was unsure of Su Changge's intentions, he nonetheless indicated the direction. In the next moment, Lu Yun felt the scenery before him dissolve into an illusion, yet this illusion lasted but an instant. Suddenly, the world around him brightened. However, the sight before him made him question his very existence. Before them stood a grand city, unwavering in its magnificence. Not far ahead loomed the city gates, inscribed with the words, Kata City. Is this where we are? Upon hearing Su Changge's voice, Lu Yun dazedly nodded, his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Based on his experience, the distance from where they had just been to this place was surely several hundred kilometers. To traverse such a distance in an instant, was this not the mark of true immortals? Could it be that his ancestor truly knew beings of such divine stature? For a moment, Lu Yun found himself engulfed in doubt. Yet, the next instant, Su Changge's words jolted him back to reality. Come now, do not dawdle. Your master awaits you. With that, Lu Yun snapped out of his stupor, hastily leading Su Changge towards the sword hall of his uncle, the Mingxin Sword Hall. However, upon their arrival, Su Changge astutely sensed a tumultuous energy within the courtyard. Just 15 minutes prior, within the Mingxin Sword Hall, a young man stood at the center of the training ground. Strangely, he bore dragon-like horns upon his head, and his arms resembled those of a dragon's claws, an eerie sight indeed. Surrounding him lay the hall's disciples, sprawled across the ground, their auras faint, likely to become crippled in their future endeavors. The youth laughed boisterously. Is this the Mingxin Sword Hall? A bunch of worthless fools couldn't withstand even a single strike. Perhaps it should be renamed the Hall of Worthlessness. His laughter echoed as he unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the plaque bearing the name of the hall. With the plaque's destruction, the hall's master finally reacted, utterly unprepared for such a swift turn of events. Everything had transpired too quickly for him to comprehend. The disciples had united in their efforts, yet they failed to withstand even a single blow from their assailant. Even he, a seasoned master, would struggle to achieve such a feat. His expression darkened as he gazed at the young man in the arena. Yet, the youth continued to mock him, fixating his derisive gaze upon the master. What a pity. After such a long period without fighting, I've become somewhat rusty. I couldn't even finish off this group of waste. What a shame. Unable to endure further, the master gripped his sword, gathering spiritual energy, and declared, Since you show no mercy, even if it is said that I am bullying the weak, I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, the energy surged forth from his sword, propelling it toward the youth with immense momentum. Bang! A resounding clash echoed through the arena as dust was violently kicked up, enveloping the area in a haze. All eyes were fixated on the swirling smoke, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, a dragon claw emerged from the mist, darting toward the master with lightning speed. Without surprise, the dragon claw struck true, sending the master hurtling several meters back, crashing to the ground. The youth casually wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth and uttered a phrase that caused the master's heart to seize in terror. Is that all? It seems the Mingxin Sword Hall lacks anyone proficient in the Sword of Heavenly Punishment. In that case, I shall not hold back. As his words fell, a fierce glint ignited in the youth's eyes. He tightened his claws once more, charging at the master anew. At that moment, the young man was seized by a sudden chill, his hair standing on end. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped his heart. His instincts screamed in alarm. Do not move. Absolutely do not move. This sensation sent shivers down his spine. A moment of enlightenment shattered the boundaries of despair. The door creaked open, and with it, the oppressive aura dissipated into the ether. Yet, at that instant, the young man's garments were already soaked with cold sweat. With a body that felt somewhat rigid, he turned to face the source of the sound. There, framed by the doorway, stood Su Changge, clad in snow-white robes, exuding an ethereal grace. In that fleeting moment, the young man felt every hair on his body stand on end. Who are you? He bellowed, though his voice trembled with an underlying fear. Master Uncle, Lu Yun suddenly exclaimed, rushing toward the fallen figure on the ground. Lu Yun, the young man's pupils constricted. How could he be here? Hadn't someone been pursuing him? Instinctively, he reached out to seize Lu Yun, only to find an invisible force binding him, rendering him immobile. Master Uncle, are you all right? Who is that person who has injured you so grievously? Lu Yun anxiously helped his master to his feet. Yunner, be cautious. That person is after the sword technique. The mention of the sword technique sent a tremor through Lu Yun's heart, a wave of helplessness washing over him. His master had been taken, his uncle was in peril, and he himself had been targeted, all due to his own inadequacy. The weakness of his lineage weighed heavily upon him. Casting a resentful glance at the young man nearby, Lu Yun hesitated to act. He understood that someone capable of defeating his uncle was far beyond his reach. The only reason he had not yet been attacked was likely due to the elder's presence. The young man glanced at Lu Yun and then cast a wary look at Su Changge. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke with trepidation, "Esteemed one, I am well aware of your profound cultivation, but my mission is under the orders of the Dragon Clan. Their commands surpass all else. I implore you not to interfere." Yet, Su Changge paid him no heed and turned to Lu Yun, speaking slowly, "I will not interfere in your matters." A surge of elation erupted within the young man. This was beneficial. Clearly, the Dragon Clan's reputation could still command respect from some powerful beings. After all, the Dragon Clan was a formidable force in the lower realms, renowned and capable of subduing many nefarious entities. "Esteemed one." Lu Yun's heart tightened at the words. A bitter smile crept across his face. Indeed. Even if the elder had ties to their ancestor, that was a matter of a century past. How could he, an elder, confront such a colossal entity as the Dragon Clan on their behalf? The fact that he had intervened to save him was already an act of great kindness. He could not ask for more. However, glancing at his uncle, who lay in agony on the ground, a flicker of despair ignited within Lu Yun. If even his uncle could not prevail, how could he? Just then, a sudden voice stirred hope within him once more. "While I will not involve myself in your battle, I can bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity." As Su Changge's words fell, he extended his fingers, gently pressing them against Lu Yun's forehead. Boom! A torrent of vast spiritual energy surged into Lu Yun's body, cleansing his meridians and marrow. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him, his essence soaring to new heights. The momentum of his breakthrough was swift and unyielding, culminating at the 9th level of Qi refinement before gradually coming to a halt. Lu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the immense spiritual energy coursing within him, an overwhelming joy flooding his heart. After a brief moment of realization, he slowly bowed to Su Changge. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your guidance. I shall not disappoint your expectations." He comprehended that the elder was not intimidated by the Dragon Clan's might. Rather, he sought to elevate and refine him through this opportunity. He had misjudged the elder's intentions. With newfound determination, Lu Yun began to approach the young man. Yet, his uncle watched on with trepidation. After all, he too was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. And even he had been unable to last a single exchange against this opponent. Lu Yun had only just achieved his breakthrough. How could he possibly contend? Moreover, it was evident that the elder had made it clear he would not intervene. As Lu Yun stepped closer, the young man's face twisted into a sinister grin. With a sudden surge, he unleashed a tremendous force. The uncle's heart sank. Indeed, this young man was a foundation establishment cultivator. With his energy swirling, the young man's claws shimmered ominously, his scales glistening vividly. He was clearly employing his full strength now. Without further ado, he lunged at Lu Yun, his claws poised for attack. At that moment, Lu Yun was fully prepared. His spiritual sword blazed with brilliance, a beam of sword energy erupting forth. Imbued with the might of divine retribution, charging toward the young man. Having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could finally begin to unleash the powers of the heavenly punishment sword technique. In an instant, the young man's aura was locked onto, with no retreat or evasion possible. He could only raise his arms, choosing to counterattack in defense against the sword's onslaught. Yet, how could mere mortal strength withstand the force of divine punishment? Boom! Dust and debris filled the air once more. However, this time, the dragon-formed youth was sent flying from the cloud of dust, crashing onto the training platform with a thunderous thud. He coughed up blood, and at once, his formidable aura dissipated. He was left devoid of any vitality. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, determining both victory and fate. Even Lu Yun, who had unleashed that sword, stood frozen, staring blankly at his long sword. The power of that strike was truly terrifying, transcending an entire realm to cleave his foe in two. Not bad. Su Changge observed Lu Yun with satisfaction, nodding slowly. Yet, the uncle was left in utter disbelief. This Yuner actually defeated a foundation establishment cultivator with a single sword. His heart was tumultuous with shock. The heavenly punishment sword technique was indeed formidable. No wonder so many were willing to risk their lives to obtain it. Meanwhile, the other students reacted differently. Having never encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, they could not grasp the vast chasm between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. Thus, their focus remained on Lu Yun's cultivation level. The eminent figure beside Lu Yun had so effortlessly elevated him to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such prowess seemed divine. How astonishing! Who was this esteemed figure? They gasped. With a gentle gesture, he had assisted Lu Yun in achieving what they all aspired to. It was nothing short of terrifying. In that moment, The awe and reverence in their gazes towards Su Changge were akin to that of deities, filled with admiration and veneration. In the midst of chaos, the clash of the dragon and phoenix unfolds. Su Changge perceives the faint breaths of his disciples and, after a moment of contemplation, waves his long sleeves. Instantly, luminous elixirs descend into the hands of the gathered. The disciples exchange astonished glances, but soon comprehension dawns upon them, and delight flickers across their weary faces. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Without hesitation, they consume the pills, which dissolve upon contact, sending a warm current coursing through their meridians. Where this warmth flows, their injuries mend, even surpassing their previous states of health. In mere moments, their eyes flutter open, and the astonishment in their expressions is palpable. With their meridians now reinforced, their future cultivation promises to be swifter than the arduous struggle they previously faced. The guild master, feeling the vitality of his disciples' return, finds his eyes alight with gratitude. He bows deeply to Su Changge, exclaiming, "Thank you for your life-giving grace." Su Changge gestures dismissively. "It is of no consequence. Find a quiet place. I have inquiries for you." "Yes, esteemed elder," he replies. Soon, Su Changge and his two companions arrive at the parlor. Su Changge takes a seat at the head, with the guild master settling beside him. "From whom did your lineage inherit the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique?" The master, not daring to deceive nor hesitate, responds directly, "It was passed down by our ancestral master." "Who is your ancestral master?" "Yichen." Realization dawns upon Su Changge, confirming that the doctrine indeed originates from Yichen. After a moment of contemplation, he prompts, "Please recount the events related to Yichen." "Certainly." The master agrees, gathering his thoughts before slowly beginning his tale. Over 3 centuries ago, the dragon and phoenix clans were embroiled in relentless conflict, and then they vanished. As the master concludes his narrative, Su Changge gains insight into the history of this realm. There are 18 cities, each historically governed by the dragon and phoenix clans. However, their incessant strife has plunged the cities into ceaseless warfare, leaving no respite. This turmoil persisted until 3 centuries ago, when Yichen's rise inexplicably eased the hostilities, ushering in a brief period of peace for the cities. Yet, this tranquility was not to last. 100 years ago, Yichen mysteriously disappeared, only to return gravely injured. During his convalescence, he encountered their lineage and imparted the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique. After recovering, he vanished once more, a disappearance that has endured to this day. Following Yichen's absence, the Dragon Clan frequently sought those within their lineage who wielded the technique, yet they never demanded its surrender until this year. What transpired between Yichen and the Dragon and Phoenix clans? What incited their conflict? Why did the Dragon Clan only turn hostile a century after Yichen's disappearance? What occurred during Yichen's final absence? A multitude of enigmas remains unsolved, with the key to their resolution pointing towards the Dragon Clan. Su Changge gazes at Master Lu Yun and inquires, "Do you know where the Dragon Clan resides?" However, before the master can respond, Lu Yun interjects. Having conducted extensive research on the Dragon Clan in his quest to find his master, he explains, the Dragon Clan does not inhabit the same realm as we do. To reach their domain, there exists but one method, provided you lack a specific location, to cross the Dragon Gate. Lu Yun glances at Su Changge before elaborating on the Dragon Gate. Rather than a gate, it is more akin to a rift in space, a fissure that leads to the Dragon Clan. There are a total of 18 gates in this realm, with 9 belonging to the Dragon Clan and 9 to the Phoenix Clan. This division accounts for the 18 cities. Only at the site of the Dragon Gate can the destructive aura of the world be dispelled, preventing its insidious influence from corrupting one's mind. However, this also signifies that the cities must accept the dominion of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Each gate permits only one passage per year. Yet, the abundant spiritual energy within the Dragon Clan's realm continues to attract countless cultivators. Thus, the opening of the Dragon Gate inevitably draws numerous powerful individuals to the cities. Lu Yun's aim is to enlist his master's assistance to enter the Dragon Gate and rescue his teacher. After a moment of reflection, Su Changge queries, "How long until the Dragon Gate opens?" If it were a prolonged wait, he would need to seek alternative solutions. Fortunately, the master replies, "The next opening is in 7 days. If you wish to visit the Dragon Clan, you may consider residing in this sword pavilion until then." Without hesitation, Su Changge agrees, recognizing the lack of other leads and deciding to rest for a couple of days. As night falls, the sky is devoid of starlight, and darkness envelopes the land. Su Changge meditates in the room prepared for him, adjusting his breath. The spiritual energy in this realm is exceedingly sparse. Reaching the foundational stage may well be the limit of this world. Should he unleash his cultivation, the thin spiritual energy of the entire city would be swiftly depleted. After concluding his meditation, he opens his eyes to the pitch-black night, contemplating deeply. Is it the Dragon Clan? No, it is not that he underestimates them. In this realm of meager spiritual energy, even if the energy were denser beyond the Dragon Gate, the nascent soul stage would likely be the pinnacle achievable here. With the Heavenly Punishment Spirit Sword technique and his Golden Core cultivation, Yichen should possess the strength to contend even against ordinary nascent souls. The Dragon and Phoenix clans could not have easily abducted Yichen without a trace. Furthermore, it appears that their relationship with Yichen was not entirely antagonistic, suggesting the involvement of another force. Suddenly, Su Changge's gaze sharpens, as if piercing through the endless veil of darkness to perceive something. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying aura pervades the entire city, followed by a resounding demand that reverberates in every heart. Lu Yun, surrender the Heavenly Punishment Spirit Sword technique, or I shall spare you but a wretched existence. The true Heavenly Punishment Spirit Sword technique is the Dragon Gate contest hopeless. At the stroke of midnight, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire city. Accompanied by a thunderous shout, countless individuals were disturbed from their tranquil meditations. Yet, not a soul dared to voice a rebuttal, nor did anyone dare to light a lamp. The city was engulfed in an eerie silence. However, the intruder swiftly pinpointed the location of the sword pavilion, descending gracefully from the sky. Inside the pavilion, the disciples had already gathered swiftly under the leadership of the pavilion master. As the newcomer touched the ground, they were met by dozens of disciples, as well as Yi Chun and his uncle. In the next instant, a suffocating aura of the Golden Core realm erupted. The disciples were instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. The uncle's face turned as pale as death. The Golden Core. Damn it. He had never anticipated that within a mere day, they would send another Golden Core expert to attack. They had made no preparations whatsoever. The visitor, however, merely regarded the two standing figures with a calm expression. No, it should be said that he was looking at Lu Yun. With a nonchalant tone, he spoke. So, you have reached the 9th level of Qi training. No wonder the Dragon Clan's lot failed. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Yet, your master's strength is mediocre, though his words are quite defiant. I wonder if you possess the same audacity as your master. Be sensible and hand over the Heavenly Punishment Spirit Sword technique, and I can grant you and your master a swift end. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and the long sword in his hand glimmered fiercely. Damn it, what have you done to my master? Simultaneously, he swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a sword energy imbued with the might of heavenly punishment. But just as it was about to reach the opponent, the latter raised an arm, and the sword energy seemed to strike an invisible barrier. It dissipated with a thunderous roar. Yet, a flicker of madness slowly ignited in the opponent's eyes. The Heavenly Punishment Spirit Sword technique is truly profound. You are merely at the 9th level of Qi training. And yet this sword's power is likely beyond that of even a foundation establishment cultivator. As he spoke, an even more terrifying aura surged forth, overwhelming everyone in an instant, making even breathing feel laborious. Lu Yun thrust his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee, barely able to maintain his stance against the tremendous pressure. Nevertheless, his eyes remained fixed on the opponent, filled with murderous intent intertwined with an unmistakable sense of despair. The disparity in realms was too great. Even the Heavenly Punishment Spirit Sword technique could not bridge such a monumental gap. At that moment, a delicate voice floated down from the sky. Stand up. Yet, that seemingly light voice sent shivers down the intruder's spine. He slowly turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold a figure clad in snow-white garments, resembling a celestial being, having appeared not far from them. Su Changge's gaze was icy and indifferent. The intruder felt an immediate chill, as if plunged into an icy abyss. In his perception, this person was completely undetectable, had it not been for the voice. He might not have even realized that another was present, even if a sword were plunged into him. The killing intent emanating from those cold eyes sent a wave of terror through him. As senior, I am a disciple of the Ling Yun sect. I am here to apprehend Lu Yun, as per the sect's orders. I am merely acting on orders. However, Su Changge paid him no heed. Instead, he stared expressionlessly at the kneeling Lu Yun. Lu Yun, under immense pressure, gradually released his grip on the sword and shakily stood up. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the newcomer. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, fury, and an unyielding resolve. Su Changge nodded in satisfaction, beckoning with his hand, causing the sword embedded in the ground to float into his grasp. He then spoke calmly. Watch closely. This is the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique. As his words fell, the sword in his hand surged with radiant light, illuminating the entire sword pavilion as if it were broad daylight. An immense sword intent permeated the pavilion. And at that moment, everything, the wind, the grass, the leaves, seemed to transform into blades. The sharpness of the intent distorted the surrounding space. In the next instant, a brilliant white sword light erupted with the force of heavenly punishment. Wherever the sword light passed, the very fabric of space appeared to shatter under its might. It then crashed into the intruder. Yet, under Su Changge's control, the sword light did not explode immediately. Instead, it left a trail of spatial rifts as it soared into the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous sound, the inexorable force of heavenly punishment erupted. In an instant, rifts appeared in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing like a shattered mirror. Chaotic spatial currents surged forth, disrupting the entire sky. The world changed color in an instant. As the sword light shattered in the sky, it transformed into countless specks of white light, scattering above the city. In a moment, the brilliant white light completely dispelled the night-esque gloom, illuminating the entire city as if it were day. The previously overwhelming pressure dissipated like smoke. Yichen, who had been struggling to stay upright, collapsed to the ground once more. Gazing up at the boundless might in the sky, Lu Yun felt a profound sense of awe. Is this truly the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique? Could I truly reach this level one day? The youthful pride he had felt from his recent cultivation advancement evaporated in an instant. Su Changge glanced at Lu Yun, calmly instructing the others, help him down to rest. He then quietly departed amidst the gazes of admiration from the crowd. At that moment, the city erupted into a fervor. As the tyrannical aura faded away, families ignited their lamps and ventured outside, chattering excitedly about the fleeting light of day. The streets were soon ablaze with light and filled with the sounds of lively conversation. Resembling a bustling market, the shock still lingered in the eyes of the crowd. This individual's strength was undoubtedly above the foundation establishment realm. No foundation establishment cultivator could produce such a formidable presence. If I am not mistaken, that sword energy must have originated from the Jiming Sword Pavilion. I never expected such a powerful figure to emerge from that small sword pavilion. Suddenly, a sigh broke through the chatter. Alas, what a pity. With such a high-ranking individual here, our hopes for the Dragon Gate contest are all but dashed. Upon hearing this, the street fell into an abrupt silence. The Dragon Gate was their only hope for a breakthrough in cultivation. If there was even the slightest chance, they would not easily give up. Yet, if he truly intended to participate in the Dragon Gate contest, it seemed they had no opportunity whatsoever. However, there might still be a chance if they hastened to other cities. In that moment, the crowd exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. The contest of the Dragon Gate. Unarmed, the Dragon Gate is opened. 7 days later, in the early morning, a sound of footsteps approached, and Su Changge, seated in meditation upon his bed, slowly opened his eyes. Outside the door, the voice of Lu Yun resonated. Senior, today marks the day of the Dragon Gate's descent. At noon, the Dragon Gate will appear, and the contest will commence. With that, Su Changge rose from his bed, and the door opened of its own accord. Casting a glance at the prepared Lu Yun, he stepped forward, saying, "Let us go." Lu Yun, upon noticing Su Changge pass by, lifted his head and followed suit. At this moment, the city of Kado was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, as the impending Dragon Gate contest loomed closer with each passing day. The atmosphere had intensified to its peak on this day. Throughout the streets and alleys, everyone stood still, awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate contest diverged from traditional martial arts competitions. It resembled a race where participants could hinder one another, striving to reach the finish line first while preventing others from doing so. The Dragon Gate would manifest at noon above the city, marking the commencement of the competition. As soon as it descended, the contest would begin, with no restrictions on methods. The contest would conclude once the first individual entered the Dragon Gate. However, prior to the Dragon Gate's arrival, no one was permitted to ascend into the air. This rule was primarily due to the unpredictable nature of the Dragon Gate's appearance. As time passed, an increasing number of formidable individuals congregated in the central square of the city, seeking to minimize the influence of luck on their chances. The day unfolded similarly, with the crowd growing louder and more boisterous. Suddenly, silence enveloped the world, as all eyes turned towards a figure at the end of the road. Su Changge appeared in a flowing white robe, his long hair billowing without a breeze, his expression serene, resembling a celestial being. Beside him stood Lu Yun, clad in battle attire and exuding a resolute demeanor. As the two arrived, The once noisy square fell utterly silent, 100 onlookers rendered speechless. Through their inquiries over the past few days, they had learned of this individual, his strength unknown, his intentions unclear, and his name a mystery. Yet, they knew he was the one who had unleashed a sword strike powerful enough to alter the heavens. Thoughts swirled among the crowd, yet Su Changge remained unfazed. He gazed ahead and stepped forward, causing everyone to avert their eyes in deference. Miraculously, a path began to form through the throng as he advanced. Eventually, both men reached the center of the square and came to a halt under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Despite their varied thoughts, none dared to utter a word. In this peculiar atmosphere, time gradually approached noon. In an instant, a beam of light pierced the heavens, and a spatial rift emerged within it. A dense aura of spiritual energy poured forth, swiftly dissipating the ominous atmosphere that had enveloped the city. In that moment, numerous cultivators soared into the sky, racing towards the Dragon Gate. Yet, an odd scene unfolded in the square. With the appearance of the Dragon Gate, the crowd hesitated momentarily. It was only after confirming that Su Changge remained still that they began to employ their techniques. They were acutely aware that a chance to leap through the Dragon Gate was far too precious to gamble with their lives. Once they recognized that Su Changge posed no threat to those ascending, they dared to act. However, in that fleeting moment of uncertainty, Lu Yun had already surged far ahead. At the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, he stood as one of the foremost competitors in this environment. In an instant, Lu Yun led countless cultivators in pursuit of the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, Su Changge remained calm, awaiting the outcome, his intentions veering away from the contest itself. As anticipated, with an advantageous head start, Lu Yun effortlessly entered the Dragon Gate, his unparalleled strength ensuring his success. The radiant beam of light in the sky gradually faded, along with Lu Yun's presence as he crossed the threshold. Su Changge glanced at the vanishing spatial rift, then, with a subtle shift of his consciousness, he ascended into the air, his white robe billowing in the wind. The crowd murmured in speculation, wondering what the elder intended after the conclusion of the contest. One individual, lost in thought, vocalized the collective curiosity. Yet, as they exchanged glances, they remained puzzled. Then, a voice murmured, could he be attempting to reopen the Dragon Gate? Instantly, all attention turned towards him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the man shivered and hastily retorted, impossible. To reopen the Dragon Gate is an absurdity beyond belief. Even if the elder is at the Golden Core stage, it cannot be done, right? You all agree, don't you? Yet, the crowd paid him no heed. Their focus returned to the slowly ascending figure of Su Changge. Finally, he halted in midair and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the void around him. Within his perception, the mark he had left lingered at a specific coordinate. In the next moment, Su Changge abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with spiritual light. A surge of energy radiating from him, a trace of Taoist essence swirling within. With a decisive step forward, the world around him transformed. The clear sky darkening as thunder rumbled ominously. A rush of dark clouds swiftly rolled in, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the sky. The onlookers' expressions shifted as they felt their bodies plummet under the weight of the atmosphere. Get down. Our strength is insufficient to withstand such pressure, they cried. If we delay, we risk a catastrophic end. However, this pressure posed no threat to Su Changge's actions. To him, it was but a feather's weight, insignificant. In the next instant, he extended his hands, his thoughts coalescing into boundless sword intent. An overwhelming will radiated outward. Open. In that moment, the light of the world distorted under the influence of space. A rift emerged from Su Changge's hands, the size expanding as he spread his arms wide. Finally, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a radiant beam of light reemerged, once again pouring forth a rich and familiar spiritual energy into the city. How is this possible? The Dragon Gate. That is the true Dragon Gate. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be. How could such a powerful cultivator exist? To tear open the Dragon Gate with bare hands, truly, a celestial being walking the earth. As Su Changge gazed upon the rift in space before her, sensing the familiar aura emanating from the other side, she stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and entered. A radiant beam of light flashed, and as Lu Yun regained his vision, a diverse assembly of individuals came into view, all scrutinizing him with fervent whispers. Is this the person who has crossed the Dragon Gate this year? They appear remarkably youthful. You know nothing. Crossing the Dragon Gate is a testament to one's strength. The younger they are, the greater their innate talent. Yet, it seems that individuals from the Dragon Clan have also arrived. Such prodigious talents are destined to elude us. Amidst the crowd, two individuals with vibrant red hair approached. Greetings, we are representatives of the Fire Dragon Clan. sent by our chieftain to invite the youthful talents who have crossed the Dragon Gate. Lu Yun's brow furrowed. The Dragon Clan had taken his master, and thus his sentiments towards them were far from amiable. However, the situation appeared to have grown unexpectedly complex, as these individuals seemed entirely unaware of him, as if they were not part of the same faction that had previously confronted him. Realizing he was on unfamiliar territory, Lu Yun refrained from speaking further and instead scanned the area for Su Changge's arrival. The youth, noticing his gaze, smiled and remarked, "There's no need to wait. The Dragon Gate's teleportation corresponds to specific tribes. One city corresponds to one tribe, so no second individual will arrive within a short period." Just as he finished speaking, a colossal beam of light pierced the heavens, crashing down beside Lu Yun. Su Changge, unruffled, emerged slowly from the rift, causing the expressions of both Lu Yun and the observers to stiffen in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The number and positions of the Dragon Gates are fixed today. All 9 Dragon Gates have already completed their transmissions. How could there be a newcomer? Yet, the 2 from the Dragon Clan quickly processed the situation, sensing a presence they could not fully comprehend, as if the newcomer had melded with the very essence of the cosmos. Exchanging glances, they realized they were in the presence of a remarkable individual. "Esteemed one, I am here on behalf of the Fire Dragon Clan. If you do not mind, please follow us to meet the chieftain. I am certain he will provide answers to your inquiries." Su Changge's gaze sharpened. He discerned that these 2 were indeed transformed dragons, albeit at a foundational level. Contemplating their words, he nodded in agreement, wishing to glean information from the Dragon Clan regarding Yi Chun, with whom he had only a nebulous connection. Seeing Su Changge's acquiescence, the 2 from the Dragon Clan felt a surge of joy. To cultivate a rapport with such a formidable being would undoubtedly herald splendid tidings for them. In an instant, the duo transformed into 2 magnificent red dragons, beckoning him with words, "Please, follow us." They soared ahead, leading the way. Riding was out of the question. The Dragon Clan held their pride dearly and would only permit their own esteemed individuals or those they deemed worthy to mount them. Not long after, they arrived at a grand estate, where the dragons reverted to human form and gently descended. "Please wait here. We shall invite the chieftain. He is always eager to befriend the strong and will surely be delighted to meet you," they declared before bowing and departing. Meanwhile, within the main hall, a middle-aged man with striking red hair bore a serious expression that subtly betrayed a hint of helplessness. "Uncle, please let me go. Look, I have already reached the foundational stage. I'm sure I can manage." A young girl, appearing around 13 or 14, gazed at him with pleading eyes. "I have made it clear, it is not negotiable. Your father and I are close friends, and your mother entrusted you to my care. The conflict between the Dragon and Phoenix clans has escalated, and even I cannot guarantee my safety on the battlefield. Therefore, until you can defeat me, you shall remain within the Fire Dragon clan," he replied sternly. The girl pouted, sulking. "Defeat you? You always use your superior strength to bully me." Noticing the young girl's discontent, she approached him and clung to his arm, pleading, "Just let me go out to play. I promise I won't wander far." Yet the man remained unmoved. "No." The girl, frustrated, turned away. Just as the man contemplated offering comfort, a voice called from outside the window, "Chieftain, we have matters to report." With a resigned sigh, he glanced at the still pouting girl. "Speak." Upon receiving a reply, they exchanged glances before continuing. "Today, as the Dragon Gate opened, an additional gate was unexpectedly activated beyond the 9 gates of our tribe, resulting in 2 individuals arriving, one of whom possesses unfathomable strength. We have brought them to the reception hall." The middle-aged man pondered this, casting a glance at the silent girl. "Cece, you have inherited your father's talents perfectly. Surpassing me is merely a matter of time, and that day is not far off. Rest well for now. I must attend to urgent matters." With that, he exited, unaware of the sly glint in the girl's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Changge sat in the reception hall, savoring the cool tea in his hand, when heavy footsteps approached. As the door swung open, a robust middle-aged man entered, but his expression froze upon seeing Su Changge, whose strength eluded his comprehension. This was an unprecedented situation. No matter how adept one was at concealing their aura, it was impossible to have no presence at all. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable powerhouse. A tumult of emotions surged within the man as he hastily clasped his fists in greeting. "Esteemed one, I am Ao Lai, the chieftain of the Fire Dragon clan. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our clan?" Su Changge, maintaining a neutral demeanor, simply posed his question. "Do you know Yi Chun?" "Yi Chun? The middle-aged man's face brightened with a smile. To be honest, Yuchen and I are close friends. It has been around 300 years since Yuchen crossed the Dragon Gate and arrived at our Fire Dragon clan. Please feel free to ask anything. I shall answer without reservation. Oh, a spark of interest ignited in Su Changge's eyes. Close friends? It seems this journey may not be in vain after all. Above the firmament, refining heaven and earth. Indeed, when Yuchen leaped over the Dragon Gate and arrived at the Flame Dragon tribe, I was among those responsible for his reception. As Ao Lai recounted the tale, Su Changge gleaned some information. After crossing the Dragon Gate, Yuchen joined the Flame Dragon tribe, where he made friends, cultivated his skills, and engaged in battles. During this period, he and Ao Lai became close friends. However, Yuchen later departed from the Flame Dragon tribe to venture towards the heart of the Dragon clan. Following this, he resolved the conflict between the Dragon and Phoenix and subsequently vanished. Overall, apart from learning about Yuchen's trajectory, Ao Lai divulged no further information. Su Changge cast a thoughtful glance at the fervent Ao Lai, pondering how much he might be concealing. At that moment, Ao Lai finished reminiscing about the past, and, noticing the darkening sky, spoke with enthusiasm. As you are newcomers to our Dragon clan, the day is drawing to a close. Why not stay in our residence for a couple of days? Su Changge readily agreed. Very well. Ao Lai replied promptly, please wait a moment. I shall arrange rooms for both of you. That evening, as the endless night descended upon the sky, Su Changge sat cross-legged on his bed. Upon arriving in this realm, he sensed a familiar aura but lacked the time to investigate thoroughly. Now, he decided to discern the situation. With his eyes closed and focused, his primordial spirit soared upward. Soon, he broke through the dark veil of night to reach the firmament above, to explore the anomalies of heaven and earth. The most direct method was to examine the state of the Great Dao. However, upon reaching this realm, the scene before him was far from what he had anticipated. The atmosphere was saturated with the essence of the Great Dao, yet the spiritual resonance was utterly absent, indistinguishable from the lower realms. Su Changge's heart steadied. His earlier conjecture proved correct. 3,000 years ago, the Jinwu continent was undoubtedly a flourishing age of cultivation, and this abyss was a remnant from that era. As the master of this realm, could he refine this space? But where was the spirit of the Great Dao? After searching diligently, he found no trace of it. Such a situation could arise only if this realm lacked the spirit of the Great Dao, or if it were concealed somewhere. Yet, it could not be above this firmament. Otherwise, he would have detected it. Contemplating this, Su Changge observed the pervasive aura of the Great Dao. He then focused his thoughts, gradually extending his consciousness to refine the surrounding essence. In an instant, the colors of the world shifted. The ancient darkness that had shrouded the heavens dissipated in a heartbeat. Endless starlight cascaded down to the earth. A colossal mist-draped dragon emerged slowly from the east, its scales vivid and glimmering under the luminous stars, embodying an unimaginable power. Following this, a snow-white ice crystal phoenix appeared from the west, its flight showering starlight as if the Milky Way descended upon the mortal realm, subtly responding to the eastern dragon. Together, they soared above the Flame Dragon tribe, intertwining in a magnificent display, racing toward the full moon, a splendid spectacle of dragon and phoenix playing with jewels. The grandeur of this celestial phenomenon and its breathtaking beauty were beyond description. Everyone in the Flame Dragon tribe, including the dragons, looked up in awe at this incredible sight. Ao Lai's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The stars had emerged, heralding a momentous event. With his keen insight, he discerned that the dragon and phoenix were manifestations of the natural gathering of spiritual energy, celebrating together. However, according to the elder's words, since the inception of the abyss, the firmament had been chaotic, and starlight could not penetrate it to reach the abyss. Yet, the brilliance before him completely overturned his understanding. Suddenly, Ao Lai realized something and turned his gaze towards Su Changge's room. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Clan's sacred hall, a violent tremor rippled through the elder's resting place. The Dragon King rushed over, finding the elder standing in midair, gazing at the starry sky. An ancient voice resonated slowly. A change is upon us. It will either be prosperity or ruin. A great transformation of the world is imminent. Be prepared for the worst. It seems the conflict between the dragon and phoenix is nearing its conclusion. After speaking, the elder cast his gaze toward the Phoenix clan, murmuring, "Old friend, I wonder if you still live." At that moment, within the Phoenix clan, a resplendent and beautiful woman also gazed in the direction of the Dragon clan's elder. Their eyes seemed to transcend thousands of kilometers to meet. In a hidden corner of the Dragon clan, several individuals observed the celestial phenomenon and engaged in hushed discussions. The fifth brother has not returned for days, something must have happened. With the celestial anomaly unfolding, our plans cannot afford to wait. We must act swiftly. Prepare yourselves. There is no need to wait for the fifth brother. When the time is right, we shall proceed. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these individuals all possessed golden core cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Flame Dragon tribe, Ao Lai's expression darkened significantly. A peculiar sensation gradually dissipated from his mind. Damn it! It's Cece's teleportation talisman. In an instant, a massive red dragon appeared, its thunderous roar echoing across the sky. Yet, as Ao Lai attempted to fly away, he was uncertain of the direction he should take. Another roar followed, but this time it was tinged with a sense of desolation rather than rage. After the roar, the dragon's form slowly faded, and Ao Lai's human form re-emerged. Damn it! Ao Lai stomped the ground fiercely, causing cracks to spread across the earth. He had no idea where Cece was. Even with his golden core cultivation, he found himself powerless to assist her. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Ao Lai. He glanced once more towards Su Changge's room. He can open the dragon gate himself, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Given his previous interest in Yichun, there might still be hope. With this thought, Ao Lai rushed towards Su Changge's room. Knock, 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 as the sound echoed. Su Changge's primordial spirit slowly returned from the firmament, and he opened his eyes. Instantly, the door to his room swung open, and a visibly anxious Ao Lai rushed in. I dare to ask, esteemed elder, what is your relationship with Yichun? Su Changge, observing Ao Lai's urgency, bore no resentment. With a flick of his finger, a sword intent flashed momentarily at his fingertip. Calmly, Su Changge replied, the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique was imparted by me. Ao Lai's pupils constricted in realization. It cannot be mistaken. The heavenly punishment spirit sword technique. I will never forget this aura. Thud. In an instant, Ao Lai knelt on the ground. Fear and reverence evident in his voice. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. 200 years ago, I heard Yichun mention that you are an immortal who has achieved transcendence. I did not recognize the immortal in your presence. Please punish me. Su Changge waved his hand nonchalantly. It is of no consequence. Your presence here must surely have a purpose. Speak freely. Ao Lai immediately knelt even lower, his forehead nearly touching the ground. The younger generation wishes to beseech the immortal for assistance. With a deep exhale, the sword was drawn, severing the golden core. As Ao Lai elucidated the situation, Su Changge grasped the intricate details of the unfolding narrative. Years ago, Yichun had fallen in love with a daughter of the Dragon Clan amidst the celestial abyss. Yet, while he departed to ally with Lu Qianyin against the Heavenly Dynasty, that dragon maiden was already with child. Shortly after Yichun returned, he mysteriously vanished once more. They had a lingering suspicion that unseen hands were at work. Should the adversaries discover the existence of Yichun's daughter, the balance would tilt precariously, placing both women in grave peril. Consequently, the mother made the agonizing decision to delay the birth, enduring decades of restraint. It was not until 16 years later that her maternal instincts could no longer be contained. To prolong the pregnancy would inflict irreversible harm upon the child. Thus, she opted to give birth in secrecy. Through years of investigation, they uncovered that the Dragon Clan was not as monolithic as presumed. After careful contemplation, she entrusted the child to Ao Lai, far removed from the clan's epicenter, whose bond with Yichun inspired her confidence. Over the years, Ao Lai had cherished the child as if she were his own daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Changge surmised Ao Lai's motives. Indeed, Ao Lai soon spoke. The young girl has gone missing today. He continued to explain. If it were a mere case of a girl running away, my concerns would not be so grave. However, I sensed that the teleportation talisman I provided for her protection was triggered. She departed the tribe only half a day ago, and I fear someone has plotted against her. Yet, I can find no trace of her. Ao Lai lowered his gaze towards Su Changge, imploring, I wish to beseech you, esteemed elder, to see if you can detect her presence. With a calm demeanor, Su Changge replied, Fear not, for I have recently refined a portion of this realm. The territory within thousands of miles lies under my command. At these words, Ao Lai's heart trembled. The recent celestial phenomenon was indeed a manifestation of the elder's power. To wield such control over the heavens and earth, it seemed Yichun's assertions were not unfounded. The elder was truly a celestial being. After speaking, Su Changge extended his consciousness, swiftly encompassing the vast expanse around him. Meanwhile, beyond the Yanlong tribe, amidst the ruins, common sights due to the millennia of conflict between dragons and phoenixes, a young girl cowered in fear. Her face was pale, trembling uncontrollably as she hugged her legs tightly. Suddenly, dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky, swirling ominously to form a terrifying vortex. A figure emerged, illuminated by a golden light, slowly materializing within the maelstrom. A chilling laughter echoed through the skies. The newcomer, with a frigid demeanor and eyes brimming with malevolence, uttered in a low voice, "Yi Cece, you are but a fledgling in the foundation stage. Where could you escape? Come forth now, and I shall grant you a swift end." Despairing, Yi Cece followed the voice upward. Above her, bathed in golden light, stood a formidable being, a golden core cultivator. In an instant, the girl's heart teetered on the brink of collapse, and she buried her face in her knees, trembling fiercely. Regret consumed her as she whispered, "Father, where are you?" "Uncle, I'm sorry. I should not have ventured out." Time lost meaning until suddenly, the girl sensed a powerful aura locking onto her. In a panic, she bolted backward, only to collide with a wall. As she winced in pain and looked up, a dark figure loomed above her, a sinister voice emerging from the shadows. "Found you." In the next moment, a sword aura, vast and overwhelming, filled her vision. Her pupils constricted in terror as she realized this sword. It had previously shattered all her defensive measures, nearly cleaving her in two. Had it not been for the teleportation talisman, she would have met her demise. Fear surged anew as she opened her mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura surged toward her, too swift for her to even close her eyes. However, what followed was a vision she would remember for a lifetime. A figure clad in white, as pure as snow, floated gracefully in the air, exuding a serene yet resolute presence that gradually calmed her turbulent emotions. Su Changge stood firm, facing the colossal strike. In the next instant, he spoke, and a formidable sword intent coalesced. The disparity between the two entities was like that of heaven and earth. Yet, when they collided, the overwhelming sword energy dissipated into the void, as if absorbed by Su Changge's sword intent, which became even more substantial. The intent surged forward, undeterred. In an instant, it pierced the brow of the approaching assailant, and a crimson mist enveloped the air. The golden core cultivator met his end. Su Changge turned calmly, observing Yi Cece, who lay crumpled against the wall. Sensing the intricate bloodline energy within her, he could ascertain her lineage. Indeed, she was of Yi Chen's blood. Yet, the essence was complex, perhaps tied to Yi Chen's fortuitous encounters in the celestial abyss. These questions, he surmised, could be addressed by Yi Chen himself. As he regarded the swiftly approaching red dragon overhead, Yi Cece's eyes glimmered with renewed hope. Ao Lai transformed into human form and descended from the sky. In the midst of the young girl's astonished gaze, he knelt before Su Changge, proclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving her life. Should anything happen to Cece, I would have no face to meet her parents." The words struck Yi Cece like a thunderclap. An immortal? Surely, the only one worthy of such an honorific from Ao Lai could be the revered figure her uncle had spoken of in tales about her father. It was said her father's greatest ambition in the celestial abyss was to enhance his cultivation and extend his life, yearning to reunite with this immortal. Despite having reached the golden core stage, he held the elder in the highest esteem. Although Yi Cece had once harbored doubts about her uncle's stories, the recent scene etched in her memory dispelled all skepticism. Slowly, Yi Cece rose to her feet and then knelt. "I pay my respects to the immortal." Su Changge nodded slightly, extending a hand, causing a gentle breeze to lift them. "Rise." With the aid of the breeze, Yi Cece regained her footing, steadied by the ethereal presence. "Immortal, I wish to know, is my father still alive?" Observing the young girl's eager expression, Su Changge spoke with a calm demeanor. "Your father is a person of great fortune and will undoubtedly not meet an untimely demise." However, she then shifted her tone, her countenance turning grave as she gazed intently at Ao Lai. "Nevertheless, I must ascertain the precise events that transpired here concerning Yi Chen, in the Dragon and Phoenix rivalry." Within the conference hall of the Flame Dragon tribe, Su Changge, Ao Lai, Yi Cece, and Lu Yun gathered. Observing Su Changge seated at the head of the table, Ao Lai finally ceased his reticence, divulging previously concealed information. Yi Chen had indeed been a close friend during his time in the Flame Dragon tribe, accompanied by another, Yi Cece's mother, Ao Lingyun. The trio had gained considerable renown. However, not long after, Yi Chen grew weary of the interminable and aimless conflicts. He yearned for resolution, pondering why the Dragon and Phoenix clans could not coexist harmoniously. Through their subsequent inquiries, they uncovered the truth, 3 millennia prior. The realm of Tianyuan was not embroiled in such chaos. Yet, as the two clans flourished, they discovered that the spiritual essence of this world was devoid of a root source. The birth of each cultivator consumed a portion of this essence, and with each death, it returned to the cosmos. Alarmingly, the total amount was gradually diminishing. Upon this revelation, the strife between the two clans became inevitable, igniting the dragon and phoenix conflict that persisted for 3,000 years. Upon learning all of this, the trio resolutely departed from the front lines, journeying to the sacred site of the dragon clan, the Holy Mountain. Their prowess was formidable, especially Yi Chun, who wielded the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique, challenging Golden Core opponents despite being at the foundation establishment stage. It was not long before they captured the attention of the higher echelons. They had been contemplating solutions to the essence crisis but had yet to find a viable path. The catalyst for their interest was the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique. They observed that every time Yi Chun executed this technique, the aura of divine retribution did not belong to this realm. Upon this keen observation, they boldly initiated discussions with the Phoenix clan. A mutual understanding was quickly reached, as time was of the essence for both factions. In the ensuing period, the Dragon and Phoenix clans nearly exhausted their resources. Yi Chun gathered the essence blood of the ancestral Dragon and Phoenix, mastering the secret treasures of both clans, using the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique to draw spiritual essence into Tianyuan. At last, the clans experienced a period of peaceful development, during which Yi Chun and Ao Lingyun became intertwined. However, this tranquility was short-lived when Yi Chun suddenly expressed a desire to return to the lower realms. Having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, with his wife and daughter still residing in this realm, there was no reason for anyone to impede his wishes. Yet, shortly thereafter, Yi Chun returned grievously wounded and, upon recuperation, set out once more for the lower realms. This time, however, an unforeseen incident occurred, and he vanished without a trace. With Yi Chun's disappearance, the Dragon clan endeavored to discover if anyone from his lineage could bridge the worlds. Yet all attempts were in vain. After decades of peace, the Dragon and Phoenix clans found themselves embroiled in conflict once more, with Ao Lai returning to the Flame Dragon tribe. Amidst this turmoil, a singular keyword piqued Su Changge's interest: the secret treasure. He dimly surmised what this treasure might be: the spirit of the Dao. Aside from this, there seemed to be no other means to assist Yi Chun in connecting the two worlds. The provision of the ancestral blood of the Dragon and Phoenix was likely merely to enable him to utilize this so-called treasure. As Su Changge pondered, Ao Lai spoke again. Concerning the disappearance of brother Yi Chun, I believe Cici's mother may possess more knowledge. She has been investigating this matter for years. After Ao Lai finished, Lu Yun, unable to contain her curiosity, interjected, "What about the Lingyun sect? What are their intentions, and why did they abduct my master?" Ao Lai took a deep breath before responding. The Lingyun sect emerged after brother Yi Chun's disappearance. They have realized that Tianyuan is slowly descending into an era devoid of magic. They claim to come from a higher realm, capable of leading us out of Tianyuan, albeit at the cost of our subservience to them. Their strength is considerable, and they operate from the shadows, making them quite formidable. I fear brother Yi Chun's disappearance is intricately linked to them. Nonetheless, as time passes, a faction within the Dragon clan is increasingly inclined toward them, possibly operating under the concealment of an elder in the sacred site. The abduction of your master likely serves to acquire the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique. As his words settled, Ao Lai cast a weary glance at Su Changge, offering a rueful smile. To be honest, the reserves of the ancestral Dragon and Phoenix blood have been nearly depleted. Even if another capable of bridging the higher realm were to emerge, it is doubtful they could master the secret treasures of the Dragon and Phoenix, let alone draw spiritual essence into Tianyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Changge, emerging from his contemplation, remained unfazed. There is no need for such complexity. With that, he extended a finger, touching the space before him, which gradually descended. Before them, a black fissure appeared in the center of the conference hall, expanding as Su Changge's fingers swept downward. In an instant, rich spiritual essence billowed forth like mist, enveloping the entire chamber in an ethereal ambience. Ao Lai's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze akin to that of a startled deer. Is this the spiritual essence of the Jinwu continent? He was no stranger to this sight, having witnessed Yi Chun attract the essence of the lower realms under similar circumstances. Yet, to connect the two worlds purely through his own power was a feat that left him awestruck. UCC and Lu Yun stood frozen in shock, fully aware of the significance of the lower realm's spiritual essence, a force capable of rescuing Tianyuan. Although this fissure appeared narrow, It was evidently a mere trifle for such a venerable figure. Ao Lai, regaining his composure, felt joy flood his heart. If they could stabilize this fissure with the secret treasure, perhaps Tian Yuan would no longer suffer from a lack of spiritual essence. The dragon clan may yet be saved, he exclaimed excitedly. Might the immortal accompany us to the sacred site? He quickly realized his impetuosity and added, Cece's mother is currently in the sacred site. She should know the specifics of Brother Yuqin's disappearance. Moreover, Lu Yun's master may also be present there. Su Changge nodded gently, acknowledging the necessity of venturing to this so-called sacred site of the dragon clan, both for news of Yi Chun and the potential existence of the spirit of the Dao. In the early morning, after a harrowing ordeal, Su Changge and his companions set forth towards the sacred land of the dragon clan. En route, Ao Lai provided a brief overview of this revered site, which is essentially a vast interconnected mountain range serving as the primary sanctuary for the dragon kin. Apart from those stationed at various tribes, nearly all dragons are congregated here, with the Dragon King at the helm and the Elder Council as his advisory body. This time, Ao Lai's mission was to confer with them regarding the feasibility of employing a secret treasure to stabilize the rifts. Guided by Ao Lai, the quartet arrived at the dragon clan's sacred land. Before their eyes lay an unbroken chain of majestic mountains, their peaks soaring towards the heavens, cloaked in lush greenery. Vaguely, they sensed several dragon presences patrolling the periphery. Perhaps due to Ao Lai's prior greetings, they faced no hindrance as they ventured into the mountainous realm. At last, before a towering peak, Ao Lai transformed into human form and came to a gentle halt. Elder, this is the mountain where Cece's mother resides. I must proceed to the temple for a meeting, and thus cannot accompany you further. You may take Cece to meet her mother. I am certain she will not conceal anything from you. Upon receiving a nod from Su Changge, Ao Lai took flight, departing in his human guise. After Ao Lai's departure, the others gazed curiously at the imposing mountain before them. Cece inquired, how do we enter? Shall we fly in from above? However, no one responded to her question. Sensing a faint yet familiar aura emanating from within the mountain, Su Changge focused his thoughts. Suddenly, Cece was enveloped in darkness. When her vision returned, she was astounded by the sight before her. Before her lay an indescribably vast cavern, a colossal void stretching from the base to the summit, illuminated by rays of light that streamed into the hollow. This cavern, upon estimation, must have been 1,000 feet high, resembling the innards of a mountain. Yet the floor of the cavern was far from empty. A resplendent abode was nestled within its depths, adorned with flowers, flowing streams, and all manner of greenery. Not far from the residence, a massive azure dragon lay coiled upon the ground, its form extending over 100 feet, as if sensing the presence of intruders. The dragon slowly raised its head, its enormous eyes opening to scrutinize the visitors. Suddenly, its gaze froze upon Cece's face, filled with disbelief. In the next moment, a gentle woman clad in azure robes, with flowing azure hair, materialized from the light, appearing before Cece and tenderly caressing her cheek. Cece, is that you? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Cece stood frozen, staring at the woman before her, overwhelmed by her gentleness. Confused, she managed to utter, Mother? At the sound of her name, Ao Lingyun jolted into realization, fixing her gaze upon Cece. Why are you here? Where is Ao Lai? Observing Cece's stunned silence, Lu Yun stepped forward. Esteemed ancestor, I am Lu Yun, a fifth-generation disciple of Master Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Ao Lingyun momentarily faltered, but recollected her earlier investigations when she discovered that Yi Chen had indeed left a legacy. Realizing her prior lapse in composure, she composed herself. Very well, Lu Yun continued. This is the one who imparted the heavenly punishment spirit sword technique to Master Yi Chen. As these words fell, a tempest of emotions surged within Ao Lingyun, leaving her pallid with shock. She was well aware of Su Changge's existence, according to Yi Chen's words from years past. His initial quest in Tianyuan had been to seek immortality, with the ultimate goal of reuniting with this esteemed figure. Ao Lingyun hastily bowed. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed one. Since you have traveled from afar, please allow us to refresh ourselves at my humble abode. Upon receiving a nod from Su Changge, Ao Lingyun led the group into her residence. Once inside the pristine guest chamber, she arranged for everyone to be seated. The room was immaculate, with the garden and flora neatly arranged. After settling the guests, Ao Lingyun posed her query. May I ask why you have come today? And should not Cece be with Ao Lai? At Su Changge's prompting, Lu Yun stood once more. Esteemed ancestor, this matter is rather lengthy. Through Lu Yun's elucidation, Ao Lingyun gradually grasped the unfolding events. Observing Ao Lingyun's ashen complexion, Su Changge calmly inquired, "Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Yu Qin's disappearance?" Upon hearing this, Ao Lingyun quickly responded, "In my investigations over the years, I have uncovered some information. After my husband returned grievously injured, I provided him with covert protection. Until his recovery, nothing unusual occurred. However, just as he was about to teleport away again, an individual appeared, utilizing some method to alter the spatial coordinates of the transfer. This was the primary reason for my husband's disappearance." Su Changge pressed further, "Have you uncovered the identity of this individual?" "Yes, it is from the Lingyun sect." As she spoke, a flicker of murderous intent involuntarily emanated from Ao Lingyun's eyes, her previously concealed frailty now apparent. ECC, sensing this aura, stared in shock at her mother. "Foundation establishment? How is that possible? And why are you so weak?" Realizing her lapse, Ao Lingyun noticed her daughter's astonished expression. Understanding that she could no longer conceal her condition, she explained, "I sustained lingering injuries during battle, causing my spiritual energy to gradually dissipate within me. In earlier years, it posed no issue, but in recent times, the rate of dissipation has surpassed my cultivation speed. I fear at this point, the implications were clear to all. It meant that it would not be long before Ao Lingyun's cultivation waned below foundation establishment, which would likely herald her demise. Indeed, the lifespan of dragons exceeds that of humans, yet for Ao Lingyun, who had gained renown 3 centuries prior, the foundation establishment phase could not sustain such longevity." Ao Lingyun turned her gaze towards Su Changge, her expression tinged with gratitude as she spoke, "I must thank you, esteemed one, for allowing Lingyun to reunite with CC before my passing." Upon hearing this, UCC felt as though struck by lightning. The joy of meeting her mother for the first time collided with the harrowing revelation of her mother's impending death. A brutal reality for a 16-year-old girl unacquainted with the world. Su Changge observed Ao Lingyun's plight, his heart heavy with contemplation. This is what it means to be a mother? With his discerning eye, he could perceive that Ao Lingyun's afflictions were not merely the result of combat. They stemmed from the consequences of suppressing her own nature for decades, foregoing the birth of UCC. As he looked upon the somber expressions of the mother and daughter, Su Changge spoke gently. "There is no need for concern. This hidden injury is not an incurable affliction." In an instant, both mother and daughter fixed their gaze upon Su Changge. With a swift motion, Su Changge revealed a pill that floated gently into his hand before drifting toward Ao Lingyun. "Consume this elixir." Ao Lingyun was not one to hesitate. After a brief glance at UCC, she resolutely seized the pill and ingested it, subsequently closing her eyes to channel her spiritual energy and absorb its essence. Concurrently, Su Changge extended a hand, and a surge of vitality began to coalesce within it, which he then directed into Ao Lingyun's body. In that moment, Ao Lingyun's form trembled, and even her flowing azure hair shimmered with a vibrant luster. As the effects of the pill took hold, her aura surged upward, mid-stage, late-stage, peak. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted, and a golden elixir radiating with a luminous glow materialized, merging seamlessly with Ao Lingyun's being. She suddenly opened her eyes, filled with disbelief. The golden elixir. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had returned to her former pinnacle, with not a trace of superficiality in her realm. Hastily, Ao Lingyun bowed once more to Su Changge, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life." At that moment, Lu Yun and Yi Cici stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Yi Cici, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, joy, despair, and joy again, found herself at a loss for how to react. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was simply awestruck by the manifestation of the golden elixir. Coming from the 18th city, he had always regarded foundational cultivation as something to aspire to, let alone witnessing the golden elixir with his own eyes, especially one that had been birthed in less than a quarter of an hour. His gaze turned to Su Changge, brimming with admiration, envy, and yearning. Finally, as Ao Lingyun's presence gradually subsided, she looked at Yi Cici and Su Changge, her heart filled with a multitude of words, yet unsure of how to express them. Ultimately, it was Su Changge's inquiry that shattered the silence. "Which members of the Dragon Clan have resolved to submit to the Lingyun sect? Have you gathered the necessary information?" The Dragon Clan's contradictions. The traitor emerges. Before Ao Lingyun could respond, 2 beams of light descended from the heavens, manifesting into 2 figures before the living room. Ao Lai and a resolute middle-aged man entered the hall together. A bold voice resonated from the middle-aged man. "Lingyun, I have brought you 2 spirit herbs this time. which I believe will aid you in persevering for a while longer. Ao Lingyun maintained her composure and replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, clan leader. But I have already recovered. You may take the herbs back." The middle-aged man's face revealed a hint of astonishment. "You are truly healed? I cannot believe it. Even when we summoned the ancestor, he was at a loss regarding your condition." Ao Lingyun chuckled lightly, her body radiating golden light as a golden core slowly materialized in the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man. "Thanks to the intervention of the esteemed elder, not only have I healed, but my cultivation has also returned to its peak." As the middle-aged man gazed in amazement at the golden core, Ao Lingyun introduced him. "This is the esteemed elder who imparted the heavenly punishment sword technique to my husband and saved my life." She then turned to introduce Su Changge. "This is our clan leader, Dragon King Ao Tianqing." Meanwhile, Ao Tianqing remained awestruck by the appearance of the golden core. He was well aware of Ao Lingyun's prior state. During his last visit, she had appeared on the brink of collapse. Now, merely an hour had passed since Ao Lai arrived at the Dragon Clan, and the seemingly hopeless condition had transformed into a miraculous recovery, even regaining the golden core stage. Such prowess was utterly unprecedented. Ao Tianqing looked at Su Changge as if he were a celestial being, filled with reverence and disbelief. However, Su Changge was not preoccupied with such matters and simply posed his question. "I wish to know who among the Dragon Clan has already submitted to Lingyun's sect." As Lingyun's sect had concealed itself within the Dragon Clan for many years, it was only fitting that, as the Dragon King, you should possess considerable information. Upon hearing Su Changge's inquiry, Ao Tianqing finally regained his composure and began to articulate his thoughts. "I am indeed aware that a portion of our clansmen has aligned with Lingyun's sect, though there are still some whose loyalties remain unclear. Furthermore, within this sacred ground, my voice is not the sole authority. The Elder Council, composed of 9 elders, also constrains my power. Among them, several elders, led by the second elder, have likely sided with Lingyun's sect." At this revelation, both Ao Lai and Ao Lingyun gasped in astonishment. Ao Lingyun was the first to voice her concern. If the clan leader is already aware of the spy's identity, why not take action against them? Ao Tianqing glanced at Su Changge and, with a wry smile, confessed, "I fear you may find this laughable. Since Yi Qin's disappearance, the situation in Tianyuan has become increasingly dire. While we cannot relinquish the pride of the Dragon Clan, we are also facing the imminent threat of extinction. Although I do not agree with the second elder's choice, I wish to preserve a spark for our clan should we falter." Once Ao Tianqing finished speaking, Ao Lai could no longer suppress his query. "What of the meeting regarding the secret treasure? Is it not necessary to obtain unanimous approval from the Elder Council to utilize the treasure? Should they obstruct us, how shall we stabilize the spatial rift?" Ao Tianqing took a deep breath. "I trust the second elder. He should be able to discern the gravity of this situation." At this juncture, Lu Yun could no longer contain her emotions and abruptly stood, directly confronting the Dragon King. "Discern the gravity? Humph. Are you aware of what he has done for Lingyun's sect?" Ao Tianqing was momentarily taken aback by her challenge, looking at Ao Lingyun in confusion. Ao Lingyun explained, "He is a disciple of Yi Qin's lineage, Lu Yun. By lineage, he is also my grand disciple." Lu Yun continued, her agitation unabated. "My master was taken and has since been unreachable. I am even now a target of their pursuit. Is this the gravity you speak of regarding the second elder?" He had suppressed his emotions for too long. His master was lost to Lingyun's sect, and he had faced numerous life-threatening crises himself. Having finally arrived at the Dragon Clan, he still found no one who understood the specifics of Lingyun's sect's situation. Now, having encountered someone knowledgeable, he perceived their passive attitude as utterly intolerable, and his pent-up emotions erupted. Suddenly, a wave of cool spiritual energy surged into his body, calming his tumultuous feelings. He glanced at the composed Su Changge and realized his own outburst. He quickly bowed in apology to the others and returned to his seat in silence. Ao Tianqing, observing the silent Lu Yun and the tranquil Su Changge, sensed that his inaction had stirred some discontent in the esteemed elder. Hastily, he began to explain, "This is impossible. After Yi Qin's disappearance, I personally ensured the safety of his lineage, hiding them from sight. Very few know of their whereabouts. Moreover, for the sake of secrecy, I refrained from dispatching Dragon Clan members for covert protection, checking on them every 20 years to ascertain their safety." As he spoke, Ao Tianqing's expression grew grave as realization dawned upon him. If they have truly been discovered, there is only one possibility. My scouts must have been followed by Lingyun's sect. In that case, your master is likely in their hands now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun regained his focus and asked, "Do you know where Lingyun's sect is hiding?" Ao Tianqing's expression turned awkward. I do not know, but I can take you to seek out the second elder. You will surely have the information. At this, Lu Yun's spirits lifted, and he turned to Su Changge, who slowly closed his eyes. A calm voice resonated. Since it has been established that Lingyun's sect resides within these mountains, we need not complicate matters. Subsequently, a vast divine consciousness erupted from within the cavern. In an instant, Ao Tianqing felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, after a moment, Su Changge opened his eyes, and a voice filled with joy reached Lu Yun's ears. I have found them, in a cavern within the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan. Several members of the Lingyun sect were gathered together. An elderly man, appearing somewhat advanced in age, was the first to speak. Esteemed colleagues, just moments ago, Ao Lai and his entourage of 4 have arrived at the sacred site. What shall be our next course of action? He did not have to wait long. A young man with a somber expression took the initiative to respond. Elder, all preparations are complete. For now, you should remain hidden among the Dragon Clan and refrain from any unnecessary actions. It is not wise for us to reveal ourselves at this moment. When the time is ripe, the Dragon Clan will surely be in your grasp. At that point, even if you approach the Lingyun sect, the sect master will grant you considerable autonomy. Upon hearing this, the elder displayed a hint of disdain, yet he complied, recognizing that escaping from Tianyuan would still require their strength. Without lingering further, he rose and silently departed. Once assured of his absence, the others began their discussion. What shall we arrange next? Inquired the leader. The somber young man, no longer withholding information, swiftly laid out the plan. We will utilize the teleportation array to withdraw immediately. The recent assassination attempts have drawn their attention. Moreover, the elder cannot be entirely trusted. Should the Dragon Clan discover this hidden location, we might find ourselves in grave peril. The timing is not yet right. We must wait until the Phoenix clan is prepared before we make our move. He then proceeded to a corner of the cavern, where a teleportation array shimmered with radiant light. As they stepped onto the array, he waved his hand, summoning a sword aura that hung poised in the air. In the next moment, the array flickered and the group vanished from the cavern. The uncontrolled sword aura erupted, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy that obliterated the teleportation array, plunging the space into silence. Half an hour later, a flicker of spiritual light appeared as Su Changge and his companions gradually materialized in the cave. Ao Lingyun's azure robe instantly transformed, enveloping her in layers of scales. Morphing into a suit of armor, she swiftly pulled Ucisi behind her, entering a state of readiness for battle. It is the aura of the Lingyun sect. There is no mistaking it, she declared, her recognition unwavering. As Ao Lingyun's voice faded, Ao Lai and the others extended their senses, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, the cavern was eerily quiet, shrouded in profound stillness. Su Changge paid no heed to the others' movements, for he sensed no life within that space. He strode forward, prompting the others to exchange puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation but following closely behind. From the lingering, potent aura, they could affirm that this was indeed the stronghold of the Lingyun sect, though they pondered why it appeared deserted. Eventually, Su Changge halted at a dilapidated corner. Ao Tianqing followed his gaze, observing the uneven ground where glimmers of light intermittently shone. A teleportation array? He exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Ao Lingyun sighed indeed. It is a teleportation array, but alas, it has been damaged. It seems the Lingyun sect has departed through this very array. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun trembled, murmuring, a teleportation array? Ao Tianqing quickly grasped the implication, lamenting, given the extent of its destruction, it is unlikely to be operational. This means we may have arrived too late. Lu Yun's body stiffened at this revelation, his expression darkening. However, Su Changge remained unfazed by their reactions. Absorbing the residual spatial energy, he meticulously scrutinized the remnants of the array, then gradually closed his eyes. In an instant, sword intent surged upwards within the cavern, its sharp and domineering essence pervading the space. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixated on Su Changge, the piercing sword intent stinging their vision. Lu Yun's gaze was riveted on Su Changge, his bloodshot eyes betraying his intense focus. Countless strands of sword intent, meticulously arranged according to his will, danced before him. Each strand resembled a distinct node, seemingly disconnected yet adhering to an unseen pattern. As the sword intent ceased its oscillation, a blinding light erupted, intertwining the strands with spiritual energy to form an intricate formation, the complexity of which would bewilder even an ordinary cultivator. Su Changge surveyed the completed array with a satisfied nod. Although his expertise in array formation and alchemy was not as profound as his swordsmanship, restoring a teleportation array was a task well within his capabilities. Meanwhile, Ao Tianqing was left speechless, staring in awe at the intricate array. Although array studies were not the forte of the Dragon Clan, such a convoluted formation could hardly be replicated from mere remnants. Could it be that this elder not only excelled in swordsmanship but also possessed profound knowledge of formations? At that moment, a quivering voice broke the silence. Will this array lead us to my master? Lu Yun, with fervent eyes, gazed intently at the teleportation array, yet no one responded. After all, no one could guarantee the fate of his master. As the array pulsed with light, Su Changge stepped forward without hesitation, prompting the others to follow suit. On the other side of the array, darkness still enveloped the environment, illuminated only by a few distant luminous gems above. Within the cavern, several stone cottages were scattered about, and a group of Lingyun sect disciples conducted their routine patrol. In one of the chambers, the recently arrived individuals were engaged in discussion. However, in the next moment, the somber young man seemed to sense something, abruptly rising. Damn it! The teleportation array we set within the Dragon Clan has been activated. I thought I had destroyed that formation. There was no time for further contemplation. Located deep within the Dragon Clan, if they were delayed, survival would be uncertain. Sensing the intensifying spatial energy, he understood that if they did not leave soon, escape would become impossible. Scanning the vicinity, he realized that nearly all present were disciples of the Lingyun sect. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. The greater plan took precedence. Move, he commanded decisively. In the next instant, a surge of spatial energy enveloped him, and he vanished, leaving behind a burning talisman. The other three exchanged glances before activating their talismans, disappearing as well, leaving behind a group of ordinary disciples and an elderly captive. In the midst of the resplendent formation, the figures of Su Changge and his companions gradually emerged from the brilliant light. In the dimness of the cavern, this radiance, though not dazzling, was strikingly conspicuous. Its sudden bloom caught the attention of the patrolling disciples of Lingyun's sect. Senior brother, what is happening? Haven T, the esteemed uncles, already returned? I don't know. Perhaps they returned separately. However, we must remain vigilant. Come, follow me to investigate. With that, the group hastened towards the formation. Upon their arrival, Ao Tianqing, Ao Lai, and Ao Lingyun, their garments transformed into battle armor, exchanged glances. It is indeed Lingyun's sect. Yet, these individuals seem rather feeble. The strongest among them barely possesses the foundation establishment. Thus, the trio boldly volunteered, might we take charge here, esteemed elders? After receiving a nod from Su Changge, golden light surged around them as they charged towards the approaching Lingyun sect members. A tumult followed in the ranks of the patrol. Despite being disciples of Lingyun's sect, their foundation establishment left them with no resistance against three Golden Core practitioners. Ao Lingyun and her companions held nothing back. Within moments, several heads rolled. They did not pause. Advancing towards the Lingyun sect members who had emerged from nearby quarters in response to the commotion. Seeing this, Lu Yun swiftly followed the trio into the depths of the cavern. They found a room, opened the door, and closed it behind them, only to continue their search for the next chamber. This cycle repeated. Meanwhile, the once lively UCC fell silent, trailing behind Lu Yun in the search. Finally, Lu Yun arrived at the door of the innermost chamber. As he pulled the door open, he stood frozen in place. Before him lay an empty room devoid of any furnishings, save for an elderly man with white hair, kneeling against the wall, his head bowed low. His body was a tapestry of intersecting scars, and 4 chains extended from his limbs, anchored in the corners of the wall behind him. Lu Yun stared in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his mature, steadfast master had been reduced to this frail, aged figure. Yet, the familiar aura confirmed it. This was indeed his master, Lu Wencheng, who had bestowed upon him his name and nurtured him for over a decade. In a sudden rush, Lu Yun dashed forward into the room. Master! Master! He approached Lu Wencheng, yearning to offer support, but the multitude of scars left him at a loss for how to assist, resorting instead to a desperate litany of calls. After a moment, the kneeling man slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with a numbing emptiness as he gazed at Lu Yun. After a long pause, he lifted an arm, attempting to caress Lu Yun's face. However, the weakness in his body and the pain from his injuries rendered even this simple gesture impossible. Lu Yun gently took his master's arm, lifting it to rest upon his tear-streaked face. Overcome with emotion, he inquired, Master, why? How did you end up like this? It appears he has forcibly activated the Heavenly Punishment Sword technique multiple times at the cost of his lifespan, leading to this rapid decline in his physical condition. A voice interjected, revealing Su Changge standing at the doorway. Without altering his posture, Lu Wenqing turned to Su Changge and bowed deeply. Esteemed elder, on account of Master Yichen, could you possibly save my master? Yet, before Su Changge could respond, Lu Wenqing spoke in a grave tone. Yuner, the loss of lifespan is not a mere injury, it is irreversible. Do not burden the elder. In a brief exchange, Lu Wenqing discerned that Su Changge's intentions were likely due to his exceptional bond with Master Yichen, prompting him to intervene. Thus, he hastily sought to dissuade his disciple. Despite his frailty, his words carried the weight of 1,000 burdens upon Lu Yun's heart. Lu Yun slowly raised his gaze to meet his masteress, momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Su Changge, however, remained unfazed, stating calmly, indeed, the loss of lifespan is irreversible, yet there exist methods to replenish it. Before Lu Yun could interject, Lu Wenqing decisively countered. I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder, but the treasures capable of restoring life are invaluable. Such divine items should not be squandered on a person as unworthy as I. I have but a short time left, and that is sufficient. Lu Yun gasped in shock. Master. Observing this exchange, Su Changge remained silent, raising his hand. As sword intent surged, the chains binding Lu Wenqing shattered. Just as he was about to collapse, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, gently lifting him into the air. The abundant spiritual energy began to heal his numerous wounds while simultaneously replenishing the energy within his body. As time flowed on, Ao Lingyun and the others finished dispatching the remnants of Lingyun's sect and gathered outside the chamber. The spiritual energy within gradually dissipated. In a moment, Lu Wenqing was left without scars, and his spirit had noticeably improved, though his white hair remained a stark reminder of his ordeal. He then bowed deeply to Su Changge. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder. Should you find use for me or my disciple, we shall not hesitate to face any peril. With a wave of his hand, Su Changge conjured a pill that floated before the elderly man. A calm voice accompanied its arrival. You have reached the pinnacle of Qi training. This is a Foundation Establishment pill. Consuming it will aid you in entering the Foundation Establishment realm, ensuring a century of worry-free longevity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun, who had been lost in sorrow, suddenly lifted his head. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the pill before his master, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Even the typically composed Lu Wenqing trembled with excitement. Indeed, given the chance, who would not wish to continue living? He had so many aspirations yet to fulfill. He longed to follow in the footsteps of his master, to slay a foe with every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. He had previously believed that opportunity had eluded him. Yet now Su Changge had granted him a chance to live once more. Lu Wenqing knelt again, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder. Before he could finish, Su Changge waved his hand dismissively, vanishing from the room. 074 The turbulence of the Dragon Clan. A test of Taoism as dusk approached. Within the grand residence atop the Aolingian Peak, a small assembly of individuals gathered in the main hall. Ao Tianqing offered a respectful salute to Su Changge, stating that the younger generation would prepare for the matters concerning the meeting, and he believed results would soon follow. With that, Ao Tianqing gradually exited the hall. Observing the remaining guests, Ao Lingyun took the initiative to allocate rooms for everyone. Fortunately, the residence was spacious enough to accommodate them all, one room for the Lu disciples, another for Ao Lingyun and her daughter, and separate rooms for Ao Lai and Su Changge. Once everyone had retreated to their rooms, the residence gradually fell into a serene silence. That night, on a mountain peak within the sacred land, the second elder contemplated a message before him, deep in thought. The contents were straightforward. A meeting would convene atop the sacred mountain at dawn, and all elders were urged to attend. This notification had been promptly dispatched by Ao Tianqing upon his return. However, the second elder was preoccupied with another transmission received from Lingyun's sect, suggesting that a plan would soon be set in motion, and he was asked to ensure the stability of the Dragon Clan while awaiting the commencement of actions. After a prolonged moment of reflection, the second elder gradually regained his focus, and a series of messages emanated from his cave dwelling. Thus, a night of surging undercurrents quietly passed. The following morning, under the radiant morning sun, a mountain peak pierced through the sea of clouds. Atop this peak lay a vast platform, adorned with a grand round table and 10 chairs arranged around it. Streams of light descended from the heavens, manifesting into human forms that approached their designated seats and took their places. Shortly thereafter, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan, including Ao Tianqing, had gathered. However, An empty chair remained beside Ao Tianqing. Once all the elders were seated, one elder initiated the conversation, inquiring about the purpose of their congregation. Ao Tianqing surveyed the 8 elders present, confirming their attendance before he spoke. You are all aware that the spiritual energy within the Tianyuan is depleting. Since the disappearance of Yichen, we have yet to devise a solution. Do any among you have suggestions? As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, if they possessed a solution, they would have undoubtedly resolved the issue long before Yichen's time, thereby avoiding the need to invest considerable resources into him. The silence did not linger for long, as a voice broke through. The clan leader has summoned us for a reason, and we are not here to be troubled. If the leader has any thoughts, we are prepared to assist wholeheartedly. Ao Tianqing regarded the elder who spoke with satisfaction and continued, I do indeed have a proposal, but it requires the assistance of our clan's secret treasure. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback. No wonder the clan leader had gathered them. If the matter involved utilizing a secret treasure, they naturally had no objections. However, could the clan leader elaborate on the specifics? Ao Tianqing nodded, recounting the background of the situation. Yet, he withheld the information regarding Su Changge's ability to directly summon spiritual energy, merely stating that he was the one who imparted the Tianfa spiritual sword technique to Yichen. Even this revelation stirred a commotion among the elders. If he truly was Yichen's master, then utilizing the secret treasure for a trial was indeed justifiable. Yet, could he truly wield the treasure? Certainly, they asserted. Yichen was able to control the treasure, so it stands to reason that his master could as well. I find this difficult to believe, another elder interjected, considering that throughout our clan's history, no one has ever managed to master the secret treasure. Is it not true that Yichen initially failed, only to merge with the blood of the ancestor dragon before he was barely acknowledged? Now, with the ancestor dragon's blood completely expended, the challenge for him to gain recognition as a human is unfathomable. Suddenly, a voice emerged that rendered the others speechless. Regardless of the outcome, I believe we must attempt it. Therefore, I support the use of the secret treasure. The assembly turned to find that it was the second elder who had spoken first. Naturally, there were no grounds for dissent. I concur with the second elder. Another elder added, this may be our final opportunity. We must seize it, regardless of success or failure. I too concur. I concur. Predictably, all 8 elders present expressed their agreement. Ao Tianqing surveyed the room and, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, in that case, the Grand Elder remains in seclusion, and I will cast my vote on his behalf, in favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the second elder interjected once more. If so, shall we set the time for 7 days hence? This will allow us to prepare. And I asked the clan leader to brief the esteemed elder on the details of the trial. After a moment's contemplation, Ao Tianqing replied, let us set the date for 3 days hence. Upon hearing this, the second elder bowed his head in thought but raised no objections. Thus, the meeting gradually reached its conclusion. Following the adjournment, Ao Tianqing made no delay and hastened to visit Su Changge. Upon entering, he found Yichen seated outside, surrounded by a swirling aura, evidently breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Nearby, Lu Wencheng, now with a full head of black hair, stood guard. Upon noticing Ao Tianqing's arrival, he promptly bowed. The elder is currently in the main hall. If the Dragon King has matters to discuss, you may proceed there directly. Ao Tianqing nodded and walked straight to the hall. Seeing Su Changge seated comfortably, savoring a cup of cool tea, Ao Tianqing spoke with deliberation. Elder, the time has been set. In 3 days, atop the sacred mountain. At this announcement, Su Changge perked up. If his conjecture was correct, this so-called secret treasure should pertain to the spirit of heaven and earth, which had inexplicably come into the possession of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Ao Tianqing continued, however. To utilize the secret treasure, we must pass through a trial to gain its acknowledgement. This trial has eluded any dragon from our clan for thousands of years. He added, for those outside our clan, the difficulty of the trial is exponentially greater. Even Yichen only managed to barely pass after acquiring the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. Oh, at this point, Su Changge's interest was piqued. The trial of the spirit of the Dao, is it? Do you know what it entails? Ao Tianqing replied solemnly. It does not test one's cultivation or combat prowess. Its sole criterion is the Dao, the might of heaven and earth, the spirit of the fractured path. 3 days hence, at the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan, the sun finally emerged on the horizon. The 8 esteemed elders and the clan leader, Ao Tianqing, gathered at this sacred place. At the round table, all present were enveloped in silence, eyes closed in meditation. Before long, amidst the vibrant dawn, a figure clad in white as pure as snow gracefully descended from the mountaintop. Ao Tiancheng abruptly opened his eyes and rose from his seat, prompting the other elders to do the same. He bowed slightly to Su Changge and said, "Elder, the trial for the secret treasure commences today. Shortly, we shall present the treasure. You need only hold it and channel your perception within to begin the trial." After Su Changge nodded in acknowledgement, Ao Tiancheng returned to his seat. As the elders resumed their places, Ao Tiancheng surveyed the assembly and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Esteemed elders, we may begin." He then began to channel his spiritual energy to summon the treasure. Suddenly, an untimely voice broke the air. The second elder, with an air of righteousness, declared, "Years ago, Yu Chen's heavenly punishment spirit sword could draw upon the might of another realm. It was only through the secret treasure that two realms could be connected. I wish to know if this elder's heavenly punishment spirit sword can likewise summon the power of heaven and earth." His words dripped with skepticism. Ao Tiancheng's expression shifted, and he sternly rebuked, "Second elder." He was taken aback that the second elder, despite having agreed just 3 days prior, would now seek to undermine the proceedings. Although he held great confidence in Su Changge after all, Ao Lai would not deceive him. How could someone capable of momentarily connecting two realms possibly fail to communicate with the forces of another world? His reprimand stemmed from the belief that Su Changge's assistance was largely in gratitude to Yi Chun. Yet, should he provoke Su Changge's displeasure, who would the Dragon Clan turn to for aid? "Second elder, speak not foolishly. The elder's strength is something I have witnessed firsthand. There is no need for concern," Ao Tiancheng asserted. Aware that he had thoroughly irked Ao Tiancheng, the second elder gritted his teeth and pressed on. "I merely wish to ascertain whether the elder can indeed communicate with the forces of another realm." Su Changge lifted his gaze, briefly meeting Ao Tiancheng's anxious countenance before turning his attention to the resolute second elder. "Oh," he replied, his tone devoid of emotion. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A tremendous storm began to brew, engulfing the clouds and transforming them into cascading rain, which fell upon the heavens. From below, the sky appeared clear for miles, save for the sacred mountain, which was shrouded by a bizarre and colossal tempest. A torrential downpour quickly enveloped the entire sacred ground, startling the dragonkin as they emerged from their caverns, perching upon the peaks to gaze towards the sacred mountain. However, the storm's fury obscured their view. At the eye of the tempest, the second elder found himself pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force. The other elders, even those who merely felt a fraction of the residual energy, were firmly held in their seats, unable to move. The second elder lay prostrate, the ancient ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. He felt as though an entire world bore down upon him, rendering him unable to rise or even breathe. Just as he neared the brink of unconsciousness, a deep voice broke through the turmoil. "Esteemed elder, I implore you to show mercy. We shall require his assistance to summon the treasure shortly." Ao Tiancheng articulated slowly, each word a struggle against the weight bearing down upon him. In that moment, the second elder felt the pressure lift. In an instant, he was once again aware of the air around him, curling up on the ground like a dog, gasping for breath. After a lengthy pause, a voice of discontent reached his ears. It was unclear whether the second elder had fully grasped his situation. Finally, he regained his composure and slowly rose. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found the sky clear and vast, revealing countless dragons coiled among the mountains below. Enduring the searing pain, he bowed to Su Changge. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder. My actions were indeed reckless." Observing the second elder's submission, Ao Tiancheng refrained from further comment and also offered a slight bow to Su Changge. He then turned to the second elder and quietly said, "If there are no further doubts, let us commence." The assembly settled once more. This time, no elder harbored any suspicion towards Su Changge. The recently weakened second elder served as a cautionary tale. Merely by virtue of his presence, he had subdued a seasoned Dragon Clan Golden Elixir practitioner. The depth of his cultivation instilled a sense of trepidation among them all. Finally, as the combined spiritual energy of the 9 elders flowed through their seats into the sacred mountain, the platform underwent a remarkable transformation. The chairs gradually receded, and the stone table before them dispersed, revealing a vast hollow before their eyes. In an instant, a column of light surged into the sky, within which a mysterious object imbued with ancient energy slowly ascended along the beam, ultimately hovering in midair. Su Changge floated towards the light, only to find a solitary stone drifting there. Closing his eyes, he channeled his spiritual essence into the stone. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide. Indeed, It was the spirit of the Great Path. He had suspected as much. After all, there were few entities capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Aside from reaching a harmonious state to wield such forces, there existed only one alternative, the spirit of the Great Path. He had previously scoured the heavens without success. And given that Yichen had used the secret treasure to connect two realms, he had begun to piece together the truth. Now, he could confirm that this so-called treasure was indeed the spirit of the Great Path. However, this stone appeared to be merely a fragment of the whole. The other half likely resided with the Phoenix clan. At that moment, Ao Tianqing's voice echoed from below, "Elder, grasp the treasure and channel your perception within to initiate the trial." Without hesitation, Su Changge extended his hand and grasped the spirit of the Great Path. He then gradually directed his perception into it. In an instant, he felt a pull upon his spiritual essence, a trial of the spirit of the Great Path. He offered no resistance, allowing the force to draw his essence within. The next moment, the world transformed drastically. The mountains vanished, replaced by an expansive plain devoid of life. Save for a massive stone tablet standing solitary upon the ground. The monument soared from the earth to pierce the clouds above, obscured from view by the canopy of sky. It seemed as though the very existence of the universe hinged upon the support of this stone tablet. In the celestial realm, the gathering of the dragonkin within the sacred land was nearly complete, drawn together by the unusual cosmic phenomena. They raised their heads in unison, gazing at the immense projection in the sky. There, a figure clad in white, exuding an ethereal elegance, stood solitary upon a vast plain. A murmur arose among the dragons, questioning the nature of this apparition and the absence of any discernible aura. A larger dragon, glancing at the inquisitive one, offered an understanding nod before explaining. "It is understandable that you are unaware. Nearly 3 centuries have passed since the last occurrence of such a spectacle. Are you suggesting it is the trial of the secret treasure?" The younger dragon inquired, intrigued. "Indeed," the elder replied, "I have studied our history. It seems the esteemed Yi Chun triumphed in this very trial, harnessing the power of heaven and earth to cease the conflict between our races. However, it is rumored to be exceedingly difficult. Historical records indicate that only Yi Chun succeeded, and this trial has not been invoked in nearly 300 years. Do you believe he can pass the trial?" "I do not know," came the hesitant response. "In the past, I would have confidently asserted that no one could succeed. Yet, since Yi Chun's victory 3 centuries ago, the Dragon Clan has refrained from utilizing the treasure. Now that it has been reactivated, I cannot say what preparations the clan leaders have made." Meanwhile, the clan leaders, aware of the looming trial, gazed anxiously at the heavens. The exclusionary nature of the treasure towards non-dragons was unfathomable to most. Yi Chun's initial attempt had evoked barely a ripple, and it was only after assimilating the blood of the ancestral dragon that he soared to mastery over the treasure. Yet now, apart from Yi Chun, no one comprehended the true difficulty of the trial for non-dragons. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless dragons, Su Changge stepped onto the earth. Moving steadily towards the stone tablet, he attuned himself to the energies of this realm, perceiving that beneath the colossal stone, myriad roots spread through the ground, transmitting spiritual energy and stabilizing the very fabric of existence. Upon reaching the towering stone tablet, Su Changge observed the marks left by those who had faced the trial over millennia. In that moment, the essence of the trial crystallized within him, to inscribe his understanding upon the stone, allowing it to discern whether he could truly master his path. With keen interest, Su Changge examined the stone tablet. "Is this the spirit of the Great Way?" he pondered, recognizing a familiar resonance within the stone, akin to the profound energies of the cosmos. However, he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to reflect upon the paths forged by those who came before. Yet, within his line of sight, he found no trace of Yi Chun's legacy. Thus, in the next heartbeat, Su Changge ascended into the air, soaring along the stone tablet. Along his ascent, he encountered the fragmented legacies of the Dragonkin's greatest warriors. Throughout 3 millennia, many prodigies emerged, each with their distinctive philosophies. Some echoed sentiments of survival of the fittest, others pledged their lives to protect their kin, and some embodied indomitable will. From these paths, one could discern the rise and fall of the Dragon Clan, along with their profound sense of identity. Yet still, Yi Chun's essence remained elusive. At that moment, Ao Tianqing stood in stunned silence. He had ventured into the treasure's realm 3 centuries prior, but to him, it had felt as if he were an ordinary mortal. He could barely muster the strength to run, let alone fly. Even Yi Chun had once inscribed his path upon the stone, allowing the treasure to render its judgment. The audacity of Su Changge to ascend directly into the air was unprecedented. He has taken flight. Ao Tianqing murmured in disbelief, sensing the astonished murmurs of the elders surrounding him. Turning his gaze back to the stone tablet, he continued to observe the legacies inscribed by the dragon ancestors. Unbeknownst to Su Changge, the dragons were in a state of shock. This realm drew the primordial spirits of beings. Those beneath the nascent soul level had no means to connect with their spirit. The dragon's souls were drawn here, rendering them akin to ordinary mortals. Yet Su Changge's spirit was indistinguishable from his physical form, allowing him to navigate this space with ease. Finally, Su Changge reached the cloud layer, where he found several hundred meters devoid of any inscribed truths. Glancing upwards at the sea of clouds, he plunged into the mist without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the dense clouds, and Su Changge felt a momentary disorientation as the vast expanse of clouds transitioned beneath his feet. The stone tablet loomed above, still grand yet now within his reach. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a striking inscription: "The greatest chivalry serves the nation and its people." In that instant, Su Changge stood before the stone tablet, reflecting upon the words and memories of a youthful boy, once consumed by thoughts of vengeance and dreams of becoming a hero. Flooded back. A faint smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. 3 centuries had passed. The once naive boy had now embraced the role of a father. Simultaneously, the dragons beheld the monumental inscription, resonating with the sharpness of sword intent, the steadfastness of will, and an overwhelming aura of heroism. As if witnessing a legendary figure traversing the realms with sword in hand. With newfound resolve, Su Changge descended from the clouds, akin to a shooting star landing upon the earth. Standing proudly before the stone tablet, his thoughts coalesced, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. The trial of the way? Su Changge contemplated, having comprehended his path long before reaching the harmonization realm. The path of the domineering sword was his destiny. After over 3 centuries of cultivation, countless souls lay beneath his blade. Prior to his seclusion, he had vanquished eunuchs, hundreds of imperial guards, and even the emperor himself beyond the palace walls. Moreover, the remains of the 13,000 invading troops remained entombed upon the battlefield. Since his return, while he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, he had nonetheless obliterated 19 Golden Core warriors and 1 transformation stage being above the imperial capital. The Dayan dynasty ascended to power, the sacred land yielded, and nations came to pay homage. A glimmer of determination ignited within Su Changge's gaze. In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword. As he wielded it, the words that were almost inscribed upon his sword path emerged. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Changge. The sword path is eternal as the long night." The sword path manifests as the heavens and earth tremble. The essence of the great Dao acknowledges its master at last. A thunderous roar, deafening and seemingly emanating from nowhere, reverberates across the endless plains. In an instant, the very fabric of the universe quakes. Gazing upwards, one discerns the once tranquil and serene cloud sea has begun to churn ominously. It resembles towering waves, rising like walls from a once calm ocean, surging fiercely towards the boundless sky. Turning one's gaze back to the vast expanse of land, it too starts to fracture, deep chasms appearing and crisscrossing the earth. This realm is simply unable to bear such monumental sword intent, showing unmistakable signs of collapse. Concurrently, upon the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan, enormous projections beneath the firmament reveal themselves in lines and columns. The resounding roars that echo through the cosmos penetrate the rifts, reaching the sacred grounds of the Dragon Kin. Simultaneously, the boundless will of the sword pervades the entirety of the Dragon Clan through the essence of the great Dao. The heavens did not give birth to me, Su Changge. The sword path is eternal, like the long night. Buzzing. In this moment, all beings within the Dragon Clan sense this overwhelming sword intent. Various weapons hum in response, and even the mountains and flora stand tall, as if in reverent pilgrimage towards the sky. The members of the Dragon Clan are shaken to their core. The manifestation of the Dao signifies the collapse of the world. Such terrifying sword intent from the elder. The heavens did not give birth to me, Su Changge. The sword path is eternal, like an everlasting song. What a tyrannical sword intent. What a formidable cultivation. Such terrifying power. Who is this elder? Could it truly be an exiled immortal? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a line of characters embodying Su Changge's Dao slowly imprints itself upon the stone tablet. In the next moment, the sky abruptly darkens. As the projection reappears, The plains and cloud sea have vanished, leaving behind only a colossal, fragmented stone tablet. The stone tablet, formed from the essence of the great Dao, could not withstand such immense power. Simultaneously, the vast beam of light dissipates, revealing the prototype of the treasured artifact before the crowd. Yet, in a breathtaking instant, the artifact, which had withstood the Dragon Clan's every effort for 3,000 years without a scratch, now bears cracks. As a gentle breeze sweeps through the realm, the treasured artifact instantaneously turns to ash, scattering into the sky. However, unbeknownst to them, the essence of the great Dao contained within quietly merges with Su Changge's body. Following this, Su Changge's figure also vanishes into the heavens. Witnessing this scene, Ao Tianqing's eyes reveal a hint of confusion. Has this succeeded? Or is it a failure? If it has succeeded, joy abounds. Yet, if it has failed, the loss of the Dragon Clan's treasured artifact spells utter despair. Meanwhile, the elder beside him, the second elder, twitches his ears as if catching some distant news. A struggle flickers in his expression, but it does not last long. After casting a glance at the location where the artifact dissipated, his struggle transforms into resolve. His lips move slightly, sending a transmission to an unknown destination. At this moment, Su Changge's physical form arrives in the void, merging with his primordial spirit. He also senses the essence of the great Dao that has invaded his being. Without further thought, he begins to refine this essence as the spiritual energy flows. This refining process, however, is markedly different from the last. Previously, the impending collapse of the heavens and earth compelled the essence of the great Dao to voluntarily choose its master, allowing him to refine it with minimal effort. If that essence were likened to a youth, capable of discerning right from wrong and cooperative in the face of circumstances, this fractured essence resembles an amnesiac young man, cautious and instinctively wary, despite having passed its trial. Thus, the refining process proves challenging. Fortunately, the progress remains steady, albeit at a moderate pace. Time passes, though it is uncertain how long. Suddenly, Su Changge's eyes snap open, the familiar sensation of control flooding back to him. Observing the darkness around him, with only the shattered stone tablet floating in the void, he is struck with wonder. This space is not a mere fabrication of the essence of the great Dao. It is a fragment from 3,000 years ago, from a lower realm. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changge's thoughts coalesce, and he gently waves his hands. In the next instant, the winds stir and clouds surge. The endless plains reappear, and the vast cloud sea drifts once more across the sky, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, the enormous stone tablet has quietly transformed. Now resembling a towering sword embedded in the earth, its hilt reaching into the heavens. Surveying the now tranquil space, Su Changge nods in satisfaction. He then departs from this small realm, plunging the space into silence. Meanwhile, an upheaval brews within the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan. Just moments after Su Changge's departure, a massive formation manifests around the sacred mountain. In an instant, it morphs into a protective barrier, enveloping the Dragon Clan's high-ranking members. Observers from the Dragon Clan perceive a flash of light, but when their vision clears, they find themselves unable to penetrate the barrier. Unable to glimpse the scene atop the sacred mountain, confusion ensues among the onlookers. What has transpired? What kind of formation is this? Uncertain. However, this great formation seems to possess the ability to sever divine senses, likely a precaution set by the elders for confidentiality. Yet, if secrecy was the intent, why has it activated now, so close to the conclusion of the trial? Isn't this akin to closing the barn door after the horses bolted? But who but the elders could have the capability to establish such a formidable formation around this heavily guarded sacred mountain? Their actions must surely bear profound significance. Yet, unlike their optimism, Ao Tianqing's expression darkens upon sensing the formation's fluctuations. He immediately transforms into his dragon form, soaring into the sky, striving to escape the barrier's reach. But then bang! With a dull thud, Ao Tianqing's dragon head crashes against the formation. In the next moment, he feels an overwhelming force rebound from the formation, offering him no opportunity to retaliate as he is instantly hurled backward. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ao Tianqing's massive form lands on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settles, he finds himself standing in a vast pit, his expression grim. Clan leader! At this moment, several elders exclaim in astonishment, realizing something is amiss and immediately adopt a defensive stance. Though Ao Tianqing's complexion pales, his eyes blaze with murderous intent. He slowly turns his gaze towards the unmoving figure, his voice cold as it resonates. Second elder, what exactly do you intend to do? 078-079 The Dragon Clan in turmoil. The Lingyun sect has launched an assault. In response to the questioning from Ao Tianqing, the second elder did not immediately reply. He slowly rose from his seat, and as he recalled his injuries, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Yet, he seemed indifferent to the pain, gradually approaching Ao Tianqing. You inquire as to my intentions? At this point, the second elder let out a self-mocking laugh, then fell silent, fixated on Ao Tianqing. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Surely you understand what I desire? Hearing this, Ao Tianqing's expression softened slightly as he urged, Second Elder, I know your intentions are for the Dragon Clan, but isn't there already a solution? Once our esteemed elder returns with the treasure and allies with the Phoenix Clan, we can surely resolve the Tianyuan spiritual energy issue. Why must you remain so obstinate? The second elder's expression twisted slightly, as if he was suppressing his anger. I am obstinate? I believe you are the one who is deluded. How can the Tianyuan issue be resolved entirely? By repeatedly drawing in spiritual energy? As he spoke, the second elder advanced toward Ao Tianqing, his tone growing increasingly severe. Ao Tianqing, you are but a dreamer. A person of his stature cannot remain confined to this trivial Tianyuan. What will we do when he departs? Are we to continue counting the days until our demise? Observing the second elder's escalating fury, Ao Tianqing slowly shook his head. That is not the case. Once Elder Su absorbs the treasure, he will establish a conduit for spiritual energy. Even if he departs, we shall no longer need to fret over the spiritual energy. However, upon hearing this, the second elder displayed no reaction, his voice still rising, his expression edging towards madness. And what of it? I care not. I seek not only survival, but to lead the Dragon Clan toward greater glory. We possess such immense talent, yet we are confined to this meager Tianyuan. I have had enough. They promised me they would elevate the Dragon Clan to the higher realms. Hearing this, Ao Tianqing's expression darkened further, a question erupting from his lips. Is this what you call glory? Your glory is to become a pawn for others? Yet, the second elder was now entirely unconcerned with his inquiry. You understand nothing. Even if we temporarily rely on others, so what? With the Dragon Clan's innate talents, within 1,000 years we shall possess the strength of a dominator in the higher realms. At that time, what can the Lingyun sect do? Ao Tianqing's expression gradually revealed a hint of helplessness. He recognized that further words were futile. With a swift motion of his fingers, he cast a spell. Suddenly, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. How is this possible? Why can't the information be transmitted? The second elder sensed the fluctuation of the secret method and smiled. It's useless. This formation is a great protective array granted to me by the Lingyun sect for the higher realms. This formation is not only defensively unparalleled, but also prevents any information from being transmitted. Within this realm, not only is the defense extraordinarily powerful, but no information can escape. As the second elder finished speaking, a swirling vortex of dark air manifested beside him, and several formidable auras surged forth. The excitement on the second elder's face slowly faded, replaced by calm composure. In the next moment, several figures of golden core cultivators gradually emerged from the vortex, led by the elderly figure from days past. He surveyed the surroundings and, upon confirming that nearly all the Dragon Clan's high-ranking members were present, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. Well done, second elder. Once this concludes, I shall certainly speak well of you before the sect master. With that, he focused his attention on Ao Tianqing. So, Ao clan leader, will you join the Lingyun sect and leave this dilapidated Tianyuan? Hearing this, Ao Tianqing did not retort, but calmly replied, Is it just you few? The Lingyun sect surely must be devoid of numbers. You are merely 4 in total. Even with the second elder, you are but 5 golden cores, while we boast 8. Do you truly believe victory is assured? The newcomers exchanged glances, an enigmatic expression crossing their faces. Oh, is that so? Take a look. As the man spoke, 5 more elders stepped forward from among the 7, positioning themselves behind the second elder. In an instant, the situation shifted from 8 against 5 to 3 against 10. With all parties being at the golden core level, this scenario clearly established an overwhelming advantage. Witnessing this, Ao Tianqing's expression turned grim. The next moment, he decisively declared, Elders 4 and 5, join me in breaking the formation. We must summon the ancestor. Only then do we stand a chance in battle. As he spoke, Ao Tianqing transformed into his dragon form and unleashed a breath attack against the formation. Simultaneously, Elders 4 and 5 followed suit with their own assaults. Yet, Faced with the colossal strike from the three dragons, the Lingyun sect members showed no inclination to obstruct it. Boom. Indeed, with a thunderous sound. The array merely flickered with spiritual light before the massive onslaught dissipated into nothingness. Haha. Useless, AO clan leader. This formation relies on the power of heaven and earth. As long as the heavens endure, the formation shall remain intact. Now present your choice. Submit or perish. Hearing this, AO Tianqing looked upon the fierce faces before him. Then at the two elders steadfastly guarding his side, their expressions pale with resolve. Clan leader, we shall follow your command. Even if we must perish today, we shall never surrender. Observing their unwavering determination, AO Tianqing felt a surge of clarity within. He raised his head to face the Lingyun sect members. His eyes shining with defiance, his voice rising with valor. You wish for battle? Then let us fight. The expression of the Lingyun sect members darkened at this proclamation. Since you are so eager to embrace death, we shall oblige you. Altogether, in an instant, the auras of over a dozen golden core cultivators erupted. The spiritual energy above the sacred mountain becoming chaotic and wild. The immense spiritual force converged upon the assembled figures. In an instant, dragon roars, sword cries, and howling winds filled the air. Numerous secret techniques coalesced into a terrifying attack aimed at AO Tianqing and his companions. Under such overwhelming might, any attempt at retaliation from the trio was swiftly extinguished. As the dreadful assault descended upon them, AO Tianqing's massive dragon head, with its enormous eyes and claws embedded in the ground, stood stark against the brilliance of the impending strike. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a glimmer of cold light descending from the heavens, striking with ferocity against the oncoming attack. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the sacred grounds. As if the very heavens were collapsing, the assault of 10 men shattered in an instant, dissolving like a mere illusion within the vast expanse of heaven and earth. In the midst of chaos, Su Changge slowly approached the somewhat deranged second elder. Do you know the whereabouts of Yichen? Upon hearing the question, the second elder abruptly froze, as if a forgotten memory surged forth, and a hint of envy flickered in his dazed eyes. Yichen, Yichen, ha. That Yichen has long been sent by the Lingyun sect to the upper realms. He cannot return. He cannot return. The dragon clan is finished, and so is Tianyuan. Su Changge cast a cold glance at the second elder and chose to say nothing more. AO Tianqing, witnessing this scene, sighed softly and slowly spoke, suppress him. As his words fell, two waiting guards stepped forward to restrain the second elder. Watching him depart, AO Tianqing sighed once more. He turned his gaze towards the other elders, feeling a deep headache over how to deal with them. Suppressing them all beneath the Hell Mountain? That seemed unfeasible. Not to mention that their original intention was to sustain the dragon clan. If they were all imprisoned now, the clan would soon find itself devoid of capable individuals. Losing 6 golden core cultivators would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon the dragon clan. Suddenly, AO Tianqing pondered something and directed his gaze towards Su Changge, slowly speaking. Has the senior succeeded in refining the secret treasure? He was filled with many questions regarding this matter. What transpired after that realm collapsed? Where did the senior's physical body go? Why did the secret treasure dissipate into the wind? Moreover, the most crucial question remained. Was the refinement of the secret treasure truly complete? If successful, all that would be left was to communicate with the Phoenix clan. And after acquiring the secret treasure, both clans would naturally enter a brief period of peaceful development. He would no longer need to worry about significant losses in high-level combat strength. In response to AO Tianqing's inquiry, Su Changge merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no explanation. Then, Su Changge's figure began to ascend once more, a 3-foot-long sword gleaming in his hand. An infinite power surged from the heavens and the earth. Su Changge spoke softly, lightning. In an instant, the sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds that barred the sunlight. Within the clouds, lightning flickered and thunder rolled. Phoenix. As his voice resonated, a tempest arose from nowhere, swirling chaotically in the sky. The fierce winds rolled, creating whirlpools of thunderstorm amidst the ominous clouds. The terrifying display of nature compelled all dragons to retreat in trepidation, landing upon the ground to witness this grand spectacle. What is happening? The words manifest as loss, and the thunder roars. Such terrifying abilities from the senior. Can we truly cultivators reach such heights? However, their reactions failed to capture even a modicum of Su Changge's attention. In the next moment, Su Changge stepped forward into the void. In that instant, it seemed as if the world had come to a standstill. The clouds ceased their rolling. The whirlpools halted their spinning, and the thunder was silenced. Finally, Su Changge gently waved his sword. An arc of sword light emerged before him, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as it surged towards the heavens. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the world resumed its flow, and amidst the clamor of thunder, that sword light pierced through the thunderous clouds, striking the sky with a deafening roar. Crack! Crack! In the eyes of all, a massive void fissure appeared in the endless sky. In an instant, the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into the crack. Yet, before Ao Tianqing could rejoice, he noticed that the fissure was visibly closing at an alarming rate. However, in the next moment, endless clouds, accompanied by thundering storms and whirlpools, surged towards the fissure. To the astonishment of countless dragons, the tempestuous storm and furious winds rushed into the fissure, momentarily halting the restoration of the heavens. As the thunderstorm above began to diminish and the whirlpools gradually dissipated, the fissure slowly stabilized under Su Changge's summoning of such vast spiritual energy. Observing the continuous influx of spiritual energy from the fissure, Su Changge nodded in satisfaction. With a casual wave, a cloud drifted into position above the fissure, concealing it from view. Having completed all of this, Su Changge gently descended to the ground. Hiss! Beneath the holy mountain. The numerous onlookers among the dragon clan gasped in awe, their scalps prickling with astonishment. Ao Tianqing, Ao Lai, and others felt the unceasing flow of spiritual energy from the heavens and were equally taken aback. One sword opens the heavens. Hiss! Could the senior truly be a celestial sword immortal descended to this realm? Moreover, Ao Tianqing, Ao Lai, and Ao Lingyun exchanged glances, each recognizing the ecstatic joy in the other's eyes. The spiritual energy passage. The three exclaimed in unison. The spiritual energy passage has stabilized. This issue that has plagued our dragon clan for over 3,000 years has been effortlessly resolved. In that moment, their elation was tinged with disbelief. As they gazed at Su Changge descending from the heavens, they hurried to approach him. Ao Lingyun, filled with urgency, spoke, "Senior, now that you have learned of Yi Chen's whereabouts, what shall we?" Before Ao Lingyun could finish, Ao Tianqing interjected, "Given the multitude present, if the senior does not mind, shall we discuss this in the main hall?" Su Changge nodded, allowing Ao Tianqing to lead the way. After being interrupted, Ao Lingyun realized her own impulsiveness. However, regarding matters concerning Yi Chen, she found it impossible to remain as composed as usual. Noticing that Su Changge bore no ill will, she quickly followed the other steps. In the Phoenix Clan's council hall, the imposing elderly Hongxing sat firmly in the main seat. Below him, the members of the Phoenix Clan took their respective seats. However, their expressions were visibly somber. Li Hongxing surveyed the room and spoke slowly. "There is no need for such gloom. Once you ascend to the upper realms with us, you shall never again worry for your survival. Moreover, the spiritual energy there is abundant, and the pathways are formidable. You may even ascend to a higher realm." This is indeed a moment of great joy. As his words echoed, the Lingyun sect members nodded in agreement. The elder speaks truly. All of you are golden core cultivators, and further advancement leads to the nascent soul stage. In our sect, one's cultivation determines their status. At that time, even we must address you as Shirshu. Hearing this, the expressions of the Phoenix clan members brightened slightly. Indeed, as they articulated, joining the Lingyun sect might not be a bad thing for them. At the very least, they could finally escape the dilapidated Tianyuan. Yet, in the next moment, the chair beneath Li Hongxing suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash. An overwhelming aura surged through the entire hall. Damn it! Who is it? The fall of the Wind Clan. The secrets of the abyss. At this moment, an unimaginable and terrifying aura enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, the crowd fell utterly silent. Even the members of Lingyun sect dared not provoke its brilliance. It was only when Li Hongxing's aura finally stabilized that a disciple of Lingyun sect mustered the courage to inquire, "Elder, what has transpired?" Although Li Hongxing's aura had calmed, his countenance remained exceedingly grim. He did not respond to his disciple's query, instead sinking into deep contemplation. Just moments earlier, he had felt the simultaneous shattering of the soul tokens belonging to several golden core disciples of Lingyun sect within his storage space. Such an occurrence was nearly impossible within the abyss. According to their prior communications, the Dragon Clan was now riddled with internal strife. They merely needed to eliminate the current Dragon King and openly elevate the second elder to power. The only explanation for the current situation was betrayal. Moreover, the fact that all 4 Golden Core disciples had been slain indicated the presence of a formidable expert within the Dragon Clan, one whose strength rivaled his own. Yet, now that he had secured the Phoenix Clan, his combat prowess had surpassed the Yuaning stage. With this realization, Li Hongxin's expression hardened as he issued a stern command. Clan leader, assemble all golden core members of the clan. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall assault the Dragon Clan's sacred mountain. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd below stirred, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The disciples of Lingyun's sect exchanged incredulous glances with Li Hongxing. They were aware that their encroachment upon both the Dragon and Phoenix clans had always been synchronized, intended to prevent any leaks that could alert their adversaries. Now, with Li Hongxing's next command, there could only be one conclusion. Their operation against the Dragon clan had failed, hence the elders' grim demeanor. As for the members of the Phoenix clan, their astonishment was tinged with incredulity. Elderly, the strength of our two clans has always been closely matched, and we may even be at a disadvantage. To rashly penetrate enemy territory, if discovered, the Phoenix clan would suffer severe losses. Surely, Elderly would not wish to witness such a scene. In response to the Phoenix clan's skepticism, Li Hongxing spoke with an air of calm authority. I instruct you to prepare immediately. I possess means to breach their defenses. But, before the Phoenix clan could retort, Li Hongxing interrupted them. I said prepare. As his words fell, an ominous aura lurked just beneath the surface. In that moment, no one from the Phoenix clan dared to voice dissent. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Dragon clan's sacred mountain, Su Changge and others gradually took their seats. Upon seeing Su Changge settled, Ao Tianqing first had a pot of cool tea brought forth, then dismissed all outsiders. Once alone, Su Changge slowly spoke, come forth. Instantly, a wave of surprise swept through the room. Who could possibly evade the senses of their golden core experts and infiltrate the hall? As the words echoed, an ancient figure slowly materialized within the grand hall, drawing the collective gaze of all present. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ao Tianqing immediately rose from his seat and bowed respectfully. Ancestor, you have emerged from your seclusion. The figure returned the gesture before addressing Ao Tianqing. The clan leader need not bow to me. Then, turning to Su Changge, the ancient one spoke. I have emerged from seclusion too late. Our Dragon clan nearly faced utter destruction. His words were laden with apprehension. Ao Tianqing, following the elder's gaze towards Su Changge, hastily explained, esteemed elder, this is our Dragon clan's grand elder, Ao Feichen, and he is also the oldest among us, having lived for over 3,000 years. Upon hearing this, Su Changge's interest was piqued. 3,000 years? That implies you existed even before the collapse of the world? Ao Tianqing continued to introduce, Ancestor, this esteemed individual is our benefactor and also the master of Yichen. As the words concluded, the ancient figure gradually transformed into a youthful visage, though his head of white hair remained unchanged. He then respectfully saluted Su Changge. I am profoundly grateful for your intervention in saving our Dragon clan from dire straits. Had we truly submitted to another as slaves, I would find no face to present to our ancestors. Su Changge accepted the bow calmly, and once Ao Feichen stood upright, he began to speak. Ao Tianqing mentioned you have lived for over 3,000 years. Are you aware of what transpired 3 millennia ago? At this, Ao Feichen's eyes momentarily glazed over, as if lost in recollection. I am not entirely sure of the exact causes behind the upheaval of the world 3,000 years ago. At that time, I was still quite weak. However, after the world shattered, the abyss was left in ruins. Destruction reigned, making survival impossible. The clan leaders of that era, uncertain of how they obtained the knowledge, initiated a joint effort. Thus, the Dragon and Phoenix clans united, with all Golden Core members emerging, sacrificing countless lives to separate the realms. Ultimately, only 2 stones returned to us. Through negotiation, this led to the establishment of the 18 cities below, with the Dragon and Phoenix clans occupying the upper echelons. When the spiritual energy finally dissipates completely, we shall not only face the end of the Dharma era, but also the terrifying invasion of the destructive aura. At that point, the entire abyss may very well become a desolate wasteland. As Ao Feichen concluded his explanation, Su Changge understood at last. No wonder the spirit of the Great Dao was divided between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. It seemed that in a desperate bid for survival, they had allied with the spirit of the Great Dao. To obtain the complete spirit of the Great Dao, the Phoenix clan's journey was indeed imperative. At this moment, Ao Feichen reverted to his ancient form, and after a couple of light coughs, he spoke slowly. Regardless, I must express my gratitude, esteemed senior, for rescuing our Dragon clan. My time is limited, so I shall take my leave. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to convey them to Tianqing. After concluding his words, Ao Feichen began to retreat, preparing to depart. However, Su Changge interjected, "You intend to enter a state of slumber, do you not?" Though phrased as a question, the tone was unmistakably assertive. Upon hearing this, Ao Feichen halted in his tracks, astonished. "Indeed, that is correct. My cultivation is merely at the yuaning stage, and my prolonged existence relies solely on the Dragon Clan's longevity and the secret of this slumber." Su Changge nodded, confirming his earlier suspicions. After all, the lifespan of those at the yuaning stage typically does not exceed a millennium, even for the Dragon Clan. After a moment's contemplation, Su Changge flicked his wrist, sending a pill flying toward Ao Feichen. This pill is known as the Creation Pill. It can extend one's lifespan by a century. Having dispelled my doubts, take this pill, and in 3 days, accompany me to the Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, Ao Feichen was initially taken aback, but then a wave of uncontrollable joy surged in his eyes. A century of extended life. At this moment, his mind was consumed by this singular thought. As for visiting the Phoenix clan, he would dare to confront Fenkishin or the sacred grounds of the Phoenix clan without hesitation. Accompanying Su Changge was a mere trifle in his eyes. Trembling slightly, Ao Feichen extended his hands and gently accepted the pill. With profound gratitude for the benevolence bestowed by my esteemed predecessor, Su Changge nodded gently. Subsequently, with a mere thought, her figure gradually dissipated within the grand hall. As the essence of the Great Way melded, the intent of the sword transformed into a vast ocean. Watching the figure of Su Changge slowly fade away, Ao Tiancheng let out a sigh of relief. He turned to glance at the despondent Ao Lingyun. "Why did you remain silent, Lingyun? I know that you wish to seek Yuchen, do you not?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Ao Lingyun's eyes gradually regained their light as she glanced at Ao Tiancheng and replied, "I am far too weak." "Yes, indeed, I am weak." This was the reason she refrained from speaking up. For someone at the mere Golden Core stage, even when she reaches the higher realms, she would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. However, they had already offended the Lingyun sect. When faced with such a colossal entity, even a Golden Core cultivator would merely be a slightly stronger ant. Yet, an ant is still just an ant. At that moment, she would inevitably become a hindrance. Not to mention the uncertain fate of Yi Chun. Even if she could not provide assistance, she could not afford to be a burden. Thus, she could not voice her thoughts. Clearly, Ao Tiancheng understood her sentiments, and observing the resolute expression gradually forming on Ao Lingyun's face, he chose not to say anything further. "Think it over for yourself," he remarked, leaving her with a single statement before hastily following the footsteps of the elder as they departed. The hall once again descended into silence, leaving Ao Lingyun standing alone amidst the emptiness. After a long while, the determination on her face slowly waned, and her expression turned somber once more. Gazing at the spot where Su Changge's figure had vanished, she murmured, "Perhaps the elder has already provided her answer." Perhaps so. In her view, Su Changge's choice to depart alone might indeed be a signal of refusal. After some time, Ao Lingyun finally moved out of the hall, confirming her direction before soaring towards her cave abode. As she descended gently from the skies, her eyes scanned the entire cave in an almost anxious manner, as if anticipating something. Yet, she found no trace of that serene figure. Instead, outside the cave, the presence of an elder and a youth captured her attention. Ao Lingyun gracefully landed before Lu Wencheng and Lu Yun. The previously meditative Lu Wencheng instantly rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with vigor. Upon recognizing her, he quickly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, ancestor." Ao Lingyun waved her hand casually. No need for excessive formalities. But, is he preparing to establish his foundation? Her words betrayed a hint of astonishment. After all, in her earlier perception, Lu Yun still had some time before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Lu Wencheng slowly straightened, his expression revealing a trace of excitement. "This is all thanks to the elder's guidance." After returning, Elder Su bestowed upon us a foundation establishment pill and left us with a message before retreating to his chamber. Upon hearing this, Ao Lingyun's spirit surged with vitality. What message? Lu Wencheng pondered for a moment before mimicking Su Changge's tone and articulating, "The esteemed one requires 3 days of seclusion. Do not disturb him during this time. Any inquiries may be directed to me at the Great Yin Dynasty once the Phoenix clan's matters have been resolved." However, where is the Great Yin Dynasty? Upon these words, Ao Lingyun froze in place. The elder has not abandoned us. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, and instantly, her demeanor regained its vigor. It was then that she heard Lu Wencheng's confusion, and she began to explain. "The Great Yin Dynasty is the name of the realm where Yi Chun resides in another world. As for the elder, He is known as the Northern Abyss King in that realm. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in conversation, Su Changge had already entered a state of meditation. His hurried return was not merely to provide Lu Yun with a foundation establishment pill. The true reason lay in the unusual stirrings of the essence of the Great Way. Just moments ago in the Grand Hall, the essence he had recently refined had exhibited a hint of uncontrollable intent. Even the essence of the lower realm began to resonate with waves of energy. At this moment, he could finally focus entirely on the peculiarities of the essence of the Great Way. In his perception, he observed the fragmented essence undergoing violent fluctuations. Simultaneously, its position started to shift, gradually drawing near to the essence of the lower realm. As it approached, the previously dormant essence of the lower realm began to ripple with energy, conveying a sense of excitement. Yes, excitement. Su Changge could only describe his sensation in such terms. And because of this exhilaration, he refrained from obstructing the approach of the essence from the celestial abyss. Instead, he remained fully attentive to the changes within the essence of the lower realm, prepared to expel the essence of the celestial abyss without hesitation should any unexpected events arise. For now, everything remained under control. At last, as time elapsed, the fluctuations of the two essences gradually synchronized. At the moment when they finally made contact, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the fragmented essence began to gently merge with that of the lower realm, akin to an ice cube dropping into a lake. Aside from a slight ripple at the onset, there was no further disturbance. The fragmented essence represented the ice cube. Once integrated into the essence of the lower realm, it began to dissipate continuously. However, this dissipation transpired solely within the confines of the essence of the lower realm, rather than a fusion. It was more accurate to describe it as consumption. The essence of the lower realm had devoured the fragmented essence. As he witnessed the completion of their integration, Su Changge let out a sigh of relief. In his perception, with the essence of the lower realm having absorbed the fragmented essence, he did not lose control over the celestial abyss. On the contrary, with the aid of the essence of the lower realm, his dominion expanded rather than diminished, becoming more fluid and unrestrained. Moreover, the essence of the lower realm became more complete through the consumption of the fragmented essence. Simultaneously, an incessant flow of the spirit of the Great Way and insights into the sword path surged within him. Su Changge trembled with intensity, and a terrifying yet pure will of the sword began to emanate around him. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. A torrent of sword intent burst forth from his chamber, enveloping the entire mountain in a vast ocean of pure sword will. In that moment, every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile within the cave was bathed in this ocean of sword intent. It was as if the flora and fauna had acquired consciousness. As the sword intent fluctuated, branches and leaves danced freely, each motion imbued with a hint of sword will, radiating sharpness. Simultaneously, Lu Wensheng, Lu Yun, and Ao Lingyun, who were resting in the room, opened their eyes almost in unison. In an instant, they burst through the door and converged at Su Changge's threshold. The boundless sword intent cascaded down like a gentle rain, reminiscent of a starry river descending from the heavens. The onlookers exchanged glances, speechless, as they found themselves witnessing a phenomenon unlike any they had encountered before. The density of the sword intent here surpassed even the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. For most cultivators, this place could be deemed the most perilous realm imaginable. However, for sword practitioners like themselves, it was undoubtedly a sacred ground for cultivation. Lu Wensheng turned to Ao Lingyun. Master, considering the current situation, do you think the elder has reached a moment of enlightenment? Should we withdraw from the peak? After a moment of contemplation, Ao Lingyun replied slowly, No. Enter a meditative state immediately, and remember not to absorb any spiritual energy. Instead, deeply attune yourselves to the sword intent in the world around us. Such pure sword intent is a rare opportunity. Absorb as much as you can. While it may not elevate your realms instantaneously, it will undoubtedly benefit your future development in numerous ways. With that, Ao Lingyun disregarded the reactions of the crowd and sat cross-legged on the grass beside Su Changge's entrance, entering a state of meditation. Lu Wensheng and the others quickly found a patch of open ground and followed suit. Meanwhile, Su Changge was also entering a phase of rapid advancement. The entire mountain peak fell into silence once more, save for the ever-flowing sword intent. As time passed, dawn broke. Yet, the mountain remained shrouded in tranquility, with everyone absorbed in their understanding of the sword path. Meanwhile, far away among the Feng clan, following the transmission from the previous night, all the Golden Core cultivators stationed across the 9 tribes had returned to the Grand Hall. The atmosphere within the hall was opulent, hosting the 9 golden cores of the Feng clan, 6 from the sacred ground, and 6 from the Lingyun sect. At that moment, there were an astonishing 21 golden core cultivators present, not to mention the hunched woman standing to the side, whose aura, albeit slightly unstable, unmistakably marked her as a formidable nascent soul powerhouse. Before them stood elderly Hongsheng of the Lingyun sect, exuding an inscrutable presence. With 2 nascent souls and over 20 golden cores, such a formidable force could easily dominate the realms of weaker planes. Yet, within their ranks, consensus had yet to be achieved. The 9 golden cores stationed outside the Feng clan were inherently decisive and fierce, unanimously agreeing to confront the Dragon clan. However, they disagreed with the methods proposed by those from the Lingyun sect. Elderly, we have no objections to waging war against the Dragon clan. However, if we recklessly invade their territory and are discovered or detained, our Feng clan's borders will be left vulnerable without our strongest forces. Would that not lead to our demise? Elderly Hongxing merely cast a calm glance at the speaker, saying nothing further. With a wave of his hand, he vanished from sight, evading all attempts by the Feng clan members to track his presence. Then, a voice emerged from beside the questioning elder, "Since I have given the command, rest assured I have a strategy to address any issues that may arise. Your only task is to obey, understood?" The sudden voice behind him caused the elder to shudder, a chill enveloping him. How could this be? As a seasoned general accustomed to the battlefield, he prided himself on his acute sensitivity to various auras. How could someone approach him without his awareness? Had this been an enemy, he would have perished countless times already. Seeing this, elderly Hongsheng ceased his discourse, his figure gradually reappearing as he resumed his place before the assembly. One of the golden core cultivators from the Lingyun sect then spoke to ease the tension. "Elder, your ability to conceal our presence means that none in this abyss can detect us. Breaching the Dragon clan's sacred ground will be effortless. Once chaos ensues among the Dragon clan, you need only return to your tribes, and they will pose no threat." As the disciples' words echoed, a few murmurs of agreement rippled through the Feng clan. "If so, we have no objections. With Elder Li's extraordinary abilities, the Dragon clan will surely not stir up any trouble. Thus, if we can successfully breach their sacred ground, our losses will indeed be minimized compared to a frontal assault." However, amidst the flattery, elderly Hongxing remained indifferent. Feeling the stone he wore, a slight smile crept across his lips. Concealing one's aura was merely the most rudimentary application of its power. He soon made no further delays, gesturing with his hand to dissipate the auras enveloping everyone. In an instant, despite standing face to face, they could no longer discern any information about one another. This miraculous sight left the assembly in awe. Elderly declared sternly, "Let us depart." Following a flurry of radiant lights, they ascended above the clouds. As Elderly summoned a cloud, they seemed to vanish entirely from the world, leaving only a solitary white cloud racing towards the Dragon clan. By evening, Ao Tiancheng stood not far from Ao Lingyun's peak, witnessing a breathtaking spectacle. Above the peak, the boundless sword intent fell from the sky like a starry river, cascading into the mountain below. Yet, upon reaching the ground, it vanished as though into an abyss. Ao Tiancheng felt a stir within him, having previously attempted to probe the mountain's mysteries, only to be overwhelmed by the ferocity of the sword intent. His will shattered before he could even fully enter. With such terrifying sword intent, he dismissed any thoughts of delving deeper. After all, such a formidable sword intent was likely beyond the grasp of others. Gazing at the boundless sword intent, envy filled his eyes. Alas, he did not cultivate weapons. Otherwise, even a mere fraction of such vast sword intent could elevate him significantly. Sighing, Ao Tiancheng prepared to depart. However, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens, shattering the protective formation above the Dragon clan's sacred ground. Simultaneously, a preordained message echoed in the ears of the Dragon clan members, with the sacred formation breached. Those beneath the foundation establishment should seek refuge. Those above should gather at the Dragon clan's sacred mountain. Ao Tiancheng's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly transformed into a dragon and soared towards the sacred mountain. With the protective formation compromised, a crisis loomed over the Dragon clan, and as their leader, he had to be present. Who could have silently breached our protective formation? It is better to stand and face death than to kneel and live. As Ao Tiancheng arrived at the sacred mountain, he beheld the once pristine sky, now awash in a crimson glow. The atmosphere above bore the remnants of a terrifying presence, accompanied by a thunderous proclamation that echoed through the heavens. Ao Tiancheng, Come forth and meet me." As Ao Tianqing sensed the dreadful aura enveloping the sky, a chill ran through him. Over 20 figures stood there, each at least at the golden core stage, though he had never seen the elderly woman's face. The familiar aura and overwhelming might unmistakably revealed her identity. She was at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, while he did not recognize several of the individuals, the powerful golden core energy they exuded clearly announced their status. Ao Tianqing remained silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Clan disciples atop the mountain. The wait was not long. Following the shattering of the Great Formation, the entire Dragon Clan had mobilized. Countless auras surged into the air, converging beneath the sacred mountain. As more and more individuals gathered, the presence of those hovering above became apparent, prompting waves of disbelief among the crowd. Is that the golden core of the Phoenix Clan? How could this be? How did they silently cross the border? Instantly, the mountains resonated with astonishment, as fear etched itself upon the faces of the Dragon Clan. The Phoenix Clan's golden core, over 20 strong, had directly descended upon the sacred land of the dragons. Such a formidable number left everyone breathless. Historically, the golden core stage had been the pinnacle of combat prowess in the realm of Tianyuan. Even the most significant battles had typically involved only a handful of golden core fighters. Each golden core was capable of dominating an entire region. With more than 20 golden core beings hovering above, their mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura. The Dragon Clan members turned pale, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. As the Dragon Clan gathered, the Phoenix Clan finally issued their ultimatum. Ao Tianqing, if you do not appear, do not blame us for lacking compassion. Then, visibly, an intensely terrifying aura began to coalesce in the sky, radiating a blinding light. Beneath that brilliance, a figure gradually materialized beside Ao Tianqing. "Tianqing, have you informed the elder?" Ao Tianqing slowly shook his head. "The elder has been in seclusion since yesterday. The sword intent pervades the mountain, and I cannot enter." Ao Feichen gazed at the gathering dreadful aura above. "Does that mean we must wait for 2 days until the elder emerges?" 2 days? Ao Tianqing looked up at the sky, a hint of bitterness rising within him. The Dragon Clan's protective formation had yet to reform, and relying on a group of Foundation Establishment disciples, along with their 8 Golden Core members, to halt the enemy was akin to a Mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With determination in his eyes, Ao Tianqing ordered, "Dragon Clan disciples, heed my command. Without my order, no one shall act recklessly." "Tianqing, you, elder, I hope you will also refrain from intervention. If the opposing force has not yet attacked, it is likely that the Phoenix Clan has already fallen under the control of the Lingyun sect, who may still harbor intentions toward our Dragon Clan. Their target is solely me. Please endure for just 2 days, and when the elder emerges, all will no longer be an issue." As his words fell, sensing the ever-increasing dread emanating from the sky, Ao Tianqing no longer hesitated, gradually lifting off from the ground. He understood the current situation. The Lingyun sect, accompanied by high-ranking members of the Phoenix Clan, had virtually emptied their ranks and would not afford him any chance to delay. Should they choose to act, the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Yet, would events truly unfold as he desired? Before Ao Tianqing's command reverberated through the skies, the Dragon Clan, despite their visible fear, did not retreat, standing resolutely, prepared for battle. However, as Ao Tianqing's order was issued, the terror etched upon their faces abruptly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of incredulity. At that moment, they felt a tinge of absurdity. Not to act? What does this mean? Are we, the proud Dragon Clan, to concede without a fight? The crowd found themselves frozen, uncertain of how to react. Just then, as Ao Tianqing prepared to rise into the air, charged with valor, a command spread through the ranks of the Dragon Clan. "Everyone, raise your weapons. The Dragon Clan would rather stand and die than kneel and live." As the words fell, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from below, though their strength paled in comparison to the terrifying presence above. The combined might of the hundreds of Foundation Establishment disciples was not to be underestimated. The Dragon Clan had always been a proud race, and in response to their leader's command, they naturally leaned towards the second decree. "We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. We would rather stand and die than kneel and live." The resounding shouts echoed from the mouths of the Dragon Clan, growing ever more thunderous. Ao Tianqing, who had just risen, suddenly froze in place. He swiftly turned, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the 5 elders who had just arrived. "Third elder, do you truly believe I would hesitate to issue a death sentence upon you?" Indeed, it was the 3rd elder, the 6th elder, and 3 others from the Lingyun sect who had delivered this command. Due to the upheaval at Ao Lingyun's mountain peak and the impending assault from the Phoenix clan, Ao Tianqing had yet to determine their punishment. However, in the face of his anger, the elders appeared unfazed. No matter how you choose to deal with us, we harbor no grievances. But do you intend for the Dragon Clan to survive in such a humiliating manner? Your actions are no different from submitting to the Lingyun sect. Faced with their inquiries, Ao Tianqing opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, both options amounted to submission, both trading the pride of the Dragon Clan for survival. The only difference lay in the sacrifice of one's life. Seeing Ao Tianqing fall silent, the elders exchanged glances and spoke once more. Moreover, leader, look at our Dragon Clan members. They raise their weapons not merely because of our command, but out of their own conviction. I believe that if you truly insist, with just a single command from you, they will not disregard your orders again. But, leader, do you truly wish to proceed down this path? As their words lingered, Ao Tianqing turned to gaze at the impassioned faces of the Dragon Clan below. Despite being in human form due to the circumstances, their battle spirit surged vigorously, soaring to the heavens. The command that had been on the tip of Ao Tianqing's tongue could not be voiced. Then he glanced at Ao Feichen, who brandished a spear that appeared in his grasp. With a resounding clash, the spear struck the ground, and Ao Feichen's voice resonated. Tianqing, the Dragon Clan, is proud. The heavens have delivered their judgment. Thunder has reversed its course. Ao Tianqing gazed at the scene before him, a faint wry smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the Dragon Clan is proud. As the clan leader, he understands this principle all too well. Yet, as the leader, he must prioritize the legacy of the Dragon Clan above all else. Previously, he had clearly recognized the connection between the second elder and the Lingyun sect. But in order to leave a backdoor for the Dragon Clan, he chose to compromise and refrain from taking action. This nearly led to a catastrophic mistake. Now, believing he had a formidable ally in Su Changge as his safeguard, he was prepared to compromise once more. Did he not possess pride as the leader of the Dragon Clan? He did, yet the interests of the Dragon Clan had, unbeknownst to him, been placed above all else. However, at this moment, the pride and soul of the Dragon Clan had completely transcended the matters of life and death. Was this truly the right course of action? He could not be certain. Nonetheless, he was certain that it was this very pride that defined the Dragon Clan. All he needed to do was fulfill the responsibilities of a leader, and that would suffice. Ao Tianqing finally ceased his hesitation. Everyone, heed my command. Form the Celestial Dragon Formation. Yes, came the chorus of responses. In an instant, the crowd moved swiftly, with the Golden Core Elders of the Dragon Clan as the foundation. A formation enveloping the entire Holy Mountain took shape with a resounding force. Ao Tianqing suddenly ascended into the air, and brilliant streams of magical energy connected to him from below. As Ao Tianqing slowly rose, his aura surged rapidly under the influence of the formation. Golden Core Late Stage. Perfected Golden Core, an early Yuanying stage. By the time Ao Tianqing stood before the members of the Phoenix clan, his aura had already reached the Yuanying realm, and it continued to rise without any sign of wavering. Ultimately, it stabilized at the mid-Yuanying stage. Even so, Ao Tianqing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If the golden cores returning from battle were present, with 9 golden cores as the basis, he could directly elevate his realm to perfected Yuanying. Unfortunately, the second elder was in a state of madness, and the ancestor, being a Yuanying, was not suitable for entering the formation. Currently, there were only 7 golden cores within the Great Formation. The formation could not reach its full potential, significantly reducing its effectiveness. The root of this issue lay in the fact that the members of the Lingyun sect had arrived unexpectedly, leaving the Dragon Clan utterly unprepared. However, at this moment, the Yuanying stage could still be considered a meager bargaining chip for negotiation. Ao Tianqing cast a glance at the approaching figures, ultimately fixing his gaze on the individual at the center. Before he could speak, a cold voice rang out from him. Ao Tianqing, is it? Tell me, who killed my disciple from the Lingyun sect? Ao Tianqing understood, but he did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question in return. And who might this esteemed elder be? I am an elder of the Lingyun sect. If you truthfully confess and submit to my Lingyun sect, perhaps we may spare your life. Ao Tianqing looked towards the Phoenix clan, yet saw no reaction from them. A wry smile crept onto his face. It seemed the Phoenix clan had completely fallen under the control of the Lingyun sect. At that moment, the cold voice resounded once more. Tell me, who attacked my disciple from the Lingyun sect? Ao Tianqing remained silent, merely observing Li Hongxing, whose expression was grave, as he spoke. Esteemed elder, Do you truly wish to become enemies with my dragon clan today? Before Li Hongsheng could respond, a member of the Lingyun sect interjected. The dragon clan? A joke. Just your dragon clan dares to speak of opposing my Lingyun sect. Hand over the murderer, and we can grant you a swift end. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ao Tianqing's Yuanying aura erupted. Li Hongsheng cast a dismissive glance, knowing that Ao Tianqing had firmly resolved not to submit. He wasted no time and commanded, seize him. With Li Hongsheng's command, the 20-odd golden cores present unleashed their auras with a thunderous force. Yet, none dared to take the initiative to strike. After all, Ao Tianqing was also at the Yuanying stage, and if targeted, even a siege would likely yield dire consequences. In an instant, Ao Tianqing seized the opportunity. His figure surged forward, unleashing all the spiritual energy of the mid-Yuanying stage, targeting Li Hongsheng directly. However, Li Hongsheng remained unfazed. There are disparities even among the Yuanying. With a voice laced with disdain, in the blink of an eye, Ao Tianqing's figure was ensnared by two intersecting circles of light, immobilizing him. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Li Hongsheng waved his hand lightly, and Ao Tianqing was drawn uncontrollably towards him. I told you. There are disparities even among the Yuanying. Tell me, who killed my disciple from the Lingyun sect? At this moment, Ao Tianqing's expression was one of utter bewilderment. How is this possible? We are both at the Yuanying stage. How could there be such a vast difference? He found himself captured without even a hint of resistance. However, Li Hongsheng did not grant him any more time. Seeing him remain silent, he frowned. With a slight movement of his thought, a strange force enveloped Ao Tianqing's legs. In the next moment, the force twisted violently. With a muffled groan, Ao Tianqing's face flushed crimson, and a groan escaped his lips. Looking up, he saw that his legs had been contorted to an unnatural degree. Tell me, who killed my disciples from the Lingyun sect? Meanwhile, the formation below began to stir with unusual fluctuations. The dragon clan below was also thrown into chaos, but they were powerless to halt the formation. At this moment, Ao Feichin was already engaged in battle with the Yuanying elder. Time seemed to stand still as no one could come to Ao Tianqing's aid. Yet, even so, Ao Tianqing glared at Li Hongsheng, remaining silent. Li Hongsheng's brow furrowed. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth twisted once more, followed by another muffled groan from Ao Tianqing. Although the spiritual energy within the formation gradually aided in healing his injuries, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Observing Ao Tianqing's stubborn demeanor, Li Hongsheng spoke again. If you do not speak, the next time, it will not just be you. As his words fell, the terrifying aura that had been slowly coalescing in the sky suddenly expanded as if infused with a catalyst. In the next moment, the sky transformed from a myriad of hues into endless dark clouds, from which thunder rumbled ominously. Then, from the dark clouds above, dozens of thunderbolts, as thick as barrels, descended with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Simultaneously, a detached voice echoed over the holy mountain amidst the thunder. I had no intention of striking against the dragon clan, but since you are so obstinately defiant, today, I shall utterly obliterate your dragon clan's sacred ground. Lingyun sect, you shall not have a good end. Ao Tianqing's body had already transformed uncontrollably into a dragon, his eyes burning red like a demon from the abyss. Li Hongsheng remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, as if he were merely crushing a swarm of ants, devoid of any emotion. Yet, in that instant, the thunder below suddenly reversed its course, surging upward and crashing into the dark clouds. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the thunderclouds above erupted violently.